Just when I thought I couldn't find my way out, yeah, I searched the God in me to find my way out. I know it can seem way out, but the Creator flows to and through me from way out. I'm talking way out, yeah. See, if you believe in the God in you, it's a better place. Creating the force and the power to live a better day. Just know that love and joy and peace is one in all of the same space. That you were chosen just like God. Your energy. That's right. Only you can make the change. Shine your head at you. Shine so bright from darkness to light. From darkness to light. Yeah. And you'll find your way out. Oh, it won't seem way out. The power of God will flow through you from way out.
Welcome. This is Alchemizing Energy, and I'm your host, DJ Genesis. And today we're talking about the Karmelo Anthony trial. As everybody knows, the defense and the prosecution are wrapping up their final. They had their final wrap up when it comes down to their last statements, and it kind of took an interesting turn. Now, throughout this entire case, the crying thing I've been saying the most is that this is not a murder trial. This is a manslaughter trial. And yesterday, I think that when the defense rested this case, everybody was saying, hey, they got out early and they normally would leave at like 12 and then be coming back like an hour later. But for some strange reason, the judge had everybody kind of leave the court except for like the lawyers and everything. And they had like a longer wait time. And when everybody came back, to their surprise, the defense wrapped its case without any further questions, witnesses, anything like that. And the reason why I kind of already figured that the reason why this might have happened is because what we found out today is that the judge now has made it clear that they could consider manslaughter for the jury instead of murder. And I was saying since the beginning of this whole thing that this was really, he was being tried for the wrong thing, that this should be a manslaughter case. But, I don't know, maybe they had to go through the motions in order to get to this point. But we're finally here, and I am happy that, at least he's not 100%, going to get railroaded. He's definitely going to probably hopefully, if he gets that manslaughter charge, he will have the option to one day be free. But it seems like if they go for that manslaughter charge, I think that they would probably have a quicker chance at making a decision, and a quicker chance that we're going to find out exactly what his fate exactly is. So let's go into what the news is saying about what happened with the judge and how this whole thing came to be. Let's get into it.
We start today with breaking news from the track meet stabbing trial of Karmelo Anthony. After a 3-hour break in the middle of today's proceedings, the defense has rested its case now. Our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, is coming to us from the Collin County Courthouse this afternoon, where she has been watching the trial all day. Rebecca, this phase of the trial is coming to an end, both sides resting. Did that come as a surprise to folks that the defense wrapped up so quickly?
Jason, it did come as a surprise to many of the courtroom observers, because many anticipated that the defense would go a little bit longer and that Karmelo Anthony could possibly take the stand, but we didn't hear from him. And we also didn't hear from Hunter Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's twin brother. The defense ended its case by calling 2 student athletes and a Frisco police detective before court unexpectedly broke for nearly 3 hours. One Centennial student testified he saw what appeared to be a push moments before Austin Metcalf was stabbed. Another Frisco student described track meets as highly social events where athletes often visit other teams' tents. Jurors also heard from a detective who reviewed witness interviews and phone evidence during the investigation. When court resumed, both sides rested and officially closed the evidence. That means jurors never heard from Karmelo Anthony himself. They also, again, never heard testimony from Austin Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter Metcalf. The decision.
Now, I think it's interesting that there was nothing brought up about, knives and, the legality aspect of like, okay, well, what else was going on with the knife? Like, why did he have it in his bag? Like, I mean, there could have been a way maybe his father or somebody could have testified that they go fishing every day. I don't know, but no other witnesses on the defensive side. The only way that I would know that this should be wrapped up so quickly from the defense without there either being some kind of like an agreement that they would go for the manslaughter case charge is that that would be the only way that I would see the defense just wrapping up with only 3 witnesses called to the scene. I mean, that's crazy, especially after such a long break in deliberation from 11 to 2:30, and then they immediately go in the final thing. It seemed like this judge was really rushing things. I think it might be because of the amount of money that they're probably losing by having this case there being the only case taking up the entire court house. Imagine how much people's cases are being pushed back because of this one case, and there's no other cases there. So they have to make things move very swiftly because they got to get their courthouse back. They got to try other people. They can't let this thing just drag on for weeks. So the judge is definitely pushing to rush things and get a quick decision and make people make a decision rather swiftly. Let's go.
Not to call Anthony is significant, but legal experts note the defense is not required to prove his innocence. Under the law, the burden remains entirely on prosecutors to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Jason.
So Rebecca, obviously, as you just said there, a defendant is not required to testify at their own trial. Still going into this, I think a lot of experts were expecting that perhaps Anthony would take the stand in his own defense. But that was just one of those curves that we saw in court today when he didn't.
Yes, that was one of the biggest questions hanging over this trial. Would Karmelo Anthony take the stand? And ultimately, there was this long 3-hour time period where we believe that the attorneys were discussing whether or not he was going to take the stand. And ultimately, they decided not to because, again, some defense attorneys say that they don't put their client on the stand because, again, this is a 17-year-old kid who is going up against very seasoned prosecutors, and they just did not want to take that risk. That often happens in cases like this. And ultimately, again, he didn't have to take the stand. It is not his burden to prove his innocence. It's entirely up to prosecutors to do that.
And Rebecca, you also touched on
what's so weird is that, people say that it's up to the prosecutor to prove his case, but we're also talking about a jury that is not really like legally, they don't know that. So even though the jury might have been coached on, hey, this is really about them proving that he did this in cold blood and this, that, the other, like, I think that a jury is still going to go off of like, why didn't he testify, And like I said, I think it's interesting that that in the closing argument, we're going to get into that it did get said that they could go for a lesser charge of manslaughter. We're going to get into that in a few seconds. Let's go.
Another big salient point from proceedings today, that being that Hunter Metcalf did not take the stand as well. Again, I think they're going into this trial. A lot of folks were expecting that perhaps Austin's twin brother would also testify.
Yes, he was right there next to his brother and actually also tried to give him CPR. And so a lot of people anticipated he might be the prosecution's star witness, but prosecutors believed that they had enough witnesses to prove their case and ultimately decided not to call him. And that also could be because this was the worst moment of Hunter Metcalf's life. And it could be that prosecutors just did not want to subject this Hunter Metcalf to having to relive the death of his twin brother.
And you know what? Another thing I thought was interesting is that on the prosecutor side as well as the defense side, why wasn't there any other video shown? Just that one video. I mean, and in a world of in 2026, in the world of social media, people always whip out their phones. I'm sure that there was more than that one video evidence, and I think that it's because on both sides it looked like it was looked pretty jacked up. I think if either one would have shown any video that was available, it probably wouldn't look good on either side. So I think it's interesting that they only had that video that was far away, grainy, not really being able to see exactly what was going on. So it's kind of left up to the imagination somewhat to kind of get a gauge what the issue, what was going on and everything in that 4 minutes of time.
All right. Before we let you go here, Rebecca, where do we go next here now that both of the sides have rested? What are we expecting?
So tomorrow morning, the jury will be read the charges by the judge, and then they will hear closing arguments from both sides, where both sides wrap up their cases and tell the jurors what they believe they proved in this case. And then they will begin deliberations. And the judge has already said that he will sequester this jury if they don't come up with a verdict tomorrow. He will put them in a hotel overnight, and that's to kind of keep them away from any kind of media or to see anything on the TV or read anything about this or hear from anybody about this trial.
I think it's interesting that he is choosing a sequester right when it's time to make a judgment, but he didn't sequester them the entire time. So they could have been watching channels and X and everything this entire time. So now he wants to sequester and put them in hotels and this, that, the other. I think it's really interesting. And it's almost like a punishment. Like, you guys better hurry up and make a decision. We need this courthouse back. How much money is being lost every day. We can't get the tickets and everything that we usually get, everything. All this is costing the county too much money to have this one case taking up this entire courthouse. I think that's what it's really boiling down to. So they're trying to hurry up and get this done with so they can move on and begin making money again. Tickets, traffic tickets, people going in for whatever other cases that they're going in for. This whole thing is taking up the entire courthouse, guys. And it's costing the city a lot of money, the county a lot of money. So they're trying to do this is the most swiftest murder trial I've ever seen in my life. I mean, I ain't never seen a trial for murder go in like 5 days or whatever, how many days it's been. This is, lightning's fast. So I feel I got some additional news today about shouts out to Ticket TV. He was able to get some more information about the fact that there might be a consideration of manslaughter, which is what I was saying this whole case really was anyway. I've always felt like this was a manslaughter case, and I never thought it was a murder case, a first-degree murder case. And it seems like there's some new information stating that they might be able to move forward with a manslaughter charge, which would be a slightly different, set of, chances for, like a lesser amount in prison. Let's go.
He just got a major break, man. He didn't get the biggest break, but he got a major break. I'm finna let y'all know what happened right now. Matter of fact, let me put this on the screen. Y'all smash the like button, share the video, like the video. Appreciate all you guys. I told you guys, I've never felt like Karmelo Anthony intended to take the life of Austin Metcalf. I thought that was just insane to believe that he intended to take that boy's life. I don't believe that he intended to do it, but I don't also think you have to lie in order to prove that he didn't intend to take that man's life. Now the judge has ruled this morning, just now, about 15 minutes ago, the judge has just ruled that Karmelo Anthony, he has just ruled that he is eligible for manslaughter, which is a much lesser sentence, which goes from 2 to 20 years. So this is all going to come down to if the jury feels like, if the jury is not sold that he, see, here's the thing. The cop going in and saying what he said, that could help Karmelo a lot. This changes everything from last night. Because last night, man, I didn't know if the judge was going to be able to, I didn't think the judge was going to do this. But he did lower the manslaughter. Now he could have lowered it even more. You understand? But he lowered it to where the manslaughter is on the table now. So let me show y'all what I'm talking about. And they're not hiding the video. Everybody keeps saying they're hiding the video. They're not hiding the video. I have evidence about this situation. This guy, again, as I tell you, he's a liar, and he got exposed. This video he put up, right? He is a liar. First of all, he is not a high school staff member, and he is a convicted sex offender. Now, he claimed that he had an email. Let's talk about that real quick. The email that he had, he indeed did have an email. That email was a request of the said service, right, to see the video. But guess what, you guys? The video footage that he saw wasn't the video footage that you guys thought. And I'm about to show y'all right now. He lied about the video footage he saw. The video footage he saw is the same video footage that everybody else saw that lied about it inside of that courthouse. I mean, and not inside the courthouse, inside. He requested that video, and I'm finna show y'all. Hold on one second, you guys. Let me show y'all what I'm talking about. Just give me 1 second. Let me show you guys what I'm talking about right here. All right. Show y'all what I'm talking about. All right.
So there's a lot of like lies going on around here.
Am I sharing my screen? No, I'm not sharing my screen. Hold on, y'all. To the person who said they're hiding the video, they're not hiding the video. It's a lie. They're not hiding the video. Bro, you can't hide the video from evidence of Karmelo. Ain't no average Tom, Dick, or Harry gonna be able to see the video, but not Karmelo Anthony's team. Now, he did request to see the video, and that is allowable under the law, under Texas law. But check it out, y'all. The video he said was a complete lie. He saw the same video they showed in court, and I'm about to show y'all this right now. That dude's a stone cold liar. Hold on, you guys. Let me make sure I put this on the screen for y'all. Hold on. Did I pull this up? Oh, shucks. My bad, y'all. I didn't share the screen. Let me share the screen. Here we go. I'm finna show y'all this right now. Share the screen for y'all. All right. Are y'all seeing this now? Oh, hold on. Let me take this down. So I just took down the email, you guys, as y'all all see right there. Now, on the screen, it tells you about this said email. As you see, the video reference in the Frisco ISD email is surveillance footage from the Kendall Stadium captured on April 2nd, 2025, during the track meet where Austin Metcalf was fatally stabbed. Key details about that video. The source, the Frisco ISD Stadium security cameras, multiple angles provided, typically 5 different views. Content, it shows events before, during, and after the altercation and near a team tent, often described as a yellow tent in the bleachers near the 50-yard line. The wide angle, distant views of the stadium, movements inside and around the tent, quick movements consistent with the confrontation and stabbing. Anthony exiting the tent area afterwards, running and being apprehended by you know who, and the police response and Metcalf's condition post-incident. Quality, here it is right here. Described as grainy. This is the quality. Described as grainy or fuzzy due to the distance and wide angle nature. In court forensic analysis, enhanced zoomed versions for the jury using software, magnification, and brightness filters, but the raw footage remains limited. No audio. Also, availability. So the person said my mic game. My bad. I had my mic far away from me. My bad, y'all. I had my mic far away from me. Should be better now. My bad. I'm glad you said that about the mic. My mic is great. I'm actually in the studio right now, so I know my mic is great. I just had it far away from me. My fault. So it says availability, not publicly released in full due to privacy laws, right? Publicly released, right? Meaning to the general public, right? Involves much and sensitive content. Frisco ISD. Now, see, this is where this guy lied to y'all and tricked y'all. I'm about to show y'all this right now. Frisco ISD allows the viewing under strict conditions via Public Information Act requests, often in person or controlled access, but does not distribute copies. Media outlets and individuals like Turner have viewed it this way. Morris Dwayne Turner requested and viewed this specific footage through a PIA request, as confirmed by the email screenshot. His public claims about what it shows, multiple people jumping Anthony, differ from prosecution descriptions in court testimony, but the video itself is the official stadium surveillance record of the incident. The footage has been a central piece of evidence in the ongoing trial. The video he saw is not 4K. It's not secret video.
And here's another thing, is that when he was describing what he saw he made it seem like he was in the courthouse and saw the video. or he was actually in the court and saw the video. Not that he did a public a Freedom of Information Act or whatever it is request. He made it seem like he was there in the court watching the video.
It's not secret video. There is no secret video. He lied. He used the fact that he had this email where he requested to see that video to come out and lie, and he got exposed. He got exposed. When they posted this on X, he instantly they added the reader context. He was exposed for who he really is, right? Now, let's talk about
the amount of disinformation that was going on throughout this entire trial was just mind-boggling. You know, people were just saying all kind of stuff. Even the news just now said something that he's actually 17, and that's why he didn't go on get cross-examined. Karmelo Anthony didn't take the stand. He's 19. He's not 17. So like they're still making mistakes, you know. And we just heard from the news, and they just made a mistake about his age. So this is the type of stuff that's been going on throughout this entire case. Let's go.
Situation with the manslaughter, and I'm gonna get back to this clown. So the judge has just ruled, you guys, that the jury can convict of a lesser charge of manslaughter. So that changes everything for Karmelo Anthony, because now that takes him from being 5 to 99 years in prison to between 2 and 20, right? So that changes everything. So Karmelo Anthony, let's say he gets charged with manslaughter. The judge can say, okay, I'm gonna give you 10 years.
But you know what? Here's the thing. We forgot about the whole jury selection. When they were doing jury selection, everybody on the jury pretty much said that they didn't think that they would, if they thought that he could only get 5 years, that they would not give him 5 years, let alone 2, you know? So even if he gets a manslaughter charge, I believe they're going to go for a higher amount of time than just a small 5 or 2. Because they already said when they were doing selection, they selected specific jurors that would not give him that lesser time. So even if he does get manslaughter, I doubt that they're going to go for a lighter sentencing time frame. Let's go.
Right? He get out in 8, right? On a manslaughter charge, right? That's better than being charged with first-degree murder and having to do 99 years of life in prison. And I'm going to tell y'all why. To the person who said whose side I'm on the side of truth. I'm on the side of God. I don't think Karmelo Anthony intentionally meant to unalive that dude. What happens is this. If you watch different cases, for example, if you watch the NBA basketball players case, right? Back in the day for the New Jersey Nets, there was an NBA basketball player. He had a case, right, where he was being charged with first-degree murder, right? He was being charged with first-degree murder, right? He played for the New Jersey Nets. Think about this. He ended up getting charged with manslaughter and got lesser time, because what the manslaughter does is say basically you didn't intend to kill this person. You understand what I'm saying? You didn't intend to kill this person. Me personally, I'm thinking realistically based off of everything Karmelo Anthony has stacked against him. So when a person asks me whose side am I on, I'm on the side of truth. I'm on the side of honor. I'm on the side of God, period. I'm not on the side of foolishness. I'm not on the side of the devil. I'm not on the side of demonic activity. I believe that Austin Metcalf, you understand what I'm saying? Those guys approached that boy, and I believe that Karmelo Anthony is a good student. I believe Karmelo Anthony is not a violent student. I don't believe Karmelo Anthony's a thug. I don't believe Karmelo Anthony's a gangster. I don't believe Karmelo Anthony's a troublemaker. I believe Karmelo Anthony made a mistake, which is what kids make every single day at school. You have a knife. Well, it's easy to know why these kids bring a knife or bring protection to school, because a lot of them do it and you don't know it. Your kids may do it and you don't know it because of the bullying tactics, the different things that go on at the school that I've showed you guys on this channel, and I will continue to show you guys on this channel. What are you talking about, Ticket? Well, I'm talking about this right here. This type of stuff right here that I've shown y'all. And I can't press play, but I showed y'all this. You see this? So when people say, well, why are your kid? Why would they even have a knife at school? This is why. When you got 10 kids in a bathroom, 10 of them blocking the door, 2 of them outside blocking the door, and kids in the bathroom getting jumped on, beat up, ganged up on, what you think a kid gonna do? What you think? You think kids ain't gonna hold their protection on them? Everybody ain't trying to do that. So this is my point to people. A lie doesn't even have to be pushed to get this case. That's my point to everybody. My point to everybody is the truth stand on its own merits in this case. On its own merits, the truth stand on its own merits in this case. Right? Think about what I just said. The truth stand on its own merits. So that's why I said, when they lied about that video, you don't have to lie about no video. You have to lie about no video. When they ask you, why did Karmelo Anthony have a knife? Bro, do y'all not see all the stuff that goes on in these schools every single day? The teachers don't have no control over this situation. Obviously, the coaches ain't have no control. Ain't nobody asked about the coaches. Think about this. This whole trial, nobody asked about the responsibility of the coaches, the staff, the medical staff, none of those people that was on the scene. They didn't ask about any of that stuff. I have a problem with that. Right? And this is the type of stuff you see going on, but the parents don't know this. They don't know that their kids be involved in a lot of this stuff. So when they ask a question, which is why I don't like what Karmelo Anthony's lawyers did, period. Karmelo Anthony's lawyers should have dug all the way in this case and said, well, we need to ask, what's the reason why he had a knife on him?
Thank you. Where is that conversation? That conversation did not happen at all. Why did he have a knife? Because that is the biggest point of contention. Everybody's like, he should not have had a knife. And that's one thing I think that's going to happen. That's going to change a lot of like school things. That the people are going to be like, now you're going to have Frisco getting patted down when they go in. I think that people thought they were safe. You know, that's something Dallas County does, have to have metal detectors. But now with this going the way it went, I believe that all track meets and things like that are going to have metal detectors. Let's go.
I can show you numerous situations in schools where it's bullying tactics that's going on with these kids. Where these kids are getting ganged up on in the bathroom. Kids are surrounding the door. Kids are sitting there videoing it, watching these kids getting beat up and pounded out around these schools. And some people ain't fighters. They can't defend themselves, so they get scared. They carry things on them. All these type of things should have been presented in the court, period. And to the person who said I'm making excuses for illegal weapons, I'm not making excuses for illegal weapons. You need to understand the reality of America. In America, over 200,000 students every month take illegal weapons to school because of bullying tactics. But they don't tell y'all this. They don't tell y'all this. They don't tell y'all this. They don't tell y'all that over 200,000 students in the high school system a month in the United States of America take a knife, a gun, or a weapon to school because they're being bullied. They won't tell y'all this. They won't put out real information to y'all. Like Karmelo. If you've never been expelled, like Karmelo. If you don't cause problems, like Karmelo. If you're a straight A student, like Karmelo. Why is nobody asking, why did this guy need a knife at school? They're not asking the real questions. They're not asking, hey man, were you bullied? What happened?
Yeah, like I was saying, like, okay, why wasn't there like a teacher to say, hey, you know what kind of student was Karmelo? What kind of a kid was he? What kind of a behavior? If he wasn't there going to be a characteristic witness for himself, where were the characteristic witnesses for Karmelo? I get it. It's up to the prosecution to prove his non-innocence, but what happened to just the proof of the character of the witness of the defendant? You know, I think that the defense just they didn't really present a really strong case, and I really feel sorry that that's going to have some holding on his sentencing because they did not fight as hard as they could. They just chose the lesser charge. They allowed this judge to kind of like want to push things through fast, and they just it just seemed like they just gave up really fast or really quickly. I don't know.
But I'm sure I can show you a million examples every single day, a million of why it's necessary. I can show it to you, and it won't even be a question. I can show it to you. Look at the kids in there recording. You got kids in there recording versus trying to break this stuff up. Immediately, the proper authorities to come handle the situation. A lot of these teachers ain't even moving fast. They just standing around watching. A kid, you go to school and you gotta live like a savage in school. A savage in school. Look at this.
You see how these people, the kids are getting bullying each other, fighting each other, and always there are cameras whipped out. So I don't get it why there was no other camera footage than that security footage. That neither side wanted to show that footage. That's what it sounded like to me. Because then it would have shown a lot more information, probably on both ends. But at least we would have got a better picture. I'm sure that this stuff is all going to come out once this case is over. The camera footage that people had. The one kid saying he faked like he was taking pictures of it. Like who fakes and fake videotape something? They just didn't want to show the video. Prosecution got hold of that guy, made him a witness for their side, and then silenced that video.
This is in the class. Do you not know how a student can get hurt if his head fall on the edge of one of those tables? Or the pointiness on one of those chairs that fell upside down? This is what I'm showing people. And all these are different schools I'm showing y'all. And the parents don't know all this stuff is going on. You don't know your kid is egging this stuff on. Y'all sitting over, a lot of y'all sitting over here talking shit about Karmelo Anthony, and your kid is at school helping bully somebody else. And you don't even know it. They one of the ones in the bathroom that's filming, that's holding the door, blocking this shit. They don't even know. No, that's two dudes. That's a dude with long hair beating up on another guy. So this is what I'm saying, that people don't understand this, bro. That's why I said that goofy ass dude ain't got to put no life. How about the kid in New York that was 15 that went to the park and got beat up, punched on, shot, and killed just the other week at the basketball court? Think about what I'm saying. They're not talking to y'all about this stuff, though.
And here's another thing I think that they should have also brought into the consideration is that why was it the students that are trying to exit out this person from their tent? Why wasn't it the coach? You want to know why? The coaches weren't there. So there's some responsibility that lies upon the coaches for them stepping away from those kids and not having at least one adult present, so that when that kid was trying to enforce the law underneath that tent, there should have been an adult there that said, okay, he will not leave. Then it wouldn't have went down into a fight of like, well, I'm gonna remove you because that he's not a security guard. No touching. Nobody should be putting their hands on each other. Nobody should be stabbing each other. All this whole thing really could have been avoided with the right adult supervision.
Right?
Exactly.
So the person who said manslaughter, you're not listening. The judge already ruled on it. The judge already ruled that manslaughter is on the table. Let me show you. The judge already ruled. Now, the judge could have went down lower, but he already ruled that manslaughter is on the table. The jury can convict of lesser charge of manslaughter, but not criminally neglect homicide. Now, the criminally neglected homicide would have been the least charge he could get, and that's under like 2 years. The manslaughter takes him from being in there for life and only maxes him out at 20 years. So it goes from 2 to 20 years of manslaughter, right? So Anthony's defense, it says attorney, has also objected to jury instructions not including criminal negligence homicide as a lesser charge that the jury could consider. Prosecutor Bill Worski argued that the criminally negligent homicide should not be an option for the jury because there is not any evidence in the record that the defendant was unaware that his actions could lead to death. That's another thing. And I'm gonna tell you,
how do they know that? When this is what's crazy is that he said he's not gonna die. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't even think that it was possible for him to even have killed Austin. From basically, he probably thought the knife was too small. Whoever knows, or that he didn't stab him in a place that was dangerous enough to. So negligent homicide probably would have been the closest thing, but he already knew that the jury didn't want to convict him for any lesser charge than a 5 year. They didn't want to do a 5 year. They already said that, or during jury selection, they were not going to opt for that time frame. And negligent homicide would have put them down in the 2 year, 5 year sentence, and they probably wouldn't have chose that, and probably would have gotten life. So manslaughter was probably the closest thing that he could get to probably make it a fair trial. because they wasn't going to go for negligent homicide. That was going to be a waste of time to even try to bring that case up like that. Let's go.
Tell y'all something. That's why I told you I don't like Karmelo Anthony's lawyers. His lawyers should have been arguing all this stuff. This is why you bring up everything in court. When you have a chance to present your side, they were supposed to be bringing experts, everything in there, bro. I'm like, yo, what the hell is going on? What is all the money being used for? You supposed to have bully experts, all this stuff, right? You're supposed to have experts and people who would talk to Karmelo and who have analyzed Karmelo, all this, right? This is what they should have did. They didn't do any of this. That's the problem I have with his team, right? So when you look at this, like if the late great, if Johnny Cochran was alive, we'd have a whole different case. Johnny Cochran having everybody in there. The defense would have been out there for almost 2 weeks, calling witnesses, people who examined. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
But see, here's the thing. Once again, I want to get into the fact that that lawyer, or that judge, from the beginning said, this is not going to last no more than 2 weeks. And honey, he just to his word, he didn't reduce it down even further than that, and told the jury, hey, if y'all take too long, I'm gonna make it so that y'all can't be on the internet. I'm gonna put y'all at the hotels, and your life's gonna be miserable. So yeah, this whole thing, even chose to have court on Saturday. The whole objective, he got to get that courthouse open back again for other cases. They're losing a lot of money every day by having this case there, taking up other courtrooms. So he has to rush it through.
I can go down a whole list of things that they would have pulled up. Right? So basically, it says, in addition, in the last paragraph, it says, in addition to the murder charge, which is a first-degree felony, the jury will be able to consider convicting Anthony of the lesser, right, of the lesser manslaughter charge. According to Texas law, murder is when the defendant intentionally or knowingly causes the death of an individual, while manslaughter is when the defendant recklessly causes the death of an individual, right? Right? And people who say they bought a new house, that's a lie. With the money, that's a lie. That's a lie. Y'all putting these lies out. The people who said in the comment section that he bought a new house with the money, that's a lie. Why lie? You don't have to lie. I told you, this is both sides. You don't have to lie to get your point off. You don't have to lie.
And on top of that, they didn't even have access to the money on the Give, Send, Go or GoFundMe or whatever it was. They didn't have access to the money for the longest. I don't even think they even have that. I don't know if they have access now, but they didn't have access to that money. So their moving was not even coming out of their pocket, out of that money. It was coming out of their own pocket.
You literally don't have to lie, right? You don't have to lie, right? It's sad people lying like this. And people just come out here just lying. I'm going to prove that right now too. Hold on. I seen it in the comment section. Hold on. I seen this in the comment section. Talking about they use the donation money to buy a new house. That's a lie. And I'm about to prove it right now. Hold on. I'm about to prove that right now. You guys, bro, why are y'all so hip on lying in here, man? I really want to know that, man. Why is y'all so hip on lying? It don't make no sense to me. Read your screen right there. Read your screen right there. That's a lie. No, I said, did Karmelo Anthony family use donation money to buy a new house? No, the family of Karmelo Anthony did not use donation money to buy a new house. Fact checkers like Snoops and local journalists confirmed that the viral claims accusing the family of buying a new luxury home or vehicles using crowdfunded money are false. The real intentions behind the relocation, safety, and relocation. Following the incident and intense national media attention, the Anthony family faced severe online and local backlash, including targeted racist threats. The family acknowledged they intended to look into safer living arrangements, specifically renting a home in a secure, gated community rather than buying a house to protect their younger children.
And here's another situation too, is that even during this whole trial, people were actually doxing the reporters that were reporting. They are first of all, the reporters that were black got automatically said that they were Karmelo Anthony supporters, and then the young lady, I'm not going to say her name, was actually sending her people to dox their house and to go to people were going to some people's houses. So that's not far-fetched to think that, yeah, they probably were getting death threats and having people come to their house when this whole thing went down. Because they're doing it to the reporters that are on the ground as we speak right now. But let's take a segue into the show that happened yesterday with Watching the World, where we had Calvin Johnson even break this thing down further. Let's go.
Things don't always come out the way they should, but we're going to look into that. So if you would like to come up, feel free to hit the link. I have started the link. In fact, I'm going to put the link on here again. Even if you were on last night, feel free to come up. When the police stop and find drugs in the car, everybody's going downtown. You see that? So this is happening to 12 years old. You know why? Because the parents are not being honest with the kids, right? It's quite natural they're going to pick up bad habits at school, but you have to really be aggressive in trying to tell your kid, listen, you got to play by the rules in this country because they will lock your behind up, believe me. So you have to try to get ahead of this storm. I mean, you really have to do it because once the system get their hands on you, you know, in some of these states, I heard down in Louisiana, they turn you into a working machine. So now you're not even sitting in a cell. You're out there busting your behind, you know, kind of like they do in North Korea or some of these other places. This is a serious matter. And all we get sometimes from these cases, we hear he stabbed a guy. Nobody wants to talk about he was being bullied and they was going to bust his behind. I'm not saying that totally that's what's happening. I was set in court. It was very clear that they was going to somebody was roughing this kid up. I was in court. I heard it for myself. You can't come and tell me shit. I mean, I shouldn't have said that. You can't tell me. I was in court. The boy was getting roughed up. He's only 5'7". Okay? So for all of you that want to say this and that, and I already said he shouldn't have stabbed the guy, but we need to address the fact, right? I have nephews, right? They already know that they're not equal to everybody in society. So who's helping them navigate? The only solution is to lock them up, right? The mother I'm about to bring up right now, her son is locked up, right? Or maybe he's out, but she's going to tell her story. But we have to do better. And quite frankly, when we have these type of discussions, I don't want people coming through with no bull. This is not a time for that. So if you do that at this time, we're going to throw you out the chat right on your head, because I really need to get this message out there. We have to do better in investing in our family. Our lives are just a fleeting moment. Many of us, some of us are getting cut down with cancer, all sorts of issues. A lot of times, these young mothers, like my mother, they die from cancer. They leave a 15-year-old behind. That's a whole nother issue too. So now the 15-year-old don't have his mother anymore. I don't have to explain all this, right? But the child does not have an equal opportunity. So now he has to work much harder to be great, right? I heard a channel that I respected, right? She said on her channel, and quite frankly, I don't care. I'll go there, obviously, because I think anybody that's a thinking man or woman is going to get what I'm saying. She started talking about Austin is amazing. He was running fast and he could leap mountains in one leap. Karmelo, his grade point average is garbage. He can't run. In court, we learned something different. The guy could run his butt off. You know what I mean? But see, you see how at a high level people are pushing these narratives, and we have to wake up from it. And I don't want to preach about this too long. I'm going to cut here, but I hope that we can somehow do better as people and not result to violence. But you have to, at the end of the day, you have to go home. So I want to know from you guys, what's your solution? What should he have done? Okay. There's a guy in the chat saying he wasn't surrounded. The lady just gave you a testimony that someone testified that he was. Oh, that has to be a lie, because I was over on WWW today, and I love them so much. They would never lie to me. So, yeah, that can't be true. So I say all of that to say this before I bring up our guest. In most cases, I guarantee you won't have the money to pay for a murder case.
First of all, let me tell you something. The family did not use that money to buy that. We rewind the tape, guys. We just covered that 5 minutes ago. That was a falsehood. See, a lot of people are watching these channels and they're getting a bunch of nonsense told to them. That's why I decided to cover this thing, so I can find the truth tellers in the whole matter that's not going to be partial to one side. Let's go.
Right. You're not going to have the money to pay for any of these lawyers that are charging you at minimum $3.50 an hour. Okay. Most people don't think about it until they get in trouble, though. Now they're calling around the family. People they haven't seen in years could care less about, hey, can you get my boy out? He got locked up. Oh, what was he doing? You know? Okay.
And I'm going to say this. Another thing that people don't realize is that a murder trial for that's $100,000 at best. Like legally to defend that. I know people, 45,000 for robbery cases. Like it's a lot. Criminal attorneys they are racking it up. You hear me? And you're not gonna get an attorney to cover your case for less than. Okay, so if he did have to get a public defender, which it seemed like it's obvious in this case, I don't think he ever got access to that give, send, go money. So, and I already covered that earlier. People are getting a lot of false information out here, and they need to stop with the lies.
The opportunities are often less, and college doesn't come easy because student loans, my background's in finance. I had clients that were doctors, 65 years old, $180,000 student loan. What the hell? You 65 years old, you have $180,000 student loan.
Good luck if you to pay that off. And once again, looks like he might not only be up for murder, that there is now a consideration of manslaughter. So everybody that keeps saying murder is murder, guess what? There might be a lesser charge of manslaughter on the table, as I reported a couple minutes earlier, if you rewind the tape. So let's go.
Let that sink in. I'm not going to preach tonight, folks, but this case has got me in my feelings a bit, so I'm going to back away from it. All right. But anyway, let's bring up the guests and keep it moving. All right. So, we got the twins in the house. Shout out to you guys. All
Hey,
right.
Neil.
What's up? How are you?
We are doing good. I know you just said you're going to bag away from the Karmelo Anthony.
No. That's me. That's me.
Yeah.
You guys can flow. You have the floor. I'm just saying I did my little spiel, and I'm just chilling out for now. So go ahead and go.
Yeah.
Tell us who you guys are. Introduce yourself.
So I'm Dewandria. This is my twin, Dewandria.
So did I. I said that this was not a first-degree murder charge. It was not. And if they still opt for first-degree murder, I know something. If they have the option of manslaughter and they still jump to first-degree murder, I know something's up. But let's go.
We are residents of Collin County, the same county that Karmelo is being prosecuted in. And there's an issue going on with my son, kind of similar to Karmelo. But before I touch on that, Mel, I want to talk about the defense attorney. I want to say at first, when I heard that he rested his case so quickly, I'm not gonna lie, it made me feel a certain type of way, because I felt like, where is the fight that we're looking for? But when I went to the courthouse and I, gathered around some of the protesters, I understood that really all the defense needed was to prove reasonable doubt. And I feel like they did that. For many reasons. There's speculation, even though social media isn't important, they're putting rumors and things out here that, hey, there could be a video, he's getting jumped on, this is happening. And then you have the prosecution with a video that's not clear, it's not consistent, and you really can't see what goes on under that tent. So it boils down to the initial investigation that should have occurred. These are children that we're talking about, and everybody knows that children, they do one thing. They like the social media. They like to record. That officer, the detective, a person died. So if you're serious about getting to the bottom of it, taking that phone, looking through it with your eyes can only see so much. That wasn't enough. And they had a year, Mel, to, take those phones. That what the defense attorney spoke on yesterday, the device that they put on there, and it can retract, everything that has possibly been deleted. It could have done that. And I feel like that's what the defense attorney, that's where he was creating reasonable doubt at. He's like, did you guys take that phone? Did you do a thorough search? He brought, witnesses up that, everybody, their statements are contradicting. Some people are saying this happened this way. They're saying it happened this way. Even, with the defense attorney, if the prosecutor kind of tried to tie him up, one thing for sure that we all know, we all don't know if there's a video or not, but one thing that for sure that we all know is we really don't know what happened under that tent. And so something, I don't mean to cut her off, Neil, but I never heard, not once did the prosecution bring up for instance, like the DNA, the fingerprints. Did you guys test any of that for the fingerprints for the weapon, the DNA on the weapon? How did you guys prove that it was Karmelo's weapon? Initially, like, I don't care what he said. I can walk up and I can say that I did something to take up for her. But just because I say that doesn't mean anything when you have the facts to prove it. Where is all of the sufficient evidence that they were supposed to have? Like, y'all didn't do the testing for DNA or fingerprints or, nothing. You got all these witnesses and nobody sees this poke. Nobody can see it, right? Nobody.
And here's another thing. Where is the detective? Because wouldn't a detective have everybody's phone and be going through it? I've only heard from police officers and coaches and students. Where was the detective on the case? How come we don't hear from the detective and what his findings were? The autopsy, we did hear about the autopsy, but, the medical examiner. But, there's a lot that is missing from this case. I find it very, very odd. So let's
see this poke. Where's your investigation? Yeah, so, just when he rested the case, they made us realize that it's not the defense's, they don't have to prove the case. It's the prosecutor's job to prove the case. They just need to prove reasonable doubt. And I feel like they definitely did that with all the inconsistencies, the video not being there, speculation of there being a video. The video is the one that they did show is you can't really see anything. So that's my intake on that. And I spoke on that piece, Mel, regarding the video being blurry, because this is what I'm going through with my son. My son is 13 years old. He's never been in a fight, and I'm a single mom. They were at school. The gym was crowded. If you ever, been in school, well, I know we've all been in school, and you know how everybody is assigned to the gym for a specific period. it's like every kid that was assigned to gym in that day was on the floor playing basketball. It wasn't, like an actual game that was going on. The kids were just in the gym being kids. My son was playing with another kid. They fell, and my son ended up falling on top of the kid. And from when I talked to I kind of want to give it in order. I don't want to say what my son told me. He fell on top of the kid. Something happened. I got the call on May 6th, where the assistant principal told me that an incident had occurred at school. My son had been taken to a juvenile center. I had no idea where it was or what that was. And he told me that I would be able to pick my son up that same day. So, Mel, honestly, when he told me that, I didn't realize the severity of it. I'm like, okay, something happened. My kid to tell me. I get off work and I go by the place, and when I pull up, it gives jail vibes. It makes me feel like this is jail, especially when you walk in. You know how you look around and you can see like windows, and you can see like you can't get to the back or anything. I'm like, okay, what is this? But I tell the clerk, I said, hi, I'm here to pick up my son. And she said, did you get a call about him? I said, no, but the principal told me that I'd be able to pick him up today. And then she goes, well, he's going to have to stay here overnight, and he's going to see the judge in the morning, and then the judge will decide if he's released to you. So I got furious, Mel. I'm going to be honest. And I told her I was going to call that school and curse that principal out, because this principal is in charge of the disciplinary records and things for the kids. He controls what goes on with them when it happens. And I feel like in school, fights and things are common. If this is a procedure that you're used to, Mel, if you practice this, there is no room for you to give me false information. Why would you tell me that I could get my son from this place, and then I get down here and I'm basically being told, he's in jail for the night. He's going to have to stay here overnight. Like, I was worried. I was like, my baby has never been in anything like this. So I left there. They told me they could set me up with him for a 30-minute interview with him.
He got to get dressed out.
He has to get dressed out. They wanted him to change out of his clothes into, I can only imagine what it was. But in my mind, I'm like, this is my baby. So I leave there, Mel, because I had an appointment somewhere else. And while I was at that appointment, they decided to call me back, and they said, hey, we decided that we're going to keep your son up here with us so he doesn't have to dress out. We decided we're going to go ahead and release him to you. When will you be able to come and pick him up? And I told her, I said, well, I'm at an appointment right now. Hopefully I'll be out of here by 3:30 and I can come and get him. But that spoke volume to me, Mel, because they have kids, tons of kids that come in there, and they look at my baby and they see this kid is not a bad kid. Apparently, if they decided that they could release him to me and that he didn't have to go before a judge, because he's never really been in any trouble. So, Mel, I leave my appointment. We go to get my son, and I asked him, I said, son, what happened? He said, Mom, he put his hands on me. He said, he pulled my hair, and I asked him, bro, why did you pull my hair? And he said, he slapped the glasses off my face and told me, get the fuck off of me. He said, and I punched him 2 times, and then they pulled me up. He said, and they were holding me, and I told them to let me go, because if he got up to do anything else, then I didn't want them holding me. And so then he says, Mom, I said, how did you get here? What happened? He said, Mom, they brought me here in the back of the police truck. I said, did they put cuffs on you? And he said, yeah. And I said, did they put them in the front or the back? And he said, they put them in the front. And I said, son, were you crying? He was like, yeah. He was hysterical, especially when they told him that, well, when they put the cuffs on him and took him away from there. And so he said, Mom, what's going to happen to him? Because he hit me first. I said, did you tell them that he hit you first? He said, yes. He said, and they even told me that they saw him slap the glasses off my face, but they didn't see him pull my hair. And that my punishment was worse because of what happened the previous Friday. Now, I'm going to speak on that, Mel. Apparently, there was an incident that happened Friday where the two boys had, a minor argument. The principal, when he called me on the 6th, this is the first time that I learned anything about the incident. This incident happened, the argument, the first argument happened on May 1st. And I got the call on May 6th where I was introduced to anything that could have possibly happened on May 1st, okay? The assistant principal basically told me that something happened on the 1st. While they were conducting their investigation, it led up to this incident that happened with my son on the 6th. So I lost my...
This is showing exactly where parents need to be talking to their kids. Every day when my kids get out of school, I ask them how their day is. What happened? People need to be talking to their children.
I'm trying to get together because I've been taking a lot of notes. I asked for them to preserve all the evidence. My son told me that they told him that his punishment was worse because of what happened on the 1st. So I had to meet with the school following this. I immediately asked them to preserve all video footage. I want all witness statements. I want any and everything that was, used. I want the statements from the 1st, what happened on the 1st. And then I when I met with them at the school, when I met with the principal, the assistant principal, I said, listen, I said, the first time that I heard anything about what happened on May 1st was when you called me on the 6th. I said, when you called me, you made me feel like the boys were playing basketball. They fell, and my son just got mad and attacked this child. That's how I felt like you put it to me. I said, but he told me that, he told you that child hit him first. Did he tell you that the child hit him first? He says, well, it may have been mentioned about the self-defense, but again, we're not going to talk about the other student. We're here to talk about, I said, but no, I said, we need to talk about the other student. I said, because your investigation is not concluded. And even when we were in that meeting discussing the placement, because this is what the meeting was about, this was on the 7th. He said that obviously there needed to be more investigation done because we have now said that the other kid assaults my son first. Even though they already told my son, the assistant principal and the SRO officer told him that they could see the child slap the glasses off his face, but they didn't see him pull his hair. And his punishment was worse. So I also told them, I said, you guys didn't follow protocol. I said, if anything happened on the 1st, you should have reported that to me. If I needed to intervene, I could have done so. I could have, talked to my child. I said, but furthermore, I don't feel like I needed to because my child told me that he hasn't had any issues with this kid beyond that. I said, you guys had Monday to call me and you had Tuesday to call me. Today, I said, you called me on Wednesday to tell me about this incident. No one called me about anything. So, Mel, I question that. I tell them that I disagree, with their decision to place my son in DAEP because they charged him. I failed to say this. They charged him with assault with bodily injury, and that results in a mandatory DAEP placement.
Wait a minute. How old is he?
He's 13 years old.
Man, so look at this. A school fight turns into a charge of assault at the age of 13. Kid gets put into juvenile detention. He wasn't the one who initiated the fight, but because of the fact that I guess he won the fight, he gets put into juvenile. This is the type of stuff that's happening, guys.
He just turned 13 in March, and he's 7th grade. They charged him with assault with bodily injury, and they said that the child had a knot at the back of his head. So, Mel, they did give me the witness statements, and I did get 2 videos. I got 2 videos of the altercation. When I go through the witness statements, Mel, all 3, I think it's 3, is it 3D? Mm-hmm. It's 3 witness statements. All 3 witness statements say the child slapped my son's slapped his glasses off his face. And then my child hit him. All 3 witness statements say that. Okay. There is also a statement, an incident report that said that while they were playing basketball, the child fell onto his back. Okay, Mel, I want to point that out. That's important. The child fell on his back while they were playing basketball. So,
who's child?
Hi.
Hi.
So then, Mel, I go into the phase where I'm going to see.
So let me cut you off here, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to allow Calvin Johnson to ask you a few questions. Calvin, if you want to jump in a little bit, we're just covering the case. We just finished covering the case for today, but she's talking about her son. Somebody needs to be muted. And then we'll go to Shantae. Calvin?
Yes, I can hear it. Now I can hear you now.
Yeah, so you could ask her a question. I'm going to let you run the show for a minute.
So I was going to ask you questions about testimony that you heard today. Now, one of the things I wanted to know, it seemed like everybody was asking me about Hunter. It's true that he was supposed to testify today. Is that correct?
Well, that was the word on the street. According the lady that was actually in court today, she was here earlier. She left, but I can answer that question for you. Yeah. That wasn't the official word that came through the court, but that's what people were saying in the street. Okay. Some of the mainstream media.
So let me ask you some questions about today's witnesses. How many witnesses were called today?
3.
Okay. And what was the testimony of these 3 witnesses today?
Well, according to the witness that came on earlier in this show, maybe I can get her to come back, but she said it started off with a 17-year-old. And basically they just had a few brief questions. He was only on the stand for 30 minutes. I think we lost Calvin for a minute. I'm not sure what's happening here. All right.
I heard as well too. There was 3 witnesses, and that's what they came back as well.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us about it.
No, I'm seeing exactly what you're saying. That's exactly what they came back with from a lot of different platforms, media that were not the news media. They came back with the same thing that you said and that she said and everything like that. So it's just been a lot of, like, I agree with everything that you're saying and everything. Like, you're basically stating, like, the fact that, like, hey, yeah, he did have a knife. Like, you know, that Hello? Portion of the matter is. But at the same time, I do feel like there's a
Hello?
I feel like there's a
Can y'all hear me?
Hold on one second. Can you hear me,
But I
Calvin?
can hear y'all now. Jesus. I think this connection is bad. I can't hear y'all, so I'm going to have to go out and come back in, unfortunately, because of technical difficulties. Let me see.
Okay. All right. So go ahead.
According to what what his name is Officer Cortez said, that he basically was saying that it's not illegal to carry that. But I do understand that it is illegal to have it in this because due to the fact that it's school, it got to deal with school. It wasn't the school grounds, like he wasn't at school, but the property belongs to the school. So I agree with you in that sense of the matter, but at the same time, my opinion is that it was self-defense, because if you're gonna, like Calvin said yesterday, if you're gonna rile me up, I'm from the South too. If you're gonna rile me up, I'm going to do the same thing too. I'm just trying to protect myself behind the situation. And
okay, so I want,
can I also say this is that, see, this is the thing. It is part of the culture in Texas. This whole thing, like with weapons and stuff, it is a very known fact. When you talk about anybody from Texas, it is gun city, gun state, and everybody and their grandma they strapped up. It is the culture here to have some form of weapon. Everybody talks about how much guns they got. 4th of July, it sounds like a dang on like a war is happening going. You know what I'm saying? People are shooting pistols and all kind of artillery up in the air. And then this happens across America. People love to show off their weaponry during 4th of July, New Year's. So the culture in America is to have a weapon. Only other countries is that like not as prevalent, but America's culture is a culture of weapons. And I think that when there is no education, especially on knives, because knives are something a little bit different. You have to go through a concealed carry to have a gun. You don't have to go through any kind of thing to have a knife. And especially when you get out there closer to Mansfield and Frisco, there's all kind of fishing and different things like that. People do lakes, ponds, different things. People can have a knife for different reasons. So I don't think that he went there with this knife to stab somebody, but what I do think is that he knows he shouldn't have had that on the school grounds. But who knows if he why he had it, if he was being bullied in school, whatever's going on, whatever. But I think that they should have had that conversation during court. I don't understand why that didn't get discussed. I think it was like they tried to make it quick. Well, prosecution didn't necessarily prove their case, so like they wrapped it up quickly. Let's go.
I want to let the criminal defense attorney Calvin Johnson, he's going to chime in with you and run things for a little bit. Calvin, if you could ask them the questions. Above you is our dear Remedy. Her son is locked up at 12 years of age, so you could tap into that too. But anyway, nice to have you here, Calvin. Go ahead, you could talk. And also here we have Shantae at the bottom.
May I finish?
Yeah.
He's gonna chat with you now, so you'll be able to finish, but let him talk to you.
Let me address one thing first about bringing a knife onto the school grounds. You got to be extremely careful about that, even if it's not an actual campus, because school is not going on. When you bring a weapon on a school campus, that is basically can be considered for automatic expulsion for up to 180 days. So the campus administrators at that point, if you bring it on campus, they can actually have a hearing with you, and they can decide to basically expose you from the school, and they can send you to an alternative school for up to 180 days. Sometimes it's shorter, but they can do that. So that's one issue that you have that you got to be concerned with. Now, one of the things that I am concerned with when you have this situation is if it's a situation where, let's say, Austin grabs him and kind of does the football.
Okay, so Lovely, clearly you haven't been watching the news. Touch me and see what happens was not the words that he said. You need to go watch some different channels, or watch mine, the earlier videos on that. That was not the words. They both were going back and forth. Touch me and see what happened was not his exact words. So we have to give the right information. Even if it's in the chat, we're not going to be up here putting out false information. Let's go.
Thing with him and ends up on top of him, and Karmelo ends up stabbing him, or the knife ends up going in him because of that. You could see a situation where maybe Karmelo does not definitely intentionally stab this individual, and that happens. However, when you bring that knife onto an educational campus and you have it in your bag,
ask the question,
and you end up using it in some kind of shape, form, or fashion, we have to be careful because everybody isn't going to have our opinions about how we approach things. Like, for example, I'll tell people, if you touch me, maybe I'm going to be a little rowdy and I'm not going to put up with certain things. But when you have these juries sometimes, number one, don't look like us sometimes, A. And B, when you have these juries, you have to be extremely careful because you're going to have two issues that I think, if I'm concerned about Karmelo, these are my two concerns about him and his case. In terms of, if I'm the defense, if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to go in and I'm going to say he brought a knife onto a school event, onto an educational environment, campus that he's not supposed to have.
But
his words exactly were, if you want to move me, you're going to have to move me. That was what his words were.
Even though he did know the individual, Eddie, that's sitting under the tent, he is over at the other school's tent and he has the knife and he's not supposed to have the knife. And so they're probably going to try to turn that into something and try to say, hey, he's over at the other school's territory and he has the knife with him. So he went over there to do something. I'm telling you, that's how they're going to try to put that.
This was not about race. This was about kids having a certain aspect of power and feeling, because the coach told the people to step it up. Coaches weren't there, so they took it into their own hands to remove the person from the inside of the tent versus getting an adult. This is not about race. You guys, adults, are making it about race, and you should be ashamed of yourself.
The flip side to that is, I know Eddie. I have history with him. I'm just going to see how he's doing.
No, he didn't know.
And these folks,
as this title says, is that the possibility of charges is not going to be murder. There's a possibility of manslaughter, involuntary manslaughter. That is what the actual one of the charges have a chance of becoming. So let's go.
It's bothering me, and they don't have a right to touch me. So those are the things that you kind of go back and forth with. My whole concern is Karmelo didn't testify. Now, I always tell people, you have a Fifth Amendment right not to testify, so you don't have to testify. But when you're
the only one pushing race in this is the adults, not the kids. The adults are the ones that are pushing race. And like I said, you should be ashamed of yourself for pushing race as the primary example of why this happened. It could have been a black kid that was bigger than Karmelo Anthony that did the same exact thing. Get up out my tent. Rival schools, you know what I'm saying? Don't be up underneath my tent. This had everything to do with the tent and not race. This was them. This was a kid that was where they felt like, you listen, this is our school tent. You can't get up. You cannot be up over here. That's what it was about. So stop it.
Trying to walk somebody out and get them found out guilty, and you have some other student who has lost their life, you know, it gets a little harsh because they didn't sit and heard their boy's mama cry, and then they didn't even get to hear from Karmelo.
So then that's what Fox News said. Fox News said that the words were saying, if you want to move me, you're going to have to move me. That's what Fox News said. So, and accordingly, they were there during the testimony. Fox News said that he said, if you want to move me, you're going to have to move me. Welcome to the panel, Barack Drama.
What's happening? How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah. You know, I'm just addressing the fact that everybody wants to make it about race, and it's really the adults that are pushing this race narrative, and this is not about race. Anybody, especially if you have, say this was at a Dallas ISD school, and you have a rain incident that happens, and a person goes into a tent. This could have been a black kid that's a linebacker that came up to Karmelo and told him to get from up underneath their tent. And next thing you know, Karmelo, he pushes him, and Karmelo pulls a knife out and gets stabbed. You know what I'm saying? It could have happened no matter what color Austin Metcalf was and what color Karmelo Anthony was. But the adults that are much older than these kids are the ones pushing the race narrative, not the kids. No one in the witnesses said anything about black or white. This is all narratives being pushed by adults with agendas. They want to turn this case into their own racist agenda. And I think that people that are doing that should be ashamed of themselves.
Yeah, but what you're not understanding, I agree with you, but this country and a lot of things that happen, they only see it in black and white. They don't see it in unfortunately, they don't see it no other way. They try to make black and white out of everything. Instead of looking at it like what's right and wrong. Now, I was telling somebody the other day, they were saying, why was he at school with a knife? And I said, because these young kids, do I really got to answer that? I said, these young kids, when you get into a fight, they trying to jump you. And the police ain't around to protect you when something's going down. Because I've been in that situation. And then if you kill somebody or you hurt somebody, then they want to come after you. Because he was there.
In this case, the coaches weren't there. The coaches weren't there.
So if he would have been beating up the other guy, who's to say the other guy, his brother wouldn't have jumped on you? And there's some coon, I shouldn't call it that, but there's somebody, some red bone, but she's a MAGA moron. And she said, well, why was he at school with a weapon? And I said, lady, did you grow up in a white neighborhood or something? These kids is jumping people. Did you grow up in an upscale neighborhood? When you get into a fight with these kids and you start beating them, you fighting with 4 dudes. In my city, my mother had just died. I was coming home from my mother's funeral, and this little Spanish girl was fighting one-on-one with a black girl, and then like 10 black girls tried to jump her. I had to pull them off of her. They could have really hurt that girl. If that girl would have had a knife, she would have had every right to cut whoever. They tried. So when you ask a stupid question like, well, why are you carrying a knife? You got to be able to protect yourself, because it might not be you. It might be the other people. You want to elaborate on that?
I mean, I don't, but this is a track meet, there's rules. There's rules, when you go into there, there's a sign clearly posted that says no weapons, no food, no drinks, no this. So if he knowingly knows this and still has a knife in his backpack, that's the part that I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay,
because
but then what if you get into a fight and you by yourself and it's 10 people? Now what?
Well, that's then that's, I don't know.
Exactly.
Look, but here's the thing.
No, but go ahead.
Well, if they hurt you and kill you in that situation, then that's the difference. But here's the thing: even what Calvin says is that when if you get caught with a knife on school grounds, that's 101 day suspension. You have to go through a special expulsion. So just him having a knife was against the law of that the policies of that location. So even if he didn't stab somebody and got caught with the knife, guess what? He would have faced expulsion. So the bottom line is that no, he should not have had a knife on school grounds. Nobody should be carrying a knife on school grounds, period. So I don't agree with that.
Elaborate on that?
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, if you come out of the street, which I don't consider my street person, I don't consider myself a street person, but I understand the ideology. I'd rather go to jail than go to the hospital, because in some environments, because I've been in some hoods, you have to make that decision. There's a song that goes, "It's not safe where I'm from. It's better to be caught with it than without one," meaning a gun or something like that, because you could run into your ops could run into you, or it could just be somebody that you don't even know. One time, I don't really know the codes of the streets. One time I had on red Gucci pants, red Pradas, and a red bomb and a red scarf. And I was out in Brooklyn, a part of Brooklyn I'm not from. And the dudes came up in my face and said, "What's going on, big homie?" He wanted to start some smoke. They said they was Crips. Now I didn't know the code of the street at that time. because this is going back like 10 years ago, and to me, Blood and Crip was West Coast. I didn't know it was East Coast. So when I got up the street, somebody said, you know why they stepped to you, right? And I said, nah, why they stepped to me? He said, because you got all that red on. They thought you was a big homie of the ops. But they saw in your personality like you was non-confrontational, you was humble. That's why I didn't go nowhere. So that's why I said, if you don't come out of the streets or you never been in a bad situation, you could never relate to what he did. Because nobody wants to, first of all, I got a cousin that used to hit like Mike Tyson. And I remember when we was kids coming up, every time he fought with somebody, they pulled out something on or they tried to jump him. And he said it was because of his rep. So that's why kids do that. Nobody's, like at the end of the day, when you walk into a dark alley at night or you somewhere by yourself, there's nobody there to protect you. Now, I don't agree with this guy killing that young guy because, like I said, it's a mess for every family. But at the end of the day, until somebody can answer what you're supposed to do, if you by yourself and a bunch of people can attack you when there's no cops around, I don't disagree with them carrying something. Because everybody's saying what the law is, but nobody's saying how you protect yourself when you by yourself and they trying to jump. Girls do it all the time. Like I said, I had to pull all of these black girls, a little Spanish girl. I don't think it was nothing racial. I think it was girl stuff. But this little Spanish girl was getting jumped. And thank God I just happened to be coming up the street and they wasn't as strong as I was, but I couldn't hit them the way I would hit a man. I was just grabbing them and throwing them back. And I wasn't throwing them hard because I could have really hurt them. But once one
thing that you say is that you don't think it was about race. So in between those two people, it wasn't about race. But as an adult, you coming up, you immediately notice that the girl's Spanish and the other girls are black. And then say if there was a whole media storm about this whole situation, if she pulled out a knife and one of the girls got stabbed and died, everybody, all the adults would have been talking about that she was Spanish and they were black. And let's talk.
No, I'm not using it as a race.
I'm using it as an example.
No, but I'm using it as a description.
Right. What I'm trying to explain to you is that is what's happening in this case. Is that the kids that are involved are looking at that as don't touch me. You know what I'm saying? Don't move. If you want to move me about this thing, you're trying to tell me what to do. I'm not fixing to do it. It's raining. And then this guy decides that he wants to be the big boss and tell somebody to move out of the tent when he don't have no rule over nothing, you know. And it really should have been a coach that should have got called over there, but the coaches were too busy doing. The coaches were too busy getting batons and potluck dinners instead of watching the kids. So guess what happens? The kid decides to become the boss and take it upon himself to put his hands on another kid. And then this whole thing melee ensues. They both were in the wrong.
No, I'm not saying that.
One person was not any better than the other. One person unfortunately lost his life, and it was a very unfortunate event that happened here. I don't think he should not have had a knife at the track meet. Sorry.
No, he should not. I understand that, but you still haven't answered the question. What are you supposed to do in general? I'm not talking about in that case. If you're going somewhere and something jumps off that you didn't start and they try to jump you, how are you supposed to defend yourself?
Call the police.
No, you can't go. No, I just said if they're attacking you, you don't have. When you're attacking or they slam your phone on the ground. How you gonna? That's what I'm trying to see. It's obvious.
Listen, fights happen all the time in school, and people don't get stabbed behind.
Let me finish. You probably wasn't in that situation. I was in that situation. Why I wasn't able to get to a phone. I was walking through the wrong neighborhood. So
does that mean you should have a knife and stab somebody?
If I'm being jumped, yes, because somebody I was with was killed like that. Yes. If you haven't been in that kind of smoke, I can't have this conversation with you because you can't relate to it. You keep saying what the law is, but nobody's protecting you when they're coming at you. I'll debate that with anybody on the planet. I'll bring you through a rough neighborhood where I grew up at.
But they're not in a rough neighborhood. They're in Frisco, Texas. This is not a rough neighborhood.
Let me finish. It doesn't matter where it is. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. It doesn't matter where you are because it can happen anywhere. Anything can happen anywhere. You didn't see what happened last night? I'm in New York. They jumped a guy for wearing a San Antonio shirt last night. All he was doing was walking through New York City. He didn't have no weapons and they fucked him up. So that's what I'm trying to say. In those kind of situations, if you've never been in that situation and I'm not trying to come at you hard, then I can't have this conversation with you because I've been in that situation where
you're talking about places like New York City, everything that you.
No, it doesn't matter. You keep getting them mixed up. It doesn't matter where it is because people are people. I was in DR. I was in the Dominican Republic. and I was in a bad mood, and somebody told me don't walk through there holding your phone because they snatch phones. I was in such a bad mood. I wanted somebody to do it so I wanted to hurt somebody. So that's what I'm trying to explain. I put myself in that situation, and thank God nothing happened. But like I said, I can't have this conversation with you if you've never been in that situation. I've been in that situation.
Well, you know what? I know a person that can have the conversation with you. Welcome to the chat, Oculus.
Who is it?
Hey, how you doing? How you doing? Peace to everybody.
Peace.
Who are you? I'm Barack Obama. Who are you?
What do you say? I can't hear.
I said my name is Barack Obama. How are you doing? What is your name?
Oh, it's Oculus. How you doing?
Okay, yeah, I was telling her that I've been in situations. I'm not saying you got to agree with me. I'm saying where I'm coming from. I've been in situations in certain environments where there was no police around, and people came at me where I had to defend myself. So when you walking with a weapon, it's like I said, you're not walking with it necessarily to cause problems, but you want to get home. That's all I was saying. So I said, if you never, I was saying to her, if you never been, like I've been in situations where I almost got shot, where something I had nothing to do with, and then I was at a party and one of the dudes I was with got killed, and we didn't start nothing. We just walking through there. So I said, so if somebody has a weapon to protect themselves, I got no problem with it. And anybody that does, probably never. I want to put them in a situation that I was in, and then come back and holler at me. But go ahead.
No. I'm actually listening to the conversation, and I want to, see Genesis' side and your side, and I'm assuming.
No, there is. I'm looking at it from Karmelo's side. I'm not saying my side. I'm saying from his side. Like I said, I've been in situations where one time I was walking through a racist neighborhood, and I had some racists come at me. Then I was in a certain hood where I didn't belong, and it was my own people because I'm a Black American. And I didn't have nothing to defend myself. So thank God I got.
So you sided with the side of Karmelo and saying he had a position, and he was in a situation where he should have defended himself.
What I'm saying, I don't agree with him stabbing a dude. I don't agree with that. But I'm saying I understand it because when you by yourself and it's a crew, you don't know what's going to happen. That's all I'm trying to say. If I'm out there, because I've been in situations where I got jumped. I was fighting with some Latino bro. I mean, we cool now, but I got into a fight. I knocked one of them down, and 3 of them tried to jump me. If I'd have had that knife, I would have killed 2 of them. I've been in that. If you've never been in that situation,
so wasn't Karmelo jumped?
I'm not. You know what it is?
From what I understand, I don't think he was jumped. I think that there was.
But this is where the video suppression is coming in because he was jumped.
That's what I heard.
They were saying that he wasn't, and that there was an argument where everybody in the whole tent was telling him to leave the tent. So
yeah, but it's not your. But first of all, and I don't want to cut you off. It's not your place to do that. And second of all, if it's raining out there, if you had a little courtesy and a little compassion, that would have never happened. If somebody is standing out of the rain, and I don't know them, and they're coming in my space, I'll ask them, I'll slide them in a little area. And then I'll say, you're not supposed to be over here. I'm gonna give you a pass when the rain comes. And could you please, because this is our thing. People don't do that. People are very selfish, and they don't think about nobody but themselves. That's why that happened. If they had a little bit more compassion, this probably would have never happened in the first place. But go ahead.
That's where I agree. And somebody says, let me see what the audience is. Wharf 1110 says, would this discussion be happening if both parties were white or black? And here's the thing. The fact that they were high school students and the fact that this person that was 17 years old stabbed another high school student and ended in his death, resulted in his death. Yes, it would have been a big story. It would have been a discussion behind it. The difference is that the adults in the situation, once this happened and they found out that it was a black on white situation.
You keep going to black on white. That's a different issue.
Stop. Let me finish saying what I'm saying.
Sorry, go ahead.
He said, would this discussion be happening if both parties were white or black? I'm answering his question. What I'm saying is that the kids are not talking about white or black. It's the adults that are making it a white and black issue, because what happened is right after this happened, you had Jake, whatever his name is, came out there with the white nationalists and made it into a black and white issue.
Well, that's because, and I answered that already for you.
And then also Karmelo's family had a PR person that made it into a black and white issue. So it was the adults that turned this into black and white. The kids are just being kids and had an unfortunate event happen.
Anything that happened with two 17-year-olds at a high school, no matter what the race, and somebody result in death, this would be national news no matter what. 100%. Now,
But it's bigger.
the black or white thing is a sensationalized part of it in regards to what the adults are putting out there. But in regards to my stance, I like to look at things from a black and white perspective. We need to first assess who's primary aggressor. Because in any situation with self-defense on the table, the police and the legal system is looking for probable cause and primary aggressor, right? So, do I believe that the twins and the other two individuals that jumped Carmelo, which that video is being suppressed, but it might come out in the court proceedings, do I think that they were the primary aggressors?
It's not going to come out in the court proceedings. The court has they've already closed their case, and the jury is deliberating at this point.
Okay,
they've had their closing arguments, and it's now a jury. And I think that's why we're talking now, is because initially this was a first degree murder. Then after like the closing statements, the judge has approved consideration for manslaughter in the case.
Because it's not a murder. Do anybody know what the definition of murder means?
Yeah, that is premeditation. Like he went there with the goal of trying to stab somebody.
Right. So how's it murder if that wasn't the case?
Exactly. And that's what I agree to too. I've been saying since the very beginning this was a manslaughter case and not a murder case.
Yes, manslaughter that works because manslaughter, for those that don't know, manslaughter is you kill somebody unintentionally, and murder is you intended to kill somebody. So that's so my thing was, I don't think that young man went to kill somebody, but I do know how, like I said, I do know how dudes try to, I do know how, at least in my own experiences, when I'm beating somebody's ass, they trying to cut me or they trying to jump. The last 3 fights I got into, I almost got cut, shot, or jumped. So that's why I understand why he carries the weapon. And like I said, I gotta put the same people that's saying he shouldn't have had that in that situation that I was in, and I guarantee you they'll say, now I see why you was walking with that. Because if I would have had a weapon when I got into the incidents I had, I probably have a murder charge on me.
And we can't say that was his intent to protect himself, because we got to look at Texas being a southern state. We know a lot of these kids, a lot of these high schoolers go fishing, go camping, and they all carry a pocket knife. That is a normality inside of Texas. So we can say that he had the knife primarily as a result of him going and looking out and seeking. If somebody put their hands on him, I'm gonna stab him and gut him like a fish. No, we can't say that. But what we can say is, as a result of him having the knife, it resulted in the individual's death. Now, what I also can say is that, do I agree with his stance and do I agree with Anthony's position? I'm gonna be honest. I have to agree with what he did. 100%.
Only because he was by himself. I'm not agreeing
100%.
with him. Yeah, I'm not agreeing with him taking somebody's life. But like I said, I've been in that situation where I'm going at it with somebody and 4 dudes is coming at me, or 4 girls, whatever's coming at me, and they got something on them. I'm lucky to be here talking to you because, like I said, I was in situations where bad things could have happened to me. Thank the Lord I'm here, here talking about it. And I even ran into some of the people that I got into it with, because we grown now, but that was when we were younger, I guess around their age. But I'm just saying, I don't even know how to fix this, because somebody lost a child, and then other child might lose their freedom. I'm not even looking at it black and white. I'm looking at it as 2 families that are bonded for, like, they're part of a club nobody wants to be part of. And I don't, if he walks, then the other family is gonna feel. The Metcalf family is going to feel that that they weren't given a fair thing, and then if Karmelo gets convicted, they might say if it was reversed, it wouldn't have happened. So it's just a bad situation. And like I said, if people were a little bit more courteous to other people, that might not have happened. Sometimes people, when they get with their own people, and you on the outside looking in, or you're different from them, that's how they treat you.
Are we forgetting that he also told the twins, if you put your hands on me? Are we forgetting that part? They actually put their hands on them. Assault or battery is any unwanted physical contact. That means if I take my pinky toe and I touch your foot with it, that is considered assault. See, we try to make words for what we want them to mean versus looking at the words for what they actually mean. In law, they're going to look at what words mean, what they actually mean. That is assault. And does he have a right to defend himself, right, the way that he see fit? Now, what I'm going to say is that when you are defending yourself in law, you have to meet the opposition with equal or proportionate force in which they used against you. So if I put my finger on your leg, yes, it's assault, but do I get the right to blow your brains out? No, I do not, because that is not equal and proportionate force to what was actually used against me. Now, if they got to whooping his head like they did, they jumped him, do he get to use other means that's above what they actually did to him? First off, it's 4 people. Second off, it's only him by himself.
Exactly.
And third of all, he had the knife. And the knife is what ended the young man's life. So did he meet the threat with equal and proportionate force? No, because what? It was more of them than it was of him. It was him by himself.
Yep.
So this is the result. If we're looking at the legal system, people might not want to hear it, but it is the truth. And do I think he's going to get off on this? 100%. Am I glad that he took it to court and he took it to trial? I am. And do I agree and stand by what he did? Yes. Texas is a stand your ground state. It has castle doctrine.
I'm not sure if he's going to get off of it because it comes back to black and white. It's just my opinion. But
I do think he's going to get off on it 100%. 100%.
I feel that a part of me feels that he should, because like I said, unless you've been jumped, unless you walked in them, because I literally walked in them shoes where your life was on the line, and you ain't got nobody to fight for you but yourself. Because like I said, when I got jumped when I was his age by there was a Latino gang back then called God's Children. I dropped like 3 or 4 dudes because I had that skills back then, that skill set, and they just kept coming at me. If I would have had something on me, I would have cut them to death. You know,
the only thing that I find is different is this is on school grounds. You know,
doesn't matter. They don't care what they have.
Because if you go to listen, the moment that you step inside of a school, if you don't go to, like, okay, would you go to a basketball game with weapons in your body?
Yep, in certain neighborhoods, you damn right.
Yep, you definitely.
You know,
yep.
I don't
I'm from
know
Chicago.
where you from.
I would.
I don't know where
you're
you're from or what world you live in, but anything can happen anyway. That's my mindset. I'm not even safe in the police department because who could say a cop won't flip on me?
And it's the onus is not on the.
So even though this
he
clearly
wasn't technically
not to have a weapon inside that school, that you would risk going against the law.
I don't care.
Genesis, I think the mistake that Genesis is making is that she keeps saying inside the school. This happened outside of school hours at a track meet. Was it a school event? Yes, but it was outside of school hours. We're gonna say things for what
right.
they
So
are.
say you walk to a place, right, and then on the clearly posted before you go into there, it says. Just like when you go to a movie theater, you go anywhere, it says, hey, like no food out, no outside food.
So can I say this real quick?
People, listen, if you go onto a bus and they say no drinks and food, you ain't gonna bring drinks and food onto a bus.
Could I say this real quick, Genesis, if you don't mind?
Go ahead.
I would like to say this to everybody that's listening. Policy is different than law. What Genesis is speaking about is a policy. The policy does not have the force of the law. And if you're not following a policy, you are not breaking the law. There is a difference. Anytime you see a policy, if it was law, it would have a penal code under that noted sign that was at that track meet. It did not have a penal code under it. That is a policy.
Right, but
so did he break?
I never said that he broke the law. What I'm saying is that he is a track and field goer, so he knows what the policies are. They give that to you in the handbook when you join the track.
The policy it doesn't protect you. What you're not
it doesn't have the force of the law. If you ain't following the policy, you ain't breaking the law.
If you are a track thing and you're trying to become number one in track, you're not going to bring things like that.
Now, dude, will he might get banned off the school premises? Will he get banned from being at that school? Yes.
No,
but did he break the law?
But my thing is that listen, okay, you got everything going for you, right? You're a senior in high school. You're getting scholarships. You're a straight A student. You're gonna risk all that to bring a knife into a track meet for what?
Well, I would. You know what I would? Let me answer that. You know what I used to do? Because I learned this in.
And you can't say he didn't know he had the knife in his bag because he reached for it immediately.
Let me elaborate. What I used to do was I used to carry a sock, and I used to put two or three padlocks in it. There's no law against that. And if somebody would have ran up on me, I would have cracked their face with it.
100%.
Yeah,
when they tell you,
that's all I would have done.
When they tell you, I'm sorry. Okay, when they tell you, oh, you can't bring a gun in a church. Well, you can't bring a gun in the supermarket. If I bring the gun in the supermarket or the church, that is a policy. That is not the law. I want everybody to hear this. Always remember, Oculus said this. When you see anything that permits you from doing something, even if you in a courtroom, the only thing that makes it law is under whatever that sign is or whatever that information is, look for a penal code. That means it is the law, right? Policies.
Right. So, and I never argued that it was the law.
No, I'm not. But the way you made it sound, I just want for the viewing audience to hear it. In regards to him, he didn't break the law. And now why am I bringing up the law? In regards to, because right now he's facing a legal law situation. So the only thing that they're going to look at is what's on the law, what's under the books, not what their policy is. So did he do the right thing? I stand behind this young man. I support this young man. I did participate. I supported $1,000 towards his GoFundMe, 100%. I do believe that he stood his ground. He was being attacked. And I do believe that if he did have the right skin shade to keep him in the shade under that tent from the rain, this would have never happened. So I do think that they had intent by way of his skin tone. It's just the only thing is they fell on the backside of the book.
And another thing, Genesis, sometimes I don't think you live in reality because you have.
And Genesis, you know I like to agree with you because you say some pivotal stuff. You say some intelligent stuff. But this time, I don't know what your position is because you ain't telling me. But I agree with the one guy who talking. I'm on his side. My position is
okay. So let me tell you.
No. Before you go, before you elaborate, let me just say this. Sometimes I don't think you live in the world that I live in because you had the nerve to say to me they had Hispanics and Asians. Some of those on the West Coast, not where I'm from, some of those Hispanics was against affirmative action. You had a police officer who was Latino that said she wanted to lock up blacks just for the hell of it. What was her name? Ashley Gonzalez, whatever her name is. And then you had the nerve to say Asians who was against affirmative action. So why would you even say that? Those races. So
let me tell you.
No, let me finish. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let y'all talk. I said because those races are looking for white approval, and they're also not everybody, but they're also gatekeepers for white supremacy. So if you don't have an FBA type black like myself, or a radical black, or a black person that's not looking at it in black and white, then it doesn't make sense to be the jury. So go ahead. I'm landing my plane.
Okay, so let me elaborate on what I actually said. What I said that it was misinformation to say that there was an all-white jury. People were putting it out in the news that it was an all-white jury, and it's not an all-white jury. Now they might think white, hell, you can have black people that think white. What I'm saying is that it was misinformation, and that's what I'm going against is any misinformation about this case that's going on. When you're saying that a jury is 100% white, and in all the news things are saying, oh, there was no blacks and it's all white jury, that is wrong.
No, but
it was not an all-white jury.
No. When you have Asian and when you have Latino that think white, it's the same thing.
No, it's not.
No, to me, I'm speaking for myself.
No, I'm saying the word. I'm not saying what people think. I'm saying what people are, what their race is.
But Latino.
Hold on, you just told me that you don't think I live in the same world that you live in.
No, you don't. Yeah,
don't stop interrupting me. Stop. I don't want to have to mute you. What I'm saying is that you told just now. You said I don't think that you live in the same world as I do because you said that it was a Latino and Latino and Asian and Middle Eastern on the jury. And what I tried to explain to you, and that they are also white in their ideals. And I explained to you is that that's not what I like. I was not talking about their ideals. I was talking about their race. When you have a bunch of people at the time when the case was going on and they were doing jury selection, and I did that live stream, people were saying it's an all-white jury. And I said, no, it's not an all-white jury. There are Asians and Middle Eastern and other races on the jury. So that's what I said. So if that means I don't live in the same world because I know that that this is not a completely all white. So optically, it's not all white, blonde hair, blue eye, white people on a jury, that's not what the jury looks like. Then I don't know what world we're living in where we will then look at a jury that has people of other races and say, oh, well, that's an all white jury. What world are we in then?
Okay, can I elaborate on that?
Okay, I thought you already did. You said that the thoughts of
I'm elaborating on what you just said. You continue. What I'm trying to say to you is the fact that you even said that makes me say to myself, this girl, I don't know where she's from, or this woman, or what her ideology is, but that's what non-black means to some of us. It means Asian. It means
they didn't say Native black. They said all white.
No, I'm speaking for myself now. I'm not saying what they said. I'm saying for me. For some of us, especially the FBAs, the radical blacks, even some Caribbean people that know who they are, we feel that if you don't put one of us on there, you got somebody that's what's that word? The gatekeeper for white supremacy. These are the same type of people that was against affirmative action, that thought that what's that, DEI only benefited us. They put that mindset, which is no different than putting a Ku Klux Klan member.
Well, technically, if people were actually having that conversation, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Well, they didn't have that conversation.
They didn't. They were saying they were all white. Let me tell you something. I went to high school in an all-white Ohio town where there were no other races. It was white and black. So, it was a very small amount of blacks and mostly white. That's where I went to high school at. But I also grew up in Newark, New Jersey. Then I lived in Detroit, Michigan, almost like 90% black at the time. Then I moved to Texas. So what I'm trying to explain is, and see, Texas is a multicultural place where you have different people of different races. What their ideology is one thing. And when you say all white, like 100% white, I think that there's a big difference between 100% white, because then we can have the conversation of what the Asians think about us. Yeah, but then if we weren't saying it was an all-white jury, then that would have been the conversation. Well, Asians don't think about us.
Could I say something? This all fall under color of law.
We just had a Mr. Child situation that the guy got off on that. So what are we talking about?
Hold on. So this falls under color of law. When they do classify people based off of color of law, if the police is chasing a Asian man, they call it a white man. When they're chasing a Latin man, they're gonna call it a white male. Color of law classify these individuals in law as white people. This is a fact. So what the individual is saying, the gentleman is saying, is that whether they're Asian, whether they're Latino on the jury, it's still under the white ideology or the mindset of a Caucasian. So you know what I do for work, so I got to pick up somebody. So I got to mute up.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to explain to her. Like, the fact that you even said that, I'm like, yo, this girl must be from another planet.
And honey, that's wrong, because if a person is chasing the Asian, they pull over Asian, they're not going to say Caucasian, they're going to say Asian.
They'll say Asian, but they might say Asian like a Chinese. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Even if you say,
if you look up color of law, you'll see exactly what I'm saying.
Well, but I'm saying that when the police pull you over and they describe you, they're not going to say a Caucasian, because there is a distinction between an Asian and a Caucasian. They're going to say it's an Asian. He's a such and such Asian male. He's a such and such Latino male. Mm-hmm. Right. So let's not. Let's see. That's what I'm saying. You were saying color of law, but even when, I don't watch the police stuff enough. They'll say a Latino male, blah blah blah, X amount of time. He's an Asian male, blah blah blah. Where he's not going to say Caucasian, because that way they want to discriminate against them too. They want to get you for immigration. That's why they want to determine Asian versus Latino. And let me also say this. I'm not sure if you even realize this, that even in the jury selection, they brought up immigration. They brought up ICE. Mm-hmm. And those things were brought up, immigration and the police and all this different stuff. So why would they bring that up? Why? Because there was immigrant people on the in the thing.
Correct.
In the jury pool. So I believe, like I said, it wasn't that I was trying to say that the Asians are going to be more nicer to Karmelo Anthony. I think that they probably will try to, just to appease, and try to seem more accepted, of course, but what I also want to say is that, to categorize everybody as Caucasian is just incorrect.
I want to elaborate on that. There is that liberal white. I don't know if there's a lot of them out there. You have those liberal rights, white people that'll fight for you as a black person more than sometimes your own kind. But I don't look at Texas like that. I look at Texas like the kind of like Trumpish kind of white folks. And if I do a survey and say how many of you people supported Trump during the election, and let's say half of them said they did and half of them said they didn't, then I would know where I stand with the ones that said they did.
And let me just also say, in the racist town I grew up in, like that was mostly white, I come home from the military with my friends. One's Nicaraguan, Hispanic, and one is Filipino. When I knocked on my door, they were like, it's 3 black people, my family. They looked at it as black, light-skinned black people, even though they were clearly Asian and Latino. So certain, places like it's so black and white that, there's a big distinction. And if you're not white, you are something else and you're probably black. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's just in Ohio, for the black people.
No, that's correct. That's a Southern mentality. You are correct.
Right. So at Midwest, like, no, if you're not white, white is white. White is white, black is black. And then
I had a white looking Puerto Rican friend that I grew up like J-Lo. We were down in the South, and he was explaining to some Donald Trump type MAGA guy his ethnicity, and the guy said that's just a fancy name for another nigga. Excuse my language. But
right. So when you grow up in a racist place, those people are not considered nowhere near white, and they will get pulled over and fucked up just like anybody else. You know what I'm saying? Especially because, and then don't be an immigrant, you really gonna get fucked up. So they not cool with that. Like where I come from, where the racism is heavy, and then where it was black, it was really strong. And Middle Eastern, in the Middle Eastern population, they own most of the liquor stores and all those different. So they're kind of integrated somewhat into the black community. So there is a difference between. So when you see Middle Eastern, Asian, like they have their stores in the black community and this, that, the other. So even though they might be racist, you still interact with more Asians than you would say the white, because they have their stores, they have their liquor stores, their nail shops, all these things in the black community. So that's what I'm looking at, is that I think that they kept one esthetician that, I think she might be Asian, something like that. But
and I heard that they shut down that other guy that killed that kid. I heard they shut him down.
Yeah, and that was an Asian store. So I'm not over here like just delusional. I just don't agree with. We gotta like call it for what it is and tell the truth, and not say that they're all white. And then, but I want to really get into the fact that this might be a manslaughter charge.
It is a manslaughter.
Yeah. So I think that the thing that where we're gonna probably see if people start to riot or go crazy, because right now I think there's hundreds of people. Based on these images from Fox News, they're showing that people are crowding, waiting for the verdict, and this is more people than has been there before.
It's an ugly situation, because I kind of feel bad for the guy that died over nonsense, but then on the flip side, I don't want to see another black man go to jail for basically defending himself.
He's definitely going to go to jail. They're not. They already said that in the jury pool. They're not there. He's not, and he's not going to get 5 years. They already said that they prosecutor made sure to get rid of anybody that said that they would be willing to understand what the defense said if it goes down to a lesser charge. Got rid of everybody that said that they would give him a pass for that. So
if I was on a jury,
people that are leftovers are the ones that said no, 5 years would not be enough. Even though he's gotten a lesser charge for murder and he might get manslaughter, I believe they're going to go for the higher thing of manslaughter, not like the lower time frame.
If I was on a jury, and let's say they showed the tape, but they tried to jump him, it'll be not guilty.
Yeah, but you ain't on it, so
no, they don't. Every time I went to court, when jury duty, they never selected me. One time I wanted them to select me because half the people that was there didn't want to be there. I didn't mind being there. They told me thank you, but no thanks. Every time I went, I did.
So I want to see if he talks a little bit more about this manslaughter situation.
In the year of 2020, in the year of 2026, nigga just lying for no reason. And I told y'all about the other man lying talking about, yeah, man, Karmelo, he tried to leave 2 times. That's a lie. Karmelo's own lawyer says right here in the quotes. And just now, the jury's deliberating right now, y'all. We're in jury deliberation right now. The jury is deliberating right now. Look at this. His own lawyer said, hey, man, if he would have walked away and took a chance, what do you think would have happened? Right? Think about this. So how can this guy come out and tell y'all, yeah, man, he tried to get away twice. And they pulled him back in? That's a lie. His own attorney just said in the closing statements, these guys are much bigger than you. Do you turn your back and walk away and take a chance at these teenage boys with their raging hormones? Question mark. Read it. Read it. And no, this is not lies that's in the court. This is lies from niggas out the court. So this can't be used for a mistrial. These are lies that people just telling to go viral. To go viral. That's the lies these people telling to go viral.
And that's the thing I'm really trying to get rid of, all the lies that are being told about this whole case. People are lying.
And somebody sent me a picture, suppose, I don't know if it's AI, of Austin's parents hanging out with the judge and the DA. I don't know how true it is or if it's accurate, but somebody from which is pretty accurate, the new Black Panther Party, they posted that.
Right. So who knows? I don't know how true that is, but
they've been pretty accurate with them. I mean, 99% of the time since I'm gonna say 100% of the time I've been dealing with them, they've been accurate. They don't make up stuff. They're just I don't want to say anti-government, but they stay on top of Black issues. So I would take their word for that, that they, because a lot of times in those little towns, a lot of them be friends with each other. Mm-hmm. This one owe that one a favor, that one owe this one a favor. I've seen that. Well,
I think the biggest case that's happening in this situation is that, and this is the sad part, that they're rushing this whole trial. They're rushing through it because they have isolated the whole courthouse to only do this trial. So the judge is trying to quickly, swiftly, briefly go through this really fast so that they can get the courthouse back open for other cases that are being withheld during this time. That's why he said, well, this case should go no longer than two weeks.
Yeah,
he's pushing that issue. He's pushing that. That's why it's only been a week and we're in jury deliberation. He is not trying to, he even made this so that they have court on Saturday. That's how fast, because you know what? Every day that they had this case is causing Collin County a lot of money that they would be getting from different cases, traffic tickets, this, that, the other, pushing back those other court cases. So if anybody thinks that he's trying to do this because he wants to cut down on all the verdict, the verdict is in. It is?
Yeah, so I heard it. I was going to say to you, they said the verdict is in. I didn't hear no details.
Let me look and see about the verdict is in. But let me play this while I'm looking at the verdict, looking for the verdict. Let's go.
Do I think he meant to kill the boy? No. But my whole point is that capping ass dudes like this and other people don't have to lie and make up situations in order to get your point across. That's my whole point, y'all. That's my whole point. You don't have to lie about that shit. Just keep it real. I think it was that simple. I told y'all, in this world we live in, people put D's on everything, man. They nigga put dubs on that shit. People put dubs on a hoopty. Period. Right? Think about what I'm saying to y'all. Think about what I'm saying to everybody. Listen to this video. right?
Jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge to first-degree murder. Obviously, manslaughter is a reckless killing. Meanwhile, murder includes the intent that this was deliberate, that he intended to do this. So that is the question here. Was this intentional, or was this kind of just a quick reaction to fearing for his safety and claiming self-defense? So we're going to see which way the jury leans with this.
And depending on what the young man is found guilty of, that changes the range of punishment. Murder is 5 to 99 years. The manslaughter charge carries 2 to 20 years. And so this jury will ultimately also decide his punishment fate. Once the verdict is announced, the punishment phase should start today because of the time.
Oh yeah,
that the
that's right. It's punishment phase too. Yeah.
So the punishment phase should start this afternoon, and then certainly tomorrow it will continue. And
man, this is sad. Look at all these people outside wilding out. This is crazy.
They're not wild. They're just standing around. I don't see them wilding out.
Oh, you don't see them yelling at each other in each other's face? Let me like zoom out. Let me.
They're emotional. I mean, they're emotional because, like I said, they might. Because, like I said, it seems like when it's a black person and a white person, or somebody that's not black, it don't work in our favor.
To reach a decision later on at 4, then that would happen tomorrow. So it looks like things have moved quickly, as we've said. It's hard to believe that just last Monday was really jury selection, and now the jury has come to a decision, which we're going to find out in 4 minutes. So hopefully this starts right on time at 2:05. But as we're watching right now, live pictures of people protesting, of tensions escalating, of just kind of a hostile picture that we're seeing right here. Something also important to note, I mean, this has been a racially charged case, right? And the defense has argued this was not about race. Race is not at play here. But as we can see here, I mean, you see people who say, no, race is at the center of all of this.
Well, and
I don't know what's going on. Those guys are like jumping, he was screaming, jumping. The guy's acting out. I don't want to say it. Ashley Kane, thank you so much for the fight. Say, hey, please go back and read messages. This has been all week. The defense had 2 witnesses and didn't go well. The family.
Oh my God! Look at this. This is crazy. What are we doing?
I heard it was bad. I don't know what's up with this dude. I heard it was really, really bad.
Oh Lord!
All the witnesses were basically saying. I had a snippet here. I could find it. The witnesses were just basically saying,
what is going on?
Let's see here.
Oh my God!
The defense argued Metcalf was bigger than
what
Anthony.
I'm saying? It is the black.
These guys are much bigger than
not the black folks.
you.
But it's the adults.
Do you turn your back and walk away? Yeah, no, I mean,
it's the adults. See, the kids that are involved with this, they're not doing all this. It is us adults that need to get a grip, man. Arguing in each other's face, screaming and hollering and jumping. This ain't what's up with this.
They might burn. I hope they don't burn the city down.
Let's see if I can find it.
Out there challenge, and that has been a sticking point for people who support Karmelo Anthony.
Right. There were 3 potential black jurors who could have been on the jury.
And that's the thing. It was an all-white jury too, right?
A few of them are educators, and so they felt that they could not
all-white jury.
Be a part of the jury. So there was some controversy surrounding that decision there. I feel as though we should probably give some background information as we await for, the jury to announce its verdict. This was a 12-person jury. There were 6 alternates. That included 11 women and 7 men. No black jurors, which really was led to controversy. I mean, some people felt like because this case is racially charged that there should have been black jurors there.
I agree.
This all happened in 2025. This was during a track meet in Frisco at Centennial High School. Carmelo Anthony was sitting under the Memorial High School team tent, and something.
Well, you see how long it took for the police to even get that police should have been broke that whole argument up. This is the thing. This is the part I don't like, is that the adults are making it about race. This is not a racial thing. You know, we're making it about race.
It is about race.
It's about this is if we make it into race.
No, they didn't pick no black jurors. That I think that's a coincidence.
Well,
not a coincidence. That's my opinion.
Well, the prosecutor is going to pick the people that's going to help him win the case.
Yeah, but he only picked white folks. That's my point. He didn't pick nobody black.
He didn't only pick white folks. He
Say
picked,
what?
and then when
you say that, when you say to me, like I said, when you're talking in general, I agree with you. But when you're talking to me, when you pick, like I said, Asians, Latinos, that's white to me. That's white. That's communities of color looking for white approval. That's not black. That's
but
why a lot of
demographic-wise, I think I saw 9 to 10% of the population.
That's why.
Let me see
a
again.
lot of the, if you're on social media, a lot of the,
and there was going to be, I think, some black, but then I guess they just decided they can't be on there for whatever reason. 45% white.
They chose not to let those 3 black people get on there because they were teachers. That's what the prosecutor said.
28 to 33%.
What's
Asian,
wrong with them being teachers? What
9
does that
to
mean?
10% black.
Because a teacher is going to identify with the fact of like a young kid, make it, they're going to use that antidote. So that's like a person, like say if I go up for a DWI, you say, well, how many people have you guys had a DWI? And like those people, 3 people raise their hand. If you're the prosecutor, you're gonna strike those jurors. Why? Because you don't want no one to be able to
well, I wouldn't agree to that.
with the defendant.
As a defense attorney, I wouldn't agree to no. I would not have agreed to an all non-black jury. I wouldn't agree to that.
You don't have a choice. The prosecutor makes the final decision, and the judge, you could try to argue it to the judge, but if the judge lets it go, then you have no choice.
No, then I'll make it an issue.
Well, he did make it an issue, and then the prosecutor was able to win the issue. So you don't have a choice. That's what I'm saying. The prosecutor gets, like, if the judge doesn't he tried to argue that, hey, he's doing this because of race, and then the prosecutor would say, no, it's about their teachers. And then he said, well, there's another teacher on the thing. Well, that's an esthetician, not a high school. And then they had a whole they had an actual piece of paper that they had to fill out that showed that they asked a questionnaire, and based on those things in the questionnaire, they struck people based on specific criteria. And if that was one of the criteria, is no teachers. So that's the thing, is that people are making it about, oh, it's white and black, but no, they didn't fit the criteria. Let's go.
That's their opinion. I disagree.
So majority white over there.
Don, it seems like there's a lot of tension.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to step out of the way so that you can actually get a better view for what we are seeing here right now. We're about 20 feet away from the other camera angle that you guys have been seeing at this moment. Can you guys hear me in the studio? Can you guys hear me back at the studio?
Look at that. Oh, yeah, they're pissed, man. Wait till the verdict
so
goes
I'm
back.
standing about 20 feet back from where that other camera angle is, where you've been seeing some of these live pictures. So we're kind of standing behind the crowd. I can tell you that there are barricades that are lined up right at the end of this driveway that has been closed off the entire time this trial has been in session, to try to minimize the amount of people who are driving through and accessing this area that leads into the front of the courthouse. I can tell you that just within the past few seconds, I've noticed some of the crowd disperse a little bit. I can tell you that it appears that we have a heightened police presence that has shown up within the past few seconds. Seems like they're trying to show kind of some unification here in front of those barricades. I'm counting about, looks like at least 7 or 8 uniformed officers right on the other side of that barricade, separating this crowd to the entrance of the courthouse. Of course, emotions running high as we get into now just past 2:05 p.m. when we know members of the media were going to be allowed back inside the courtroom to hear what that verdict is. I can tell you, when I first got here a few minutes ago, when we heard that a verdict was going to be announced, people were initially scattered out of the way, kind of standing under trees since it is so hot out here. When they heard that there was a verdict that had been reached, that's when you started to see people, some of them running towards the front here to kind of get a spot as close as they can. And then they began chanting, many of them talking about justice for Karmelo. I'm going to throw it back to you in the studio.
Your coverage, by the way, has been simply outstanding. You and Lori Vaughn have done great work at the very beginning of this. And now we're coming to this heightened emotion.
So, yeah, we're waiting for the verdict. It's going to be interesting. I already feel like it's guilty. I think maybe the more interesting part is going to be the penalty phase. Not much time. Sarah's been out there. Sarah Fields has been going out there. I was trying to find one of these reporters.
Yeah, I think it's going to be guilty. The thing is guilty of what? You know, it's going to be guilty of manslaughter or guilty of murder.
It was his job to interview 2 students. One of those students was Eddie Parra. I've learned that I can now say this name because Eddie is not a minor. Eddie is the individual.
The Collin County Courthouse, you can see law enforcement out there trying to, keep everything calm, trying to get people away, it looks like, from the steps of the courthouse, but tensions are rising. At one point, we saw 2 people very close to each other exchanging some words, and we could hear yelling. Earlier, when we were on the noon show, Alex Boyer was outside of the courthouse and he was saying that, he saw prayer circles. At one point, I think we were hearing someone chanting in the background and speaking. And so things have certainly escalated even within the last, I would say, 2 hours that he's been out there. And I'm sure once this verdict is announced, it will only get worse. But this, as you mentioned, Sean, this doesn't really help the situation here, right? The verdict is the verdict.
Right. It doesn't. And it could lead to even people having conflict with police out there. And getting arrested out there because of their emotions. These moments are very tense and very intense, but you have to control your emotion in this moment. And so we have to watch that as well as watch what's happening in the courtroom. It's going to be coming down. If the jurors are back in, it could very well be that they're being polled individually, asking if the verdict is theirs and theirs alone. And then that'll be read by either the judge or the foreperson, what that verdict is.
And because this trial,
someone did say no, not yet. We're waiting on it. I think that they came out 11 minutes ago, so we're waiting to hear what the judge. But let me hear. I'm going to show you guys something I just came upon just now, real quick. Someone is saying that the DA, Jeff Metcalf, Judge Roach, and the DA all know each other, and Karmelo should be a mistrial. So let me just play this right quick because I didn't see this, but I think Oculus mentioned that.
I told you that. Here with a Karmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf trial update. Now, earlier in one of my videos, I mentioned that Morris Dwayne Turner had informed me that Jeff Metcalf, the DA, and Judge Roach all knew each other.
Did I just say that?
And now we have that proof. Look at this photo. This is a
That's
photo
what I had.
of Jeff Metcalf, John Roach, the judge, and Greg Willis, who is the DA. Conflict of interest, anyone? I don't know. I am still working to verify this picture. I entered it in ChatGPT. It says it doesn't seem to be fake. If anybody out there can confirm this picture for me, I think that is also very important because we need to keep the truth at the head of all of this. Let me know what you guys. Secret Service Sam here with a Karmelo Anthony, Austin Metcalf trial update. Now, earlier in one of my videos, I mentioned that Morris Dwayne Turner had informed me that Jeff Metcalf, the DA, and Judge Roach all knew each other. We're friendly together. And now we have that proof. Look at this photo. This is a photo of Jeff Metcalf, John Roach, the judge, and Greg Willis, who is the DA. Conflict of interest, anyone? I don't know. I am still working to verify this picture. I entered it in ChatGPT. It says it doesn't seem to be fake. If anybody out there can confirm this picture for me, I think that is also very important because we need.
Wow. So like,
didn't I just say that to you?
Yeah, you did.
That's what I said. It's the Black Panther, whatever that site was. They're pretty accurate. They stay on top of that. So if that's true, that's a conflict of interest.
Yeah, that is a. But you know what? I mean, they reached the verdict now, so they'll have to prove that another time.
No, but that would be I'd already be on it trying to make a lawsuit.
Yeah, that'll be an appeal in the appeal process. He's definitely going to get something. I'm sorry to break it to people. He's definitely going to get something.
Yeah, because he's black. That's why. That's what I believe.
baseball and also based on the jury that they chose. So
this was deadly force.
That one out on appeal.
There was a body cam too, I guess, and Anthony's being heard said that it's not alleged I did it. He put his hands on me, and the defense's witnesses, which apparently wasn't many, testified that athletes from different schools commonly share tents. This guy named Adam Linwood from the Sentinel High School, he said he was not aware of any strict rule being broken by Anthony being under the memorial tent. Sentinel teammates, one key witness testified that he saw Austin Metcalf push Karmelo before stabbing. He later said he heard Anthony say, "I told him not to touch
someone
me."
said manslaughter is the verdict.
Anthony is distraught and crying after the incident. Overall, the defense team. Oh, we got helicopter too.
And someone tell me if that's true. Did someone say that his manslaughter is the verdict?
It's true.
So Karmelo did not testify in his trial.
Manslaughter.
Several defense witnesses were cross-examined aggressively by prosecutors and some by some of their earlier statements to police.
But on appeal, I'd be like, well, they were in cahoots with each other.
Surveillance video or their testimony. So these witnesses on the defense, the prosecution grilled them hard, and some of their previous statements contradicted what was actually seen on video. Okay.
They in cahoots. That's what I just told you. I just mentioned I'm a reliable source.
I don't know that they felt like they needed to bring that emotional wound to the surface to press their claim and prove their point to jurors.
With manslaughter, that is what I probably, if I were to bet on this, and again, I caution the audience that I typically do not engage in predictions because it's hard to tell as to how the jurors are going to go one way or the other. But if I were to say, okay, the most credible argument here is probably manslaughter, where this individual, Mr. Anthony, did not show up with the intent to kill per se, but there were some reckless components in taking out the knife and obviously stabbing the victim and killing the victim.
You talk about leaning into the possibility that there is going to be some sort of a guilty verdict. Is that because of the speed at which the verdict came back? Is that because historically that's what happens? Is that why you're saying that?
Yeah, that's typically one of the predictors that we use. Again, this theory has failed in the past, and so I caution the audience that it could very easily be that the juror simply decided that this person was not guilty very quickly, and they wanted to come back with a verdict accordingly. But I will tell you that in the past, the quickest jurors have actually come back with a guilty verdict one way or another.
I want to let you know that Karmelo Anthony, we have just gotten word, he has just entered the courtroom with his parents, Dr. Del Carmen. So by our watch 2:18, everybody, the media, rather, staff, everybody was asked to take their seat, be in the courtroom by 2:05. But we understand that Karmelo Anthony and his family and his defense team also have entered the courtroom now as of just a couple of minutes ago. So at some point, they'll begin reading the verdict, giving instruction, and we should hear word at any moment now. So we're going to stay live with you, and we're going to continue chatting here a little bit. Dr. Del Carmen, I want to zoom out a little bit right now. We've been talking about the...
All right, so I was trying to see if that was true about that the verdict had been reached, and that's not true. But it looks like they are waiting for the verdict to be shown and everything. So let's go.
So you don't think race had anything to do with anything?
So, possibly what goes on with the jurors.
What's the question?
You don't think race plays a role in this?
I think it does, but I think that people are focusing. I don't think it played a role when the action went down, but I think it's playing a role because of the general public, Yeah,
because like I said, why would you not have a black juror? That doesn't even make sense.
Well, like I said, the explanation of that was that they were teachers, and I don't think that there's any other teachers on the thing.
Yeah, but then
except for one esthetician who's not like a school teacher, and that was actually put into the documents saying that if you're a teacher, that strikes you as a juror. So,
yeah, but you're saying, you're saying to me those are the only 3 black people. What about all them black people standing out there? Why was it they interviewed?
Well, there was other black people, but they actually exited themselves out earlier in the jury choosing by saying they couldn't find they would not be able to find it within their heart to prosecute another black man. So a lot of black people that were called to be jurors, they took themselves out of the game, saying that they would not, they wouldn't do it. So
And
that's why.
Austin Metcalf's brother is in the courtroom next to his mom right now. And so this has been an emotional burden for all involved. All these kids are good kids. They all had good grades. They all had bright futures. And in a moment, whatever happened under that tent has derailed a number of lives here.
I think it was also during the trial, people have talked about how emotional it was. I think you mentioned this too, Sean, that having to see the surveillance footage, having to see just what unfolded in the moments after this altercation, this interaction between these two 17-year-old students. And so, yeah, this is probably, I would imagine, emotionally taxing for both sides, for both families, and to just consider that a lot of these friends.
You know what? And that's what somebody said. He says if race was the issue, then it would have been a race crime and murder, not just a murder charge. That's what I'm saying.
Witness all this play out. So we will see, what the jury has decided momentarily. Again, we were expecting for that decision to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:20 right now. So they're a little bit late, right? We're a little bit 15 minutes behind schedule, but I think, that sometimes happens in these kinds of cases.
His peers did not want to be on the jury. I agree too. They took themselves out the game earlier. They were just so candid. Like, I couldn't find myself being able to convict another brother. The people this is the type of stuff that some people just said, no, I don't want to do it. So there were Black people called to be potential jurors. They took themselves out the game early on, said they didn't want to do it. The 3 that were left were teachers, and they got struck because they were teachers.
Long beyond today.
And there was question about, okay, well, how long is this jury going to deliberate for? That was the question this morning. We were wondering, right? Because this was kind of their first time really talking to each other about what the evidence that was presented to them, right? So this is their first time, saying, well, I thought this, or I thought that, or what did you make of this? And so really for them to come to a conclusion, to come to a decision within 3 hours of deliberating, I thought, okay, that's fairly soon. Maybe we'll expect it later this evening or tomorrow, but it sounds like they have come to a
Honey, they was not trying to be stuck in no hotel over the week. And the judge made sure to push that, hey, y'all better hurry up and make a decision.
Consensus.
Sure. And really, there's no formula for how juries work. Over my years, I've had an opportunity to interview a number of jurors. Oftentimes, they'll return to the jury room and immediately take a vote to find out where they are in the room. And then they start working through evidence or questions or talking out loud amongst themselves from there to see which way they move, if they move at all. So we don't know where they started, but we do know starting the deliberations at 10:52 and then getting word when we did a little after 1, I guess, that they reached a verdict. They weren't too far apart, whichever direction they're in. And they weren't too far apart. It didn't take that much longer to get there. So we'll see if any of the jurors talk after all of this is over as well. It is 2:22 now, and we are waiting for the verdict to be announced in the Karmelo Anthony murder trial in Collin County.
That's right. The jury was able to consider manslaughter as a lesser charge. Initially, Karmelo Anthony was facing a first-degree murder charge. So now is this manslaughter or is this first degree? Manslaughter implies that this was just a reckless killing that kind of in that spur of the moment, in fear maybe of his safety, he felt that he was in danger and he decided to defend himself. That is what the defense is arguing. Murder includes the intent. Was this intentional? Did he mean to do this? There were some people who asked the question of why did he bring a knife to a track meet? And there were some more details that were brought out about that knife.
So let me interject this. Lori Brown is in the courtroom and she is able to send out messages. And she is saying to us now that the attorneys are talking to the family members. And she believes that the attorneys are preparing the family members of, the victims' families, the defendants' families, not to react to whatever that verdict might be. Judges don't like emotional outbursts in the courtroom, and it's important that families try and contain themselves. That's not easy. It's not easy, but that's probably what's happening now. And she says Karmelo Anthony, she believes, has his head down. She can't see his face. He's looking down. You might imagine, again, as I mentioned, sweaty palms, heart is racing, breath is short because lives.
Why you sound like Eminem?
It's a heart-pounding moment and kind of in limbo, waiting to find out what the verdict is. It looks like we have someone joining us on Zoom, Russell Wilson. Russell, thank you for joining us here. We are waiting for that verdict to be announced. What do you make of the fact that, I mean, the jury has been deliberated for 3 hours. So they reached a decision just before 2 o'clock. Just in your experience, I mean, what do you make of them coming to this decision fairly soon?
They were not all white.
Think,
Stop it.
Yeah, it would be consistent with there not being much disagreement among the 12 jurors. So, it wouldn't necessarily take very long to resolve those disagreements. And so I think it was really kind of a narrow issue, if you will. There wasn't really a doubt about, who done it and how it happened or any of those types of things. And so perhaps based off of what they heard, jurors had a strong feeling one way or another. And, eventually that came to a unanimous verdict.
Russell, it's Sean. Let's go in on what the two narrow really questions are. Narrow questions.
Yeah, I think one of them would have been, did they believe this was murder or manslaughter?
That's the biggest thing. And I have a poll right now. If you guys can take the poll, do you think that this is a murder or a manslaughter case right here? Let's go. Please hit the poll.
And then if they did believe that it was either one of those crimes, did they believe that it was justified? And that, viewed from the standpoint of Karmelo Anthony. And, they had throughout the trial extensive testimony regarding really an incident that took place, very quickly in a matter of seconds. And so when they're sitting there as jurors, even though they're not deliberating, they themselves are forming at least individual opinions regarding the evidence. And so
they haven't reached a verdict yet.
Deliberate as a whole is in jury deliberation.
They haven't reached a verdict
when
yet.
You're sitting there through a trial and you hear testimony, it has to cause you to form an opinion or some thought one way or another. And so you're trying to keep your mind open as to things. And usually your mind is working your way through to one way or another regarding how you feel about the case. And the judge provides the law, and the law then either, affirms what your thoughts are. And so I think that was probably what was happening here. Again, in the scope of issues that cases could have, even though this is a, nationally watched case, the issues are kind of narrow.
Right. And you've talked to many of your jurors, both as a prosecutor and defense attorney. Do you find they retire to that jury room and, Russell, they kind of do a straw poll to see where they are on guilt or innocence, and then they start really deliberating and look at facts or evidence or revisit testimony from that point forward, if need be?
Right. Yeah, I think usually the first thing they do is select a foreperson, and then they usually talk about that. They maybe spend time going back over the jury instructions again, which wouldn't take very long. And then if you take a straw poll or a vote and you see where people are at on issues, then you may ask a person why they felt this way or that way. And then if their recollection of events is different, or the reason that they feel one way or another is different, somebody may point out something in the law or something in the evidence that might cause the person to view it a different way. And that's kind of how deliberations proceed. I mean, there's usually a few folks that we would characterize as followers, meaning that they, based off of their disposition, are more likely to follow a person who's firm in their belief. And so that usually, is how deliberations proceed.
So do y'all think it's manslaughter or murder? One or put a 1 for manslaughter, 2 for murder in the chat. Let's see what the audience has to say in the poll. Do you think that this is a manslaughter case or a murder case? Hit number 1 or 2. 1 for manslaughter, 2 for murder. Let's go.
There's a person or persons that are firm, and then other individuals have to either be as equally firm for the verdict not to be reached, or they have to be open to a discussion. And over the course of that discussion, the firmer the person's belief is, then the more likely the verdict is going to go that person's way.
Okay, and so we understand now that the jurors are being brought in, and we don't have a lot of time to go into more about the minds of jurors, but you want both firm and followers on any jury.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I guess before we go to that, I mean, we're waiting to find out what the decision is. Let's talk a little bit about this trial in terms of, we did get more insight in terms of why Karmelo Anthony was under the tent, that he had a friend, that it was raining, he went for cover, but the defense never explained why he brought this pocket knife. It was just a small knife, 3.5 inches, why he brought it to the track meet. Do you think that in terms of, on the defense's side, was that a missed opportunity in terms of not explaining why he had that with him? Is that something that they should have gotten into, or is this a case of less is more?
I mean, I think they ultimately decided that less was more. I think their point was it was lawful to have it, and risking a violation of school policy was indifferent. When you think of a person having a knife, the knife is displayed, and jurors have to form a belief if they think that that knife can be used for other utility purposes, or if it's there exclusively to be used as a weapon. So in the range of knives, if you will, one of the things is that the knife was less than 5.5 inches, which suggests that under Texas law, well, not suggest, it is actually legal to carry it there, but it suggests that it also could have other potential uses.
And of course, not having the knife cleaned, leaving the dried blood on the knife, lends to the mind and imagination of the jurors those other uses.
Right. I think that, they decided that regardless of the reason, it did not sound like it was for purposes of a confrontation with the person that he didn't know he was going to be into a confrontation with on that day. So I think certainly you want to try to answer every question you can,
right?
But every answer comes with risk as well. Karmelo had testified. He certainly could have been cross-examined, and it might have been an opportunity for the state to go back through in a different way the events as they unfolded from his seat. So I think they weighed that out and decided against it.
Lori Brown is telling us now that Judge Roach is on the bench and said that we are now on the record to bring in the jury, warning those in the courtroom, any outbursts, a person will be held in contempt. Defense attorney Mike Howard standing with his arms on Karmelo Anthony, and they are standing now waiting for the jury to enter the jury box.
Oh man, looks like I heard. Okay, looks like they.
So at any moment we will hear what that verdict is.
Like
Again, if you
I'm
were just
seeing
joining us
murder
right now. The jury started deliberating at 10:52 this morning. They reached a decision a little before 2, and so we were waiting for that verdict to be announced at 2:05. It is 2:32 right now. Sometimes these things take a while in terms of getting everybody into the courtroom, explaining the rules. Our Lori Brown telling us that any outburst, a person will be held in contempt. So just kind of letting them know what the rules are. Just so that they have rules in place and they want people to follow those rules.
It says here, Lori is telling us, we the jury find the defendant guilty of murder. That is the verdict from the jurors, according to Lori Brown, who is in the courtroom.
Oh
wow! Guilty of murder. We are finding that out.
And I think Russell Wilson, with the brevity of this deliberation, I don't think that's a surprise to many people.
All right. So, I mean, what we know is that, they've rejected the self-defense claim. They believed that the use of deadly force in response to the shove was excessive. And that's not necessarily a surprise based off of the totality of the circumstances. So I think, that was their verdict.
Now we'll see what happens with this jury in the punishment phase.
Right. So we're probably going to see a brief break, and the parties will get a chance to gather themselves, if you will, and the judge would have to decide if he wanted to go ahead and begin the punishment phase of the case.
maybe in 15, 20 minutes or so, or if he wanted a break. Given that he's got the jurors sequestered, I think that they will get back started on testimony probably relatively quickly.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have a client who is a teenager who's a 3.8 GPA, has no bad record, has no juvenile history, has no engagement with law enforcement, has made this decision that has left him guilty of murder? How do you work in the punishment phase? What do you try to do to live?
I mean, I think you gotta first you want to console your client and the family briefly, but you're gonna have to quickly turn to your anticipated punishment evidence, which is going to be the state again going first. You're going to hear more character information. It takes a while when you get an adverse verdict for the person to really accept and understand it. The state may be moving to have his bond held insufficient, meaning that if he walked in the courthouse today, that he won't be walking out tonight. Your client's going to have a whole lot of anxiety. You know, the range of punishments, 5 to 99 years. When you hear a guilty verdict of murder, you're certainly going to see your life flash before you because you recognize you can face imprisonment for the rest of your life. The attorney, if you get everybody calmed down, you need to start thinking of your most mitigating factors. Probably here will be age of the offender and no criminal history.
And let me ask you, while I have you, Russell, let's talk about the converse side of that. Let's talk about at the prosecution table. I have covered trials where you were the prosecutor and you secured the win in the courtroom. You got the conviction. What happens to the family of your victim in this moment? What do you say to them as the prosecutor?
You know, we're actually, there's a sense of relief for them regarding the verdict being the verdict that they wanted it to be. But you're still preparing as well as the prosecutor. So you'd say, you know, brief words of comfort. The family usually experiences some degree, like I said, of relief. And then I'm probably talking to them about who our first witnesses are. Maybe I'm wanting to go get, maybe I'm bringing a mom and I want baby photos. I want the graduation that was missed. I want the life to be expanded and explained and for people to understand just what the loss was.
Maybe his twin brother now, huh? Maybe the twin brother.
I'm lining up people to emphasize the impact of the death. And, you know, both of these young men, I think, had no known criminal history or things like that. There's no drugs involved. They're both in high school athletics. So both sides will be talking about the promise of the individual. And the state will, of course, be saying, you know, our chance to come into our promise is gone.
Right.
And, you know, the defense will be saying, you know, that you know, the gravity of what was done is you know, struck now in a different way.
Yes.
And they'll be getting, you know, Karmelo's parents ready as well, I think, to testify.
I just
so
want... Sorry, go ahead.
All right, so what are your thoughts?
No, that's it. I was going to say, so you're likely...
What are your thoughts? Guilty of murder. What are your thoughts? That's sad.
You want Oculus to go first, or who you want to go first, Jay?
You know, whoever, you know, I didn't know that I thought you were still.
No, I just dropped off, so I can talk now. But I got something to say. It goes right back to what the young man, the other individual that's on the panel said. The white mindset. It don't matter if you change the culture. The mindset is the same. You mean to tell me not one black person can have been on that jury? Not one black person out of all the millions of people that's in Texas, that's inside of that area. That's inside of that jurisdiction. Come on, man. It was a play-by-play. He got played. 100%. Not the best thing he can bank on.
I'm looking at I'm kind of mad about the defense. That defense was trash.
Yeah, come on, man. At the best, he could have got off. At the least, he could have got manslaughter, not murder. Murder shows intent.
Manslaughter was more. Wow.
Manslaughter was more. Go ahead. What's your name again? If you don't mind me asking.
Barack Obama. Like I said,
Barack Obama. Yeah.
We live in a racist society. Like I said, they want. No offense to you, they want black people to. They had the Chinese. Those are gatekeepers. I'll challenge anybody on the planet to what I said. I feel like, and I'm gonna say this on your live. I feel like when it comes to a debate, nobody can fuck with me because I know what I'm talking about. When they started talking about no blacks on the jury, and they started talking about we got an Asian, we got an Indian, those are gatekeepers and ass kissers that got WSS, which is white savior syndrome, that's looking for white approval. So when you start telling me, not you personally, when you start telling me, they got an Asian, they got this, that's just bullshit. They don't want.
I like I said, it was not because I thought that they was gonna try him any different.
That's what they're gonna do.
What I thought is that people shouldn't just be saying it's a all white jury.
Asian. That's what I'm explaining to you. Asian and Latino, Hispanic is looking for white approval. That's what I'm explaining.
Can we please look up color codes, and can we look up our Hispanic or Asian identify as white males or white females? Can we please look that up?
I did look that up. That's why I said no.
I didn't hear you read it.
I read it when you said
it. I wish some of the stupid panel, like this person Lena, is I wish they would cam up, because murder is when you intend to kill somebody. Manslaughter is when you get into a discrepancy and you end up killing somebody. There's two different things.
100%. Don't tell me he was sitting in his house before you got.
Everybody want to come up and talk about it.
Matter of fact, I wish you would cam some of these stupid people up.
Drama. Hold on, real quick, drama. Don't tell me he was sitting at the edge of his seat before he went to school. He took a shower, he brushed his teeth, and he said, "Dang, I can't wait to kill one of them twins today." Come on, man, y'all lying.
Manslaughter is when you drive in your car and you get into an argument and you kill somebody. That's manslaughter. Murder is when you got a beef with somebody and you say, when I see him, I'm going to kill him. I don't know why people are so stupid. You got some, I hate to say it, you got some really stupid people on your panel and in this world about what the difference is. I don't even know how he was convicted of murder when it was manslaughter. I mean, but you got, like I said, it's a lot of stupid people in the world, and like I said, it's a lose-lose situation on both sides, because he's going to lose his freedom. And of course, I feel a little sympathy for the Metcalf family, because they lost the son, or whatever you want to call it. So it's when you really think about it, nobody really won. That's just my opinion. Everybody lost, and the only problem with it is, this is just my opinion. The only problem with it is, I just felt that he was overcharged, and he wasn't even 18. So he's also technically a minor.
No, he's an adult. No, he's in Texas, 17.
No. When I say minor, meaning he has a minor mindset. A young person at 17, 18 doesn't think the same way as somebody 25, 30. So
I don't know if it's first degree. I know it has to be first degree, because that was the charge. The charge was first degree murder.
Yeah, but like I said, But like I said, you don't kill when you don't.
Let's see what they're saying. If they say whether it's first degree or not, let's see what they're saying.
And sort of consoling themselves on the ground out there. Again, as Karmelo Anthony, the 19-year-old, right now found guilty of first-degree murder in the stabbing death of Austin Metcalf. Are you hearing anything else, seeing anything else out there?
Yep.
Andrea, as this news continues to spread,
comes back to American racism.
The reaction, everybody's kind of consolidating around. I think you said you saw two women fall to the ground. We have a camera up there capturing the reaction, and then we're waiting for JD Mouse to step outside. But as you mentioned, he has communicated that Karmelo Anthony broke down in tears, and you could hear that just inside the courtroom. Everyone sitting there could hear his cries. His parents did walk out. A judge informed Anthony that his bond has been extinguished, that he will now go into the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. So he will be incarcerated from this moment forward.
We just got word of that as well. And so the sentencing phase, this is going to start at some point soon here. And again, for the charge, the guilty verdict on the charge of murder, Andrea, as we talked about, the sentencing guidelines very wide here, 5 to 99 years.
5 to 99 years, and that now becomes the focus of both sides, right? We're going to hear from the prosecution likely to go on the longer side of that. We're going to hear from the defense to aim for the lower side, and the defense is going to have a chance to bring forward more witnesses to argue that there are sort of mitigating circumstances, reasons that the jury should go toward a more lenient sentence, and the prosecution has a chance to present witnesses that would present the argument that we should be tough on, that the jury should be tough on Karmelo Anthony. So we may see those witnesses, or they may go directly to arguments and put this back to the jury again. But once again, we're going to see a case presented to the jury. The jury's going to go out, and it's going to, this time, instead of focusing on guilt and innocence, they're going to be focused on what that sentence should be, and it could land anywhere between that 5 to 99 year range.
Right. We understand that Karmelo Anthony has been removed from the courtroom as well now, taken into the custody, remanded into the custody of local authorities, the sheriff's office as well. So he's been removed from the courtroom. And again, Andrea, as you mentioned, this was well before 4 o'clock that this verdict came in. So I'm assuming all intentions.
Hey, Genesis, could I say something real quick?
How long that could take?
Miss Genesis.
Go ahead.
Hey, this is what I want to say to black people, and I'm only speaking to black people. This right here is why it's important when you are in public. When you are in public, you are not out only representing yourself. You can't tell me that these people who convicted this young man of murder, not manslaughter, murder, which holds intent, right? You can't tell me they wasn't getting flashes of Lil Durk talking about riding down on the ops. You can't tell me they wasn't getting flashes of Chief Keef, Moneybag Yo, all these black people who speak about death and destruction. And the reason why I'm saying this is because whether they thought that he did it with the intent or not, you can't tell me that they didn't have prerequisite information based off how we act in public. Is the reason why they hit him with the murder. You see what I'm saying? So when you out in public the next time, notice when you want somebody black to win again, when we all know that he don't deserve murder, at the minimum, at the basis, he deserved manslaughter. At the best, he deserved to be free. But when you go out in public, don't get mad when you see a black person losing. You know they didn't have the intent of malice murder. Remember, you represent not only yourself, but you represent the black community. You can't tell me that they ain't getting no flashes of all this violent and kill him and drug selling and all this stuff when they saw his black ass.
Well, they should have.
So we all, to a degree, especially celebrities, participated in the perpetuation of whatever ideologies that they got about black people inside of their dang old cerebral cortexes. Facts. Got to mute up, though, Genesis.
Yeah,
man,
but they was
sad. I feel sorry because, man, I had a son, even though he passed on early. But
tell me you don't feel me when I said that, though, Genesis. Tell me you don't feel me when I said that.
Yeah, it could be.
Because when I think of an Asian boy, if it was an Asian boy did this, you can't tell me one flash and something negative about an Asian young man. You're gonna think about them going to school with the blue vests on, with the dang on blue jeans, or the girls with the dang on Asian skirts on. You can't tell me a flash of negativity gonna come in their mind. So what I'm saying is I'm holding all black people, even myself, responsible of what we perpetuate.
I disagree with that, because anybody with any kind of intelligence knows that anybody can be an idiot. It doesn't matter what your ethnicity is, what your race is. But I've seen it all. From if you look around,
we all gonna go back to what we experienced. We gonna go to nature versus nurture. We're all gonna go back to what we experience.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason why the Asian guy just hawked that dang on black boy down. Well, he was black and Asian, but hawked him down and shot him over a bottle of water. He got scot-free and PP'd on the court steps.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So when we out, if we want to continue this black culture, we got to change what the black culture is. Because when we go into these courtrooms and we're innocent or at least manslaughter, then guess what? They go back to, well, tell me, I think to myself, well, what does the black culture represents? Oh, yeah, dang, I see a little Durk in my mind. Oh, dang, I see DJ Academics with all this negativity. I see Chief Keef. Come on, man. You don't think about a productive member in society when you see a black young man. See a black young Asian boy or white boy, you think about productive members in society. Come on, man. Y'all know I'm telling the truth, whether y'all want to admit it or not, man.
I feel for his family. I feel for his mother. I mean, imagine raising a young child all the way up. He's a track star. He's great in school or whatever. And then he just makes this terrible freaking mistake. And now everything, all 18, 17 years you spent with him. I mean, two family household, doing everything right as a parent, right? But then, moving from Baton Rouge to go into a better school district, right? I know they damn near wish they would have stayed in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, but anything could happen. That's
Man, that's crazy.
Anything can happen. I mean, whether it's black or white or not, or black on black, white on white. I mean, they got all kinds of crimes. I think this one got in the spotlight because he was white and the other guy was black.
So we going to keep calling it a mistake? A mistake.
I'm not saying it was a mistake. I said it's sad. That's a sad day. I'm like that. That's sad that he's about to be.
Yeah, but anybody.
I thought he probably shouldn't have got manslaughter, but murder. I think he's gonna be in there for like the rest of his life.
I'll be starting my appeal with that picture. Like I said, the DA and you gonna have to explain to the judge how am I supposed to get a fair trial if the DA and the judge is in cahoots with who I'm going against. I would love to see how that played out. But I just mentioned that to you, and then somebody else showed it to you. Because, like I said, the people that send me stuff, they're pretty accurate because they have their facts in order when they speak on stuff. You understand? Because they don't.
Listen.
Go ahead.
People saying they spent the money on luxury, they did not. I don't think they even got access to the money.
That's a different issue.
Did he have a court-appointed attorney? Like, who is this attorney?
Somebody might take it pro bono. You don't know.
Who was the attorney? Was it court-appointed? Because I'm like, dude, why? There was like almost no defense. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, that's crazy. I think they should have really pushed the manslaughter thing.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not sure if it was even mentioned in the closing arguments. At best, this is manslaughter,
Yeah, but like I said, we consider. I'm from the north. We consider Texas. That's why I don't want to live in them states like Texas, Wisconsin. Those are ass backwards countries, cities. So
they haven't got the money yet. So all that money's gonna go toward the appeal. Yeah, it's gonna take at least 5 to 10 years to appeal it. I mean, how long does it take to?
No, in my state, a cop got appealed. They let him out on it, so it's possible. I don't know how it is in that state. But somebody was convicted of a charge here, and they got out on appeal pending the case. So I don't know. Like I said, different states got their own laws. So I'm not sure. But that's the first thing I do. And you in cahoots? But like I said, you in cahoots with who I'm going at it with. How do you explain? If you go to the Supreme Court, how do you explain that? I would say, let's say you the judge, y'all the panel. I said, listen, my son went after these people, and these people are in cahoots with the judge, the prosecutor, and the jury. They all in cahoots. So how was I supposed to get a fair trial? Just to see what.
I wonder why the defense didn't bring that up. Like, why is there a picture of you guys?
They're not as thorough. I can answer that. They're not as thorough as my mind. Like me, I like when I come on these panels and everything. That's why I guess nobody reacted to what I said. I be having my shit in order before I make a statement because, like I said, when I heard that they didn't want no black jurors and they started that Asian BS, that was already the platform for this result. Because if they would have had, first of all, they'd have had somebody like me in there, they would have ended in the hung jury because I wouldn't have voted guilty on murder.
I think that's what they knew. That's why they didn't allow no black people up in there.
Yeah,
and the black people were just being, it's like I couldn't find myself, blah blah blah. I don't know. Let's see if people are wilding out.
You said it could be very short. It could just be something very quick.
They might burn the town.
They might burn the testimony again and full-on arguments. Something that might potentially look like a whole other trial, but in fact, what it is the sentencing phase, right? That's how that works.
Right. The fact that he's been taken out of the courtroom signals to me that they're probably going to take a little bit of a break. With this judge, though, those breaks have been short. Sometimes it's a 15-minute bathroom break or something of that end. So they may take a short break. And then we have been told the judge intends to go right into sentencing.
Right. The black jurors said that they were not going to be fair. There was black people that was up for jury, but they They didn't want to be a part of it. You know, that's crazy. That's another thing.
That's when we're going to find out. He's going to ask the prosecution and the defense if they have witnesses to present. If they do, we will hear from them. If not, they'll go straight to their closing arguments for what they believe the sentence should be.
If somebody trying to jump you,
you have every right to do what you do. We've got joining us now as well, helping to monitor some of the details coming out of the courtroom. So again, you know, we're keeping a real close eye on all the movement that's happening inside as best as we can, right, without being able to see it ourselves. But out there, we can tell you from the live video that we're seeing from the helicopter, there seems to be a lot of movement there on the grounds, right around where you are. We know that.
Yeah, and I'm curious about that, Ken, is the kind of reaction, because we know that this is such a divisive case. There are people at absolute extremes. You know, the people who absolutely were convinced that he was guilty of murder, and then the people who say it was self-defense. And I'm curious as to the reactions now that they have gotten word of the conviction. He was found guilty by all of the jurors in this case, obviously, found guilty of murder, and his parents left the courtroom as soon as the verdict was read. He burst into tears and has since been taken away by deputies. So he has extinguished what was left of his bond, and he's now in the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office.
Yeah, what we're seeing, Andrea, again from the aerial footage that's coming in right now, are just kind of crowds, but they're walking around, they're meandering. There is a sizable law enforcement presence as well that we can see from the air. Everything seems calm right now, but certainly a lot of movement, a lot of walking around. I'm assuming it's people talking to each other, probably sharing information, getting on social media, and just participating out there and just talking to each other.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a producer out there right now who is getting some of that reaction, and another camera crew who's talking to people. It's not over. I mean, obviously, as we mentioned, this goes into sentencing now. So, and that's going to determine a lot. I think there was some expectation of a guilty verdict, whether it was going to be manslaughter or murder. So a lot of people know this isn't over. But just taking a look, it's dissipated a little bit from what we saw earlier. I think everybody was up there as it was. Oh, sorry, it's moved a little bit. I'm going to see if we can point the camera that way.
How much time you think they're going to give this poor kid? Do y'all think they're going to go for the whole 99 years, or what do you think is fixing to happen? I'm like, dang, they're going to start at 20. They're going to start at 20, right? Isn't that life?
No, but it's a fact that they prosecute us at higher rates and give harsher penalties.
Well,
and,
someone said 30 years. Somebody said 20 years.
I hope he gets probation.
He ain't gonna get no probation. He's still.
If I was a judge, that's what he would get. I give him probation.
I don't. Do the judge get to choose that? The jury gets to choose that, right?
I think it's the judge.
I think the jury just determines like the sentencing guidelines, and then the judge.
They could be overruled by the judge. Judges do what they want to do.
It's all moving to the side of the courthouse. Now, throughout all of this, I think I mentioned the courthouse has been blocked off from anybody recording. We haven't been allowed even on the steps right there, and a lot of people in the crowd are recording, and so they, because of that, are restricted from going onto the courthouse steps. That's why you don't see them up there. They're even blocked from entering under the little portico right there, the little covered area, and so you see them all gathered just outside that. Right there. And so we do have another crew up front.
Scam Chan, what are your thoughts about this so far? What you see right here? What are your thoughts?
I'm still wondering why is it even during before and after, why is even the race thing even being bantered around? If you remove the whole race thing away from the thing and just focus on the crime itself, I mean, what verdict do you expect to come about?
At worst, I can answer that. At worst, manslaughter, and at best, he not guilty. But like I said, the system. I know racism when I'll challenge any. Like I said, I called out your panel. I went on Chaotic Truth. I called out their panel. I'll call out anybody to anything that comes out of my mouth because I know what I'm talking about. I know what I lived, and I know what I experienced, and I know what kind of country I live in. America is built off white supremacy.
So if it would have happened to your son, would you feel the same way?
If he got killed or if he killed somebody?
No, if he was the one that was killed.
If my son got killed, and I'm gonna keep it real with you, if my son got killed, and under the same circumstances, I would probably think at worst it should be manslaughter.
No, you want to get probation and walk?
No, if it was my son, no, I'm answering the question. If it was my son, and I wanted something to happen, I would know in my heart that it wasn't murder, because if they just got into a beef and they don't know each other, and my son unfortunately ends up on a bad end of the stick, I know it's manslaughter. So that's how
I'm not gonna lie. If someone killed my daughter, I would want the full thing.
Yeah, but why would you want? No, why would you want?
I gotta be
let
real.
me finish. Why would you want the full thing? Let's say your daughter was a troublemaker, and she ends up getting.
I don't care. It's my daughter. You know.
Yeah, but I don't have those. I don't have those.
That's
kind
my
of
daughter. I'm like, you killed my daughter.
Be honest
about it. I don't have those kind of biases in me.
If you killed my daughter, I want you to be dead. Your damn self.
Well, let me just explain this to you.
You have to stop me from wanting to jump over the damn thing just to kill you. You know what I'm saying?
Let me explain something to you. I had a brother that was killed. A white woman was driving, and he was killed. I didn't know what happened to him because I didn't see my brother for 3 years during COVID. He was killed in a car accident. A girl lost control of her car and hit him and killed him on impact. When I went to the DA's office, you only got, and I found that out in my state, you only got 2 years to sue. So the only thing the girl got was a traffic violation because I didn't know what happened to him. His body was buried at the morgue. So I lost a relative. Now, my family said, when I talked to my siblings, they said, well, how do you know that she's not having nightmares about it? And I wasn't concerned about that, but that's a good point. But I found out when I got the police report, I got all the information. But it was the description I got. She was a little young white girl, and what was she? 130 pounds. I was thinking about buzzing her bell and asking her what happened, but my sister said, "You know how scared I would be if some dude knocked on my door and said, you killed his brother," because we didn't move enough in a timely manner because of COVID. And so basically my brother got killed and he got no justice. So I know what it's like to lose a relative in a system and not get no justice.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what, my niece got killed by her ex-boyfriend or whatever, and I don't care what the circumstances was. Let me tell you something. He got 26 years and that was it for murder. So I'm not trying to hear none of that shit. You kill one of my family members, I want you to be under. So, I mean, if he got the murder charge, that's what he got charged with. We got to say it is what it is.
It's happened a year ago that that lives, just with one probably impulsive act, lives were going to be forever changed. Mm-hmm. And I mean, certainly Austin Metcalf's in his family, but also this young man who there's no happy ending for anyone.
Here's a reality of what happens next. Karmelo Anthony had opted that if in the event that he would be found guilty, which he has been, that a jury would determine the sentence.
Right.
So here's what the jury's looking at right now. They're looking at sentencing guidelines by the state of Texas between 5 to 99 years.
So the judge is not going to determine.
Years. I mean, that is
the judge is not going to determine the sentence. The jury is. Oh my God, I don't even know what to think. They already gave him murder.
That's such a wide range. Yeah. Obviously, the defense is now going to try and make a case to argue for on the lesser side of things. Mm-hmm. Where that falls in between that range, who knows?
Right.
Who knows? I mean, he's 19 years old. Right. He was 17 when this happened, and now he's looking at a sentence of somewhere between 5 to 99 years. That's the other thing that the jury's going to have to try and figure out. And I don't know how long it's going to take them for them to make that determination. They clearly didn't have many questions on whether he was guilty or not, because this verdict came back pretty quick.
It really was. It was less than 3 hours.
About 3 hours, yeah. But you want to assume that maybe they had lunch within that process as well. So subtract 30 minutes. But the fact that there weren't any notes that came out to the judge, typically if a jury has some sort of a question or if they're hung up on something and they need clarification, they'll send a note out. The foreman will get in contact with the judge or the court and let them know.
Why is everybody acting
None of that happened.
Well, in court, according to our JD Miles, the punishment phase has just ended. After one witness. After one witness.
So there we go.
And the defense, basically, for all intents and purposes, asked Kayla Hayes, Karmelo's mother, does your son regret what he did? She says, yes, he's very sorry for what he did. So the judge right now is going to be working on the charge, what the instructions are going to be for the jury. Again, as we mentioned, they're going to be told that it's either going to be between 5 to 99 years.
Well,
announced, people were going around yelling what the verdict was. People were very upset. There were people that fell on the ground, and then there were, it seemed, supporters of different sides that were really screaming at each other. A woman and her children got caught up in it, where they were trying to get away. It's a little bit of a mob mentality.
Why are the children there?
Where everybody's just, you can tell emotions are running high. People are just really upset or celebrating, and those things are mixing down there.
Yeah, a lot of people had their phones out too. Do you get the sense everybody was live streaming or capturing this for social media?
Yeah. We've heard some of the people there who were in the crowd getting very upset, and some people very, very happy. We're seeing a lot of both emotions on both sides.
This was expected. I don't think anyone thought that, however this would have turned out, that this was going to be something that people would just quietly go home after a verdict was read. I think both sides proved that they had very spirited and very fiery opinions one way or another about this case, and I think all of the elements were there to have this kind of a reaction. We just didn't know what side it was going to come from, but that's something that law enforcement there on the scene has also been monitoring as well. Explains some of the details that Andrea was giving us from the beefed up security, the law enforcement, the barricading that's going on, and quite frankly, even the limited access that they gave us, members of the media. They didn't allow any cameras inside. They allow some members of the media, it's limited, but all they can do is report back, meaning they got to get on the phone, on the laptop, and let us know what's going on inside there. But we don't have eyes and ears. Typically, a case of this profile, this high profile, we do have eyes and ears inside the courtroom, but that's not the case right now.
Right, and a lot of times judges will do that because of prior court cases, some very notable prior court cases where they just says it's just not a good idea to allow cameras in the courtroom. And Kayla Hayes, Carmelo's mother, is on the stand right now, reminding the jury. She says, he's my oldest, he's my firstborn, he will always be my baby, I love him very much. Yes, he's very sorry for what he did. And and we knew that when this happened a year ago, that that lives, just with one probably impulsive act, lives were going to be forever changed. And I mean, certainly Austin Metcalf's in his family, but also this young man who there's no happy ending for anyone.
Here's a reality of what happens next. Karmelo Anthony had opted that if in the event that he would be found guilty, which he has been, that a jury would determine the sentence.
Right.
So here's what the jury's looking at right now. They're looking at sentencing guidelines by the state of Texas between 5 to 99 years. My goodness, 5 to 99 years. Right. I mean, that is that's such a wide range. Yeah. Obviously, the defense is now going to try and make a case to argue for on the lesser side of things. Where that falls in between that range, who knows? Right. Who knows? I mean, he's 19 years old. Right. He was 17 when this happened, and now he's looking at a sentence of somewhere between 5 to 99 years. That's the other thing that the jury's going to have to try and figure out. And I don't know how long it's going to take them for them to make that determination. They clearly didn't have many questions on whether he was guilty or not, because this verdict came back pretty quick.
It really was. It was less than 3 hours.
About 3 hours, yeah. But you want to assume that maybe they had lunch within that process as well. So subtract 30 minutes. But the fact that there weren't any notes that came out to the judge, typically if a jury has some sort of a question or if they're hung up on something and they need clarification, they'll send a note out. The foreman will get in contact with the judge or the court and let them know that they have some questions. None of that happened.
Well, in court, according to our JD Miles, the punishment phase has just ended. After one witness. After one witness.
So there we go.
Man, that quick, like that, just one person says something. Oh my God, what is going on?
Basically, Kayla Hayes, Carmelo's mother, does your son regret what he did? She says yes, he's very sorry for what he did. So the judge right now is going to be working on the charge, what the instructions are going to be for the jury.
What the hell? This is
again,
the
as we
most
mentioned, they're going to be told that he can. It's either going to be between 5 to 99 years.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I've seen cases move quickly. This one is at the top of the list, though. I don't think I've seen. I mean, this is changing by the minute.
Yeah. Man, listen. How in the hell does they already reach a sentence?
Inside the courtroom. So, typically, those are lifted as soon as this is all said and done.
I would believe, yes, that should be lifted as soon as the sentencing is over. If there had been an acquittal, I'm sure it would have been lifted as soon as that would have come down. But that gag order prevents the attorneys from the case, the witnesses in the case, from speaking publicly, from speaking to us, the media. So that's why you haven't seen us approaching the attorneys. We know they're going to say no. So yes, that applies to the attorney.
They just had his mother come up and say something, and now they're going to sentencing that fast. Nobody else, nobody else, no character witnesses, nothing, and no teachers. What in the hell is going on? This is the fastest murder trial I've ever heard in my life. What is happening? This part. Now, let me tell you this. Okay, now listen, I'm not showing impartiality. I'm saying, okay, but this is going a little bit too fast. Like, just only one. Who is the defense?
like I said, it was written.
Where's his family? Where's his brothers and sisters? Like, what is going on?
Like I said to you, it was already written before. Like I said, before the case started, it was already written. They come at us harder than they go at white folks.
Look, prosecution arrest, defense calls Karmelo's mom. Okay, that happened about like 15 minutes ago. Then they all came out. Punishment phase ends after his mother gets on the stand. Then now the jury is deliberating of 5 to 99 years. So that means nobody else stood up for him, only his mother?
That are tied to the case. You have heard from attorneys unrelated to the case. As you mentioned, other members of the legal community weighing in who have been watching it. They're not affected by any kind of...
Man, whoever...
An all white jury.
Man, this is great. Then I
He's right.
So this is the guy that...
The law?
Because of that, we haven't heard from the families.
Andrea, let me interrupt you, Andrea. Dominique Alexander from Next Generation Action Network is speaking. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Matter in Collin County.
Come on,
It showed us that time and time in American history, it has shown us to remove emotions from yet the law. This trial showed that it put emotions over the law. After Trayvon Martin and so many countless names, it has shown us that black life is not safe in Collin County. It showed us that they did not listen to the law. It showed clearly that a judge interfered in this process. It showed very clearly that a black boy was allowed not one black soul on a jury. An all white jury convicted him in 2 to 3 hours. We know that they did not prove their case. They are currently sentencing Karmelo Anthony. But we know that the Next Generation Action Network put the first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney. And we will fight Collin County like hell. I respected this process. I allowed and called for peace in this process.
See what they got us.
But Black America should be very upset about what went on today. Now, before all of the internet lawyers and before all of the interpretation of the situation, I'm only an advocacy leader. I'm not an attorney. I can only help families be able to navigate these processes when they find themselves in this type of situation. I can only allow lawyers to be what they are, lawyers. I can't instruct them. I can't stop them from doing anything. I have to respect the process just like anybody else. But what we saw today was flawed, unjust.
The victim family has already testified it was only his mother. Where was everybody else? Where's his other brothers and sisters? Where's his friends? Like, I don't know, man.
And I ask that the community continue to pray for the Anthony family. I do not speak for them, but I know that the Next Generation Action Network will be here as support. My heart hurts right now because an ignorance of the law was done here today. Clear. We posted the jury instructions, and right now what we are seeing is a travesty. It lets us know that black lives do not matter in the criminal justice system.
Andrea, this is Ken and Karen once again. Hearing Dominique Alexander, he's speaking right now to some reporters, some folks that have gathered around him. He's calling this a travesty, saying that black lives are not safe in Collin County, saying that he has respected the process and that they're going to, in his words, fight Collin County like hell, is what he said.
And he did point out that he was the one yesterday calling for peace, telling everybody, take a deep breath, let's exhale and watch this as it plays out, this process. But he clearly is very frustrated and unhappy with the results of the jury verdict and the jury itself that was seated in this case.
Yeah, a lot of anger from him, which is to be expected. He has operated as sort of a spokesperson for the Anthony family in this regard. They've been unable to speak, but he has been out here, so you can imagine he is reflecting their thoughts on this. But yeah, clearly he has been upset. This isn't what he wanted to see happen. He talked about the jury charge. Those were the directions given to the jury prior to their deliberation, the elements that they needed to consider when looking at whether Karmelo Anthony was guilty of murder, whether he was guilty of manslaughter, or whether he was not guilty of those charges. And I think you mentioned before, some in the legal community felt like the murder charge was an overcharge, that went too far. And that's something that we have heard reflected in the opinion of the protesters out here. Some of them felt like the prosecution went too far with that charge, but that's where the jury landed.
Yeah, and the other thing that stood out to me from the remarks made by Dominique Alexander of Next Generation Action Network, he pledged that they will go ahead and fund the first $10,000 towards any legal fees for the appeal that understandably will now, and really expectedly, I mean.
Man, this is so. What are your thoughts, Scam Chen? Let's talk about from here for the people on the panel. What are your thoughts, Oculus, Scam Chen? Who wants to go first? Barack, what are your thoughts so far?
Sounds like he trying to rally people by not saying he want them to rally and do something crazy in the streets. To me.
So you think they should call for a rally? What y'all think?
Well, I know there's gonna be a rally.
They better hope that city don't burn. Black people's, I'm gonna keep it real with you. Black people is tired of getting the short end of the stick.
Honey, I think that there's gonna be a rally because listen.
This country you never know. One of these verdicts might turn the whole country into a LA. We don't know.
Yeah, the death penalty is not an option, guys. He's not gonna get the death penalty, and he's not gonna get. Is it life or just 99 years? I think it's 99 years. So let's go. 99 years.
I don't even think he went there to do what happened, but that's what happened. And we don't need to be setting a precedent where if you come up and shove me, I can just pull a knife and stab you in the heart. Proportional force, right? If I come up and shove you, you shove me back, we get in a fight, but not pull a knife and stab somebody in the heart. For Christ's sake, man.
And that was a supporter of
the Metcalf family,
Austin Metcalf family, and the prosecution. Interesting though, he did say, he didn't know that if he went there to commit the murder. He said, but that's what happened.
Exactly.
So again, what you're hearing though is people in the legal community, and now people have been following the case. Just folks who are out there.
Genesis, you see the words that I be using, the same words that they using on the
murder.
The interviews.
That the guilty verdict was for.
And I've been hearing.
Hold on. Say it again.
I said, you see the words that I was using, equal and proportional force? Now, I'm gonna keep it a bean now. If they just one person pushed him and he just stabbed the nigga in the chest, that's different. But I was under the impression that he was jumped by 4 people.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, so that's a little different. That's a little different though.
Right. It was really, people were yelling at him.
Did a young man's life, and it ended Karmelo Anthony's life, his future that he could have had, because now no matter what happens,
formidable years, right?
Yeah, this is going to change his life forever.
Yeah, whether
they finna hit him with some football numbers, Genesis.
I already know it, and I'm like,
they about to hit him with some football numbers.
Do you think that the judge probably would have been a little bit more lenient than a jury? Because a jury.
I don't know, because the judge connected back to the family, the victim's family. So
Yeah,
I don't know.
They should.
That's a little questionable too.
In my opinion, I would challenge that on appeal. I would like to go in front of a judge, Supreme Court, and say, this is the parents of the guys that I went to court against, in cahoots with the DA and the judge and the prosecutor. How was I supposed to get a fair trial if they all in cahoots? This was them. This is them at a family function where they're all in cahoots during the trial, and my son was convicted. How was I supposed to get? I want to appeal, or I want to be a retrial.
All I know is we can hope for 5 years or something like that. But they about to hit this boy with some Randy Moss numbers. You can believe that.
I mean, he might get the full 99 the way this jury looking, and the way that
facts.
That defense ain't do a guy. That defense was weak.
Look, Jennings talking about a speedy trial. This was
honey,
this
listen,
was
this was like
expedited.
Olympic level speed. This was Olympic.
Because like I said,
I mean, this was like what was it, Korea, and that wasn't even LA. What was the last Paris Olympics? This was like Sha'Carri Richardson speed of a trial. I've never seen a trial this fast in my life.
I've seen it before.
So you mean to tell me his mama the only one in the courtroom, the only one that can speak on his behalf?
That's the only one that spoke.
As a character witness? Like, come on, yo.
That makes it look even worse. That looks even worse. I'm like, bro, who is these defense like? They need to whoop these defense lawyers' ass. They don't be fighting, arguing in the street about that. They need to be going to the defense. Like, what the fuck was y'all doing?
Microphone, presumably.
Now I'm gonna keep it a
JD,
beam
you
though,
can hear me.
Genesis.
You got
If they would have going
back here in the studio, can you hear us? Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If they would have got Brian Steele down here in Atlanta, he would have cleaned this up real quick. He would have cleaned that up. That boy be walking away with nothing. They ain't get Brian Steele. You know, Brian Steele costing $1 million or more. You see what I'm saying?
Maybe they just couldn't afford a better lawyer, but oh my God.
Whoever they got or whoever they was told to get, whoever that guy or that woman was a piece of trash, man.
I mean, like garbage, okay?
JD?
Yes, I've got you, Ken and Karen.
Okay, great. Give us a sense of what it was like in there.
Well, I just got out of the courtroom. The jury only deliberated for 2.5 hours in this case. And, we went back inside so quickly. There was obviously a lot of tension inside that courtroom because of the hostility we've seen building over the last year on both sides. I remember when I saw Karmelo Anthony enter the courtroom, his lead defense attorney, Mike Howard, had his arm around him. His forehead was on Carmelo's forehead. They were in quiet conversation. It looked like that Howard was trying to console or to prepare Karmelo for what's to come, like he knew it would not be a good outcome with the jury coming back so quickly. The courtroom filled up. The judge announced that the jury had a verdict. The jury came in. Nobody on the jury that I could see looked at the defendant when they walked in. They sat down. The judge was handed the verdict. He read, of course, guilty of first-degree murder. At that point, we looked around the room for reaction. I didn't see any reaction from the jurors. Karmelo Anthony, who I was looking at, he stood with his head partially down, his eyes closed very tightly. You could see the wrinkles on the side of his forehead. He was obviously in some kind of agony internally hearing this news. His mother, who was on the front row behind him, leaned against the railing and put her head down. We didn't hear any emotion from Karmelo Anthony, but within just a few seconds after the verdict was read, you could hear him sobbing out loud in a very quiet courtroom. It was an interesting experience to be in there. The Metcalf family, which was told by the prosecutors not to show any emotion, did just that. They were pretty stoic when this verdict came down. At that point, the judge very matter-of-factly said to the defendant, Karmelo Anthony, that your bond, the whole time, more than a year, has been extinguished, and you are now remanded to the custody of the Collin County Sheriff's Office. And you could feel, obviously, the anxiety on his side and among his family when that was relayed to him. They took him out, took him into a side room. At that point, the judge said that he was going to talk to the prosecution and defense about the upcoming sentencing phase or the punishment phase of the trial, which in Collin County begins right after the guilt or innocence phase. And they brought Karmelo Anthony back in after a few minutes, and then we started this punishment phase, which we normally expect them to last about a day and a half, 2 days at most.
Yeah.
This moved lightning fast. It's supposed to include opening statements, witnesses, closing arguments. A judge charged the jury. It's like a separate trial. But in this case, the prosecution waived its opening statement. The defense waived its opening statement. prosecution rested immediately. The defense called one witness, Kayla Hayes. That's Karmelo Anthony's mother. She took the stand. She was asked by the defense, first of all, if she loved her son. She tearfully broke down and said, "He's my oldest. Of course I love my son. I will always love my son. And he's my baby." And then the defense said, "Pass the witness." And the prosecution then said, "Ma'am, just have one question for you." And that question was, you could still be with your son, right, in incarceration, making the inference that she still has a son to at least talk to and visit, if not, more, because the Metcalfs have no one. They don't. Austin Metcalf isn't coming back, and so she said, "Yes, I do," and reaffirmed that. The prosecution rested after or passed the witness. She was excused, and then the prosecution said we rest, and the defense rested, and the judge said he was going to go back and work on the charge to the jury, and once he comes back, which should be around now or soon, once they read that charge, then I'm understanding there's going to be closing arguments on both sides, but I really don't know at this point. There really has been nothing done to try to mitigate Karmelo Anthony's punishment in this case. He's facing 5 to 99 years in prison. He has no criminal record. I haven't heard anything about a sudden passion defense that can be raised after a murder conviction that can help minimize the amount of time that a person stays incarcerated. I don't know if at this point if that's going to be part of the sentencing.
Yeah, I'm trying to show the comments. I'm hitting the comments, and there's like some people with Nazi signs and stuff. Y'all gotta.
But they won't. Yeah, but they won't. The ones that agree won't cam up. They just
okay, y'all got all that to say. Come on up and say it. Like all that talking, all that mess.
That's what cowards do.
This is not. I'm just hitting the comments, letting people speak their piece. But some of this is really sickening, guys. 2 people lost their lives today. It's not just one.
Prosecutor and defense attorneys, but we fully expect this case to go to the jury here in just a few short matter of minutes or hours, and the jury will deliberate as long as they want to into the afternoon and evening. If they don't reach a decision on sentencing, they will be sequestered, and then they will come back tomorrow morning and then come back with a sentence again of either 5 to 99 years in prison. In the case of Karmelo Anthony, which has generated so much hostility, tension, conflict, not just here in North Texas, but all across the country, as we've seen.
JD, you made an observation and you presented a point that I think so many of us who have been following this case have also observed ourselves, and that is the lightning speed in which all of this has moved. I mean, from the beginning, right? They worked through the weekend, closing arguments. This went to the deliberations. Within 3 hours, we had a verdict. Then it was read, and here we are. It's not even 4 o'clock right now. What do you make of all of this? The speed of it all. I mean, is that just the style of this judge? Is that because you've been watching, you've been sitting there. Is it because evidence was overwhelming? I mean, why so fast? What makes it so different than other cases and trials like this?
Okay. Yeah, well, you brought up one reason, and that is the judge, Judge John Roach Jr., who I've covered many trials under his watch for the last 20 years. He is very meticulously organized in terms of getting this done. That's why we had a testimony on Saturday. We're going to testimony as long as we had to on Saturdays. He runs a very tight court, and he doesn't tolerate anything other than what's necessary. I know it doesn't sit well, though, with a lot of people out here around me you can see and hear, or people out there in the social media universe who think this was some kind of a railroad. It's somehow that Karmelo Anthony did get a fair trial. It's certainly going to be something in the social media blogosphere, whatnot, that it's going to fuel that feeling, because this is going so fast, whether it's legitimate or not. If you live in Collin County, if you cover Collin County like I have, I mean, it's very...
Man, that guy's bullshit. Let me tell you what the reason why. Because they cut the whole court off. They need to get back to business. Whoever's on top of him is like, hurry up and get this over with so we can open the court back again.
Yeah, well,
that's what's going down. Not because he's a great judge that hurries up and does stuff. No, it's because they had cut that whole court off for this one trial, and he had to hurry up and get everybody to make a decision so they can get back to making money on traffic tickets and whatever else bullshit they be charging people with. Let's get real.
But then I tell you, Didn't I tell you when they said it was no blacks on there that this was written? Like you didn't read in between the lines what I was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I said,
I'm trying to think the defense is in cahoots too. I'm like, God damn, the defense didn't even defend.
I don't.
What kind of a defense lawyer don't have no character witness? Nobody lined up. Like, didn't even have like no people even to defend him. Period. Nothing. Like even during the trial, like he had about 3 witnesses. Like, what is going on?
But we will continue our coverage on the CBS News Texas stream. You can find us there. So we're going to take a quick pause to transition.
No, what I'm saying is, like certain cases, the answer is even before the trial. So you know what I mean? Like I've been around a while looking at these things, and I don't. You know, we go by black robes, white justice, where I come from, and I don't trust no judicial system. They lie, they cheat, they're criminals. I don't trust nothing they say. They'll say one thing, and then it'll be something else. I don't trust no matter where it is in this country. Especially when you got a convicted felon president, which is another issue, and he ain't do no time.
But hold on, someone says they act as Carmelo, as if Carmelo even had a. No, I said he's gonna get something. You know, you guys are coming in late. I said he's gonna get something. You know what I'm saying? But I did not expect it to be murder. I expected that they would have taken the other charge of manslaughter because that made more sense. But the first degree murder, it's like, damn, like he came there with the intent. And I want to hear when people come out with their new
what?
When everybody get to like, you know, doing their interviews, being a part of this jury. I want to hear what their reasons.
They like I said, those ass backward states like Texas, I'm not surprised with this verdict. You know, certain Alabama, certain, and I don't want to paint anybody with the same brush, but that's just how I feel about those kind of states and stuff like that.
What would you? I know you have a different take on things. Go ahead, Scamcha. I know you've been silent and quiet. I want to give you some chance to like talk about what you feel.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I feel the same way I always felt about it, between people twisting it out to be a race thing, but I stand on the fact that a life was taken, and I don't get where people trying to say it was no happy ending. What you expect if it went either way? Is not happy for anybody on either side. But you can't expect them to have walked. What kind of defense can you have where he walks free and everybody on the other side is happy? I don't get what.
Well, it's at best, but like I said, at best is he would have walked, and at worst it should have been manslaughter. There's no way it should have been murder. Murder is unless I misunderstand the law, murder is with the intent to kill. If I get into me and you walking up the street and I bump into you and I knock you out and you knock me out and I die, that's not murder. Murder is when like, oh, when I see that dude again, I'm gonna blow his head off. That's murder. But then again, it's an ass backward state like Texas. I'm not surprised by it. A lot of those states is just dumb. They just got a dumb judicial system. That's how I feel about that. You know, and when you're trying to keep somebody that thinks or that's similar to that person off the jury, that already said it's written. You know, that's how I feel about it. So what do you think should have been the final verdict?
Well, he's guilty. He even admitted that he stabbed him.
You didn't answer the question. Do you feel that it was murder or was manslaughter?
Well, I was talking to my wife about this, and I was wanting to I wanted to see what kind of knife it was, but I'm like
5 inch.
Who gives a person a chance?
3 inch.
It was a 3 inch. It was legal to carry it.
So now we back.
Big ass knife. It was 3 inch knife. Let's start.
3 inch, yeah, it was under 5 inches. Right, correct.
So now we back to the point of he knows he has a knife. He's willing to use it. Not only did he go in the bag to get it, but he had any opportunity to use the knife anywhere else but the chest, and he chose the spot that he used the knife on, and it killed somebody.
You're not answering the question. The question is, in cases like this, it don't have to be this case, but in general, if somebody gets into an altercation that they didn't look to get into and they kill somebody, you believe that's murder?
Yeah, to me, yeah. Yes.
Then you honestly don't understand the law.
You're right, I don't.
Yeah,
you're right, I don't.
Because
I'll admit I don't.
No, because the law, like I said, and it might be countrywide. So this is where it's a gray area because every state got their own different way of looking at the law. But when you kill somebody, that's your intent. Not, you know what I mean? Like you pulled out a gun and tried to kill him. That's murder. But if you get into a discrepancy and murder is the result, that's manslaughter. That's why they call it manslaughter. You slaughtered a man or you slaughtered a person, but it wasn't your intention of killing them. That's what manslaughter means.
I don't know about wrangling one thing over another when the end result is, no matter how you twist it, somebody's dead.
I'm not twisting it. Don't even take my word for it.
No, I'm not even trying to argue about it. I'm just looking at the end, the output, the outcome. The outcome is somebody's dead.
We agree. I agree with you with that. I don't disagree with that, but I'm just saying to you, when you go over there, when somebody walks into a school and start killing people, that's murder. But if you're at school and you get into an altercation and somebody ends up dead, that's manslaughter. That's the law.
You can say that 30 more times, and when you get finished saying it, that knife didn't jump in that man's chest.
I agree with you. Nobody disagrees with that.
So
there's no debate with what you're saying, but I'm just saying the way the law was taught to me, and you could do a survey on a panel, don't take my or walk up to a lawyer and ask yourself, that's what manslaughter is. That's why they have the term manslaughter, like vehicular manslaughter. If you're driving and you kill somebody, driving drunk is vehicular manslaughter. That's the term. That's why they have that term, manslaughter.
So tell me this, answer me this. So if he got the knife in his bag and he pulls it out and uses it, and let's say he stabs the boy in the arm and the boy lives, what sentence he gets then?
He's gonna get assault, first degree, second degree, whatever it is. Because when you like I said, if you get into an altercation, like I said, they said he was defending himself. So I'm not sure the particulars, but the outcome was unfortunately that guy Metcalf died. Because like I said, I sympathize with his family too. Because like I said, it's nobody really won. They lost a son, and the other people's son gonna lose his freedom. So it's a lose-lose situation. But if, like I said, if they would have been a little bit more courteous towards him when he was standing under the thing because it was raining, none of this would have happened. So they contributed.
Nobody owes you courtesy.
No, you don't owe people courtesy, but as a human,
at the same time, nobody expects nobody to pull out a knife on you either. So
I heard
if the knife wasn't there, and he reached in his bag and the knife wasn't there, what would he be doing then?
He might have got beat the shit out.
Getting his ass whooped
because of his whole. But let me finish.
Or he would probably had to get the hell up out from underneath the tent.
If it's a group,
but also, let me also say that he was never underneath the tent. He was in the back of the tent.
You're going off subject. We're not debating.
But I wanted to let people know that he was not.
We're not debating that. Like people always do that. They deflect. The point I'm trying to say is, if we as a human beings, even though you don't own anybody any courtesy, it goes a long way. This might not even been happening. That's my point.
Well,
sometimes we got to look at how we contributed to something when something like this was the result. If you go back and, it's raining out here. Yeah, homeboy, you cool out here with us. When the rain slows up, you go back out, and we see you next time. People don't do that. Common courtesy is a thing of the past.
Well, you can go all the way back. You can backtrack it all the way back. He shouldn't have had the knife. The knife.
No, I agree with. We're not disagreeing with. That's not the issue. We don't disagree with that. But like I said, if he didn't have that knife and they jumped him, he might be dead. That's what I'm trying to get you to see.
Or they both could have been dead. You could choke a person out.
No, not I guess you don't know my crew. All of the dudes I used to hang out with are big. We used to play basketball, football. Some of them powerlifters. If you by yourself and they gang up on you, you're going to need something. My older brother, who's a nice guy, he was benching almost 400 pounds. So if you have beef with him, if you don't have a weapon on you, it's going to be hard for you to get out of that. That's what I'm saying to you. It's going to be hard for you to get away from. And he's a nice guy. That wouldn't happen because we would, like I said, if you were standing with us, whether you white, black, and it's raining outside, we're going to be like, yo, you can stay down here with us. And till the rain slows down, then you can be on your way. That wouldn't happen with us. But I'm saying, I'm noticing a lot of people are not nice towards their fellow mankind, saying, I don't owe you anything, or, you know, it's your problem, or that's your issue, not my issue. That's the mindset of today's world. And that's why this shit happened. But I gotta I'm gonna stay on, but I gotta bounce out. I gotta go to church at 5 o'clock. So DJ Genesis, thanks for allowing me up. I'm gonna leave my thing up, but I'm gonna be stepping out.
For sure. Well, thank you for your words, but let's kind of get into what's being said so far.
What the jury's looking at right now, they're looking at sentencing guidelines by the state of Texas between 5 to 99 years. My goodness, 5 to 99 years. Right. I mean, that is that's such a wide range. Yeah. Obviously, the defense is now going to try and make a case to argue for on the lesser side of things. Where that falls in between that range, who knows? Right. Who knows? I mean, he's 19 years old. Right. He was 17 when this happened, and now he's looking at a sentence of somewhere between 5 to 99 years. That's the other thing that the jury's going to have to try and figure out. And I don't know how long it's going to take them for them to make that determination.
Probably 15 minutes.
Clearly didn't have many questions on.
Child, this is the fastest jury I've ever seen in my life. Honey, they probably going to take 10 minutes. Okay, 99 years. That's all right. Everybody, all right. 1, 2, 3, break.
You know, whether he was guilty or not, because this verdict came back pretty quick.
It really was. It was less than 3 hours.
About 3 hours, but you want to assume that maybe they had lunch within that process as well. So, you know, subtract 30 minutes. But the fact that there weren't any notes that came out to the judge, you know, typically if a jury has some sort of a question or if they're hung up on something and they need clarification, they'll send a note out. The foreman will get in contact with the judge or the court and let them know that they have some questions. None of that happened.
Well, in court, according to our JD Miles, the punishment phase has just ended after one witness. After one witness.
So there we go.
And the defense basically, for all intents and purposes, asked Kayla Hayes, Karmelo's mother, does your son regret what he did? She says, yes, he's very sorry for what he did. So the judge right now is going to be working on the charge, what the instructions are going to be for the jury. You know, again, as we mentioned, they're going to be told that it's either going to be between 5 to 99 years.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, I've seen cases move quickly. This one is at the top of the list, though. I don't think I've seen, I mean, this is changing by the minute.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about this right now. I feel like in the middle of this thought, as we analyze what's going on, we might get another update. Yeah. Again, we've got JD Miles inside. He's sending us some live updates, you know, via text messages and some emails that were corresponding. But again, the punishment phase, it just ended. It felt like it just started 2 minutes ago.
Damn, they already got a
the
punishment.
defense only called up one witness, and that was Karmelo Anthony's mother.
So let's go back out to our Andrea Lucia, who is there on the outside of the courthouse, again, where you can see all of these people gathered, all of these people who have a vested interest in the outcome of this trial.
Why do you think it's moving so fast? It's just so obvious. Like,
well, look like they scripted it up to go the way they wanted it to go, to move things along.
Honey, listen.
As a matter of fact, I would be surprised if the jury was coached in a certain way.
Something is going on. This is too fast. I ain't never seen nothing go this fast. Honey, traffic violent DWI cases don't. God damn, what the. Man.
So, Andrea, I know you're kind of at a distance from all of these people, but has it seemed like the crowd has dissipated much, or has it gotten even more congested? Oh.
We're
I
having
ain't
some
never
audio
seen
issue.
the case go this fast in my
There
life.
you are. We can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you. Go.
Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, we switched to a stick mic here. No, I want to bring in Kelsey Mittauer. She is our producer, and she was actually up front while I was here keeping you updated. She was up there with the crowd. You were talking to some of the people up there and getting the reaction.
Yes, a lot of emotion, a lot of anger. Once it was announced, people were going around yelling what the verdict was. People were very upset. There were people that fell on the ground, and then there were, it seems, supporters of different sides that were really screaming at each other. A woman and her children got caught up in it, where they were trying to get away. It's a little bit of a mob mentality right now, where everybody's just, you can tell emotions are running high. People are just really upset or celebrating, and those things are mixing down there.
Yeah, a lot of people had their phones out too. Do you get the sense everybody was live streaming or capturing this for social media?
Yes, I don't know if anybody was actually watching it in making eye contact, but watching it through their phones. And then it's very much, it is a mob mentality, because you see one or two people move and then everyone moves that way, and it feels almost like you don't know what's going to happen, if there's going to be violence, because like I said, the emotions are running so high that people were screaming and yelling at each other and getting in people's faces. The police have had to break it up a little bit. Dominique Alexander just spoke down there and was talking about how disappointed he was in the justice system, that he said the Next Generation Action Network has donated the first $10,000 toward an appeal. He did say that obviously the sentencing is going on right now. They're deliberating the sentence, but yeah, just in general, a lot of emotion down there.
I saw some people showing up with chairs. Do you get the sense that people are hanging around? They're sitting around for sentencing?
Yes, I get the sense that people are camping out. I saw.
Do you guys think the sentencing is going to be done in like the next hour or so? You think they're going to like take another day? I think they're trying to get up out of there. They're like, okay, hurry up. All right, let's hurry up, y'all.
It might already be done and just in there waiting around.
Right. This is crazy. I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm just like, this is wow. Like, this is great. How fast this is happening is just insane. I ain't never seen something happen this fast. Honey, I think an all-white jury probably, they say it was an all-white jury. An all-white jury probably would have took more time. I'm sorry. An all-white jury probably would have had different people that probably would have been going back and forth. That, listen.
Back and forth arguing with each other.
Yeah, like I'm like, listen, y'all say it was an all-white jury.
And they gonna come in the room. What's the problem?
Right. I think that the immigrants just went ahead and agreed with the people that whatever, and it was okay. I just want to get up out of here. I gotta go make some money. All right, you done? All right, okay. What you want to? Okay, murder, cool. Everybody agree? All right then. And they about to do the same thing. All right, 99 years. Okay. All right, everybody agree? And it's probably one main person that's running the whole show in that jury that's got the strongest personality to like really make everybody turn.
So he's ready to go home, and I ain't taking nothing from none of y'all.
He's like, man, hurry up, y'all. No, listen. Do you want to go home or not? Okay, you trying to be in a hotel? Hurry up and just go ahead and child. Listen, this is the most. When they say speedy trial, you have a right to a speedy trial, honey. This is Speedy Gonzalez.
They making sure you get it.
Honey, this started on Monday. It's over by Tuesday the next week. A whole murder trial for a 19-year-old. Honey, the YSL thing went longer than this. Whatever. Man, I ain't never seen nothing go this fast. Let's look at what's going on the streets and like let's go into what's even happening. There's some stuff going on, down on the ground. You have I don't want to watch his thing. I don't agree with this guy. This dude right here.
Yeah.
I think that he was the main reason why this stuff went this way, because I'm sure that the jury got to see that nonsense, what he was doing. I think he's probably the reason why this dude got the case, the charges he got, because everybody saw him acting like a fool, doing that with the father. Do it, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes people make a mistake and just do too much preemptively.
Yep.
Making it about race and all this other stuff. So I'm gonna just say that is that hey, let's go. Let's see what's going on the ground.
That's what they saying. I don't know how true it is.
They said murder. They said murder. They said murder. They said no manslaughter. They said murder. I thought it was manslaughter too. They said guilty of murder on Fox right now. They said guilty of murder. They said guilty of murder.
Everybody thought it would be a manslaughter charge. I think everybody kind of thought manslaughter. Okay, well he has a chance, but murder, honey, no chance. That's it. It's over with. Well, people are crying, and it's really emotional.
I swear to God, I'm sick of this shit. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. I don't give a fuck. I'm tired. That is sick. That is sick. That is sick. You went through the same shit.
Yeah, so people are getting really heated down there on the ground at the case. Let's see what she.
We go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22.
Let's see what she's saying.
Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even here? To be honest, why are we here? What are we here for? Because if we take up for ourselves, we go to jail. If we don't, we die. So it's a catch-22 in this situation. What do you want us to do? What do you want us to do at this point? What? I'm lost for it. I don't know what to do. I got 5 boys. I don't know what. I ain't got nothing to tell them no more. You can't walk away no more.
Rest in peace, Trayvon Martin.
Let me ask you this right now. I hear the frustration. Are you more angry or more sad as to what just happened?
I'm angry and I'm hurt. I'm angry because you were in there. I was in there too. Those witnesses were lying on him. You got the judge free. Why do we have to care anymore? Why are we even?
I wish. Where can I get the whole video? Hey, JB. I don't know where this is at, but the whole interview. I want to see that whole interview, what she had to say. But yeah, this is yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, I'm trying to find the other stuff on the ground with the Karmelo Anthony. Because the Twitter got the right on the ground what's happening. Let me try to find.
I'd like to make a comment.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I think that accountability was not taken into consideration. It began with that school and their bylaws and what they did not do and how they proved to be a catalyst to that death. What happened between the two teams? From him giving the boy authority to put put Karmelo out of the tent, them not providing a tent for them, telling them they could not stand in the dugout out of the rain, and also not the lack of supervision. And I think that had they been doing their jobs and have proper supervision as well as a police force there, because how teens are, they get in their emotions. These are still kids that are growing. Their minds and stuff are still growing, and they have no control over their emotion. They're acting on emotions, and this is a whole different generation. And I'm just appalled that school was not held to a higher accountability and took their role, accountability for their role in the death, as well as one person did just die.
Yeah, I would sue the fuck out of that school. Where was the coaches?
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't they have their own tent?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did he have to go up underneath another school's tent because y'all didn't have one? Honey, that school be shut down.
Yes, ma'am.
Honey,
yes,
lawsuit against Centennial High School. That's school. I mean, multi-million dollar.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Because one boy didn't just die. The other boy, Karmelo, they don't think he's suffering mentally for this. When you accidentally kill someone, you think that don't work on your conscience? You don't think that he's suffering and in a living hell right now?
How are you saying why didn't the liberals bring a tent? First of all, Centennial High School is in Frisco, sir. Frisco is a majority Republican, very well-to-do area.
Uh-huh.
See, y'all white people or blacks or whoever the people that saying the liberals, y'all always want to make it Democrat or conservative versus liberal. Well, guess what? Centennial High School is in Frisco. It was 2 Frisco high schools that were competing against each other, Collin County regional meet. So they were all Collin County well-to-do high schools that were fighting, not fighting, track meeting against each other. This wasn't the poor blacks against the rich whites. Please get this in your mind. It's not about the liberals. This was a rich high school in Frisco.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen Centennial High School that Karmelo Anthony went to?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Let me show y'all this high school, because this high school is off the chain. Because I was
and
like,
also the boy
I
made.
I would have went to that school. That school was nice. Centennial High School, where he came from. Yeah. Let me show you Centennial. See, first of all, and then when you go into Dallas, these high schools, especially even when my daughter went to, these are top of the line high schools. Okay.
Uh-huh. Yes, ma'am.
Let me show you Centennial High School where Karmelo Anthony. This ain't no poor high school in the liberals. Frisco Centennial High School. This is the school that Karmelo Anthony went to. Mm. You see this huge behind school? Why didn't they have a tent?
Yes, ma'am.
School the fuck out of that school.
Yes, ma'am.
Come on now. They got like a whole truck trailer for their band, a tennis court.
Look at that tennis court. Oh my God.
This ain't got to do with white and black. That's what y'all stupid about, because that school probably is majority white.
Yes, predominantly white.
And that's why when people are talking about, oh, he had to carry a knife, he went to an all-white high school called Centennial.
See?
Okay. So he was not in any, listen, no danger. This was not a dangerous Oak Cliff down in South Dallas high school where you need metal detectors and knives to defend yourself.
Took that for granted.
Most people are getting driven to school, or you have a car. You know what I'm saying? Even where my kid goes to school at, you know, these kids got cars. They living in 300 to 400, maybe even $1 million houses. You hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So cut it out, y'all are dumb. Yes. Oh, the liberals. I get so sick of everything being about damn liberals and this, that, the other.
Right. Everything.
Look at this school. This school is a rich behind school, bro.
And that's why the boy.
And let me tell you, I can guarantee you, it's at least about 2, 3 to 4 blocks long.
Mm.
That's how much. And then all that tax money is going into that school. Why didn't they have a goddamn tent for the rain?
Exactly, as well as security. Why wasn't security beefed up? And why did the Anthony make that comment? Oh, that's not going to happen. This is Frisco or whatever, you know. That doesn't happen here. Like they was out of reality. Anything can happen.
It's not about. See, everybody want to keep just saying the same stupid shit over and over. He brought a knife. He brought a knife. Yes, he brought a knife. Yeah. He shouldn't have brought the knife. Okay, you guys are right. He shouldn't have brought the damn knife.
Okay, but now you know it ain't over. It's round 2 now. Now it's time to go after the school. What they did not do, and why are they not stepping up for the accountability? The coaches. That comment when he gave that boy the authority. That boy is a student. How you gonna tell him to take the leadership position and put him out the tent? You started it, the bullying. You
right, because all the coaches were gone.
Yeah,
gone from the tent, and so now you put a child in place to actually be the authority in the situation.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Honey, I would sue the fuck out of that school.
And then that boy
and his coaches.
Yes, ma'am. And then that boy background, he didn't have no criminal record. He was one of the top students there. One of the top students. And then we don't know the history of how far back or the relationship with him and those students at that school, and how long that boy been being bullied. What's the backstory on it? Can somebody give us the backstory? Because we know that those boys had the highest, was it Taekwondo? They was trained in that kind of karate. Because they was jumped on their father. They beat their father up. So and they was
I think that Charleston White said something along those lines.
Yeah.
Didn't he say so?
Yes, ma'am. He telling the truth too. And they put the boys, they said the boys was put out of school. They had just brought them back. But they said Karmelo was put out. Karmelo was never put out of school. So, you know, it's just a lot going on. Facts and fiction going on here. You know, and when it all boils down, they don't care. They even saying that the boy look like a Karmelo, look like a grown man. No, he's not. He's a kid.
No, that was the biggest thing the jury was saying. They were saying that, oh man, I couldn't do this to that. That half the jury opted out of being in the thing because they said I couldn't do this to no young man like that.
Right. So, you know, it's just it boils down.
And man in the high castle, I would love to bring you up, but every time I get on another panel, you want to talk crap in the audience. And sorry, sir. You know what? I have been letting you come up and this at the end, but every time I get on another thing, you get to talking shit. So no. So since you don't want either, you know what I'm saying, either you're on my side or you're not. So no, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. That's your platform. You control.
No, thank you, sir. I would love to hear your opinion. You make good opinions sometimes. Sometimes you make stupid ones, but like as far as like coming on my platform and being cool, but then when I get on somebody else's platform, you're in the audience talking shit. Get the fuck out of here. Hell no. Anyways, I wanted to like play a little bit of what Charleston White said. Now, I'm not saying that everything he said was correct, but let's get into some what other people had to say. Like a person like Charles, he said some stuff. Let's go into it. Let's go.
This is the kid where at least 50 black men should be willing to die, kill, or go to jail behind. And I sign up with them. So
after a short hiatus, Charleston White is back on Say Cheese TV. And this time he back with an apology. And I thought that was big in him, bro. He also shares his thoughts on this Karmelo Anthony trial. So I'm not gonna hold you. Let's get right into the video. I just need you to do one thing with me. Stay a little while so I can get into the algorithm. Hit that like button.
So let me just say this, since I said that. I want to take the time to apologize to Karmelo Anthony's family. Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, you know, peace and love. He go beat these charges.
What? Nope, he didn't beat him.
I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I'm taking a knife to school. Fuck him. He didn't take a knife to school. He didn't even know these two white boys. These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just coming and getting the light. He just coming getting the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid. They no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had to stab, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old strong cracker. He should have killed both of them.
Oh,
he should have killed both them Peckerwoods. With a that's minding his motherfucking business, that don't bring harm to nobody. This kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed that cracker. Self-defense.
With that.
And the reason I say that is anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video? You can go up to the school to see it. And if you go up to the school and see it, we all to see this kid will be found not guilty. But because it's in an all-white town in Crackerville, and they done made it about race, whoever Sarah Fields is, Sarah Fields, you a rotten motherfucker. And if I just had some time, I would put an army behind this family, but I ain't got time. It's supposed to be an army because Sarah Fields and the father and somebody who works for the court have been releasing Karmelo Anthony's family information to Sarah Fields. She's been putting it online, and the white folk been going. So they've been having to move. All those lies made up, homie, they can't even get the GoFundMe money. So they can't even touch the Go. So they just trying to smear a campaign, but that's what the cracker do. Boy, I wish I can go back to when I was saying the type of shit. Boy, I wish they could have caught me 3 years ago when I was really on my let's go get the cracker shit. But homie, I wish I ain't got that spirit no more. So I'm saying, why black people ain't rallying around this family as they tried to rally around in the beginning? They are threatening this family. Homie, they keep having to move.
But how do you don't just lose the spirit, bro? It's either you got it or you don't.
No, you do lose it. You do lose it.
So you sold out.
No. You lose it. Everybody loses. Malcolm lost it, homie.
Like what you told me a year ago, you said that losing touch with reality.
You lose the spirit, homie. You lose once you lose the spirit of the things you once loved. Football players, artists. Dave Chappelle lost the spirit, went to action, man, fuck that. You lose the spirit because you fight for a group of people that you shouldn't really be fighting for. Who want to make the sacrifice for black people? After you done seen what done happened, after you make the sacrifice, you done lost King. My nigga, look at us. Who want to make the sacrifice trying to save these people? Nobody, homie. Because you have to fight these people to try to help these people. So they're going to put out your spirit. If you're not going to God daily, and I ain't going to, once I got money, I'm going to be with a hoe. God. I catch God on the deathbed. Right now, live and breathing in a vibrant, thumping hip game, I'm with hoes. God. Get to God in the back end of life like everybody else. But don't nobody want to have to be committed and dedicated to a cause that seems hopeless. Every day, this seems hopeless. You don't think you lose hope? Like kids who grow up in conditions that don't change? You don't think you're going to lose hope on? You fighting every day? Yeah, you lose the spirit. And you find something else to do with a new spirit where you can enjoy life.
How'd you meet his dad?
Huh?
You met his real dad?
I met his real dad.
Karmelo Anthony.
Because the things I said about his son.
They reached out?
Yeah, he agreed with it. If his son was innocent, if his son was guilty. He said he got other kids. And he done worked hard to get to where he at. He not going to put this kind of time and attention beside a son who wrong. I looked the father in the eye when he said that. Homie, why would you come meet with me? All the things I'm advocating for your son to go to jail for a long time. I'm with that family. The spirit I heard in him, I brought him to my home. I gave him my address. Don't know what I'm doing. But wrong. I don't want to be wrong and act like I'm right. Did your son take that knife to school? Nah, Mr. Charleston. It's a grown man, homie. He said, man, I done the research on you. I looked into what you do. If my son get out of this, man, I want my son to work with your youth campaign. But man, my son didn't do this. I got other kids to raise. I'm not for to put, and he really done it. He said he didn't do it, man. It's more things that I can't say. Just go clear this kid. But just the video alone, homie. I said, that's why the media outlets ain't saying nothing about the video. That's why all the media outlets is trying to keep us focused on the campaign, on the GoFundMe, and these people can't even touch the GoFundMe. The lawyers is overcharging them because they're looking at the GoFundMe numbers. So everybody is praying on this family. Ain't nobody praying with the family. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson spoke with the father and gave them comfort.
The lawyers is overcharging him. I don't know. I feel like them lawyers was not doing, I don't know whether somebody else, because ain't no way that them lawyers did. They didn't do shit. Them lawyers didn't do a goddamn thing. That lawyer, oh my God, brought 2 witnesses up and then closed the case. Child, I don't know.
Shout out to Dr. Umar. I spoke with the dad today. His dad want me to come see the video. I gotta go see it. They don't want you to. So the father and this Sarah Fields white lady, they some racist peckerwoods. these are kind of Peckerwoods. I say this would make me feel good about standing over a white man and watch him die. See, I got something nobody has, what it feel like to watch a white man die. That's in my heart and that's in my mind. Whenever I get mad at white people, nigga, I go in that heart and that mind and I pull my victim's face up when he was dying and how we laughed at that white man. We thought it was funny. I felt like I had we've done something good. We killed the white man. Oh, that felt good, man. When you don't know no better. When you don't know no better. As you get older and you start to develop your mind and your heart starts to change, you start having remorse. And boy, that face starts to be a nightmare when you see it. When you get mad, it don't. And when white people make me mad, that's my comfort. They can put me in jail and they comfort myself with the fact I know what a white boy looked like to die. So that as Sarah Field and that Karmelo Anthony father, he should have killed both your sons. He should have stabbed that other motherfucker too, but he ain't no killer. He ain't got that in him. He did it out of fear.
Yeah, that's a big thing on social media.
You know what I think? I think I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that if he was really a killer, he would have been just stabbing up people, period.
Right, yeah, yes.
People are listening to it and they're hearing he should have stabbed both of them, right? But what he's saying that if he was really killing people and killing white folk coming up there with a knife,
right,
then he should have stabbed both of them. He wouldn't have stabbed just one.
That's right. That's right.
But people are hearing it one way, like racism, like he should have stabbed.
It is racism to a point, but
he's saying that if he was really up there trying to kill on some racist shit, he should have stabbed both of them. You know what I'm saying? He would have stabbed both of them.
That's right.
Stabbed one.
That's right.
It would have been a whole stabbing spree going on.
That's right. That's right.
But he was defending himself. Things went wrong, and unfortunately, 2 young men got one about to go for 99 years. So I know they're not going to give him any less than that. They might give him about 50.
Right.
This is going to be as big as
the OJ trial.
Yeah, Zimmerman.
Let's go to war. Let's have some that's willing to go wherever we go and punch on white folks.
Now Charleston be just saying any goddamn thing.
Charleston running up the views. Charleston know what he doing.
Hey, listen, my views went up since I played his ass. You know what I'm saying? Thank you, Charleston White.
You gonna get a whole lot of views.
My views went up by 70%. What the hell is this nigga saying? Oh, damn. He is shit stirrer. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, he is.
He know how to get motherfuckers watching your damn channel. You know what I'm saying? Welcome, We Unlock Nation. Welcome to the channel. What are your thoughts?
You got the right video up, Charleston.
What's up, We Unlock? What's up?
It's true. But can they appeal?
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, I'll ask her after the video.
Of course they can appeal. But go ahead, We Unlock. Go ahead.
All right. I'm on vacation, so I'm gonna make this brief. This was a lynching from the very beginning. I knew from the witness that said that he knew him but didn't know. I was like, okay, that's enough. I knew from the prosecution and I knew from the jury that he was going to get lynched. This was not a fair trial. I hope his lawyer appeals, but I don't see that happening. So, and then talking about a crime of passion. If the jury consensus of crime of passion, that's 20 years. If not, he gets a life sentence. So I knew it coming in, and these people are brutal. From the Cyrus situation to this situation, black people are screwed unless we unite some type of way. Other than that, I don't know what we can do in this. I don't know what to do in this situation.
Man, I'm just gonna cover it. I'm not fixing to do it. Goddamn, I'm not going out there and risking my life for nothing. Because I mean, hell, you know what I'm saying?
No, they ain't gonna do. They're not gonna do anything. They're not gonna do anything except for whine and crying and yell.
But
they're not gonna do anything.
Yeah, I don't think
But
they're gonna do a damn thing. They're not gonna do nothing.
No.
They might have a protest and get the rioting and doing wild stuff. I don't know. But then that protest will get taken over by some people that ain't got nothing to do with the thing, and then it's gonna turn into something else. But I think it's crazy. Just
boy, look, y'all stay y'all heads up. Hey, DJ, question.
Mm-hmm.
Let me be nice. Did some woman by the name of PH Diva like cuss at you or something?
Yeah, she had. Yeah, I was on like a show, and she was. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Say less. All right. I'll see y'all later. Hey, y'all have a good one. Bless you.
Why is the black community so racist? That's a stupid question.
Right.
Are we really racist?
Why was the school racist? Why didn't the school provide beef up to security? They got the money. That's old money. That's white money. That's old money. They from old money. And why didn't they make sure everything was in place? They knew that meet was gonna take place. Why didn't they provide the tents? They owe the community some answers. Then
they had one guy talking about how the tents cost so much money and blah 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 blah.
They got it.
Y'all got the money. What are you talking about?
Ma'am. Yes,
all right,
ma'am.
so finally we're seeing some pictures from the trial. Let's see what they said.
The background, anything that would hopefully for the defense side of it give Karmelo Anthony something for the jury to think about other than his murder conviction. We did not hear that at this point. We heard his mother testify. She was the only defense witness during the sentencing. She was asked if she loved her son. She said, quote, "He'll always be my baby. I love him so very much." And she was asked if Karmelo regrets what he did. She replied, quote, "Yes, I know my son, and he's very sorry for what he did. And that, is there anything you want to tell the jury? Please have mercy on my son." So,
child, that was it for a character witness. That lawyer that they have was not on their side. Sorry, but Charleston said that they were overcharging the family and doing the least. And let me also say this. Whenever you have only one character witness, that is a nail in the coffin. Come on now. Nobody else had anything positive. His teachers, nobody wanted to stand up for him. Honey, the jury's going to look at that. He's going to get the book. He's going to get the library.
Hold on. Were they letting anybody step forward, or were they just letting them others step forward and they was holding everybody else back?
I don't know. I don't know what this lawyer, because 3 witnesses and then didn't let Karmelo. Of course, they're not going to do that, but damn. Could they have allowed Karmelo to speak up for himself too?
Right.
Couldn't they have allowed the mother and Karmelo to say, listen, I wasn't able to testify, but I want to just speak up for myself. I did never mean to do it. What they did was put him in jail, swept him away. He didn't even have a case to even speak up for himself. This is a mess.
Don't they let you speak up for yourself before the sentencing thing go the time?
Yeah, but even Nature, but remember the Nature Boy trial? When it's sentencing time, the judge allows you to be able to speak for yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Why didn't the lawyers allow him to speak for himself? Why only have one person?
Mm-hmm. The defense saw them as a vehicle to make money, to line their pockets, and they gave up. They gave up.
And everybody that's talking about he had all this money and $600,000, and they bought this, they don't have access to that money.
That's right. And they held that money for a reason, so he could. Because they gonna make more money off that boy being in jail, because the penal system make money on how many heads, especially the black community, black men, heads in the beds. I think they get 10,000 per person. I don't know. Somebody need to do research and come tell us. But any young black that go to jail, they get $10,000 a day or something like that.
This might go. It's 419. You think that they're going to be able to reach a sentence by the time probably before 5? Are we gonna go into one more day? You think they're gonna be able to hurry up and reach a sentence? What are your thoughts? Hello? Scam Chan.
Oh,
you think they're gonna be able to reach a sentencing, or you think that's gonna be the thing they're gonna argue about?
I think they're gonna ballot between each other behind closed doors and just wait it out. And they don't want to do it. I think they don't want to do it as quick as they did the verdict itself. So they're gonna fight it out a little bit. They probably argue
to make it seem like they really give a fuck.
Yeah.
Right.
Because look, they might be arguing. Since they found them guilty, they probably battling over how much time, the number.
Right, 99. 10, 20. Child.
Somebody might be saying, I don't need to be 99. They don't have to be there. I want it to be 99. I want the max.
Ooh, with all the things happening and I'm not
why do you think they didn't actually go for the manslaughter? Because they didn't want to give them the least. They didn't even want to give it a chance to be too least of a sentence. I have a feeling it was one main person that helped that whole jury come to a conclusion. And these other juries were so goddamn weak because they said that there was one guy that was mean mugging the whole time.
Wow.
He's a bully.
Was it an all-white jury?
No, it was I would say there were probably maybe 5 people that were other races.
Okay.
Something like that, something along those lines. I don't know. Let me don't quote me on it. But I think that there was, white women. I think 2 people looked like Austin Metcalf. You know what I'm saying? Had the same body, football players, ages of. So was it a jury of Karmelo Anthony's peers or Austin Metcalf's?
Wow.
So let's finish what Charleston White.
Well, could you imagine?
Let's see if they really hateful.
Go ahead, say it.
Could you imagine if it was split?
Oh, then it'd be a mistrial.
It would be a mistrial.
Yeah.
I'm talking about if it was split 100% black on this side, 100% white on this side.
It'd be a mistrial. It wouldn't have went down. It wouldn't have went down like that. Hell no. And then, but here's the thing. I just feel disappointed in my black folks that was on the jury that was like, well, I just couldn't find myself gonna put another brother down.
Right. Young, talented, smart. You know how hard it is.
We be having some coons. Even Charleston White said he was cooning. Charleston White admitted that he was cooning first. He was like, yeah, he deserved it. I remember back then he was like, yeah. He was talking shit.
Yeah.
Now he's taking it all back. He realized because he went to prison for killing a white guy.
Oh, okay.
At a very young age for a starter jacket.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he went to prison at 16 years old for stealing someone's starter jacket and killed the guy.
Wow.
Yes. So if anybody but he was the main one talking shit.
Well,
how many of them on top of it, let me tell you how they did the jury. The jury wasn't even sequestered until sentencing. So they got to see all the bullshit online, go on X and everything and see everything. Oh yeah, don't get online. The fuck. I mean, is there a way to find out if they was going online? Is there a way? Do they get all y'all got to give us y'all IP addresses so we could check if y'all been online or not? Fuck out of here. The jury was more sequestered during the P. Diddy trial than this trial. This is the most fastest trial I've ever seen in my life.
Right. One and done. This is crazy.
And this seeming to me like his he might have a court appointed because the way that defense that shit was some bullshit defense.
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, I would say if he lost and he had a good defense, then okay, fair is fair. He didn't have no defense. He had 0. His defense team was terrible. Let's go.
Let's see if we really hateful. Let's have a ride. Let's have a race ride. If we really if we that imperative about a kid's dispute. It ain't the kids that's saying we hate, it's the adults. It ain't the kids online taking sides. You know why? Because the kids know that white boy is wrong. And their parents.
And hold on, I'm gonna say this. I did not say this. The adults that's talking shit about that's making it about race. It's us.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The kids are not. They're more in the digital age. They don't see race like we do.
Right.
It's us that are so racially charged from our growing up that's making it about race. But these kids nowadays are in digital. They're on Roblox. They're like dealing with avatars nowadays. They're not even dealing with really humans.
Yes,
they're talking. They're like made up characters online, talking to each other, playing Xbox with each other. That is the generation that you're talking about. This Austin Metcalf and Karmelo. They play video games together. They're cool. They're not on the same racial shit that we was on before.
And you know what?
We're the ones bringing the race shit.
Yes, ma'am. And you know what? For the way those lawyers function, he would have did better off getting an AI lawyer. You
he would have been better getting Chat GPT. Go ahead and fight this case for me.
Oh yeah, it's kind of really
Claude, I need you to be my lawyer, Claude.
Yeah.
Because after this, I think more people gonna hire Claude because that lawyer.
Oh, he over.
Honey, they need to like take his damn law license because that nigga didn't defend shit.
No, he did. He was just about.
I wouldn't be surprised if they had that picture with the Austin Metcalf father and the judge and the DA together and having dinner. If that motherfucker was in the back crouching down, hiding behind all of them, like he was there too. That's what I'm thinking.
He had cut a deal with
he ain't getting no defense. You hear me?
He had already cut a deal prematurely with the prosecution before they even came to the trial. We already know what happened.
What was up with the 3-hour deliberation that happened yesterday? What was that about? What they discussed? I want to know.
Yes, ma'am.
He come back, rest the case. What?
Yeah, that was crazy. He gave up. I'm like, what?
What's going on about this case? And I'm looking at this like, what the fuck is happening? And we're gonna find out. I swear to goodness, you know what? Everything come out in the wash. We're gonna find out. I think it's something fishy going on, and it's not because of race. It's just that just the defense alone. There's this person had no defense. If I would have seen a logical and equal defense, I'd be like, okay. But then the people were saying, well, it's not up for the defense to defend the bullshit. You better defend me, motherfucker. What the fuck?
That's right. That's right. That's right.
I don't know if they didn't pay his ass before he went to court yesterday.
He didn't get that money they hold back.
Maybe he still owed them like some money, and they didn't pay it, and so he's like, "Oh, okay, well, it's whatever."
That sound like you about right.
There's something going on. He hugged him on the way and was like, and putting his head up to his forehead, up to his head, and all this other bullshit.
Sold him out. He sold him out.
Man, honey, I would be like, man, I'd be ready to whoop.
Wow.
I can't wait to hear what his goddamn words are. Let's go.
Tell him to be quiet. Because white people cover up one another's wrongs. Black people don't.
Yeah, I even feel the animosity. Like when that happened, I had took my daughter to the park. I was feeling the animosity with other white parents.
Well, that's why. So that's why they acting like that. And this was a good kid, homie. This is the kid we should lay our life down for. This Karmelo Anthony kid, nigga, I can say when I'm wrong. I was wrong. This is the kid where at least 50 black men should be willing to die, kill, or go to jail behind. And I sign up with us.
So are you pro-black?
I ain't pro nothing. I'm pro-right. I'm pro
because sometimes you stand with black people and then
I don't stand with black people. I stand with black people who think like me. I don't stand with black people. Black people don't stand with nobody. They celebrate Cinco de Mayo. I'm gonna stand with them for it, nigga. They celebrate Valentine's Day, Irish Day. Go drink with the Irish people. I don't stand with nothing but for what's right. And I'm saying white people is wrong in this instance. You hardly I'm saying white people is wrong. So is black people, but white people is mostly wrong because they really know the truth. They really know the truth, homie. That father is acting like he was in his kid's life. The mother don't even like that father. He's the one stirring up everything, not the mother. She know he was wrong. The father is trying to get it because he wants the limelight. He wasn't there. He didn't raise him. It's the deadbeat dad coming along because he finally get the limelight. But the son broke his arm too. Big old strong white boy. Violent, aggressive white boy. Big in stature. And you have to stab him or shoot him. He gonna hurt you. And he possibly was on steroids. And he was full of drugs.
I want to say this too.
He was full of drugs. That's what they keep leaving.
They play football.
Charleston White gonna be Charleston White, right? Whether you love him, you hate him, you hate to love him, you love to hate him, he gonna be who he is. The message is unorthodox, and sometimes the message be hitting home. Sometimes the message can hit a hit dog. It can make a hit dog holler, and sometimes the message is way out of there. But Charleston White gonna be Charleston White. But he did have a good point. First of all, I want to say that was big of him to apologize to the family. I thought that was real big of him to apologize to the family. But he did have a point, man. When he said he think them parents telling those kids to be quiet because those kids know they wrong. And when I was watching Dynamic Reasons channel and Nick at Night, I also thought that. I was like, listening to them break down what was said during the trial and doing those testimonies, I say those parents played a big deal in those kids maintaining a relationship and not having problems when it's time to go back to school and telling those kids to be quiet. You know, that was big. So tell me what y'all think, though. I ain't gonna share too much of my thoughts. I also felt like I say it all the time, right? MK Ultra is real, and the CIA, they working overtime. The Mossad, they working overtime. Russia, China, they working overtime on the internet, and they know that the black people are the backbone of this country, man, and they know that to keep this country divided, they keep in the race. So you got to watch out for the bots, the trolls, the people that scared to show their face, and especially the bots again, because they're going to keep us arguing about black and white when a lot of times we need to be focusing on the facts and what's really going on. But hey, what do I know? I'm Big 618Cs, man. I'm out. I hope you like this video. Hit that like button, comment, and subscribe, man. Peace.
Well, shouts out to listen, I'm hearing different, like it's all type of different opinions out there. I might go into the white people with their opinion. Let me go in. I'm gonna play this real quick. I'm gonna find out all the other side. Let me get the X of Turning Point. Let's see what they're talking about.
Guilty of murder.
Stand by, Rich. Reaction now in the crowd. Xavier Walton is with us. I saw right away when we learned of the verdict. We had the video up during commercial. I saw some crying. I hear some screaming. Tell us what it's like.
Yeah, Connell. So immediately once that verdict was read, a woman fell to her knees, overwhelmed with emotion. She began to cry. And, I'm going to walk over here. Austin, watch your step. Come on, Austin, come this way. And one thing I've heard multiple times since that verdict was read, these folks saying that's what you get when you have an all-white jury. Obviously, that's been talked about a lot. We know there was not a single black person being represented in that jury. So it looks like two gentlemen are yelling back and forth right now. There are children here. Notice the gentleman in the cowboy hat. Law enforcement is here. But Connell, so much emotion, boiling. It is hot. Tensions obviously flaring up. And you see the crowd of cameras. You see the people walking that way, Connell. I can tell you there's a whole group of people that once that verdict was read, you can just see in their faces like they had been defeated. That was the look of defeat. That's what they had on their face. As we just kind of walk with this crowd, I can tell you I've been here since jury selection. And there have been several Karmelo Anthony supporters that have been here since jury selection. And once that jury was selected, this is what they were worried about: being found guilty of murder, not manslaughter in this case, but murder. So as we kind of follow the crowd, something else to really point out, Connell, law enforcement, they are everywhere. I also asked one of these parents here that is with their children, with their child, I said, why bring a child here? And she told her son here, so that way he would know what it's like to advocate for your community.
Get out of the roadway, you're going to jail. Out of the roadway.
So Connell, you asked the question, what was it going to be like when the verdict was read? And here's the answer. You see, obviously, the animosity, and rightfully so, Connell.
Out of the roadway.
Notice law enforcement right here. That is from the beginning. We've said that. But yes, Connell, I'll send it back to you. You can take our live images. But I can tell you right now, law enforcement does have control of this. Dozens of people just heard the verdict. But obviously, for days now, this is what they've been waiting for, and it's for a lot of people here. I can tell you that. It's not the verdict they wanted to hear, but also keep in mind a family, the Metcalf family did lose someone. They lost a loved one, and that's what they've been saying too, because there have been Metcalf family supporters out here as well. I'll be completely honest, Connell, from day one when they had that jury, it was an alarm bell that went off for a certain community that said, no black jurors, we already know what's gonna happen. Guilty.
So people already knew he was going to get a guilty charge. I don't know why people are being surprised. Like, what are you surprised about? I mean, they already knew it, right?
Yes,
so let's hear, you know what I'm saying? They knew it. So what's the...
When we saw the lawyers, when we looked at the caliber of the lawyers, we knew it.
Hello?
Somebody should have came and volunteered and took that case. High-profile lawyers. You hear me?
So let's see what else is going on in the audience.
Hold on. That's not necessary. It is necessary. You understand the N-word very well. We use it necessary. Niggas being niggas. All I'm saying like the fuck I said. It is time to just disperse. See how I got a freedom of speech? You can't control it.
And you so why are we fighting each other? I'm on your side. I want Karmelo free, not locked up. So why am I sitting here fighting you? Why is another black man arguing with a black man? Why are you out here calling people niggas and degrading each other? Like they want us to. It's like some of us out here doing something not.
Honey, it got so crazy they got to fighting each other, arguing with one another.
Isn't this a black on black right here?
They're arguing. I guess they was arguing about whatever it was. I don't know, but they arguing.
Wow.
That's the best time for you to go suck a dick. Trolling motherfuckers out here. That's why.
Y'all, they laughing at y'all. The enemies who y'all need to be arguing with, they right there. They watching y'all, they recording y'all, they laughing at y'all. They right there laughing
at they want the blacks to get round. They gonna make some money.
Don't y'all see all the cameras all around y'all?
Why y'all get consumed by me? You shouldn't be worried about me. You ain't gotta worry about me. Ignore me. Focus on justice. Don't worry about me, baby. Don't worry about me. I ain't gonna shut up a shit little ass girl. You got to talk.
Right. So you got like, so what it looked like to me is that you got some black people that's inciting more.
Yeah.
You know,
inciting vice.
And that's the thing, that'd be agents, you know, just making more into the crowd, saying little shit, so that the anger don't go off to the other side. But I don't see that many white people over there. Where's Jake Lang at? Let me see if Jake Lang.
They satisfied.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They probably left and went home. They cool. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am. Now they can get more clients. It's a win-win for them.
Right. They like, that's all I was waiting for. And they just all went home and
yes, ma'am. And say justice is served. That's what they saying. The black life does not matter.
Right. Pretty much.
Uh-huh. But that school, it ain't over. The school, they got to go another angle now. They got to go to the top now. This is trickle down. This the bottom. This the bottom feeders. They got to go to the top. They owe America a answer about what went on. And I want to see the credentials of these lawyers that represented that boy. What cases have they won? Have they ever handled a case of this caliber, of this level, of this nature? Wow. And we already know.
I'm trying to figure out, like, man, this is crazy. Man, that's sad.
And the boy was so calm. They held his composure. Through stuff like this, thinking that they was gonna see his side of the story, and you know what happened. You know what I'm saying? That led up to this. But when
I'm not sure if you saw like Nick at Night, so it got so crazy with Nick at Night that she had to get the Black Panthers to protect her.
What?
Yeah.
What?
This is her. Look, listen.
Oh my God.
She was crying and everything in her car.
I'm okay. I just got worked up. I'm all right. Anyways,
she tried to still do her show, but I mean, it was getting heated out there, So she talks about some of the background things that was happening during the whole thing, and it got real crazy. Like, bro, it was very racial, okay? Very racial. And you know what? Who is starting all the racial stuff? You know what I'm saying? Who's the one? It was older black and white people that was trying to make it about race.
All right. Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And we are going to be talking about today's events. I know there was a lot of people concerned, and I have a lot to say, like a lot of things to say. And normally when I'm addressing my audience about things that I've experienced, I just go off the cuff and I just go into stuff off the top of my head and go from there. However, what happened today was so serious that I needed to consult and have a proper statement prepared to talk to you guys about. I am taking this situation extremely seriously, and I want to make some things clear that have been going on inside that courtroom that has drawn a huge concern to every Black person's safety out there that is being totally disregarded. And it's a lot. So I have a statement that I will be reading. I've never done something like this other than I put someone on notice. Well, we're past 12 a.m. So I guess technically the other day, but it still feels like yesterday because of fumes. Okay. Like I'm running off fumes. So let's get into it. So thank y'all for coming in. Make sure y'all hit the like button. Thank y'all for supporting me, but let's get on into it. So before we dive into the critical legal updates from today's proceedings, I need to make something very clear right out the gate. So I am safe and I am broadcasting from a very, very, very secure location. Like, trust me. And I am okay. A lot of people wanted to know, like, Neek, are you okay? Like, my phone has been blowing up with people wanting to know if I am okay. And I am. It's like, I'm good. So now that that's out the way, I want to let you guys know that the reason why I'm able to sit here and feel the level of relief that I do is because instead of the courts stepping up and realizing an issue and nipping it in the bud before it escalates to this point, the community is what stepped in to protect their own. So I want to start this broadcast by publicly and deeply thanking the members of the Black Panther Party who were on the ground at Collin County Courthouse today. What happened to me today was another deliberate attack of intimidation, another attack to try to knock me off of my pivot of covering this case, while the true perpetrator hid under the protection of the sheriffs at the Collin County Courthouse. There's been no proof of any threats to this individual. Nobody has done any, anyways, let me read my statement because child. So, after leaving the courthouse and walking into the parking lot, I was in the middle of speaking to YouTuber JLR Reacts when I noticed a group of men moving in right behind him. So one man walks over, and then there's another man who has this ski mask on his face, And I recognized his ski mask because the woman that I put on notice, well, I want to say it yesterday because like the day is still running for me, but technically the day before, the woman that I put on notice, she had been posting this guy on her page. And I remember seeing his picture because the man who was filming me getting into my car, and then when they parked next to my car, he had posted photos of this man as well. So I was like, oh, okay, that's what this is. So, so he walks over, this guy that's plastered all over that guy's page and her page, and starts, you know, looking me up and down. And then another guy comes in and they start looking me up and down. And so all of this is while I'm talking to JLR Reacts, and he's trying to ask me like what's going on in the courtroom and stuff. And I was just telling him, you know, like what was going on with the courtroom, plus the intimidation that people are trying to do. So I started talking about that. And while I was talking about that, I see like, I'm like, is a man trying to get like closer in or whatever? Like they just was really doing the most, right? So basically after that, you know, I passed my phone to my uncle, and I passed my phone to my uncle and I said, hey, record them. Like record everything that's going on. My uncle's on alert. There's two other guys next to me. They're on alert. They see what's going on. And they're like, wait. Like, whoa, these are the people that, you know, like I was just talking to him. He was completely nice to me. Like, but they're staring you, a woman, up and down. And I'm like, yeah, like they ain't saying nothing to y'all, but they coming to try to like flex their muscle to a woman, you know, like the woman who's at the center of it, she needs to send in men instead of her, like, you know what I mean? Like she's a woman, I'm a woman. She sends in men like goons to try to intimidate me, so that she can do this grift of, oh, I'm threatened, my life is in danger. But she's the one sending in like goons that she's posting on her page and stuff like that. And the court, anyways, so let me get back. So that's what was going on. So I said, these grown men were like aggressively like looking at me in a hostile manner. And but like they had no hostility towards the men that were around me. So as I was like noticing this, I was just realizing like the situation for what it was. Like everything that we have been going through at this courthouse day in and day out, the fact that she is able to target people and play victim when the proof that she's targeting people is on her page was just through the roof. Plus the sheriffs that are backing this whole thing up, like just crazy. So as I'm just like witnessing all of this, I decided to go to my car for safety, my uncle's car rather, for safety, and get my bag and, you know, sit there. As I'm sitting there, the two men that was also like guarding around me alerted the Black Panther Party, and they came and surrounded the car. They were like basically asking me like what I did, and they wanted me to go and continue my work. Like, don't let this stop your work. They were like, no, like we got you, you're good. And so I kind of had like a sigh of relief at that point. And I said, you know what? Okay, like they're surrounding the car. I'm good. Like the men, like, you know, like they got me. So
that was the situation that she was saying. People were surrounding her and etc. You know, so this is the type of a climate that was going on.
Mm-hmm. They were surrounding her. They were surrounding her to do what?
Well, intimidate her. It was like a lot of, and then I actually heard from other content creators that there were people going to their houses, doxing them. Any like content creators that were talking like on so what happened is Sarah Peters was making it seem like any Black creators were Karmelo Anthony supporters. Right. So it was like she would point them out on her Twitter, and then people would like dox their address. And so people were showing up at their houses and all type of crazy stuff. So it was getting real. So here's the thing. What I would say is that when I say that the racial tension is not only on it was really adults doing this, that's what I mean. The adults were doxing each other. The adults were doing a lot of the bullshit stuff. The whole doxing of people, trying to make it into a racial thing, and I think that's kind of sad that people were doing that.
We got to understand the mindset of the adult and the culture that they was raised in too. You know, they still fuming from history. We got Juneteenth coming up. That's when it's gonna get crunk on Juneteenth. So is that next week? Next week?
Yeah.
Oh, that's when they gonna show their ass. That's when the blacks gonna show their ass. And so they got Juneteenth right around the corner, and this gonna also have a effect on the voting process that's coming up. Because they already tried to stop blacks from voting. They don't want them to vote.
Honey, they say that they were showing his body after the autopsy. A lot of wild stuff. Yeah.
Oh my God. Man. Yeah, that boy didn't have a chance.
So where's the video?
Well, it'll come out. It'll come out now.
Oh, it's gonna come out.
You know, they didn't allow it to be shown until after the trial was over, but it'll come out. You'll see it.
Wow.
It'll come out.
Wow. Wow. We already knew their intentions when they're on that first round pick of them jurors.
Well, I'm not sure. So it looks like I wonder if like the people have dispersed. I think the police have successfully dispersed a lot of people. People like, you know what I'm saying, there was a few like arguments that ensued. People were saying now Black Panthers are attempting to launch a race war outside the Collin County Court. Tell our kids the truth. This is racist ass. Like, come on now. You know what? A lot of like, people see that this is, listen. Then people saying stop chimping out. Let's hear some of this. The stuff going on. And then, you know, I'm trying to like wait until some of the content creators get out of the courthouse so I can hear some of the things that they're about to say. So in the meantime, I'm just playing the audience and what's going on.
We gotta tell our kids the truth that this is a racist ass country. We gotta tell them the truth. Who don't get stop that cool ass shit? Don't nobody want to hear about what we do to each other. We talking about what they doing to us. White folks kill white folks. Mexicans kill Mexicans. We ain't trying to hear no cool shit today. Go over there with them white folks with that. This is a racist ass country. We're in a racist ass state. This is a racist ass court. There ain't nothing else to talk about. When has a white boy been before an all black jury? Tell us, media. Tell us, white folks. When has a white boy been before all black jury? Never.
How's it murder?
This is racist. Is he okay? Because you know what? Whatever the verdict is, he got justice. Because he got to go before a jury of 6 or 12 instead of being buried by 6. We got to stand up. We're going to keep, that's right. You know what? Let this be all in the same. Exactly. Come on, sister. Come on, sister. See, right. This is a war. This is a war. This is a war. And it's been going on. This war been going on.
So Nick Sorter is saying that the Black Panthers were trying to incite a riot with the words that they were using. It's some interesting things. So let's see some more Nick Sorter. He's out.
Hold on. That's not necessary. We understand the N-word very well. We use it, we holler it, we understand. Niggas being niggas. All I'm saying like the fuck I said. It is time to just disperse. See how I got a freedom of speech, you can't control it.
And you said, why are we fighting each other? I'm on your side. I want Karmelo free, not locked up. So why am I sitting here fighting you? Why is another black man arguing with a black man? Why are you out here calling these niggas and crazy each other? Like they want us to. It's like some of us out here doing something not
Let me tell you, that's the best thing for you. Go sell these
Watching y'all, they recording y'all, they laughing at y'all.
Why y'all getting consumed by me? You shouldn't even be worried about me. You ain't gotta worry about me. shut up and shit, little ass girl. You got to talking to me now.
I slapped that motherfucking phone out your motherfucking face. Fuck you.
Man, this is embarrassing, to be quite honest. Like, man. They did not get a new house from the crowdfunding. People say can't bring a knife to a fist fight, you know?
Yes, ma'am. But another one of the downfall, the mistakes that was making was that Karmelo made some comments on social media after the incident. He should have never went on social media. Are they showing anything about that? Because they using that against him.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen that part.
Yeah, he went on social media, made some comments about what happened, and I guess they was gauging him by his emotions and his gestures, and that was pretty much the.
So this is a Sarah Fields website. So I think did she only make 18, or did she finally get to her $25,000 give, send, go? Did she make the money? I think that she was at 30,000 at some point.
Wow.
So this is what she says. I'm still inside the courthouse. We are currently waiting on the jury to finish deliberating on sentencing. After sentencing will be the victim impact statements. I will update everyone when I leave for the day. This is 1 minute ago. I just wanted everyone to know that we are safe.
What? Huh. Wow.
Yeah, this is so Sarah Fields, I guess she is like a part of the Proud Boys, or she's like the queen of the whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Huh? Safe from what? We are safe from what?
So I don't know what.
But you know what? They say that Texas, California, and Illinois is not a good state for young blacks or black men or black people that commit any kind of type of crime. Texas, California, and Illinois, among the others, but I know those are.
Okay, so she says, so the guy Dominic Alexander, the one that was speaking out, she said that she was the one who exposed him. Yeah, and then I think I think that this was the thing.
Quick sidebar really on Dominic Alexander. This is the guy who chastised Austin Metcalf's father for being present at a press conference held by the Anthony family last year. Metcalf was escorted by police out of that press conference. Absolutely despicable. Alexander also happens to have a lengthy rap sheet, including felony injury to a child, stealing a car, felony theft, felony assault, evading arrest, and so on and so forth. And another interesting tidbit, Dominic Alexander's Next Generation Action Network has gotten funding from the Tides Foundation, seeded by none other than George Soros. Quick sidebar on Dominic Alexander. This is the guy who chastised Austin Metcalf's father for being present at a press conference held by the Anthony family last year.
So all this vitriol going on. A lot of vitriol. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give us all a break. I've been here for like how many hours? 5 hours. I'm gonna give us a break.
Okay. Can you research and see if they what he said on social media and what platform was he on? Was he on X? What's that ones the kids like to go on, or where did he make statements at? What did he say? Can somebody find that footage? Was he on Facebook? Who was he on? Where was he at?
All right, let's see.
And that's gonna be interesting. I don't know. I don't think I want to.
Let me see.
How's it come? One thing that happened yesterday was that Karmelo Anthony didn't testify. I told you all, generally I never wanted my clients to testify, but I did say in a self-defense case, that's the one time where you really, really should have your client think about it, because it's the only way that you can get your version of the facts out and answer the questions that everyone wants to know. The jury never heard directly from Karmelo Anthony, so they didn't get answers about what he feared, what he believed, why he believed deadly force was necessary. Everyone else essentially told the story. The defense was forced to prove their state of mind through other witnesses, and the defense did a bum-ass job, in my opinion, of cross-examining those witnesses. Was this a case where the defendant should have testified because self-defense is fundamentally about perception and fear? I don't know. That's a question for you all. You all let me know what y'all think in the comments. A big piece of the evidence that they looked at was his statement when he was detained and taken into custody by authorities during the BW's, the body-worn camera footage. We had a chance to listen to some audio, and reportedly, he told the officers, "I told him not to touch me." Why was this a big deal? Because the defense relied heavily on the testimony that Karmelo was distraught, and afterward repeatedly said, "I told him not to touch me." But what happened, the jury apparently found that statement insufficient to justify the stabbing. This is a reason why the best thing you could do if ever you're in a situation where you're being detained, questioned by law enforcement, is just don't say anything. I have a right to an attorney. Where's my attorney? And leave it at that. Because had he not made any statement to authorities, this "I told him not to touch me" statement wouldn't have been out there. Or presumably, what would I have wanted the statement to be if he did make a statement? The statement that would have been perfect for the defense would have been something to the effect of, "Man, I told him not to touch me. I didn't want to do it, but I was scared. He shouldn't have grabbed me like that." Like he should have. If a statement is going to be made, the statement has to be one that directly points to the immediacy of your fear, the immediacy of your fear of threat or severe bodily harm. If it doesn't do that, and the only statement you have after the events occurred was, "I told him not to touch me," literally, "I told him not to touch me" could be any form of touching. Anything could have been better than "I told him not to touch me." I told him he shouldn't have grabbed me like that, man. I was scared. Anything would have been better, but this is why, and I know it's hard. When people are taken into custody, the first thing they want to do, just like anybody, the first time you caught doing something, you immediately want to explain your side of the story, but that's never the best move to make. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at some of these comments because I can go ahead and jump back in to the testimony. Yeah, I agree with that statement. I've seen racist white folks who are out there and making some wild ass statements, and I've seen black folks out there who was making some wild ass statements. Like, we don't care. It's like, so it all goes to both sides. I think the best thing you can do is shut the hell up until you get all the facts. And the crazy part is, we still have no clue what fucking happened. We still have no clue what happened because there was no audio. There was no cameras allowed in the courtroom. So it makes it very difficult. We got conflicting reports from media outlets, but there's foolish people that fall on all sides of the coin. Yeah, this will end bad. We are climbing up a racial war. We got other crazy stuff going on in this world to be fighting each other. Yeah, I mean, ineffective defense. I 110% agree with that. It was actually probably one of the, that's a great comment. I agree with it. The defense dropped the ball during the jury selection by not presenting the appropriate challenge to try to keep at least one African American on the jury. The only thing they said was, if you get rid of all three, we won't have none. Yeah, that's not an argument. That's math. And they failed to make an argument sufficient to show why the prosecution's reason for disqualifying those jurors was not well-founded. That was the first mistake. I could go through a bunch of mistakes. What was the second mistake that I think was a big mistake? Was where they failed to cross-examine the witnesses, the prosecution's witness, with any heart. Like, they asked questions, but they didn't ask questions. Like, anytime the prosecution witness got up there and made an affirmative statement about the law, I think that Karmelo Anthony provoked the entire situation and he was the aggressor. You had a prime opportunity to rip them to shreds, because I told y'all my view. My view is always, if two people talking shit to each other back and forth, the aggressor to me isn't the person
who is Anna Hart, Harte. Who knows who Anna Hart is? I've been trying to find her, but I don't know. Oh, is that a person in the chat? Okay, my bad. Like, who's Anna Hart?
says something. Y'all can say whatever the hell y'all want. The person who makes first physical contact is the aggressor, in my opinion. And they could have hammered that point home and really locked those witnesses into a corner with the right line of questioning. Like, I don't know. It's just something that you learn from trial and error and from doing it. And I think they dropped the ball. So they jacked up during the jury selection process. They jacked up on cross-examining the witnesses when the witnesses made affirmative statements about a legal position, being this was or wasn't self-defense.
I mean, so I'm not sure if this guy is a lawyer or not, but let's hear from a lawyer. And I was playing this earlier, but I got sidetracked when I was like trying to get the case information. But let's go. Let's hear.
You're gonna have two issues that I think, if I'm concerned about Karmelo,
they dropped the ball.
Concerns about him and his case. In terms of, if I'm the defense, if I'm the prosecutor.
Can I just say something? People telling us to go back to Africa when they ain't even from here. Black people should go back to Africa. Honey, give me a ticket. Who Dave Salazar? Okay, my IG is DJ Genesis Detroit. Send me a plane ticket and some. Okay, and
we all gotta get out of America.
Because I will definitely go back to Africa. Which one? Nigeria? What part? Dave's all y'all white people, honey. I will listen. I will start a give, send, go, and a GoFundMe. Send me back to Africa. I ain't even from Africa, but I'll go to Africa. Send me to Africa. Listen, I love Africa. I will go there in a heartbeat. I have a lot of friends in Africa.
That's right.
I will have a blast.
I'm telling you.
Okay, so listen, this is my IG. It's at DJ Genesis Detroit. Send me. Listen, hold on.
First class. Say you going first class.
Send me a trip. Listen, I'm about to send a GoFundMe.
There you go.
Listen, y'all want to send DJ Genesis back to Africa? GoFundMe.
Wow.
Right.
Honey, I will get a whole. Listen, I think all the white people should make a whole GoFundMe of us going back. That y'all can have this country. Try to just tell me when y'all want to do it.
You know they want to start martial law anyway.
Honey, I'll be gone. Man, let me tell you, if they sent me a ticket, I will be over there. I already got friends over there. Shit, I'll be listen.
I know that's right.
Listen, anybody that say we need to go to Africa, send me some. Listen, no, don't be careful what you ask me. Send me send me the money.
Wait a minute, what you gonna go?
No, give me a ticket. Go ahead, give me. I'm listen. It don't matter what class. I'm gonna just go back to Africa.
I'm out of here. I'm out of here.
It's
paid in full, y'all. It's paid in full. I'm out of here.
My family is Black American Indians, child. If you don't get the fuck out of here, if you see how I look.
Yes, ma'am.
My family is native to this country, but it's okay. You want to send me to Africa? I will go to Africa.
That's right. I'm telling you. Wow.
So please, listen, where's my dad? I think I put it in here.
If they serious, they gonna send the money, get it done.
Hit
one
the cash out. I'm about to back to Africa fund. Send it to my Cash App. It's called the Back to Africa.
That's good.
DJ Genesis Back to Africa Fund. Please send me back to Africa so I can go. I would prefer Tanzania. I have a lot of friends out in Tanzania.
Yeah,
please send me.
Okay.
Yes. Make sure and then give me some extra. Like, okay, 20,000. No, 30,000 to send DJ Genesis back to Africa. Even though I ain't never been to Africa, but I will go.
Don't put no cap on it. Don't
Honey,
put no cap on the downside.
I'll be
No,
good for
look,
5 years.
how bad do they want you to go back to Africa? That's we gonna see now. How bad do they want you to go?
Send me, listen, somebody create a GoFundMe. Send DJ Genesis and all these niggas back to Africa.
That's right. That's right.
Listen, who want to go? Listen, we'll start a whole fucking city at that bitch. Come on now. Like,
I
okay,
know that's
y'all.
right. I know that's right. But now,
listen, don't threaten me with a good time. Come on, so go back to Africa.
Ooh, I know that's right. I know that's right. But now, the way some of these people talking, I think you should put up a disclaimer saying, "Hey, you not some of these people may emotionally talking on emotion, and you're not responsible for the responses."
No, I'm saying, like, bro, like, if you want to go to Africa, it ain't about the Wakanda, honey. Africa is beautiful.
No, I'm talking about the way some of these people talking. You know, you put your disclaimer up. You're not responsible for the chain of thoughts. So,
right. Hey, listen.
Don't mess up my platform with that boy.
Honey, I'll take my ass back to Africa to heart. Have you seen Africa? It's beautiful.
Yeah, yes.
What the fuck are you talking about? Have you seen our show Speed? That shit is off the chains in Africa. It's fucked up areas, but hell. If you want to talk all that shit, go ahead. Send me back to Africa.
All the resources.
All the resources is over there. What you talking about?
Bro, what?
Everything you want is there.
Yep.
Diamonds.
Child, listen. Whoever, that's probably a kid saying that, but they ain't gonna put their money where their mouth is.
Oh, these
go and hit the super chat. This called the Back to Africa super chat.
Tell you don't discriminate against age. You know you got it.
Listen, Back to Africa Fund is right here.
That's right. Oh, that's a good one.
Africa
That's a good one. Woo.
Fund. Okay.
Put up or shut up. Put up or shut up.
Listen, I'm trying to raise about 20. Listen, I'm raising 30K.
That's right.
To send me back
when you get there to get settled.
You don't want you don't want me to come back, do you?
Because you can do your platform no matter where you at. Yeah. Hey, baby, let's go.
Right. Hey, as long as I got internet, even though the internet, hey, listen, sometimes the internet might go down, but hell.
I think
all right. So listen, this is the thing. I will make a whole Back to Africa. Y'all put the money, and I will show y'all how far I get close to Back to Africa.
Yeah, there you go. You should make a documentary out of it. You should have put the thumbs up on
everybody
that.
wants to contribute to send me back to Africa, honey. I will go.
That's right.
Okay, there we go. This is the Back to Africa Fund. Send DJ Genesis back to Africa. Even though I ain't from Africa, but I will go to Africa.
Oh man, I leave the platform too long, and I don't see you for a while. I know where you at, right?
I don't went back to Africa, honey. I'm not even on. I'm putting my feet on the ground. I'm in some grass.
Right.
Soaking in the sun. It's beautiful in Africa.
Right. Okay? Back, I gotta go, y'all.
I know that's right.
Listen,
I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna say he brought a knife.
Oh no, honey, I got friends in Africa.
School event onto an.
I got friends in Africa.
Said y'all think it's funny till we see y'all back. Come on, with.
Honey, don't threaten me with a good time. I swear to God. I swear. Listen, on my mama.
Everybody get a ticket. Yeah.
Listen, on my mama. Listen. Do you want to go back to Africa?
Get a ticket.
You get a ticket. You get a back to Africa. We go. Like, bro, do you know? Like, everybody think it's funny. They think this is the place to be.
They must not know who they talking to. Like, you ain't.
Man, listen. Put it in my. Listen. Don't say it with your mouth. Say it with your bank account.
That's right. Money
Go
talks.
ahead. I'm about to start a GoFundMe right now.
That's right. Money talks.
I'm fixing to send a GoFundMe. Send
DJ
Genesis back to the next show I do. I'm gonna create a Back to Africa Fund.
Yes,
ma'am. Anybody that don't want me to be here, I swear to God, I will. Listen, black fatigue. It is. Send me back. You having black fatigue? Send me the money.
Wow, they all coming out, right?
Tell them new money. You said new money and old money.
Stipulations. Hey, listen, they can only be bought for like tickets. Hey, any travel agents that like to like go ahead and
drop that Bitcoin on
Bitcoins, new money, old money, coupons. Come on, what they call it? When you get the ticket, lady.
Man, let me tell you something. Go listen. Don't threaten me with a good time, honey. I got plenty of friends. I have a show going on right now about Africa. Trust me, I got friends in Africa.
Awesome.
I practice African religion. Listen, what are you talking about? Like, I got friends. I got Babalawos. I got people in Tanzania, Nigeria, all over the continent of Africa.
Awesome.
So.
That is awesome.
Look at him. Look at him.
Wow.
Oh, he said drop the GoFundMe. Okay, I'm all right. Listen, okay, you have to help me. Okay, I'm about to okay, give the Back to Africa Fund. It is. I will begin.
Educational environment campus is not supposed to have. Even though he did know the individual Eddie that's sitting under the tent, he is over at the other school's tent, and he has the knife, and he's not supposed to have the knife. And so they're probably going to try to turn that into something and try to say, hey, he's over at the other school's territory, and he has the knife with him.
Listen.
So he went over there to do something. I'm telling you, that's how they're going to try to put that. The flip side to that is, I know Eddie. I have history with him. I'm just going to see how he's doing. And these folks are bothering me and they don't have a right to touch me. So those are the things that you kind of go back and forth with. My whole concern is Karmelo didn't testify. Now, I always tell people, you have a Fifth Amendment right not to testify, so you don't have to testify. But when you're trying to walk somebody out and get them found out guilty, and you have some other student who has lost their life, you know, it gets a little harsh because they didn't sit and heard their boy's mama cry, and then they didn't even get to hear from Karmelo. You got to be careful. I mean, some attorneys will say, you know what? I'm concerned about how Karmelo would answer questions. I don't feel like I need to even put him up there. Maybe I don't need to put him up there. But then the flip side of that is, can he tell his story in a way so that everybody understands what happens clearly? Because if Austin did the football move on him where he went up under his shoulders and maybe flipped him around and he gets stabbed, then that explains everything. So I know he doesn't have to testify because, hell, I'm a lawyer, so you're not supposed to hold that against an individual. I still feel like in the back of my mind, sometimes jurors do still hold that against somebody. So if I'm the defense, I have a concern about that. And that's a real concern based on my experience doing this. And I've been doing this for 24 years. So it's not whether I feel a particular way. I'm trying to stump for Karmelo or stump for Austin. I'm just telling you what my concerns are, what I would be worried about, what the things that would give me concern, you know? So that's what I can tell you guys about that part of it. From some of the testimony from the coaches that Mel shared with me, it seemed like when everything happened, Karmelo first definitely said it was self-defense coming out of his mouth. And he didn't initially even think that he had even hurt Austin, and that he thought it was something small and that Austin was going to be okay. So when you have that, you don't think that there is the intent to actually kill someone when somebody is acting like that, when you have that kind of altercation. So there's a lot to unpack here. But once again, my bigger concern would be the knife and the fact that he's over in their tent, even though he does know Eddie, is you got a weapon and you over on their side of the tent. Now today, in today's world, in schools, people kind of fraternize with each other. I come from a different era where if we're playing against a school, or we're running track against a school, or we're playing football against a school or basketball against a school, you don't go over there. I can only imagine if Lincoln and Madison were playing and I'm Lincoln and I go under their tent. No, we're not going under their tent. You wouldn't make it out of there. We didn't do that. So for some people, especially if you got some older jurors, they come from that era where, hey, we don't like our rival. We don't like somebody we playing against. So we don't really fraternize with that side. So if you go over there, then you're going over there not for a good reason. So those are some of the concerns that I would have, especially when you have that situation and somebody loses their life, whether you like them or not, whether you are concerned about what the race of people are. Somebody did lose their life, and you got to be extremely careful about that, because even though to the white and the black folks that may be important, to jurors who are from other races and other walks of life, that might not be as important as the fact that a human being lost their life and you got this situation going on. So we got to be careful about that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. I do apologize.
And so somebody was talking about earlier about the knife. I think one of the young ladies, and what was her name?
I just want to ask, do you think that it was for a good reason?
Hello?
Or, like, I guess the more point of it is that if he said,
can y'all hear me?
I know that's not he
We
said.
can hear you.
Can you unmute yourself?
Can you hear me, Calvin?
I'm unmuted.
I can't hear y'all again.
I don't know if he unmuted me.
I'm gonna go back.
Okay, so Calvin's gonna go out and come back in. So you can continue with what you were saying.
I just want to know, is like, far as the circumstances, like I've been watching the trial. I've not only been watching your channel, I've been watching other platform channels as well. And a lot of you have said the same thing about the case, is that a lot of people have not been come forward. They haven't come forward with the truth about a lot of matters. And I understand that he is a lawyer within as well, not within the case, but just a lawyer per se. And you know, within, I guess the point of the matter is that you guys keep on stressing the point, is that the fact that he was at an event, a track event, and he had a tool which had a knife in it that that we all may carry. I've had carried that as well. I may have had mace as well. I may have had
I'm sorry, can you give Calvin a question? Can you give him a direct question?
So what I'm saying is I'm just expressing how I'm saying. So I may have things that protect me from, not saying that that's what he was using it for. What I want to say is that I may have tools that'll protect me, because I have DoorDashed. I have done other things that I feel like, okay, well, if I'm going in this area, or if I'm going in this situation, I just want to make sure that
Hey, Shantae, can you give Calvin a question so he can answer?
Okay,
we only have him here for a short time.
Okay. Well, I guess I have to reach out to him personally. Can
I differentiate?
What I want to ask is that, do you feel as though in that matter, because he had.
All right, so welcome. I just wanted to let you guys know that my official GoFundMe to send me back to Africa has been created. Okay, and so anyone that wants to donate to the Back to Africa Fund, okay?
That's right. Don't back out now. Y'all started it. Let's finish it. Let's get it. Let's go.
It's here. Okay, so I just want to let people know that I am serious. Like, if you want to officially send me packing back to Africa, here we go.
Wow.
I am.
You say, hey.
Okay, I am. Listen, this is my GoFundMe link to go back to Africa.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's raise, and I'm going to promote this, the Back to Africa Fund. Like, please, I'm starting off with 2,600 at first, and then because I want to be able to get the plane tickets. The flights are a little bit higher now because certain like airlines. Then I want to like raise a little extra money just to have like some pocket change when I get there to be able to help me. So that is the GoFundMe. That is the link in the chat. Please support my Back to Africa Fund.
Are you gonna do it time?
Huh?
Yeah, we have
listen, mud huts are cheap. Yeah, so please support my back to Africa and get me back to Africa right here. Send me back to Africa. And here what it says, you know, I'm reaching out to my community because I'm hoping to relocate to Africa to be with my family. The move is deeply important to me. As it will allow me to reconnect with my loved ones and start a new chapter surrounded by those who matter most. The journey is a big step, and I'm asking for your support to help make it possible. The fundraise will go directly toward travel expenses, moving costs, and will help provide up to 1 year of support so I can settle in and ensure my family is together and safe. Your generosity will make a real difference, giving me a chance to build a stable life on the continent and reunite with my family after being apart.
Yes.
I'm grateful for any help you can offer, whether it's donation or sharing my story. With your support, I believe this dream can become a reality.
Just make it happen, people.
See, ain't nobody donating. They don't hate you that bad. They want you here.
It takes time. It takes time.
Right, no, we don't. I'm serious about this. I really want.
Oh, we gonna run it.
Listen, just a couple dollars. So only $2,600. Just help me reunite with my family in Africa. Okay, go on ahead, help me reunite. That's the GoFundMe link. All right, so please support me in my trip, and I will document everything on going back to Africa to be with my family.
Nice. Yeah.
It's good content.
I'm gonna put it on everything on TikTok, everything, please, right?
Ooh, go make the commercial, the intro for the.
If you go, you listen. I didn't have to pay to get over here, so I shouldn't have to pay to leave. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'm always begging.
Cruise trip or something, you know, too.
He said, "Y'all always begging." Well, honey, you want us to go, so if you want me to go, then you shouldn't be.
So
you go back to Africa. Well, it costs money to go back to Africa. Send me back to Africa, and I will go. Just like. Listen, if you want me to go so bad, you need to be sending me that money so I can get me a flight.
That's right.
I prefer American Airlines. From Texas, it's DFW, it's American Airlines, and then it hits like Atlanta. Then you hit Atlanta, you can go to Holland and hit Africa from there, or you can go to Atlanta and hit Nigeria and then go over. But yes, please send the donations to that. There you go. So
Ante up.
We built America, but they want us to go back to Africa, sir. So I'm like, you know what? Let's go back to Africa. We need to stop building America. Let's start building Africa. Fuck America. Let's go to Africa now. We need to go to Africa because they don't appreciate us over here in America. They want us to go out. They will get us the hell up out of here and go to Africa and build it over there. We need to go ahead.
Amen.
And be done. People like us that got like some sense, you know what I'm saying? Why we keep building America, you know what I'm saying? Promoting America. Go ahead.
Ooh, you really got the comment section popping. They are livid.
They mad. Like you asked me to go back to Africa, send me the money.
Yep.
Honey, it's a GoFundMe. Listen, I swear I'm really serious. I will go. I swear, I will leave America.
Look at all the comments. Look at all these comments.
If you send me this money, I swear we will be gone about this bitch. I swear I will be out this bitch. I'll be so fast. I'll be out this bitch so fast. Honey, on the first plane flying.
Yeah.
They think it's cool. Like they think it's sweet out here. It ain't sweet.
It's not.
It's not sweet out here. Y'all think everything y'all privileged. You don't even understand what's going on in your own country. Fuck out of here.
Yeah. He spelled Karmelo name wrong. Spiffy, JBBS 1472. Bitch, forget the spelling, send the money. $sign.
Well, I'll listen. Just go ahead and pay for me $2,600, and I will go to that shithole, and I'll be good.
Don't worry about the spelling of the name. We can fix that.
Just send me over to Africa. Listen. Go fund me to Africa. Let me go. I will I will be gone. Have I made some money yet? Has anybody donated like $1, anything for my GoFundMe?
Give it time. You go get it. Give it time. Keep it up.
I'm gonna keep it up. I swear.
Yes, ma'am. Keep that up.
Let's see how it looks for everybody else. Let me just see how it looks. Okay, 2,600. Okay, 1 share, 2 views. Okay. All right. Let's come. Okay, keep it going. Now put some money in it. Let's go. Right. 0 donors. I swear to goodness, you'll see me on the first plane. Get me up to 2,600. I will get on a plane. Be gone at this bitch.
Woo. I think you should check that.
Be gone.
Check back on that at Baker's out 95.
I will be out this bitch so goddamn fast. Y'all be like, Dad, what happened to her? She gone.
She go incognito.
What happened to Genesis? She's out. She left. They paid for her to go to Africa. Honey, I'll be Osei Duke Jackson III. I'll be the second version of it. I'll be Osei Duke over there in Africa sitting up. Come on now.
That's right.
Listen,
That's right.
have a whole studio up in that bitch. Like a whole,
I know that's
you know what I'm saying? It'd be a whole new life. Trust me. Over here struggling, trying to make it through. If you don't get the fuck up out of here, come on now.
Yeah.
Anyways, let me get back to my show.
This is the show.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all asses.
They the show. We the spectators.
You know what I'm saying? Go back to Africa. But when you when you say, okay, here, all right, send me the money, I will. I swear to God, I will document the whole process.
Hey, you never know how you look till you get your picture to. They say when people drunk, they tell the truth.
Listen, it was another dude.
They telling how they feel.
Honey, it was another dude they were saying that shit to, and nobody fucking supported it. I'm like, what's going on?
Wow. Oh, you different.
No, it was another guy. They told him to go back to Africa, and everybody did it.
Really?
Hold on, let me find a dude. It said go back to Africa, and then he said, okay. I don't know if he got his money together. Listen.
How soon can we get there? How can we get the ball rolling?
It was a dude. They were like, go back to Africa. Oh, okay.
And the free ticket.
Man, they told him to go back to Africa. He said, oh, okay. And made a whole same thing what I just did.
Yeah.
Listen, please send me back to
Africa. This one time I saw Trump said they would deport you with money and a free ticket, just renounce your citizenship. Hey, they ain't do that. Hey, we are not immigrants, okay? Not like that. We're not migrants, okay? We're not migrants like that. They got the migrants here and put them up in hotels. They can't do that for you. They want you to go back to Africa.
Man, let me show you. Listen. They always saying this shit, but don't nobody wanna put their money where their mouth is. You know what I'm saying?
Just let them get in their feelings a little bit more.
Man, watch it. Look. I wanted to show like this guy actually did the same thing I just did. Everybody be saying that, but ain't nobody trying to put their money.
Yep.
He said,
all right, folks, you asked it. Go back. Go back Africa. All right, folks, you asked and you shall receive. So let's fucking make this shit happen. Send my black ass back to Africa. The goal is to raise $30,000 by August 12th. Because tickets are expensive, visas are very complicated. I'm black, inept, broke, and I need help from you good white people. Please, don't just waste your time and energy writing angry comments in my comment section. Actually do something about it. You can actually make a difference. Every dollar that you donate gets me one step closer to disappearing from your perfect America and far, far away from you and your beautiful white children. So help me leave for good. It's a win-win for everyone. Go back to...
so I think if we all do this and then they all, maybe that could be the new reparations.
Yeah, that's everybody.
We don't need to be asking for reparations. We need to just have GoFundMes and all the black people do GoFundMes back to Africa and all the white people can send us back to Africa and then they can have America to themselves and leave us alone.
That's right.
I think we need to all create a Go Back to Africa GoFundMe whole campaign.
That's right.
I think that's the new thing. That's the new challenge is all black folk need to make a Go Back to Africa campaign on GoFundMe. And then we're gonna see how many white people actually, and that's gonna be the reparations to send our asses back.
For himself, do you feel like that it may have been self-defense because this was something that he already had for himself? For the matter of the fact is that, okay, maybe I've been I gotta do my cliques, I gotta fix my cliques, or I gotta even just have it for protect.
What's a trailer trash mentality? He ain't never lived in no damn trailer. Don't get me mixed up with your people. I ain't never been living no goddamn trailer. Shut up.
I guess if they do closing, the other side, which is the defense team, is going to have to come up with an explanation, or at least soothe the jury's mind about why they should give him this benefit of the doubt of being able to bring a prohibited weapon onto a school event and then have the benefit of using it even though it's prohibited, and then somebody loses their life because they brought that weapon onto an area that they were not supposed to bring it in. You got to be careful about that kind of stuff, because that's the precise argument that the other side is going to make. And that's an argument that you better have an answer for, because if you don't...
Oh, my bad.
That's understandable. But may I ask you another question?
I mean, I live in a hood. I don't care about no damn hood.
Texas said that you can defend yourself at work, but you can't defend yourself at school. So
it's not. They don't say you can't defend yourself.
Was it 9?
Something posted.
It says that you can defend yourself.
That's not how that works. There's no law saying that. What I'm trying to break down to you is, the only thing I'm breaking down to you is, they have signs posted saying what you can and can't bring in. And so when you bring something in that's prohibited, like a weapon, as a defense attorney, I have to have an answer for that. I have to have an answer of why are my...
I'm kind of really disappointed about my GoFundMe. No one has went to my GoFundMe page. Y'all haven't even looked at it to help me go back to Africa.
Right.
Y'all haven't even looked at it. It only has like 3 views. I mean, what is it? 51 people in the audience that want me to go back to Africa?
Right.
What is wrong with y'all? Y'all need to like go ahead and go over there. Like, give me $1 a piece, bro. Like,
right, yeah.
That's $50 to go back to Africa.
What was that? Who was that? Nelly that asked everybody, or 50 Cent that asked everybody for?
I know where home is, but they want me to go back to Africa, so I'm gonna go to Africa. Honey, my ass will be in Africa so damn quick. It don't matter where home is. Home is where the heart is. God damn it.
Hello.
Honey, I'll take that money and be going out this country so goddamn fast. You think your damn hair was splitting.
No matter where you go, there you are. Okay.
Honey, I heard Thailand was popping. Honey, I heard Thailand was popping.
Wow.
I want y'all to have the benefit of the doubt. Even though he brought a weapon in and he ended up using it to defend himself and somebody ended up dying, I'm telling you, you got to be able to have answers for that. And it's not one of these things that you're not allowed to defend yourself. That's a whole separate situation. You're always allowed to defend yourself. It's just that I have to make sure that I have an answer for that, because if I don't have an answer for that, that could be a problem.
So I guess the main question is that, like, if you can have it at work. So let's just say if a teacher, if somebody was attacking a teacher and she had a knife with her, right? Law in Texas says that a person that works under certain circumstances can have a weapon and they can defend herself. Why does it not apply to a child that had a weapon but was intentionally to use it against anyone, but just was trying to defend herself? Why can that not be the same case?
Because it's an educational environment, and you don't want...
They are as well.
But listen, you don't want weapons in the educational environment. And they have different rules for educational settings, and they tell you that. They post that stuff before you walk in.
Yeah,
and so they let you know ahead of time that if you're stepping on to a facility or a campus,
can't have a weapon,
or a track meet or a building, that you can't have certain things. And if you have certain things, then they're subject to be taken from you, and you can be charged with a criminal offense if you have them. So that's why you got to be careful about that. Those school environments are different. Those educational environments are different.
So let's go back
That's
to
just how it works.
Allison case, where that was on school grounds and that was on school campuses and stuff, and they got acquitted for it.
What happened in what case?
The case of CAYSEN space ALLISON. What was different between that case?
Well, for me, first of all, for me to comment on that, I would
of any murder.
For me to comment on that, I would have to do some extensive research to be able to differentiate.
I gave that to watching World 777, the World 777.
I know, but let me explain something. When you're using that case law, there's a bunch of different situations deep into that case where you have to differentiate between what happened in that case and what's happening here. So there's a lot of differences in these cases. No two cases are exactly alike. No set of facts are exactly alike. And so depending on that particular situation is where you can get a different.
Okay, so I'm sorry. Shantae, it was nice having you on. I hope you come back on the show.
I'm sorry. I don't want to, because I like your channel and everything like that. But I just wanted to see if we can look into that case too to see where we can defend. Because if it's in the trial of the jury, they can argue the fact of that case too. Like, hey, case Allison case.
Okay, but right now we're tight on time, so we'll have to get to that later. But it was nice having you on. We have to give the twins a little time to get in some time with Calvin, and plus he wants to go through different things. But thanks for coming on the show. I really do appreciate it. All right, so Calvin, you can hash it out with the twins or whatever you were doing. All right.
Well, one of the things that I try to explain to people is that you got to be careful when you have these situations. And I try to be balanced in what I do, because I also have to give both sides of what's going to happen in the courtroom. I'm a defense attorney, so I'm naturally going to defend people. I always do that. I love doing it. I can't do the other side. However, I still have to think about what the other side is going to do. So when I do the Karmelo case, if I'm defending Karmelo and I'm getting ready for closing arguments, I'm actually anticipating, hey, where are my blind spots in my case? What are they going to argue in closing arguments so that I have a response for that? Or what are they going to argue in closing arguments that are going to give me a problem? And what I try to tell people, my biggest concern when I look over this entire case is two things. The fact that he had a knife on that campus and the fact that he's sitting under their tent for their school. Even though I know he knows Eddie, you got a knife and you sitting under their tent and you're around all of their witnesses. So as an attorney, number one, it's like you playing an away game. You know, the referees ain't gonna give you no calls, right? If you go to another team's gym, they're gonna get all the calls. And so now you got all their teammates. You got all their folks. And even though you knew Eddie, even Eddie tried to turn on you and lie, right? So those are the type things that I worry about, because now I brought a weapon on to a school event and I ended up having to use it to protect myself. But if I'm a jury, I'm like, he wasn't even supposed to have the knife. Then the knife ends up basically killing somebody. And we didn't even get to hear from him, but we watched his mama cry. We watched everybody else cry. We watched all these students cry. We just gonna let him walk out of here today? Y'all gotta we gotta think, my people. We gotta think, we gotta really think. And so when I say really think, you gotta be extremely careful about those kinds of expectations, because even though people are willing to walk him out, sometimes folks want to be like, even though the law says, hey, he doesn't have to testify, Some people want to hear from you. Tell me how it happened. If that young man jacked you up and tried to use a football move on you and tried to dip you down and he got stabbed because of that, hey, that's on him. I can deal with that. But if they don't know that for sure, and they buy those 11 people that testified the other way, you know what I mean? You got to be extremely careful. And so that's where you got to think about things. In addition to that, are there lesser includeds on the table? You got murder, you got manslaughter, you got criminally negligent homicide, you got other things that are lesser included that carry lower sentences. And does Mike Howard and Toby Shook, do they decide to have the jury instructed on the lesser included? Because sometimes you'll have juries say, now that wasn't murder, but it was manslaughter, or that was criminally negligent homicide, or that was deadly conduct. You know, so those are the things that can go up and down the tree that are lesser included. And so does Mike decide, I don't want them instructed on those things, I just want all or nothing? Either you find him guilty of murder, or you let him find him not guilty, right? So that's a lot of stuff that you can do sometimes when you have these kinds of cases. The other thing I try to tell people is you got to be extremely careful, right? So one of the things that I always think about is if I'm somewhere on a school campus and they tell me I can't have something on that campus, and I get that particular thing on that campus, and even though I'm justified in using the thing I'm not supposed to have, I'm still not supposed to have it. And so you always got to think about that, what these people are going to say to that. Now, the defense team is going to say, you know, thank God he was able to have that, and he just happened to have that in his bag. He might not even be alive now. He wouldn't have been able to defend himself. So that's what I'm going to say as a defense attorney. However, if I'm the prosecution, I'm going to say, hey, we wouldn't even be here today if he was just followed the rules on that sign. If he'd have followed the rules on that sign and never brought that knife on this campus, which it tells you clear on that sign before they walk in there that you can't have this weapon at this track meet, if he just followed the rules, none of this would have happened. I'm telling you, that's exactly what they're going to say. All right, so what happens when they say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we got to deal with.
All right, so I have a question for you as a defense attorney.
I still can't hear you.
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Okay, so Calvin, you may just have to go out and come back in. Okay, all right, very good. So, all right, so you guys have done a great job tonight breaking down. I'm gonna have to mute you for a minute while I'm talking. This is weird system tonight. Okay, thank you. All right, so just take a moment and now just explain to us, and maybe when Calvin come on, you can ask questions about your son. What is the current status of your son? Explain where he's at. I'm not clear where he's at now. Is he still in the place?
No, so he was released.
Calvin is here now, so you could talk to him about it. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you hear me now, Calvin?
Perfect.
All right, good. I was trying to ask you a question, and I think this will go into my son's case as well. Texas is a stand your ground state. And I see a lot of people are clashing over the equal force. It has to be equal force when you're claiming self-defense. But what I want to know is, you know how you see these instances where someone is in their vehicle and someone approaches their vehicle and they shoot and they kill them. Mm-hmm. I want to know how that is how that differs from Karmelo, because it's definitely not equal. Or if you're in your car, right, and someone reaches in there and punches you in your face or try to grab you out of your car, a gun, killing them is not equal force. I mean, the fear for your life could be established, but I want to know, how is that different? Like, how is that justifiable and what Karmelo did isn't? Or how could that be justifiable?
Equal force. They're saying it was an equal force. He could have pushed him. He didn't have to poke him. He could have pushed him back.
Right.
Well, I think this is the issue. If you're in your car, sometimes you're a little compromised because somebody's standing over you. And one of the reasons why, from what I've been told, that Karmelo seemed to never gotten up. He was kind of sitting down. Oh, sorry. He was sitting down, and it seems like the guy walked over to him, right? And if the guy walked over to him, then if that's the situation, then he's kind of compromised. So he may be able to, if the guy did the football move and is on top of him, he may be justified in doing what he had to do to be able to get the guy off of him. And that's why I think one of the reasons why I was hoping that maybe Karmelo would have potentially testified, because if they did that move on him and the guy ended up on top of him and that's how he got stuck, then that's not even something where Karmelo made the choice to even aim it at his chest. It just ended up having to hit him on the chest. And so that's what I was more concerned with there. And that's why I was saying that. Now, I will tell you, if we're fighting and if you push me, I can't stab you in your chest with a knife, because that is an equal force. And so basically, if you push me, I'm allowed to kind of respond in like kind. But if you push me and I push you back, that's like kind. But if you push me and I do something like stab you in the chest, that's something that can lead to a major injury or death. So that's taking it too far. And so that's where sometimes self-defense will not apply. So that's what you got to be careful about. I know y'all going to ask me other questions. I don't know what's going on with the sound, but it's doing it again. So I'm going to have to come out and come back in again.
Okay. All right. So
can you hear me now, Calvin? Or are you still here?
No, he's gone. So go back and tell us the current location. What's going on with your
Mel,
son?
can you hear? Mel, are you speaking? Because
yes, I'm speaking. You can.
Yeah.
Oh my. All right. So here we go. Calvin is back. We're having some conflict.
Yes. Okay. Now I'm gonna have to leave and come back, Mel, because I can't hear you. The sound.
Okay. All right. Very good. All right. So there we go. We're having all sorts of technical difficulties, but thank you guys. We got a lot of people here. While we're figuring this out, I want you guys to hit the like button, share, and subscribe. I put the link here, so if you guys want to come up, feel free to do so. You can come on. There's a few tough guys. I'd like to talk to the tough guys tonight. Where you guys at? Come on up here and be heard, respectfully. But if you want some smoke, come and get it. It's all good. Come on up here and get this smoke. If you want to talk some junk tonight, it's getting late. Let's call it the late night smoke. Come on up here and get some. Yeah, that's what it is. Calvin is still not here. So I'm just going to mute you guys. All right. We're still waiting on Calvin. Okay. Let's see here. Where's Calvin? Okay, here we go. Let me remove this one. Give me 1 second, everybody.
Bring the smoke.
Calvin, we're still having some technical difficulty here getting you up. I think it's your internet, if you can hear me, Calvin.
Yes, I think it is.
Okay, there we go. There we go. We can hear you now. So, all right.
Okay, how's everybody hear me?
Good. Everybody's good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, what other questions did y'all have?
All right. So the mutual self.
It went again. So let me see. Let me see what I can do, y'all. Hold on, okay?
Okay.
Give me a second. Let me come all the way back in.
All right. So do you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so explain to me what's happening with your son now currently.
So my son, he was released to me that same day. Remember, I said that they looked over his record and they decided that he wouldn't have to go before the judge. They would release him to me because he seemed like a pretty good kid. He came home with me, but I did receive a letter in the mail today, and I think they did mention to me previously that he would have to do some type of probation,
House arrest.
house arrest.
Probation.
He has to be in a house, which he doesn't go anywhere anyway. You know, I keep him here, but he has to be on probation. Like it's a charge on his record. It's a serious charge. I think when I was speaking, I left off at the fact that I requested all of the witness statements from the incident that happened on the 6th with the actual fight, as well as the incident that happened on the 1st, where he and the child had an argument. Now, this is where it gets interesting, Mel. When I requested that information, and once I told the assistant principal, hey, you guys didn't follow protocol. You didn't call me. If there was an issue, I could have intervened, but no one notified me of anything that was happening while you were conducting an investigation. Well, he switched it to, let me point this out. On the 6th, when he called me, he led with telling me that something happened on the 1st. He had witness statements. The parents had reported hearing my son saying something. They conducted an investigation, and while they were conducting that investigation, it led to the incident that happened on the 6th. Okay, fast forward. Once I requested all of that information from the first mail, then he goes, well, we did conduct an investigation, but once we interviewed your son, he said he didn't say what they said that he said, and so there wasn't enough evidence or something to result in penalty. So that is the reason he said I wasn't called. They didn't reach out to me or notify me, mail, about anything that happened on the 1st. Well, here's my concern. If you conducted an investigation, right? It happened on Friday. You guys had Monday and Tuesday to contact me and let me know. If you conducted an investigation and it was like dead end, like there's no reason to contact the parent, we didn't find anything, or it's not going to result in penalty, why would you even mention it to me on the 6th? Why did you even bring that to my attention?
Okay,
So
let me pause you, because I'm going to be here a long time tonight, right?
Again.
Oh my God, what in the world? This is crazy.
I can't hear Mel. Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I can hear you too. We can't hear Mel.
Okay, so talk to Calvin.
Okay.
So let me tell you what I think is going on with you, because I think this is a problem that we typically run into a lot. Mm-hmm. So your child gets interviewed without you being there.
Yeah.
You don't even know anything about it.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, 3 or 4 or 5, 6 days later, somebody tells you something happened 4 or 5 or 6 days ago, and you never knew anything about it. Now they want to discipline him, and you never knew anything. And see, one of the issues that happens is when you're at school, they treat it like in Texas, like a child involved in delinquent conduct. They almost treat it like it's a civil type thing as opposed to a criminal type thing. And what happens is, instead of treating it like a criminal matter where you would have the right to have an attorney, to have your rights read, to have all this other stuff, it kind of goes under your code of student conduct. And they almost kind of treat it like a civil type thing, which means they're going to bring the student in and talk to him without mom there. And so at the juvenile level, the juveniles actually have less rights than the adults do, than the adult system. And a lot of parents don't understand that. They do this a lot with the kids. And so I always tell my parents, before you send your kid to school, if they end up in a situation like this, you should always tell your kids, don't answer any questions without your mom and them there. If you're not going to allow me to talk to my mom, I'm not going to tell you anything. Because ultimately, they're going to have to let you talk to mom.
because at some point they gotta let you go home. Because if your kid don't come home, you're gonna be where's my kid at? Where's my child at? So you always got to tell your kids to hold tight and make sure that they talk to you, because they don't have as much rights as regular adults. So you always got to realize that in those school investigations, because remember, even if your child ends up in juvenile, they civilly serve you with something that says your child is involved in delinquent conduct. It's almost like they're serving you. So it's almost, even though it can be criminal offenses, they treat it like it's civil in nature.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Kevin. So I want to give you, I know you're here for a brief time, but I want to give you a little bit more, details. So the video, I requested the video footage and I requested the witness statements. All the witness statements indicate that the child did hit my child first, okay? There is an incident report I never received the other child's statement. I don't know if that's due to FERPA for Texas or not, but I never received what he said. But they said that the child had a knot in the back of his head, and then one of the incident report said that the child fell onto his back during a basketball game. So I pinpointed the inconsistencies. The video, remember I said every child in the gym was on the floor, so they were pretty much crowded around. You really can't tell you can see that they fall, but you can't see how my son ends up on this child like that. Now, here's the thing. They said they never saw him pull my son's hair, but we saw it. We see his head go like this. And
so you can tell.
I can see him pull his hair. So I submitted an appeal. I said, you can see that the child pulled my son's hair like he said. He indicated to you guys that it was self-defense. Also, while they were playing basketball, I feel like the injury is inconsistent with the video footage, because the kids are crowded around. You can't see. That's why I said, similar to Karmelo, you cannot see. You can't even see my kid hit this kid. You can tell something's going on, but you cannot see him physically punch him. And so if he's forward facing him, how did he put a knot in the back of his head? That was my question. So I submitted my appeal. Well, they upheld the appeal. And when they sent it back to me, now the story kind of shifts a little bit. Now they tell me, Calvin, that the child was acting in self-defense because my child was already on top of him by the time he slapped my child. They also said that the child had a knot behind his ear. Now, I feel like this is a big inconsistency, because the back of the head is different from behind the ear that you said at first. I pointed out that inconsistency. Secondly, I just submitted my second level appeal, and I'm like, hey, so I want to point this out. When I called them out on not informing me about the May 1st incident, the principal sent me communication saying, hey, that had nothing to do. The May 1st incident had nothing at all to do with his placement. They ruled it out because I called him out on protocol. So if we are not referring back to the May 1st incident, Calvin, we have two boys in the gym, a bunch of kids playing basketball. What reason would this child have to act in self-defense? We're in a basketball game, whether it is a real game or not. We all know that in basketball, you are subject to injury. You might get hit in the face, but that does not mean turn around and swing. Again, if we're not including this May 1st incident, what reason would this child have to act in self-defense? Now you're trying to tell me he was acting in self-defense because my child fell on top of him in a basketball game. And my biggest problem, Calvin, with it, I know they cannot discuss with me what happened to the other child, but I know that child was not down there in the detention center when mine was down there. And I don't feel like anything happened to that child. That child is white and my child is black. And furthermore, that child didn't get put in handcuffs and taken out of that school. That child didn't get put in the back of that police car and taken to a detention center. That child didn't get told that he couldn't go home to his mama. I received the punishment loud and proud. That one, even if y'all try to go back and try to do it now, it's not the same. They're not going to experience the same thing because y'all didn't do it the same way. And now he has to go over here to a DAEP placement that is like jail. They have to walk through this damn gate.
I know
they have to have metal. They have to be searched. Take their.
What school is this at? If y'all mind me asking.
Clark Middle School in Collin County. Clark Middle School and Clark. And see, this is why I said, Calvin, equal force, because then even in her appeal, when she upheld it, one of the things she said to me was, my child used excessive force. I guess because the child slapped him and he turned around and punched the child. I don't understand. You know, I do not understand.
Yeah, to me, he should be able to. It's a slap punch. To me, it's the same thing. Right. It's just, but one of the issues that you have, especially on these school campuses, those people have a lot of leeway in the way they do things on these campuses. And that's why I'm extremely careful about where I send my kids to school at, especially some of these public schools. Some of these, my kid actually goes to a private school because I don't want them pigeonholing my child, doing things to them like that, because they will treat children differently. You know, there's been a study showing that they will over-discipline Black kids, especially Black males. And so I'm always aware that that's something that you got to be careful about. And so, especially when you go to certain schools, you always got to have your ears up on that one. And unfortunately, at these campuses, they have an appeal process in place, but by the time they make the first decision, you're already behind the 8-ball because they ain't got the information out. Then it's time for time for the hearing. They didn't give you a chance to get a lawyer and talk to nobody. Hell, the next day is the hearing. So you ain't have a chance to go find nobody. Then you're at level 2. Then by the time you try to get to level 3, you can't even add any new information because the rules say that if you didn't add any new information by level 2, you can't add any new information by level 3. So now you're screwed. And so I think that one of the things that we might need to do a better job of is educating our people about when you have a student, your kids at school, if something like this happens, you got to tell your kids, do not talk to them about anything. And when your kids come home, your kids got to tell you, Mama, I had a situation with this boy today, and them people was trying to talk to me. I think you need to go up there and talk to them, Mama. We got to start communicating with our kids. And then when our kids tell us stuff like that, we got to get our butts up there because we don't know what's going on with that stuff.
So one thing I did do, Calvin, I've been very detailed with what emails that I've sent, the information that I've sent back, how they have been inconsistent with, even providing me. So with when I went to the school to have the DAEP placement meeting, we were expressing in the meeting to the assistant principal that we don't think this is fair. We don't think it's just. And he actually concluded, he was recording the meeting, but he stopped it before even announcing that this meeting is finalized. And he was supposed to give me appeal paperwork. And he didn't like that we were expressing our concerns. He left out, and I didn't leave out right behind him, but I did go in the office a little bit later, and I went in and I said in a firm tone, I said, you ended the meeting before we were done. I said, you told me you were going to give me the appeal paperwork. I need the paperwork. The principal then interrupted, and she was trying to talk to me, and I told her, I said, ma'am, don't you talk to me. Don't say anything to me. I said, I reached out to you in October about an incident that happened with my child. Today is May 7, 2026, and I'm still waiting on you to respond to me with that email. I said, so do not talk to me. And so she told me to leave the premises, and I was like, I need the appeal paperwork. I'm not going anywhere. They called the police on us. I wasn't arrested or anything. I told them I was simply over there for a meeting. I didn't know my son's fate. I don't know where to go from here. I don't know what to expect. I need to know what to do from here. And they called the police on me. They gave me the appeal paperwork, I want to say the next day, but still protocol. I'm identifying discrepancies and things. Protocol. You were supposed to give that, even if you had internet problems, that's what they said at the school. You should have a printout of it. You should be able to give it to me in my hand.
But see, that's one of the things that I always try to tell people. Like once you do that to my child, once you do that to me, I can't trust you with my child.
Yeah.
So we have to start making provisions. And unfortunately, we have to start looking around and removing our kids from places like that.
Yeah.
And when I say this, when you see them mistreat your child, you can't trust them with your kids.
No. Yeah.
There's no way in God's ring or no way in the hell I'll send my child back to school like that. I try to tell people like that all the time. I'm supposed to trust you with my child, and I'm up here asking about my child, and this is what you do. You call the police on me because I'm here asking about something you did. If you didn't call me in the first place, now I'm up here, and this is what you do. No, I'm not coming back up there. My child not coming back up there.
And then some of his things were left on campus. You know, they were so quick to get him out of there in the back of a police car. You guys didn't even make sure his locker was empty. You didn't even, I had to reach out. I've identified so many discrepancies with this. I've been very detailed. And I even went so far, Calvin, as to send a request to I don't know what she is, but I wanted the aggregate data from the placement of the DAEP, because majority of those children are over there are African American. There are some other children, but the majority are African American.
But once again, that's why I try to tell, like, we have to start paying attention when certain schools and school districts are doing certain things. We have to move our kids from those school districts. And then when they treat your child like this, we got to communicate with each other and have those conversations and say, you know what? This is not a good place for your child to go to. And then instead of continuing to argue with those particular people at that school, you got to get out there. You got to start going to talk to the people on the school board. You got to sign up to speak at the school board meetings so that they understand what's going on at these campuses, because that's the best route to take. Because what's happening is you got a lot of people on these campuses, and even in the grievance processes themselves, they're just covering for each other and ratifying what is already happening. So that's where y'all got to be careful, y'all. And I know it's getting late. Unfortunately, I got to get ready to go. But let me share this with y'all. When you see your child has been treated a certain way at a school, we got to start looking at removing him from those types of environments, because we're trusting our children with these people. And when I say with these people, your child is important to you. You spend your time watching them, feeding them, making sure that they're okay. And when you have them in a situation, you feel like they should get the benefit of the doubt if somebody else did. So if they're not going to do that, if they're going to mistreat them, no, you don't allow somebody to mistreat your child and send them right back into that environment. That's a no-no. So you got to pay attention to what's happening. You got to talk to your kids ahead of time. Them folks up at that school try to talk to you without me being there. You tell them to call my mama. That's it. That's how we're going to do that. All right, y'all? Y'all take care. I got to jump on off here. And y'all have a good day.
Hey, Calvin.
Take care.
Calvin, can you hear me? Okay, I guess not. All right, Grumpy, can you hear me?
I can, yeah.
Okay, you can hear me. So, Grumpy, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Well, I had a stipulation of what Calvin said about children and about kids in schools, because my son back in his freshman year in high school,
I can't hear, so I'm going to leave and come back.
Okay.
He was accused of indifference right, and so then the principal or the vice principal attacked my child, right?
Was you trying to say something?
Without the parent, guardian, president, or his lawyer, and so I went into school, and
were you trying to say something, Scam Chan?
No. I was just listening. Right,
but I want to share with y'all some funny ish. Because I'm done just putting up with people's bullshit. I'm done with it. Okay, so I'm gonna share with y'all. I'm gonna let y'all hear this. I'm gonna share with y'all something because I'm getting tired of people with their BS. Okay. So I'm gonna let y'all listen to this, but I'm gonna just say something real quick after this. But
it was total bad. But then find out later the girl and the kid, they actually threatened to kill somebody with a knife in a parking lot. The kids were messed up, but not my child. So it was weird to me. I was gonna bring it up to Calvin's attention, but Oh,
okay. You just missed him.
I did. I I couldn't get the stream to work. I was trying to jump on there quickly. I was like, hit, go, work. And, it didn't work for me. But, hey, ladies.
I see your channel's going quite well. Can you tell everybody how to find you and lock in with you, Grumpy?
What is it, Grumpy 2729 or whatever? Well, I'm frail. I don't remember.
Yeah, I used to know it by heart. I can't even think of it.
It's 719. It's Grumpy 7921. We do a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun. We joke around. We have a lot of pleasure. We love Mel to death because Mel's an awesome guy. And he likes getting straight and narrows, and he likes getting facts.
Yeah. So Grumpy, give us your opinion about this case.
In my opinion, because I've been shot and stabbed, and I had a horrible past, and I've been in a few conflicts in my life. I don't see self-defense. I don't. I see two young men that were dumber than hell, and somebody ended up dead. And in my opinion, I think he should go out of his way to get for a lesser charge because he's going to jail. In my opinion.
Right. That's what I keep hearing. Okay.
I've been stabbed here in a conflict. I've been shot twice. I mean, kids do stupid things. He did a stupid act. I don't see where there was self-defense because there was an altercation between two kids. Teenage boys. I was teenage boys. Teenage boys are stupid. Their mouths run faster than their brains. They have I really hope the best for the kid, and I really hope he takes a lesser charge so he can save whatever left of his life he can gain. I really do. I really praise that he will take a lesser charge. He's not getting out of this. There's too many people. I've been watching the case, and there's just too many people are against him in this. And the people outside the courthouse are just really making me grumpy. Go home, shut up. You're not making anything better. You're not. I don't care your race, I don't. You're making this worse for the kid. You literally are making this worse. You're trying to start an international conflict. It's stupid. You're adults, right? The kid messed up. The two kids messed up. Both of them were dumb. Both of them. One's dead and one's going to jail. Point blank. But go home and stop. Act like adults. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but Grumpy, some of these people that you see, they're being paid to show up out there by big corporations. What do you think about that?
I think that the corporation should be sued, and I think they should go to jail. Inciting a riot is a felony. Go to jail. Federal law. Go to jail. Arrest them all. You're physically causing an issue. You're trying to cause a conflict. You're trying to make everybody angry. Arrest them.
Okay. What advice do you have for the twins? You were here for their entire.
In my experience with school BS and with what your child's going through, lawyer up, and if you can prove wrong against the school and your child was not in the wrong, sue. That's my opinion. I mean, if you can prove your child was in the right and he didn't do anything receptacle, to cause the conflict, it's your obligation, I don't know what your state laws are and how you can perfect to it, but some states you can sue the school board. It's a long-gated battle, but if you can prove wrong, they were in the wrong, sue. But people are too on violence, and too agitated. Unfortunately, we're a nation of laws. Bad things happen every day. Lawyers are there, like Calvin, are there for a purpose, And there's a lot of pro bono attorneys that if there was a conflict of interest, they'll take your case. You don't need any money. They will take your case, And it's better in the long run for you as a parent and the child not to be over exacerbated with the school itself. Because the government's always going to win. If you try bringing it with mouth or any of that, you're going to lose every time. But if you can prove your case, take it to court. 100% take it to court. Let the courts decide.
Should he have taken a stand?
In my experience, I don't see the kid in the wrong, but that's in my personal opinion. But the courts find other things differently. Unless
you can't take the stand
the ground and like, you're pretty much, if you engage in it, you're pretty much 50% at fault for it.
It is a 50%. Like I would say that it was maybe 40% Austin Metcalf, 60% Karmelo. Because once you pull a weapon like that, in that case, and that should have been taught. That should have been explained. When is it okay? If you're in a certain area, that is not going to be acceptable. And I think that there probably needs to be, hopefully someone starts a nonprofit that actually teaches about weapons and things like this. When, like that is, that's what's missing in our schools. We talked about drugs, we talk about sex, we talk about weapons and fighting and bullying. And I mean, I know there's a bully thing. They definitely do bullying. But do they talk about weapons, guns, these things? They'll talk to you about mass shootings. They'll even have mass shooting practice, what to do, But do we really talk about the understanding of like weapons and using weapons and how lethal? Because a lot of time I think that people don't even understand that a knife is equally as lethal as a gun. That's why you heard Karmelo say, oh no, he's not going to die. I don't think that he understood, like, one stab wound, you can kill somebody. You know what I'm saying? Hit somebody in the wrong place, they could bleed to death. We need to like be sending these kids to martial arts school so they can like actually learn and understand about stuff like that, But it's really sad that two young men promising high school and college, about to graduate, have both lost just one their life, the other one their life in another way, to violence. And a lot of us adults are sitting up here. I'm not sure if the people that are in the comments are adults or their kids, like just spamming. I think it's crazy if adults are doing that, but if it is adults, it's crazy how childish that people are. They're talking about a young child who just lost his life, and another child who lost his life to a senseless thing that could have been avoided on both ends. One person, another person, and now they're both promising careers. Both, Austin probably could have went to the NFL and became a very prominent linebacker. Karmelo probably could have been a track and field person. I think he was in football as well. He had good grades. It's two lives here, but a lot of times, everybody's being selfish and thinking about like their own like thoughts and like putting so much negativity. Oh, I have black fatigue. Oh, get some welfare stamps. That's troll stuff. That's like people with like, I think I know who it is that's doing it. That's putting these like troll like type of words into the thing. Really trying to get my page shut down. By putting trollish type of things into the audience to make it seem like lesser. But it's okay. People are weird like that. People get jealous of like a person's traction. Because they don't have the balls to get up here and sit for hours on end to bring the news, to bring the information, to take their time out to like bring you guys the information, to make sure that you guys can see all different sides. I wanted to hear let's hear what Amazing Lucas has to say about this. I think we've covered that long enough. Let's hear another person. I think that because Amazing Lucas, I like his takes on stuff sometimes, and so I want to hear what his take on it is, because I want to like switch this up a little bit. Let's go.
Oh my goodness. So I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Carmelo's going away. That's correct. Karmelo is getting locked up. Now, I don't know for how long, but one thing I do know for certain, Karmelo is getting locked up. He's going to prison. And to be honest with you, I don't think that's right, okay? But the only people to blame in this scenario is his defense team. His defense team is possibly the worst group of attorneys that I've ever seen, especially on a trial such as this, okay?
That's why I had to bring this up. I'm glad that he's saying it too. I said it. Now you have Amazing Lucas saying it. I believe that regardless, this was probably the worst defense I've ever seen in my life. It is the quickest. I've never seen a trial go so quickly. I've never seen a defense fold so fast. I've never seen a defense that was not prepared. 3 witnesses? Are you fucking kidding me? Honey, where is what? And then people are saying, oh, well, it's up to the prosecution to prove. Man, this is crazy.
The stakes are high. This team was borderline incompetent. And here's the thing. The reason why it makes it so painful to relate this is due to the fact that the facts and the evidence were on their side. Anyone, ask any attorney, they will tell you that that's not enough. It's never enough in court. The facts and evidence may be on your side, but if you can't relay it to a jury in a compelling fashion, right, in a compelling narrative, then you're going to lose. It just is what it is. And when it comes to the prosecution, they had all the sizzle and no steak. And it is painful to understand that this kid is going to go away, bro, for defending himself due to an incompetent defense team. And, the reason I bring up this video is because, the judge, they have agreed to include manslaughter in the charge, right? So they can choose to acquit him, they can choose manslaughter, or they can choose, the hard end, right? That's what they can choose. And even in the closing arguments, it's a testament to how incompetent, Karmelo's defense team was.
Now, this was before they found out that he was going to get, that he actually got murder charge. So a few of these videos were before the murder charge, right? And people were already saying that this defense is shaky. Let's go.
Because usually, right, in Texas, I looked this up, is that usually, and it was reported on this as well, is that, the prosecution, the state, they get to have an opening closing and, a closing, right? They get to go twice, okay, because the burden of proof is on them. This prosecution was so pompous. This prosecution was so arrogant, and in their understanding of the incompetence of Karmelo's defense, that they waived their right to go first. Damn. They waived their opening closing argument. I want you to think about that. Do you understand how slow, how incompetent, how handicapped the defense has to be for the prosecution to be like, we don't even need to say anything. We'll respond.
They waived their closing argument? Something ain't right. The prosecution waived. I didn't even know this. That's why it's good to watch other different contents, because you'll see some people will find out damn, what, this happened, that happened. Some people might not find it important to bring up certain things, right? But they're saying that the prosecution waived their closing argument. That tells me a lot. That tells me a lot. Okay, it's delusional talk, but you're here. So whatever. Waive because sometimes you just got to know when it's not worth the effort and you're going to lose. Well, first of all, he said the prosecution waived their closing arguments, not the defense. So the prosecution already knew that they had it in the bag. Because then the defense didn't even do anything. What is going on? Really? Wow.
On to whatever they say. How about that? We don't even need an opening argument, okay? Let them go ahead.
Come on now, dog.
That is insane to me, bro. That's insane to me. There has to be a mistrial based off an incompetent, representation. I mean, it's wild, bro. It's wild. Because one of the factors that kept on being brought up was the knife. Bro, even in the defense's closing arguments, they try to say it was self-defense and that he was surrounded and yada, yada, yada. But none of that matters, right? None of that matters because you haven't explained why he brought the knife. So if you don't explain why he brought the knife, what does that allow the prosecution to do? The prosecution goes and paints a narrative, right? Prosecution, that is like the crux of everything. The knife, oh, why is a knife, right? And that's going to stick in the jury because the jury does not have a reasonable answer. We may have reasonable answers. Hell, I think there was one that was even foreshadowed that many people thought that was going to be presented was that, hey, he likes to go camping, right? They brought that up, if I'm not mistaken, in court. He likes to go camping. How could they not attach the knife to camping? That, hey, he brings a knife, he brings a knife all the time, right? Because he likes to go camping. He just came back from a camping trip. Something. Give us something so the jury can explain that away in their heads because they didn't do that, all right? And the closing argument was so weak that the prosecution just ate it up. It was something along the lines of you can't meet a shove with a stab, especially when you provoke it. Damn. So right there, bro, right there, do we get in a sentence, he's trying to eliminate his right to self-defense because due to provocation, you don't get to claim self-defense. Secondly, he's trying to also, right there, you can't meet a shove with a stab. Hey, his reaction was insane, was absolutely insane. To a shove. You don't get to just shank someone because of a shove. Bro, right there, that nullifies the defense and everything they say. Why? Because they did not bring about why Karmelo his response was justified. If you're responding with lethal force, you have got to justify that lethal force in the eyes of a jury, bro. You have to explain why no one was armed, you have a knife, and why that was justified to use that knife during this altercation. They failed to do that. And on top of that, they failed to bring about why he had a knife to begin with. So what does the prosecution end with? Prosecution tells the jury that, hey, you need to think about his state of mind when he brought the knife, okay? That's what you have to think about, his state of mind when he brought the knife to a trap meet. That's what you have to think about. In addition to that, they go on to say that, hey, listen, you can give him manslaughter, absolutely, if you believe that Metcalf fell onto the knife, okay? If you believe that Metcalf impaled himself, give by all means, give Karmelo Anthony manslaughter. And it's like, bruh, oh my God, oh my Lord, bro. So now I'm thinking genuinely, based off the closing arguments, because if you're left with that, that's the last thing that's going to be in their head. Well,
wait a minute. So did they say that in closing arguments? Like, hold on, let me see.
Fell onto the knife, okay? If you believe that
Winsky dismissed the defense's theory that Metcalf impaled himself on Anthony's knife as ludicrous, but urged jurors to return a verdict of manslaughter if they believe it in merit. But the thing is that the defense did nothing to even bring that up as a possible, like by using witnesses that would say, well, based on the trajectory of a knife that, blah, blah, blah. They didn't bring up anybody. Like, it's almost like the family only had enough money just to like argue what was there and three witnesses, and that was it. And they ran out of money, and the defense said, listen, you got about 4 witnesses, and that's all I'm going to interview. After that, I need more money, and they just didn't have it. Because I'm like, where are all the expert witnesses? Child.
Metcalf impaled himself, give by all means, give Karmelo Anthony manslaughter. And it's like, bruh, oh my God, oh my Lord, bro. So now I'm thinking genuinely, based off the closing arguments, because if you're left with that, that's the last thing that's going to be in their head. Well, Metcalf falling onto the blade, impaling himself, that's ludicrous, as a prosecution say. So now he's really trying to cripple them, and honestly, I would say shame and mock them for even thinking about manslaughter, or even thinking about it. They want a murder conviction. That's what this prosecution wants. They don't want any manslaughter. They sure as heck not even thinking about acquittal. They want a murder conviction. And I'm gonna be honest with you, they very well may get it. They very well may get it. I don't agree with it at all. Not at all. But the prosecution even, dismisses, the inaccuracies of the testimony. He's like, that happens, right? That happens, the young. But at the end of the day, this is what Karmelo did. At the end of the day, he brought a knife to a fist fight. So it's like he's hand waving the inaccuracies and the inconsistencies with the testimony and just say, hey, all that matters is that this kid brought a knife to a fist fight, right? That he provoked. And that's powerful, bro. That's powerful. And then mocks him for even thinking about manslaughter. Yeah, if you think Metcalf impaled himself, give him manslaughter by all means. I think he may get murdered, genuinely. And it really is due to the incompetence of Karmelo's defense. And at the end of the day, that really goes to show when it comes to the system. Everybody's talking about, my rights, more rights, more rights. And this is something I've echoed when I've come to the realization that you don't have any rights. If you're broke, you don't have any rights, fam. That all the people that you see get away with murder and everything else, in this country, they all have money, fam. They all have money, and that money comes with connections. So you got the prosecutor who knows the judge, prosecutor who can set up better arguments or knows how to do an argument with this type of judge. The list goes on. Comes to how many witnesses they get to have, right? Karmelo, I believe the defense only brought up 6 witnesses. They only brought up 6 witnesses. Then they arrested. Prosecution brought up 20. Even though one person was saying A, the other person was saying Z, and another person was saying G. Damn, 20 witnesses. So I don't know what was the mindset behind the defense, why they thought that they could bring up 6 witnesses, right? One of them turned on them in the case, right? During trial, turn on them, blaming Karmelo. It just seemed that the prosecution knew the defense's every turn. That the prosecution had better relationships with the defense's witnesses than the defense. Like there was no, I don't know, like there was no conversation. Like this was the first time the defense meeting their own witness. Like y'all didn't go through to make sure that, hey, are you sure this is what happened? Are you sure? So that there's no, outliers when they're giving their testimony, that he doesn't just flip right on the stand. Like, I don't know, man. It just seemed to be so incompetent that it's unfortunate, really. It's unfortunate. And I genuinely would like to know what happened to the defense. Who chose this defense? Was it a financial situation? Like, what happened here? You've got to give me some answers, because the case was theirs to lose. It really was for the defense to lose. And as we saw, their incompetence, during the trial, and then became the prosecution's to lose. So it's a travesty. This is truly a travesty. Anyways, guys, that's a video. I don't care what y'all have to say, bro. I don't really care, because I know the races are going to be, they're going to be racist, what they're going to be. And, I can't explain this, bro. I really can't explain this. The facts and evidence were on Karmelo's side. He just had an incompetent, defense who couldn't relay it, compellingly to a jury. And then the prosecution just ate that up, bro. Ate that up beyond reasonable doubt. And you have to understand, in Texas, dealing with, races, it's not beyond reasonable doubt. You have to show no doubt, right? You have to show no doubt. You have a little black boy who took a white boy's life. You need no doubt that this was self-defense. So we'll see. But I genuinely think he may be getting a murder charge. Anyways.
Shouts out to Lucas, Amazing Lucas. He already knew the murder charge was coming down the pipeline based on the defense. And I believe so too. I was praying that maybe I didn't know all those details, but if I would have known that, I would have said, yeah, manslaughter's out of the picture. But yeah, let's go.
Joining me now is George Washington University law professor and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley, and criminal defense attorney here in Dallas, Texas, Todd Shapiro. Professor, I'd love to start with you. And I know this isn't a very deep legal analysis, but it has been surprising. In fact, I would call it shocking that this case has drawn such public interest. At least it has been so divisive in the public conversation. Its fact pattern is black and white. And I don't mean black and white in terms of race. I mean clear as night and day. And it's such an odd case for everyone to rally around. So why don't we at least do this? I see the signs here that are being held, one of which reads, self-defense is not a crime. What do you say to someone that believes that's what this case was about?
Well, this is an incredible disconnect, because this case is not about race. It's about rage. It's about someone who went into that tent with a deadly weapon and plunged it into the chest of an unarmed teenager. Now, these are both young people. Both of their lives were ruined. One's life was ended. The other is going to spend a considerable time in jail. But there are parts of our society that look through this framing of race because of the different races of these two individuals. Otherwise, this is a fairly conventional case, and it's not a particularly difficult one. The defense's own witness really blew up on them by saying that, yeah, Anthony was the one who provoked this moment, this confrontation. That was really a serious blow for the defense. It's also a surprise, as a criminal defense attorney, there are times when you have to be honest with your client and say, look, we can try to see if we can knock this down to a misdemeanor, but the odds are against it. Or we can do a Hail Mary throw and have you on the stand. And that is very high risk. But it may be the only chance you have to try to persuade a few of these jurors that they should knock this down to a misdemeanor. That obviously didn't happen. So when you look at sentencing here, there's two dynamics that are possible as a criminal defense attorney. One is, you know, this is a jury that rendered the verdict, and maybe some are going to want to show some mercy. But there's also a countervailing dynamic that they've crossed that emotional Rubicon. They were given the choice of a misdemeanor, and they rejected it, and rejected it fairly quickly. And so they could still stay that course and say, no, this is murder, and we want a murder-heavy sentence.
Professor, you're the second attorney, including Don Rotuno today, that has questioned why the defense did not put Karmelo Anthony on the stand. Todd Shapiro is here with us in Dallas, Texas, a criminal defense attorney here in Dallas and Collin County. I know you disagree that putting Karmelo Anthony on the stand would have been a benefit. The argument I hear from both the professor and Don Rotuno is you had nothing to lose. You had bad facts, and you were losing the case.
Well, you don't know. There's no scoreboard in the courtroom, right? They don't take accounting of the jurors, you know, 3/4 of the way through the trial. So you may have an internal feeling that we're not doing well, but you have no idea how your message is potentially radiating with that jury. Putting the defendant on the stand is always a very dicey proposition, as we've all agreed to. Putting a 19-year-old black young man on a witness stand and setting him up to get absolutely filleted by one of the best prosecutors in the United States is a absolute no-brainer. Absolutely not. Would never have thought about it. Can't imagine it was ever even brought up in their discussions. They had to try to find a way to mitigate this situation without putting their client in the crosshairs, without putting Karmelo on the stand. I think it would have been a huge disaster. And at the time they made the decision, they had no idea if they were behind. I know we all thought they were, but there's no scoreboard.
Professor, if it's true, as we all suspect, this was a fairly clear case with really bad facts. Do you suspect the defense ever entertained or tried to seek a plea deal? I guess the prosecution could have rebuffed it and said, no way, this is a slam dunk and the family wants to take this all the way. But that seems to me the escape hatch that should have been pursued by the defense.
No, I would be astonished if the defense did not try to see what type of plea they could get out of this. But I don't imagine that the prosecutors would be that giving in terms of a plea, because the defense usually get a plea when you can get on the table something that throws a really wrench into the works here, that I can do this, I can call this witness, you can't really be certain about a conviction. On this one, most prosecutors would view this as a lead pipe cinch for conviction. Now, it could get knocked down but to a misdemeanor. And I think the point is still a good one. That's absolutely true. There's no scoreboard in this trial, but there is a danger when defense counsel universally tend to keep their clients off the stand because the risks are so considerable. But in my view, the risks on this were already sky high. Now, the real question here is how the defense is going to deal with this. I can't imagine that the mother is the only defense witness. If that's the case, I would be floored. Because,
we've heard that.
Yeah, because
everybody seems to be floored by that.
Yeah, this is where you need to bring in siblings, friends, coaches, saying that whatever happened here, it was the heat of the moment. This is not who he is, because that's his only hope right now, to knock down this sentence.
Really quickly, Todd.
Sure. Well, as it pertains to plea bargain, this fits the course of this particular elected DA in Collin County. Many high-profile or exceptionally complicated cases, he wants the community to decide. It's not going to be a plea bargain from my office. We're not going to offer anything in a case like this. We're going to present our case. We believe we're prepared. We believe we have the facts. We believe this crime occurred, but we want our members of our community, his peers, even though some of his supporters will always say that he did not have his peers on that jury, but they are the citizens of this county that get to make that decision.
Right. Okay. Excellent stuff. Todd Shapiro, Professor Jonathan Turley, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
So this has been a very eventful day. I think it's sad, as two people have lost their life. Not that I'm expecting one to be any better than the other. But whenever you have two people, two young men, one person is deceased, the other one is life in prison, both had promising careers, both had a promising life ahead of them, and they both like, because a life sentence, and I believe that he's gonna get life. I don't believe that. I don't know. There's something just tells me they're gonna put him away. You know, it's not gonna be. I mean, the fact that they didn't wrap it up today, they're probably going back and forth about life, and I don't know. It feels like that he might get life. I don't know. I feel like they're gonna just throw the whole book at him. You know, I don't know. For some reason, I don't think that he stands a chance. So let's hear what.
And for anybody that think that,
let's hear what Freezy is saying about this, because maybe he knows some information that I don't. That I think that I think he's cooked. I mean, once they got him like this, it's over with. So let's hear what he's saying. Let's hear Freezy.
Times in our life,
You got time saying on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So man, you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me.
locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe.
I want to hear what he have to say.
Hard
I'm not
right now. And also
I'm not gonna go
comment and share this live stream. And after you subscribe, make sure you hit that notification bell. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No captivity.
Mods, I need y'all to be on high alert. We just can't afford any like disrespect in the chat
I want to get into
of first-degree murder. Let me repeat. They found Karmelo Anthony guilty of first-degree murder. Now, let's starting out on this live stream. If anybody thinks that Karmelo Anthony, who's 17 at the time, who did not intend on going to Kukendall track and field to murder anybody, if you think that Karmelo Anthony deserved first-degree murder, you're dumb, you're stupid, you probably hate yourself, you don't got common sense. And you just don't understand that this kid got railroaded. Karmelo Anthony got railroaded. Now, we had an inclination that it might go this way. We had an inclination that it might go this way because from the start, the way the trial was going, it just didn't, it wasn't, we knew it was foul play, right? The state and the district attorney and the judge had their hand in this to the point where it was just a lot of manipulation going on. Let's just call a spade a spade. For everybody that's taking a victory lap around Karmelo Anthony, especially black folk, if you've seen black folk take victory laps today, what that just lets you know who they are and how they are. That just lets you know who they are and how they are. If they took a victory lap around Karmelo Anthony today, I need you guys to pay attention. All of these people that's talking about, no, see, these are the people that are not taking into account racism, manipulation. I'm telling you, you got to watch these people. You got to watch these tethers, these black coons, these house ninjas. I don't give a damn. Listen, let me tell y'all something. I was right. Karmelo Anthony was not guilty. I was right, and whoever else shared the same sentiments, you were right. And don't allow anybody to tell you any different. Don't allow anyone to tell you any different. People act like black people, particularly, have not been wrongfully convicted. And we're going to talk about that.
And hold on, you say you people, you're the problem. The verdict had nothing to do with race. In some way it did, because if he had the right amount of, I'm sorry, never mind. Let me just be quiet.
But you know, these people will ignore the justice system in America and how unfair it is.
The fact that they rushed through this entire case within a 6-day period for a murder trial, and he got the worst defense ever. People are saying, "Oh, they had $600,000." So that was not a $600,000 attorney, ma'am and sir. That was I don't know whether it was court appointed. I don't know who this guy was, but honey, that was not $600,000 worth of an attorney. They rented a house, so y'all need to cut that out. Y'all are lying about stuff.
You guys need to take a look around to see who you're around. Because I'm going to tell you something. This trial was so important, not just for Karmelo Anthony, but for you to understand your surroundings and your environment. And for anybody that think that it's over, you're stupid. If anybody think this is over, you're stupid. This ain't over. It's not over. We're going to revisit some inconsistencies in this case, in this trial. If you haven't hit the like button, please hit the like button at this present time. If you haven't hit the like button. Let's do the roll call, y'all. Shout out to the beautiful one in the building. Shout out to Joe in the building. Shout out to Joe Perez in the building. Shout out to Alicia L, 1976. Thank you for being here. Shout out to LG Investigate, part of the No Cap campaign. I've been saying for 2 weeks, I've been saying, I don't care if you disagree with me. Don't get disrespectful in the chat. Act like you got some damn sense, Nightbreaker. I don't know if you ninjas just want to argue or what. Because they be throwing me off. Please hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, please hit the like button. All right. And if you don't like whatever's going on, if you don't like the live stream that we're supporting Karmelo Anthony, I don't know, hit the dislike button. You're welcome to hit the dislike button. Whether you hit the dislike button or the like button.
All right. So I was trying to hear the rest. I'm gonna wait till he gets a little bit further in because I want to hear what his opinion is on this. Because I've been playing people that are impartial. I wanted to hear from either side. Like, okay, what's this one saying? What are the supporters saying versus the people that are like kind of impartial about it, trying to like, kind of toe the line and be in the middle. Let's hear what Charleston White has to say.
We already got the money set aside for appeals bond. Why? All white jury, the judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends. That's been our trump card. We've been holding, already knew that. God has spoken, and you cannot make me believe that as many gray-haired white women on that jury that's dealing with white guilt about going to heaven is not going to have no compassion about a kid that's been straight A from the time he's ever read a book in school, has no history of violence, has saved children's lives by risking his own life by jumping in to save somebody from drowning. This kid has no violence.
Oh, did you know that? Everybody talking about how the black people and black whatever. Did you know that Karmelo Anthony actually saved somebody's life? Jumped in the water and saved someone's life before he before he got to Frisco? Did y'all know that he was actually a hero?
Nope, didn't know that.
Yeah, he had actually saved a person's life, little kid's life. So it's like, so everybody's like saying all these bad things, like, oh yeah, that let them do. Man, these people are sick. That's yeah. But people, they only look at like one side of the story. Let's go.
No history of violence, has saved children's lives by risking his own life by jumping in to save somebody from drowning.
Straight A student? Did you know he was a straight A student?
Nope, I just recently heard that.
Interesting.
This kid has no violence. Austin, on the other hand, is a violent brute with some sexual rape allegations hanging on his ass.
Okay. Also, did you know that Karmelo Anthony, he also has epileptic? Did you know that?
Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah.
Okay. Smaller. At some point, I even showed the size, of the other two, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you have like people in the audience that are just so cold-hearted. Like, yeah, you better not pick up the soap, whatever. 145 pounds, about to go to prison, and they can't wait for it. That's evil, like minded. These are kids, and I don't know whether these are adults saying this stuff in the chat. I mean, I've been watching it this whole time, the whole 6 hours I've been like streaming. All this vitriol and negativity toward this one person who made a mistake. I don't think that I don't care what anybody says, no matter what the charge was, he did not get up in the morning, a straight A student with everything going for him. I don't care if he had a knife in his bag and he wasn't supposed to bring it, going to the track meet to stab somebody.
Going to heaven is not going to have no compassion about a kid that's been straight A from the time he's ever read a book in school, has no history of violence, has saved children's lives by risking his own life by jumping in to save somebody from drowning. This kid has no violence.
Let me tell you something, how stupid you guys are. Let me tell you guys how dumb you are. He killed the person. Whatever he gets is deserved. You sound like you're making excuses. He killed somebody, right? He killed somebody. How many people in the military kill somebody?
Mm-hmm.
Come back over here. They don't get no trial, no jury, no judge, because the U.S. government told them to go over there and do it. Now, even though it might not even be about like no one did nothing to them. I mean, how do I really think about this? Is that, people are trying to have this like supreme justice over this one little boy who's 17 years old when he did it, made a huge mistake. But what about people that like actually suit up and boot up and go overseas because the government said so, and blow people's wigs back, come back home? They don't face no jury. Oh, they're fighting for our country, but they killed somebody though. So where is the same vitriol for those people? One person made a mistake. The other person went and intentionally joined the armed forces. And you best believe that when they go over there and they're fighting for our so-called fighting for our country, whether it's for oil or gas or whatever resources that the president says that he is important at the time, getting control of a certain area or whatever it is, they go over there and they kill people. So all this like judgment about he killed somebody. Go look at your uncle that was in the Marines. How many people did he kill when he was on over there in whatever war? I mean, I just had like to think about this because at first I'm like, he did kill somebody, but I mean, but how many people kill somebody and don't go to jail? How many police officers have killed somebody? And you'll say that, oh, that's self-defense. He felt like police officers kill people all the time because they felt threatened. Right? Right or wrong, whether or not that person had whether honey, had just a cell phone in their hand. Right? Justified, right? Because they felt endangered. They felt a threat. So even the law enforcement, the whole legal system, what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. So you have the military industrial complex, you have the police industrial complex that kill people when they feel threatened, whether it is implied or a direct threat, and they don't get a 99-year life sentence. The police have killed people that have their hands up in the air, and that person charges at them and they shoot them 15, 16,000 times. I mean, have that gun, foul. I mean, overkill. This young man pulled his knife out. I don't even think that he really understood that it could be lethal. He just thought, hey, I'll stab him, I'll get him up off me, and we live to see another day. I don't think that he really went there to try to kill somebody. But people say, well, he had a gun. You know what? Police have guns. How many police go onto the track and field thing and have guns at the track and field thing? I thought it said you ain't supposed to have a gun in a certain area. It's a track and field on the school grounds, right? Oh, well, they're doing a job. Well, no, security guards don't have guns. Police officers do. I'm just trying to say is that, what's good for the goose? Oh, you sound crazy. You sound stupid. Okay. But the next time your loved one is, I've seen a person call the police because their loved one is having a mental breakdown, and the police come there, and because the loved one don't even have a weapon at all, and because they might be tripping and start charging toward them, they will shoot them down. Don't even have a weapon in their hand. So, at first I'm like, this is not about black versus white. I'm trying to be impartial, but I'm just, when I'm beginning to think about it even more and more, I'm starting to really see that there's the thread is, there's something to this that's not jiving with me. Because the people that's getting in my comments are like, yeah, that's what he gets, life in prison. He deserves life. But what about all those police that kill a person by mistake because he thought that they were threatening him and they just had a cell phone, or they just charged to them, just like the guy charged towards Karmelo. And these are trained, the police officers that have training on this type of stuff, and will shoot a person dead. Overkill. 15 shots come out the gun because the person charged at them didn't have a weapon because they ran towards them. This guy gets pushed. There's people screaming, get out the tent, whatever the hell. All this a thing. He pulls out, and then the guy is going forward. He gets stabbed. Karmelo runs away. No, I don't think he's going to die. That's what he said. Y'all have more sympathy and empathy for a police officer that's 100% guilty than for a young kid that made a mistake. And I think you guys are fucking sick. You guys are getting off on seeing a young black kid go get just crucified. And you guys find enjoyment in that. And it's sick. All these comments up here. Well, he killed somebody, so he deserves. Okay, well, what about the police? Do you say the same thing when the police do it? Do you say the same thing when law enforcement? What about the military when they do it? When they go over to another country and kill children? When bombs are dropped in school systems like the Iranian situation with whoops, oops. You don't give a fuck about that, but you'll get on my goddamn chat and talk shit about a little young kid that made a mistake. And you guys are getting off, you're jacking yourselves to it. You guys are fucking sick.
Austin, on the other hand, is a violent brute. We already got the money set aside for appeals bond. Why? All white jury, the judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends. That's been our trump card. We've been holding. We already knew that. God has spoken, and you cannot make me believe that as many gray-haired white women on that jury that's dealing with white guilt about going to heaven is not gonna have no compassion about a kid that's been straight A from the time he's ever read a book in school, has no history of violence, has saved children's lives by risking his own life by jumping in and save somebody from drowning. This kid has no violence. Austin, on the other hand, is a violent brute with some sexual rape allegations hanging on his ass. That's why, man, they coerce them kids. But one thing about kids can't lie to professionals under pressure. When you was told, when you gave a statement in the beginning, you can't come back and amend it later and say, well, I meant. No, what you said that night is law. Back up right up. All them white people talking about what they gonna do, they ain't gonna do shit, nigga. They ain't gonna do shit. When Makai Johnson and Galvin Long killed them motherfucking white police officers, you white motherfuckers didn't do a goddamn thing. Not no guilty. If you think they're gonna find him guilty and they just put manslaughter on as a charge and it wasn't on there in the beginning, you don't know law, cracker. You like the dumb white boy that had the whip. He can't spell either, nigga. Yeah. We already got the money set aside for appeals bond. Why? All white jury, the judge and the DA are buddies, along with the dad, best friends. That's been our trump card. We've been holding. We already knew that, but we wanted everything to play out how they had it. I can't wait till the family. We waiting on each other. Yeah. I've been riding with the family, nigga, since day one. I'm sorry, since day 5. White people mad because they poor. Nigga, I wouldn't give a damn about what happened. I got a show tomorrow. I'm getting rich out here off content creation. All you white people, you're still gonna be fucking poor, struggling with gas prices. Say, big dog, hey, I wouldn't have got me a Miss Lily. I wouldn't have got me a white woman. Yeah, I wouldn't have got me a white woman. I'm finna treat her like she black today. So I'm giving her everything she wants. You want some wings? You want some chicken wings? Say, now listen, I told y'all everything I told y'all about that motherfucking trial. I told y'all, I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. I told y'all last year the boys had dope in their system. I told y'all it wasn't a knife, it was a compass tool. It wasn't even long enough to get it, it wasn't even long enough to pierce his heart. Yeah. Yeah, white people is gonna be mad in the motherfucker. White people is gonna be mad in the motherfucker. And guess what? White people can't beat everybody. Yeah, they got China on their ass, North Korea, Russia, Afghanistan, Venezuela, Mexico, Canada. Y'all can't beat everybody, cracker toe. Listen, the prosecution came back. Now, when did white folks start having compassion? When did a cracker say, listen, I don't give a damn how it goes. Automatic win on appeal. All white jury, everybody 50 plus older. You mean to tell me they can't find nobody that's a jury of his peers? A jury of his peers. I cannot believe Collin County dropped the ball like this here. I cannot believe as racist as Collin County has been since they have existed. But you know what's happening now? They done let them kids that went to elementary school bring that nigga dick out there.
So that's Charleston White's opinion on the whole situation. But the bottom line is that I think it's entertaining what he's saying and everything. This is not really a joke or like something that's not funny. Because when I really think about this, it's like, when I see the comments, it's like, really, are we really serious? This is who I've been waiting on. I have been waiting on Neek at night to start her show because I've been waiting on her.
Hey, what's up? It's your girl Neek, and you're tuned in to Neek at Night. And tonight I have a special guest by the name of Emerald Stone. Now, if you guys have been on social media and you have been seeing that clip go around where there's this guy saying Karmelo Anthony should be hung by a tree, that's his work. He has been outside documenting for his company or you
for my page.
Instagram.
For my Instagram.
Okay, and so today he was inside the courtroom for the closing arguments. Outside of today, I have been there every single day inside the courtroom, looking at the jury, seeing how this whole process went down. And to even go back further, I started my introduction into this case with trying to get credentials to be the media or one of the media seats that is inside the courtroom. So we're going to go over what he saw today when it was closing arguments. I'm going to give you guys insights on what I know about the whole process that has been happening. We're going to do like a call section where some of you guys come up and speak, but we're going to do that right after this intro. So give yourself some time to go grab some snacks, or whatever you need, and we'll be right back.
We're out here in Beverly Hills with Raz B. I haven't seen you on the scene.
Let's play his clip.
All right. Hopefully everyone's doing well. Waiting on Neek. She's coming in right now.
All right, so let's get this thing going. So you were outside today, and what we're going to start off with going to Emerald's Instagram page because he was outside this morning. He was catching some of the clips that were happening. So I'm going to show you guys some of the things that he was able to capture out there. And then we're going to get into my thoughts, my feelings about things. Let's show when he arrived, I think after opening statements. And then we're going to go into some more clips. So let me pull this up really quickly for you guys. And y'all let me know what y'all think, what y'all feel, how y'all feel about it. So let me play this. And also make sure you go follow Emerald. His Instagram is on the screen right here. We'll zoom in so you guys can see. It is Emerald. And then instead of the O in Stone, there's an X in the middle. Let's play his clip. And then I'm going to play the clip that he had that was going viral as well.
I'm outside of the Collin County Courthouse, the Karmelo Anthony case. And I mean, a lot is going on right now. Currently, the jury is deliberating. They're trying to figure out what.
Wait, does that song have copyright?
No, I don't know. That was like a Christian song in the background that they were singing.
Oh,
they were singing. Yeah, that was the church.
Oh, at that was okay.
They were playing. The verdict is there are two main things though that I figured out in this trial. One of them is that there's a rumor going around that this is an all-white jury. This is not an all-white jury. I've seen Southeast Asians, Central Asians. I've seen someone that seemed like they were maybe Arab. So there's a diverse crowd, but there are no black people on the jury. Secondly, there's something that came to mind is that they kept on repeating a statement that Karmelo Anthony said to Austin Metcalf, and that statement was, "Touch me and find out."
All right, so I'm going to pause it right there because I don't know if that is going to flag any copyright, but we're going to go on over to his video where he showed that Karmelo was found guilty, and we're going to go from there.
Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. Right about now, you can see tensions are really, really high. People are fighting, having yelled.
But hold on, I wish I could. I'm going to find out what his page is. Emerald TXNE, because I want to find out about that. Touch me and find out, because all these people in the audience is like, they've been up to, he said, touch me and find out. he said this, you know what I'm saying? But I want to find out whether he said Emeralds, TX, and I'm gonna just find out. Let's go.
Having arguments, etc. So, you know, we're praying that everything goes smooth. So yeah. So I mean, let me know what y'all think. Is this right? How do y'all feel about this? Karmelo Anthony.
So right there, what I noticed is you looked a little like fidgety and like like shifting around. How did you feel from like listening to the opening statement and then hearing the verdict and then just?
I would just say like I'm fidgety because my heart, just like everyone around me at that point, my heart was broken.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just to hear the news. And I think we felt like a collective heartbreak there. You know, people were crying, people were yelling, people were acting out. And, you know, if you look at the video, you can see the kind of like the pain in my eyes, but also everyone around us kind of shared that same pain because we knew that, you know, an injustice had been done once again in Cobb County.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So it was heartbreaking. So it was a little bit tough to get through that video.
Yeah. So somebody in the comments said, Nick, you sound a little too happy. Actually, not even going to address that because the week that I had, like, if I feel like I have my bearings, that's good to me. Like, it has been a tough week for everybody outside covering this case. You guys have seen everything that all of the independent journalists that have been out there have been going through. There has been a targeted attack on Karmelo's family. The whole system was rigged from the start. And it wasn't just a situation to where it's like, damn, it's like they're going to railroad him. Like, I just felt like it was just something in the pit of my stomach just wasn't right. But not only that, it was a campaign being executed on anybody that was trying to cover it. Any Black voice that was out there trying to tell the truth of what was going on. It seems like there was all of these hurdles and things where it just was unsettling. There was a lot of unsettling feelings out there. But I would just bring back to the jury selection.
Let me start real quick because I wanted to like hear what the rest he said to say about, like, did he say that whole phrase? Because that's been people be jumping in the thing this whole time. Well, he said, touch me and see what happens. It cut off right there. I don't care if there's music in the background. Let's go.
For the Karmelo Anthony case. And I mean, a lot is going on right now. Currently, the jury is deliberating. They're trying to figure out what the verdict is. There are two main things, though, that I figured out in this trial. One of them is that there's a rumor going around that this is an all-white jury. This is not an all-white jury.
It's not an all-white jury. It was not an all-white jury. That's one thing. From the Black side, it was not an all-white jury.
Southeast Asians, Central Asians. I've seen someone that seemed like they were maybe Arab. So there's a diverse crowd, but there are no Black people on the jury. Secondly, there's something that came to mind is that they kept on repeating a statement that Karmelo Anthony said to Austin Metcalf. And that statement was, touch me and find out. Now, the defense is saying that this is a warning, that he was trying to warn him. But on the prosecutor's side, they're saying that this is a threat. So what do you think? If someone says, touch me and find out, is that a warning or is that a threat? Let us know in the comments and we'll keep you posted.
All right. So is touch me and find out a warning or a threat? I would take it as a warning. Like, well, you know what I'm saying? But a person that is a bully would take that as a threat, like a challenge. Hence, you get, oh yeah, bitch ass nigga, you ain't got nothing in that bag. Because what happened is it's a warning and it's both, exactly, right? So it's kind of both, right? Touch me and find out. He's reaching in the bag. Austin Metcalf said, if this Frisco, you ain't got nothing in that bag. That was one of the things that was said during the case. So it was an underestimation at best, okay? You know. I'm not making excuses. I'm just saying this is we're just going back over things. But I wanted to find out what he said about that. Let's go.
In the court every single day of this process, except for the day for safety reasons. I wanted to be there so bad. I even called him and I was like, hey, should I head up there? What should I do? I don't know. My mom is like terrified. She did not want me to go. My family's like, don't go. But in my gut,
but they were attacking Nick at night, you know. They were attacking her big time. So I see why she wouldn't have went back up there. But I want to hear some more about like this whole the guilty aspect. And I see because I wish I'd have known about this content creator because I would have been covering what his reviews were. But let's go.
Has been found guilty of murder. Right about now, you can see tensions are really, really high. People are fighting, having arguments, etc. So we're praying that everything goes smooth. So yeah. So I mean, let me know what y'all think. Is this right? How do y'all feel about this? Karmelo Anthony has been found guilty of murder. Right.
Now this is a sad image. I'm sure, you know, as a Black woman, you know, she probably felt that this could have been a better turnout. But you know what? When we have a situation like this where you have a defense that ain't doing shit, that ain't even tried, in my eyes. And I believe that he got railroaded. I'm sorry. I think that it should have been manslaughter. I don't know what they're gonna do to him. I think they're gonna probably give him they're gonna. The fact that they did not like come really quick with the sentencing as fast they came with the verdict means that they might be going back and forth in sentencing. You got some probably wanting to throw the whole book at him. You got some people like, nah, we shouldn't, da da da. So that might be, hopefully, you know, I don't know, trying to understand like what you know, what's the best thing in the situation, right? This might be the thing that might take a little more time. But I have a feeling that the people are so lazy and they don't want to like you know, be sequestered to a hotel room. They're gonna like come up with their verdict tomorrow. That's just how this lazy I think that this whole jury is. Let's go.
But like, I failed my mission into covering this case by not going, but this situation is so much bigger than me, Karmelo, my ego and everything like that, that it just was important to just process it and take it all in for what it's worth. Starting from the jury selection, I was in the overflow room when they were picking the jury. And as you guys know, I reported to you guys and I told you there was 2 Black men who X'd theirself out, and they said that they did not want to be a contributing factor. I would have to look at my notes to see the exact quote, but he said that he didn't want to be on, hold on, matter of fact, let me get my notes so I could be correct. But he said that he didn't want to be on the jury because he didn't want to put a Black brother in jail. Let me find my exact quote. I got notebooks out the yin yang, so I took notes every single day, and I filled up each of these notebooks, and they're all like organized based on the day that I covered it. But I want to quote. Okay, so this was jury selection. I want to quote what the Black brother said because I notated it in my notes because I want to have a moment to speak to him. Both of them specifically, but let me find out where it is.
Feel free to come up, Nails, if you want to like
moment. You can talk in the meantime if there's anything you want to talk.
Oh, drop the link.
I found it. So this is my notes that I took in real time, and he said, "I don't know that I will feel right putting a brother in jail." So this was one of the jurors that said that, and then after he said, "I don't know if I would feel right putting a brother in jail," there was another Black man who also made another comment, and he also said similar sentiments as well to cancel himself out of the jury. He knows good and well that that was going to eliminate him from being off the jury.
I know that that's what he did that for, and he probably just didn't want to like lose out on work. I think some of these jurors that were Black probably did not want to like lose their job or lose income. So they said the thing that they knew that would get them off the trial. Which is crazy to me. Like to purposely say something that you know is going to get you up out of there. We're not that damn dumb.
And I think that the wrong message was canceling yourself so you don't put him in jail. The right message would have been making sure that you got on the jury so you made sure that the process was fair. Okay, you put him further in jail by eliminating yourself, etc. But let's go into some of the testimony. I know that you've been hearing some of the students have conflicting stories and say, you know, touch me and find out. I know that was something that came up in closing arguments. And then there were kids who said other statements other than that. Can you expound on like what they were highlighting today when they brought that up?
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, there was obviously, you know, defense said, I'm going to be honest. Can I keep it honest on here, how I feel about the defense?
Yeah.
Because for me personally, the defense was very, very weak. And this is not something that I'm just saying, just for myself, but other people in the jury had this sentiment as well. When not the jury, sorry, the people, the spectators also saw that when we all came out, it was like, why was the defense so weak? Why was he so easy? So for us, you know, it was kind of disappointing. But some of the things that was mentioned by the defense
was that I'll start with the defense and then I can go into the state. Is that Austin said, if you don't move, I'll beat your ASS. And then he went on to say,
all right, so you guys all y'all heard about is what Karmelo Anthony said. Didn't hear what Austin Metcalf said. So everybody's been talking about like, oh, touch me and see what happens. You never heard Austin Metcalf says, if you don't move, I'll beat your ass. But it's been a whole campaign of he said, touch me and see what happens. I haven't heard this entire time for almost a year. I've heard what Karmelo Anthony said. I haven't heard one thing about what Austin Metcalf says. And by the way, if you want to come up, the link is is posted on my my community wall, and it's also in the chat. So if you want to come up and express your opinion and your feelings, you know, I'm 7 hours in. We're doing this. We're going through there. Let's go.
That in Texas law, it doesn't necessarily require you to get hit before you actually attack to go to protect yourself. He went on to say that in the defense that the knife itself, the way that the knife had plunged into the body of Austin Metcalf was in a horizontal way, very like sideways way, which would be an awkward way to stab someone. So he was trying to essentially like say that if you were to stab someone, it'd be straight or like this. If you were intentionally trying to do so in a way.
Right. So he's pulling the knife about the thing and he pulls it out. And then what I believe it was a forward motion, but the defense was so weak about like even pushing that narrative. I don't know if they plan on like, I mean, I don't know if Charleston White is right that they said that they're going to wait until appeal, but who the fuck does that? Who waits for the appeal? Who puts their plaintiff through prison where they can possibly get killed and everything else? Who puts them through that to like go to appeal? And who knows how long appeal? That means that your person could be in jail for up to a year before they even get an appeal. That's not a good strategy right there. So I don't know if I believe Charleston White either. Let's go.
That was meant to unalive them. So if more so on the conversation that was had, I did take notes on the conversation that they had mentioned. They said if you want me to move, you're going to have to move me. This is what the what they said that Karmelo was saying to Austin. If you want me to move, you're going to have to move me. And he went on to say, I'm not leaving. Forget y'all. And that forget is the F word, F y'all. And you are all a bunch of PUSSYs. And then at that point, they quoted Austin saying, you're a BITCH. And at that point, the response from Karmelo was, show me I'm a BITCH. And then at this point, he moves forward.
Did you guys know that he said that all that conversation had ensued? Did y'all know that there was all that back and forth going on? I knew it.
Well, I knew it had to be something going back and forth for him. He just sitting
all
there.
They talk about is that, oh, yeah, Karmelo, like he was just sitting up there boss hogging. I'm like, yeah, touch me and see what happened. And then Austin was just like, didn't say nothing. Come on now. There's a whole back and forth going on. And I heard that the students was hollering too in the whole thing. So it was a whole commotion going on. Go ahead, Scam Chan. What else were you going to say?
Well, I was just saying, you're never going to hear the full story. They always somebody going to slant it one way or the other. So.
Justifying a stabbing in cold blood is effing wild. Well, you know what? If you have any people in the military, if you know a police officer justifying that in cold blood, look about what happened with the police, when they be doing in cold blood. How much cold blood is that to shoot somebody 15 times? Y'all killed me with the whole narrative. Cold blood. He cried after it happened. That's not cold blood. That's having empathy. Oh, he's not going to die, is he? That's empathy. You guys just want to make it into cold blood because that makes you guys feel like, justified in being assholes. And if you guys are over the age of like 18, you guys are. You're adults and you need to be ashamed of yourself.
We're toward Karmelo. Austin moves forward toward Karmelo, and then we see touch me and see what happens. At that point of touch me and see what happens, Austin touched him.
Yeah.
So
what he was just reading was some of the highlighted things that the state pointed out to prove that he provoked this. So they were trying to say, well, because he didn't leave, he provoked it. And because he said these things to them talking to him.
Can I ask a question? Why does somebody feel like somebody need to leave because they say so? Ain't that I'm white and I say so? Who the fuck is Austin Metcalf to tell somebody he need to leave? Why do y'all think that somebody else needed to tell? I don't care if it was his team's tent, whatever. He is a student just like anybody else. Why did Austin Metcalf feel like he had the authority to tell somebody what they need to do? You need to leave. You need to leave. Ain't there a whole meme about that? You need to leave. Why does he feel like he's the one, the enforcer of leaving and who leaves and who doesn't? Like, what is up with that? What privilege? So y'all talk about how black privilege, y'all been talking about racism and this, that, the other. What privilege is it that a person that's the same age as me gets to come up to me and tell me what I need to do? And I'm over here with a person I think I know, whatever, this asshole that actually turns against me eventually. You know, it's my cousin's ex-boyfriend. I'm over here. It's raining. I don't want to do it. You know what I'm saying? And he's telling me, and who the hell is who the fuck are you? Let's be realistic. If it's raining and you find shelter underneath a tent, and someone randomly tells you need to go, and the option is being out in the rain, and you're just trying to shelter yourself, you can just because some random person tells you need to leave. You're not gonna be like, well, no, I'm not gonna leave. Like what? It was kids getting shelter from tents all over the track and field. But I gotta leave. There was probably other students. I mean, if I was the defense, I would ask, were there other students from other schools in the same tent that had gotten cover underneath that, or was it all Centennial High School students? And probably would have found out, you know what, there were other students. But because the defense was so weak and sorry that these questions weren't even asked. Was it 100% Centennial High School students underneath the tent, or were you the only one from another school? What happened to that basic, obvious question? Why was I being singled out? That's normally what happens when you have a person singled out and other people are probably there too. But nobody even are thinking without just being assholes about this whole thing. Well, he did it, so therefore, just minding people business ain't got shit to do with you. What is it gonna hurt that he's getting cover underneath the tent? Why is it bothering you so goddamn bad? Why is me getting cover from the rain underneath a tent to where you need to push me and beat me up about the tent? No one's asking the pertinent questions. Everybody's just focused on the fact that he got stabbed. But what about the fact that why am I being singled out when there probably are other students underneath this tent that are not going to this school? But the defense never even brought that up. How many other students from other schools were underneath the tent? Was it only Centennial High School students? Because I heard that there were other tents that were jam-packed full of students. Couldn't have all been from that particular school. Ain't nobody track team that goddamn heavy. Fuck.
Provoked it, and they were kind of laying out the picture of why this was a murder. And I feel like it was a disservice to Karmelo Anthony to not have somebody to understand the different, like one of the teachers who was in jury selection doing voir dire, she said that there's so many social economical.
It has nothing to do with the case of the outcome. What it has to do was the questions that were never asked. Because the defense was so damn weak in their argument that this is the outcome. And then you got Charleston White to my son. Well, we already knew he was gonna do this, so we already knew it. Ha ha. You're like, oh, bro, like no, that you don't argue a case after you get a goddamn murder charge. The hell? That means that your loved one is gonna go to prison until you are able to get to appeal. What are we doing? Nature Boy right now is up there crying because he's in prison right now waiting for an appeal on a murder charge. Crying because he's in solitary confinement. What do you think could happen to Mark Karmelo? He's going to have to go into protective custody, and he might be in the hole, guys. He's going to be in the hole. They're going to put him. Oh, my God. He's not going to be able to go into general population. They're going to take him, and they're going to put him into the hole. And if you don't know what the hole is, that is like where it's isolation. You know, it's very fucked up. I don't think they're gonna give him like probation, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. They're gonna try to throw the entire book at him because I'm sure there's one big strong two or three that are very the strongest persons pushing all the jurors to make a decision. And those people might be more intimidating than others. And so that's why they were able to make a quick decision into murder versus manslaughter. Because they didn't want the opportunity for a person to like get a chance to have a 2 to 5 year sentence. They said, no, we can't allow it to be a thing where there's a chance for a 2 to 5 year. So we need to get the murder charge, right? Because they want to charge him with the highest situation ever.
Classes, there's so many nuances, and it was so important for somebody like that to come in as an expert. Now, one thing that I will say is, even though it's like you're looking at this and I'm disappointed in the performance of the defense, one thing that I have to make very clear is we don't know what rulings were made prior to court, right? So like when I covered the Diddy trial, and we were able to see what motions the defense made and what motions the state made. And we were able to see what the judge granted and what they didn't grant or what they tried to admit into evidence and all of these things. In this case, all of the pretrial motions were sealed, okay? So we could not see what Karmelo's team tried to get entered into evidence. We did not see what things were blocked from entering into evidence. So this could be, and I'm still trying to like, even though I'm disappointed in the lawyer, I'm also thinking like, what was he battling in the first place as far as like what's able to be admitted? Was he able to even bring an expert in, or what the deal is? I would like to know, because that's,
yeah, that's important. Well, one thing that I also heard, some people mentioned was that the actual judge was just, cutting down the defense. Every angle that the defense tried to work, the judge just kept on cutting him. Very dismissive about everything that was brought up by the defense. So the judge played a big role in this as well, because I remember the second I saw him, there was a kind of like a weight on his face, almost like that there was a chip on his shoulder. So it kind of, at that point, it became apparent to many of us that it wouldn't be, probably wouldn't go well. It didn't. So
yeah, it was interesting. Let me know what you felt like. What was the atmosphere like outside when the verdict was read?
Oh, okay. So, it was, well, I can give you like a little bit beforehand and then kind of leading into it, because before it was like, it was getting tense. People were starting to talk with the other side. It's like little arguments, and people were getting in people's faces. By the time that we actually got to the verdict, the heat was already turned up. It wasn't like, it wasn't that the verdict hit and the heat turned up. It was already like very, very close as we felt it approaching. And when
wow, 35 years in prison.
Oh, wow, that was quick.
Come on, bro. 35 years in prison.
They say 35.
35 years in prison. That's sad.
That's got to be a record. From start to finish, that's got to be a record.
I don't know if they are even aware. 35 years in prison. What do you think about that? What are your thoughts?
Wow. Well, I mean, now that they know that, I guess they can begin the appeal process or something. Oh my
God.
goodness.
That's 35 years.
Wow.
I think that's not long enough. But what about people? I mean, okay. I made my statement about the whole thing. Man in high council, I already told you, I would let you up, but I can't let you up when you're always like, whenever I go to another channel, you're up there in the audience, like just talking shit about me. I'm sorry. So whether we need to either reach a truth in things, or we just can't do it. You're not gonna do you get to like come up here and speak and then go on whenever I'm on another panel, talk shit about me the whole time. So no, sir, no, sir. Thank you. But yeah, he got 35 years in prison, guys. Let me see if I can hear. Let's see what people are saying. This is breaking news. Karmelo Anthony got 35 years.
What they gonna do? Riot in the streets now?
I don't know. Let's see what they're saying. Let me see if this is true or not. Yep. 35 years. Okay, so let's go into it.
The jury will come out. The judge will tell them what they were. Tell our viewers what they were deliberating. The punishment, the range of punishments.
So for murder, the range of punishment is 5 to 99 years or life. There was, I believe, a sudden passion charge in the punishment charge, which the jury is going to be able to consider that. And if they decide that there was sudden passion and that Karmelo Anthony didn't act with cool reflection, then they would be able to lower that range of punishment to 2 to 20.
Tanya, we've covered a lot of these. I mean, we've long time ago stopped guessing what a jury might do. Honestly, this trial went a lot quicker. The verdicts came a lot faster than we were anticipating. We were expecting to be here at least until Saturday. So how surprised are you that everything's getting done in one day?
I'm really shocked. I was surprised.
Honey, even the news is shocked.
They rested. I fully expected we would be going through this coming Saturday. It seems like, and from talking to the experts, that a decision was made from both sides to make this a fairly straightforward trial in terms of what's happening inside that courtroom. Now, what's happening outside that courtroom is a different story. But inside that courtroom, it seems like they decided some decision, or there was some, because there was other things that they probably could have brought in, and they just didn't.
And it is important to note that Bill Wartsky, the lead prosecutor in this case, an assistant DA here in Collin County, and Toby Shook, a defense attorney for Karmelo Anthony, have practiced together. They have done many trials together. In fact, the Kaufman County DA murders, they were the special prosecutors, so they've worked very closely together, and so they were very amicable in the courtroom. And both of them are extremely well. They're really good litigators, both of them. So
They're professionals. They are trial attorneys to the court. I mean, that's what they do. They're very good. I mean, I'd put them. In this case, you have some of the best attorneys in the state, if not nationally, with Bill and Toby. I mean, just really, really good attorneys. And they tried their case. And I think, like you said, maybe decided, hey, at the end of the day, there's a lot of noise outside. We need to keep this to what this case is and not get amped up or tied up in the outside stuff.
Yeah, and Jobin was reading to us, Teresa, some of the statements and closing arguments that Bill Wartsky, and the defense attorney were making Mike Howard, and at one point I think Bill Wartsky turned to the jurors and said, you know, I know that what you're going to contemplate the sentence, but there are people here that have gotten a life sentence. And he named each of the Metcalf family that was sitting there. And Hunter Metcalf was in the audience for the first time, in the gallery for the first time, this entire trial for the reading of these verdicts. And now I think we're going to go to Jason.
Actually, Rebecca.
I'm sorry, Teresa. We're coming back to you. Sorry.
I'll take no worries. I'll take it, and we're going to come right back to you guys. But I do want to say I'm monitoring Jobin's dispatches. You've talked about Jobin Puneker. He's inside the courtroom. He's really been the eyes and ears throughout this trial because we are not allowed to have any sort of video recorders or audio recorders in there. And so Jobin has been, you know, giving us these instant dispatches from what's going on. And he tells us right now that Austin Metcalf's family is now inside the courtroom. He says Karmelo Anthony's grandmother is there along with some family friends. And he is overhearing that there will be multiple speakers when they do get to the victim impact part of all of this. So we're going to keep monitoring Jobin's dispatches. But I do want to take a couple of seconds to just describe what's been happening outside of the courthouse. We've been giving you a live picture from our chopper overhead. And this has kind of been the scene all afternoon long. And I know I'm just dipping in here at the end of all of this, but Rebecca, you've been here since the beginning, and you have seen just this constant presence of a crowd and just the heated emotions surrounding all of this. What does the energy feel like to you at this moment versus what it felt like throughout this trial? It feels more tense just looking at it from a distance. What does it feel like there on the ground?
Yes, for sure. We have seen some, a little while ago, we had a sheriff's deputy car come racing by us, and people were shouting and screaming, and they went over there, and 2 people were detained. You're right. At the beginning, during jury selection on the first day, there were some clashes between people, and then it sort of calmed down throughout the trial. And then all of a sudden, when we heard that there were going to be closing arguments today, then the crowds picked up. But what you have here, Teresa, there are a lot of people from this community that were here, but they were praying or they were showing their support for either family. And then what predominantly you have now, the clashes you are seeing are people that are not from Texas, most of them. They're not from Collin County, and they are intentionally race baiting each other and shouting slurs at one another. And the sheriff's deputies have allowed them to do that. A lot of, Tanya, talk a little bit about this, some of the de-escalation training that they have, and why you don't see you see a lot of presence, but not like a militarized type force here.
Well, I think what the Collin County Sheriff's Department has done is they've done a great job of trying to keep these different groups separated. They're attempting to allow people to exercise their constitutional rights, but also do it in a respectful way. And we've periodically seen large groups of them come up, and they're making sure that they keep this crowd calm. You know, one of the things I want to bring up, it just came into my mind, was that earlier, you know, we had gotten word that there was a verdict, right? And we had gotten word what the verdict was. And you remember 30 seconds later, people heard it, saw it on their phones, and there was that audible, visceral reaction when the crowd behind us heard, you know, that he had been convicted of murder. I mean, it was, you could feel it. You could feel the energy that moved through that crowd. And at one point, it came over behind us. It was very tense at one point.
And you've been practicing law and in this county for a long time. You've never seen anything like this, have you?
Never seen anything like this. I've been practicing almost 25 years now, and yeah, you just don't see this. It is a rare occurrence. And like Tanya said, I mean, hats off to Collin County Sheriff's deputies. They're handling this as well as you would expect that professionals would, but they're doing a really good job keeping this pretty maintained.
Yeah, and Teresa, there have been a couple of people that have actually been criminally trespassed, means they cannot come within a certain amount of feet from the courthouse. They've also put up, the sheriff's deputies have parked their vehicles in front of the courthouse so you don't, nobody can get in. In fact, no one can get inside the courthouse now. It is locked down except for the people that have those passes that have already been pre-screened, Teresa.
I do know, again, just monitoring what Jobin is telling us, he says that Karmelo Anthony has now entered the courtroom. He is sitting with his defense attorneys, Mike Howard and Toby Shook. And Jobin also says that Mike Howard has his hand on Karmelo Anthony as we are awaiting for the jury to return.
Surprised by the number of years? I mean, what do you think went into that calculus in terms of?
And so in just a couple of moments,
before they can even look at his file to consider for parole. It doesn't mean that he's going to automatically get parole, but they cannot consider him for 17 and a half years. He will get time for any credit that he's been in previous to today towards that sentence.
Are you surprised by the number of years? I mean, what do you think went into that calculus in terms of coming up with that?
You know, I don't know really what went into the calculus. I mean, part of you thinks, you know, if Mr. Metcalf was 17 and a half, maybe they multiplied it by 2 and got 35. You know, there's really no rhyme or reason a lot of times with jurors on what they decide or what they come up with. I mean, I do think it's a significant punishment for the defendant by the jury, for sure.
Yeah, they definitely sent a message with that verdict, Teresa. And we are, again, expecting impact statements. This is the first time since there has been a gag order that perhaps we might hear from Hunter. He has been not been in the courtroom because his family says, family friends that I've been talking to throughout this trial said it was extremely emotional. He watched his twin brother get murdered in front of him, and he just wasn't able to come to court, and he was a potential witness, but he was in there, and we might hear from him. We're not sure who we're going to hear from. We'll wait for Jobin's notes, and then we are expecting those press conferences, Teresa.
Yeah, so Jobin's latest dispatch says the jury has been excused and the judge has thanked them for their service, and he does say that they are taking a recess. So I don't know if that means that those victim impact statements, you know, they're just going to take a moment, take a breath, and then come back and do those, or if those may be delayed. I don't know exactly what that means. But I do also want to point out, so a 35-year sentence. Karmelo Anthony is 19 years old now. And Keith, I believe you said it would have to be 17 and a half years that would be served. So we're looking at a young man who would be in his mid-30s before he would be potentially even considered to be free again. And that's just an interesting observation, you know, that the age of everyone involved here, still a very tender age when you consider that they are in their late teens.
And Teresa, sometimes when they take a recess, and Keith, you can talk a little bit about this, it's also because they give the attorneys an opportunity if they want to talk to the jury. And sometimes before impact statements, before they completely release.
I want you guys to understand how serious this is. That means that he's going to be
the jury. And by the way,
39 years old by the time he gets out of prison.
Are out at a scene covering any sort of a crime. It's just the ripple effect of the number of people who are impacted. And in this particular case, as you said, you think, of course, deeply about the family, but you also think about the kids who went to school with both of these people. You think about the kids who live in the neighborhood. You think about anybody who may have just been at that track meet that day and caught a passing glimpse. But of course, the ones who were right there and watched everything happen, they are forever changed. And that's the sad part about this, is that this was, you know, something that happened in the spur of the moment, a split second that this happened, and now forever, so many people's lives are changed. I do want to return to some of the information we are getting from Jobin, who again is inside the courtroom. We've been told that these victim impact statements will only be able to last for 30 minutes, and they are underway. And from what I'm gathering, there is an aunt of Austin Metcalf who is now speaking, and she has said, one of the hardest days of my life. That's a quote from her, and I'm sure that applies to many people They would go back to that day in April of 2025 as one of the hardest days of their lives. And of course, the difficulty continues to this moment. We are continuing to watch this shot from our chopper overhead at the Collin County Courthouse. It seems as though
he'll be 49 when he gets
the
out.
woman
So
who was
this pretty much his life.
holding court, if you will, between those two pickup
No
trucks,
children, none of that.
those
Ain't
two
no
Collin County
kids,
Sheriff's
nothing.
trucks.
He's through.
She has moved on. I had seen her earlier today, as Rebecca was talking about, also very passionate and emotional throughout this day and throughout this trial. But it seems as though sort of that's
not funny.
That moment
There's
of
nothing funny
tension
about
maybe
this.
has eased a little bit. We do see some people who are continuing to talk to reporters and talk to people who maybe have their cell phones out trying to capture some of this. Back to Jobin's reporting, another quote from an aunt of Austin Metcalf. She says, "There's a void that can never be filled," but she does say, "Our faith has sustained us." That faith does not lessen the pain of losing him. And Jobin is also telling us that Karmelo Anthony has his head down during these statements. I can only imagine what's going through that young man's mind. I can only imagine what's going through his family's mind right now, as again, we get this word from the jury within the last 20, 30 minutes or so that they are sentencing him in prison after earlier today convicting him of murder. Rebecca?
So we did see Pastor Freddie Haynes from Friendship
What are your
West
thoughts,
Baptist Church.
Barack? Do you want to say something about the situation? 35
Yeah,
years in prison.
the kid got he got railroaded. He got railroaded because it's not a murder. It's like I said, at best he should have walked. At worst, it should have been manslaughter. There's no way it should have been murder. And if I was his family, I definitely would investigate that, because that DA and the prosecutor and the family taking photos together, that's a conflict of interest. I would definitely make that an issue to either get the charges dismissed or heavily reduced. That's what that would be my goal. If they got that, I'm not sure what happened with that money he had left, but if I was his mother, that would be my goal. Understand? Hello? Can you hear me? Oh yes, I don't know. The sound kind of went away. Maybe you stepped away, but yeah. Anyway, hopefully they can hear me. Yeah, like I said. No, I'm saying he got railroaded. I mean, like I said, both families lost, and 35 years. That means he got to do at least like 18 to even be up for parole for good behavior and all that. But he should have never got that much time for that, because that wasn't, even though the young man Metcalf, whatever his name is, even though he did get killed, but that wasn't murder. That was manslaughter, which is like 5 to 15 or whatever it is, or 2 to 7, whatever it is in that state. There's no way he should have got that. And like I said, I'm not sure what because they said his family got that money, but I would start the appeal thing like starting tomorrow. Take those photos I had, make sure because I heard they were legit photos, but take those photos and bring them and try to take it all the way if you have to the Supreme Court, because it's fighting for your freedom is priceless. That's what I would do if you got the resource. Like I said, I don't know what happened with that money or what they're gonna do with that money, but that's what I would do, because it seemed like he had a shitty representation.
So Jackie says his attorney should have asked for a change of venue before trial even got started. This is a mess.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm going at it since because I was out at I had to go by a church since I spoke to you, but I was on my phone. I was going at it with some of these black conservatives, telling them that anytime a black person sides up with white supremacy, you more dangerous than a Klansman to me. I had to tell some, I call them conservatives. They graduated from the University of Trump. That's what I call and I shouldn't call people out their name, but that's how I feel about them, because people are allowed to disagree with me, and I shouldn't badger them because I don't see things the same way they do. But that's an open and shut
for
case.
the attorneys.
If you don't, I'm sorry. Sorry.
So what do you think? Do you think that this is going to turn into like some like riots or?
It could. If it was my son or my family, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I'd be ready to burn the city down, even if it means that I got to lose my life. See, when somebody, the most dangerous thing is when somebody don't give a f if they die, just to prove a point. That's
Someone says Punk didn't even take the stand. Listen, people are so stupid; they don't even understand that is not a normal thing for people to take the stand.
Well, a lot of people you know the one thing you got to understand, because we live in different states, it's always a gray area. But as far as I know, if you don't set out to kill somebody and it's a death, it's manslaughter. I don't understand the murder.
Yeah.
As far as I know, like I said,
now 30 years is not getting off easy, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because he's not going to be able to go into the regular prison. He's going to be in solitary for probably months, maybe even a whole year, and that is going to break him. Mm-hmm. This is a very sad situation, but you know what? It is. I mean, I guess some people say, "Well, hell," but I don't believe. I don't think that this was on purpose. I don't think that he purposely tried to kill him. I'm sorry.
Well, that's the unfortunate part. That's what they're, like I said, I don't
racist children. You know what? Y'all cut it out over the race.
So CMD, why don't you cam up?
Can we just define racism, stupid?
Yeah, CMD.
Get him out of here.
Yeah, matter of fact,
get people, anyone saying stupid racism type. I have been letting y'all live this whole day. But right now is not the time for the bullshit.
If we was racist or prejudiced against the white guy, we sympathize with both sides. We said as a whole, and I'm speaking for everybody, basically, it was a lose-lose situation. I don't want to speak for everybody, but I feel that everybody, for the most part, at that mindset, felt like it was really no winners here. Somebody lost their son, a brother, whatever you want to call it.
I'm motivated by children. This is a child. 17. Now, I don't care if Plano County or whatever, Collin County, don't think he a child. To me, as a mother, he is a child.
Yeah, both of them.
A lot of people were children. That both of them were children. A lot of people they're grown as fuck, like you. You might not even be grown. Mm-hmm. Coming in here saying a bunch of bullshit about two children.
Yeah,
they got into it.
CMD, just to play it fair, we felt like the Metcalf camp. I'm speaking for myself when I say this, and some of the people that was on here. We feel that both families took a loss, especially the Metcalf camp, the Metcalf family. That they lost too, but we're looking at it from a law perspective, and the law is if I don't set out to kill you, and I do it in the act of something other than a violent, bank robbery or something crazy, that's not murder. And I'll debate anybody. As far as I know, in most states, because like I said, that's a different state, so I can't say for a fact that that's the laws over there, because I've seen some crazy things in my lifetime, but that's not murder. That's manslaughter. It's two totally different charges.
Let me tell you a story, right? I was at my daughter's graduation, right? Mm-hmm. And in the middle of the graduation, a dude dragged his own father down the steps and whooped the shit out of his father.
I saw that.
Now, the father started the fight. He told him, get up, get up, get up, right? The son whooped his father down the steps. You should see his father's face. Destroyed. Like, I mean, this guy made him hit every fucking chair on the way down. The son got trespassed. The father got arrested. Yeah. This is why I know that you guys don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
Yeah, well, what I would do.
The son was sitting, minding his business. The father felt like he shouldn't be there because of his brother. Whatever reason, right? It wasn't raining, but the father felt like, you get out of here because we ain't agreeing with each other. Woo, 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 right? So the father touched his son. He didn't mush him. He didn't hit him. He didn't lunge for it. He didn't punch him. He touched his son. And I can show the video. This young man got up and whooped his father down the steps. Need I show the video? This is how you know that this is some bullshit. See, y'all are so fucking stupid in your racism, because you call us being racist, but I'm trying to show y'all a railroading situation. Because when two niggas do the shit, it ain't no big fucking deal. You let one guy walk and then this guy is been injured, all face looking all tore down, everything. He gets to get on Real Life Street Stars and do a show about the shit. But when a black guy gets into it with a white guy and then a knife is involved and something unfortunately happens, this guy gets 35 years. That guy didn't get no time for fucking up his own father. That's a black guy. So I'm trying to tell you that there is something up with the system. Because if it's about violence and about, well, he shouldn't have did this and he shouldn't have did that. Oh, well, this one had a knife. Well, this one did it with his bare hands, but he could have killed his father, raking him down the steps. He could have broke his father's neck. He didn't even get an assault charge. The father got arrested. Probably spent the night in jail, fucked up face, everything bleeding. And then it was like, are you going to fight him again? That's what people asked. Y'all fixing to have another fight? This is how sick we are. But y'all want to make it about race. No, it's violent shit happening all the time. But how it's looked at is the issue. When two niggas get into a fight, you know what I'm saying? Not a big deal. Whatever. Just niggas fighting, monkey, chimps, whatever the fuck, chimping out, whatever y'all want to call it. But because he's a white guy, he deserves to die. He needs to get the death penalty. This is the type, but y'all call us racism, but y'all are talking about a 17-year-old child that's a senior in high school that it's even said in the damn court transcripts by the police that by the coach said, well, no, I don't think he's going to die. The police, he's crying. He has remorse. This dude didn't have no remorse. He got on Real Life Street Stars and said, yeah, and I'll whoop his ass again.
Mm-hmm.
Got on a whole platform. Where's the police there with that? But y'all will watch that shit and think it's cool and think, it's funny. Hell, I watched it and was laughing at the shit. The shit was fucking, but I didn't like that shit because I'm like, how is the school still calling names at the graduation with all this bullshit going on? I kind of find that there's something wrong with the family when you've got like that much anger going on and you whooping your father down some steps of a graduation. Need I bring up the video? I know this is about Karmelo Anthony, but you know what? I think I might, so we can just compare and contrast when niggas do some shit and when, it's a white guy.
Well, I don't know.
If this was a black guy, hold on, I'm gonna show. I think I need to show this because, well, he had a gun. Well, no, this guy had his bare hands, but this could have easily went left. He could have hit his head. He could have did all type. This guy wrapped his dad down the steps so hard. Man, it was crazy. I never seen nothing like this in my life. But y'all are cool with niggas doing that shit to each other. But when it's a white person, all of a sudden y'all up there in the chat room talking a bunch of bullshit.
You gonna show it?
Yeah, I'm about to show it right now. Hold on, give me a second.
I just heard about it. I didn't see it.
And I think it's fucking sickening.
No, it's a sign of the time. I'm not surprised by none of this stuff.
And they put a whole show about this bullshit about him doing that to his own father. Let me find the video. If I can find it. Here, I got it right here. And I ain't gotta play the whole video of him talking shit about his own dad and this, that, the other. I just want to just show how this guy mopped his own dad down the damn steps of a whole graduation and all this stuff. Okay? And this is why I think it's some bullshit, right? I've been waiting to even bring this up because I said, you know what? I said that people don't even see the similarities in the situation, right? This guy's telling him to leave, and so was Austin Metcalf telling Karmelo to leave, right? Make sure it's not going too fast. Okay, so let's go. So as you can see right here, okay, you have this young man and his father. The father got mad because he didn't want him to be at the son's graduation, the other brother's graduation. Okay. This went viral. This is at my daughter's graduation. Son got mad, but for whatever reason they got into it. The son's gay. I don't know why. Maybe he didn't. Whatever weird shit's going on in their family. He said the father's abusive. Whatever. Saying I've heard that Austin Metcalf's family's abusive. But at some point, you know, this young man decided that I've had enough. So let's go into this. Let's see what happens in this situation.
Get up there. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
Honey, they cut it off too soon. Because if you see how brutal he ripped his dad down the steps, they cut off a lot. I need to show my video I had on my channel because they cut the real horrifying part of what actually happened. Let me find this video because I'm like,
gay?
Say it again.
That was the gay son? Yeah,
he was gay or whatever. Whatever.
No,
but I mean, let me show y'all what happened.
Get up. Get up.
Pick the father up, throw him into the stand.
Kristen Bramble III.
See the father getting arrested? So this guy whooped his father down the steps. The father gets arrested. The police are arresting the father. You understand what I'm saying? Like, what's the, I mean, it might be one, He might not have had a knife in his hand, stabbing his dad down the steps. He was punching him, whipped him down the step, ripped him. I mean, knocked him all the way. I mean, father, you should see the father's face tore up. He could have killed his own father. Do you understand how brutal that whole down the steps? Do you understand people die from going down steps? People fall down steps and die all the time. This guy is raking him down the steps. I mean, taking him, all this kind of stuff, whooping his father's ass. He didn't even get an assault charge. He got a trespass. This is how I know. See, you guys see, this is how I know that the system is rigged. Because his son should have got at least assault. His son just got trespass. So when black on black do it, no big deal. When it's a white person, let me tell you something, 30 years in prison. That son should have gotten some time, something like at least like 5 years, something for assault. Should have at least went to court. He just got a trespass. The father went to prison for touching the son. And all he did was say, get up, and touched his son on the arm. The son lost it, ripped him down the steps. The son trespassed, father, jail. Assault charge. No, you are in fucking insane, and get the fuck up out of here, bro. It doesn't matter. He's whipping his father down some steps. It don't need a deadly weapon to kill somebody. Assault does not need a deadly weapon. What's it called? Attempted murder doesn't need a the way that's at least attempted murder. What he just did to his father down them steps like that, that's almost to drag someone down some steps. Now I don't know what his father did to him to make him that passionate to whip him like that. But what was the difference? I mean, one had a weapon, the other one didn't. Which one was more? I mean, one was a stab that happened. Okay, you push somebody a quick stab. But when you see this, is that brutal? Like what just happened there? He might not have died, thank God, but he could have. So is one thing more because the guy didn't die behind it? Brutal behavior? Why is one excused and the other one isn't? Are you stupid? Yes, stab was worse, but the bottom line is that in the same situation, that could have ended up his life down the steps. Let me play it again for those in the back. Maybe you guys are so just hell bent on whatever y'all believe. I just really want you to take a good look at what's happening here. Can I zoom in? Can I make this bigger so you guys can see exactly? No, I won't get any bigger. Oh, okay, here we go. Nope. All right, let's go. Let's see.
Get up. Get up.
He put one finger. Okay. Get up. All right. So just like Austin Metcalf told Karmelo Anthony, get up out my thing. This guy didn't even argue with him. He's just like, you know what? But all of a sudden the guy said, get up, touched him slightly on the neck. And all this went down. Could have broke his neck right there. He could have broke his neck. When he did that move where he come up underneath and picks him up, he could have broke his neck. They're going downstairs. Listen. Like I said, father got arrested. He got a trespass at best. Got to live another day and tell about it, get on the internet, be on a platform, talk some shit about his own dad. No big deal.
Good point.
There's something up with this system. This is not just about he had a knife. It's not just about he had a knife. There's something more to this. I'm sure the dad probably spent the night in jail and got out the morning. I think that's what he said. That the dad got out in the morning. He got a trespass. Now, of course, in this situation, someone passes away, but you have video on different angles of this thing going down. This thing only has one video. There are so many people with cameras filming this thing in so many different angles. I had my camera out too. And it's viral across the internet. All the different angles of how this thing happened. And no one goes to jail. But this situation, 30 years. 35 years. I'm just saying. Now, I get like someone passed away. Okay, I'm not minimizing that. Someone was stabbed. I'm not minimizing that. But this could have easily been the same thing. The difference is that you can't go into the that particular stadium without getting your bag checked. You have to have a see-through bag, and if you do, they're going to check your bag. And shit still went down. Let's go.
I don't know what to say. Hello? You still there? What happened? You still there, Genesis?
I'm sorry. Can y'all hear? I'm sorry. I thought you could see this.
This is reality. And that is something, Tanya, you alluded to just a little while ago, and Keith as well. The fact that, that's who this is really about. There are a lot of people out there who want to make it about them and make it about the posts and the clicks that they can get on the internet. But at the end of the day, this is really about families that are forever changed.
Absolutely. And we watched Austin Metcalf's mom, especially on the day that they showed the body camera footage when the school resource officer found the knife. And they showed that video. But what you also saw in that video was Austin Metcalf being treated by paramedics who are trying to save his life. They are doing CPR on him. You hear Hunter Metcalf and his friends all screaming in agony and pain. That's my brother. Oh my God, what is happening? Please help him. Please help him. Austin, live. And you're hearing all of this. And at that moment, you saw Austin Metcalf's mom sobbing in the courtroom. We also saw jurors crying. And she was emotional through some of the testimony, also when the students were describing what they saw happened. And then when the medical examiner testified, the family chose not to see that, and they left the courtroom. And the medical examiner's photos of the autopsy were only shown to the jury. They were not shown to the gallery. But throughout this trial, you've seen a lot of emotion from Austin Metcalf's mom and his dad, who many times just had his head in his hands. I watched him over and over. Just, it was so difficult for them to hear the testimony of how their son died and how they tried to help him.
Because you can't get around the fact this is their child. Right. You're seeing your child die. That's, I mean, you have a son, I have a son, you have children. That's a parent's worst nightmare. That's something we never want to imagine. And then now we have Karmelo Anthony's family also seeing a future where he's going to spend the majority of his adult life behind bars. And that, as this stuff is going on behind us, what keeps rolling through my mind is that truly is, as we're reading these comments, that are coming in victim impact statements, listening to what Austin Metcalf's mom is saying and his aunt, and just feeling, even in the way Jobin's writing, I can feel their pain.
Mm-hmm. Teresa, you have some more information?
Yeah, well, I do just kind of want to reset for everyone right now because it is the top of the hour. And at 8 o'clock, most nights during this trial, we have been bringing you what we've called After the Trial, which is this expert analysis where we put everything into context and we parse through everything that's gone on. But right now we are live because we just got word about half an hour or so ago of the sentence in this case. Karmelo Anthony been sentenced to 35 years in prison. The same jury that earlier today found him guilty of murder in the death of Austin Metcalf. Again, this was from that April 2025 stabbing at a high school track meet in Frisco. When it happened, the world began to watch Frisco. People began weighing in. People began having their opinions. But for the...
Including the jury. Including the damn jury. They saw all that going on. Including the jury. They got to see it going on and they got to make decisions before this. And then the judge and this whole thing trying to rush this trial fast as he can. The defense sucked. I mean, and now I'm not sure. How long does it take to do an appeal? I know that I think that it took like P. Diddy like a year to make an appeal. Like, I mean, he could be in. And listen, how many people know that Austin Metcalf? Put a 1 in the chat. How many people know that Karmelo Anthony is going to be put into solitary confinement? Are you dumb? Guess what? You're not dumb, but you're in timeout. Shut the fuck up on my channel. Talking about my dumb. Are you dumb? Anyways, how many people understand what solitary confinement is? And do they know that this case, as big and huge as it is, it guarantees that he is going to go into solitary confinement?
Well, he gotta stay strong, and his family got to.
The moment he goes to prison, he's going to be in solitary. Do you know how brutal solitary is?
Yeah, but his family got to, try to visit him as much as they can.
Honey, in solitary confinement, I don't think you can get visited.
I think you can. But you always got visitation right. I just don't know. And like every state is different, so it's a gray area. Just like somebody had posted, which I don't know how accurate it was, that in that state, manslaughter might not be an option.
They call it protective custody, but it's solitary confinement. He's going to go into solitary confinement. The moment he hits that prison, it might take them 6 to 12 months before he finally ends up in prison. But the moment he does, he's going to solitary. They have to put him in protective custody because he's too young. And then this case is too big to have him on general population. So he's going to immediately go into solitary. And he might be kept there for a year, maybe 2 at best. And if you understand what solitary is, now I don't know if it's as bad in the Texas as it is in like places like they have a Angola. I've seen stuff in the Atlanta. I'm not the Georgia. I'm not Atlanta, but Georgia. But solitary confinement for murder, maximum security prison is no. His whole man. This is not like people. He's pretty much like he is a dead man walking. He's never gonna be. And then even if he gets out in 17 years, because he's not gonna get out any sooner than 5. At least maybe 10. He's not going to get out. Like there's no appeal. In order to do an appeal, you have to have new evidence. You have to have something that they didn't cover.
No, he can. I told you he can appeal that conflict of interest. I think that's an option.
I don't know.
No, that you might. Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, but I
mean that's what Charleston White said. That's what he said. You know.
When you really think about it, you in cahoots with who I'm going against. I would love to, even if it was my own family, I would take that to the Supreme Court and say, my family was.
You can't just go straight to the Supreme Court.
I'm just saying.
You gotta go through all the different courts and finally the Supreme. That could take you 5. That could take you up to 6, 7, 8 years.
No, I know that, but I'm saying I'm willing to. Me personally, I'd be willing to take that. I'm just speaking for myself. I would be willing to take that to every court level, and you explain to me how you in cahoots with who's challenging my son for my son's freedom, and you in cahoots with them. So
who is this Mike Schlesny, whatever? Have you been to prison, sir?
I think it's I don't agree with him calling you that, but I think it's 2 different things. I think that's what he's trying to. I don't know why people, Mike Schlesner, whatever your name is, you got to call people out their name when they disagree. I don't like doing that, and I don't like that done to me. But and then every state is different, so it's a gray area because they might do things different there in Texas than they might do in California. We don't know. Because the United States, you got a whole bunch of different states, and a lot of them got their own laws. Because in Texas, I think a murder charge is the death penalty in some cases.
Man, let me tell you something. Let me show y'all something. This is the type of shit. See, everybody thinks everything is just some bullshit. Y'all ain't been to prison. Y'all don't know nothing about prison. I talk with prisoners all the time. I'm an advocate for people in the prison system. I know what I'm talking about. Look, watch this.
This can't go in trash spot. I'm talking about straight up trash my shit. Like everything flipped over. Everything turned over, came through the dirty.
Can I ask your audience a question?
Now let me just say this real quick. Now he's in for life, okay? 99 years life in prison. This is Nature Boy, okay? Now this is in the Georgia Department of Corrections, right? Now his charges are not murder. His charges are revenge porn and I think rape, right? He got 99 years in prison for that as a cult leader, okay? Very public trial. Now, they had to put him in solitary. So they had to put him there because he's so well known. They had to put him in a protective custody, aka solitary. They couldn't have him in general population. He got stabbed several times just by being in general population. So they had to take him out of general population from being stabbed up. And I think he got stabbed like 9 times and put him in protective custody. This is what protective custody looks like. And then they flip his cell up. You know, the people get they whatever. I guess he didn't do whatever the hell they told him to do. I don't know why. So this is how it looked before. Right? This is how it looked before. And then this is how it looked after. They flood the cell. They do a lot of games. So it's not what y'all think. This ain't like, oh, you just go in the no, this is gonna be a horrifying. I mean, a very horrifying life experience. Trust me, everybody that wishes he was dead, he's gonna wish he was dead.
Who's that?
Carmelo.
I didn't hear nobody saying
the people. Yeah, they were saying that he should have got the death penalty. You ain't reading the comments. They say he should have got the death penalty.
Yeah, but when I see ignorant people making statements and people taking stuff personally, I try not to, because I already feel that you're already too stupid to talk to me. Because, how can I explain it? The reason I say that is because, first of all, you don't understand the law. Number two, it's nothing personal. It's just a case where, unfortunately, a bunch of stupid teenagers on both sides there was things that the Metcalf side could have done differently, and there was things that Karmelo could have done differently. And unfortunately, they didn't, and this is the result.
So what I'm trying to explain is that people do not understand, like, that, you know, this is not like he only got 35 years. 35 years of this type of thing, like
that's
this situation.
That's a long time.
35 years of this is hell on earth. He's gonna wish hopefully he don't hang himself. And hopefully he don't get graved to become someone's BITC. But y'all would love that, for a person to be tortured for a mistake that they made. It was a mistake. I don't think he did not go there. See, they got him for murder, not manslaughter. Murder.
Yeah, but his only thing I say, his lawyer should have got that knocked down to manslaughter in the first place. I don't understand that. Except for, I don't know if I told you, somebody said that they don't really have a manslaughter thing in that state. I've never heard of that, but somebody posted that. So I'm not sure how true that is.
He didn't pack a knife. It probably was already in his bag, sir. You guys are stupid.
Say it again?
Somebody said he shouldn't have packed a knife. You think he packed a knife, or you think it was already in his bag?
No. Whoever said that, I would say to them, like I said, I want all your people. I wish I can get the panel up here tonight of all your people that says he shouldn't have carried a knife. And
anyone that's willing to say he shouldn't carry the knife, I want Barack Obama wants to challenge you on that. Go ahead and post. Here's the link right there, and just join the panel.
And I want to ask them one question: what would you, without that knife, how would you have defended yourself if 4 people trying to jump you?
Scam Chan, are you there?
Chan, you there?
I feel like he shouldn't have had a knife.
Yeah, but I don't think he wasn't one of the ones that said he shouldn't have carried a knife.
No, Scam Chan definitely said he shouldn't have had a knife. Scam Chan, are you there?
Yeah, I want
Are
to.
you there, Scam Chan?
I'm looking.
Well, he's going to prison. Okay, but all right. So that does not mean that we cannot have compassion. You guys have like y'all compassion is just ridiculous.
Well, if he's on, I don't hear him. What's up, Scam Champ? Could you come up?
He's already up here. He's just on mute. So
No, I mean I want him to unmute.
Right.
And
When maybe he might have stepped away. But
see, a lot of people. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people, what they saying don't make. I want to. This is the scenario I would give him. I would say, because I don't know how big he is, but I'm 5'11", nearly 250 pounds, and my brother's the same size and the same weight, but my brother's all muscle. So I wanted to ask them, what would you do if us two, you by yourself, and we trying to back you down, you don't have no weapon, and we trying to beat you to death? So what would you do if you had the option of having that knife on you?
Nothing. They got their ass whooped and probably beat down to death, damn near.
Exactly. That's my, because like I said, I've been in that situation. So that's why I'm at liberty to say that. I've been in situations where I was attacked, I was jumped. When I was by myself, because I'm basically alone, I was by myself, walking through the wrong neighborhood, or having beef with somebody that didn't like me, or whatever it was. And so that's why I understand why he was walking. Now, I'm not an advocate for people to walk around with weapons and starting shit. But I'm just saying, like, what would you have done if it meant you wasn't going to make it home? That's why I don't think I can get nobody to debate that, because they know that I'm right on that point. Because I can't.
All right, so let's hear more about what they're saying about this whole situation. Let's go.
The last 8 days, I guess, we have had a trial in Collin County that has been simply focused on the facts. The facts led the jury to convict Karmelo Anthony of murder, and now we are listening to the emotion as we are getting word of what's going on during these victim impact statements after the jury has now sentenced Karmelo Anthony to 35 years in prison. So again, our live coverage is continuing here on WFA Plus. I know many nights you may have been tuning in to get that after the trial coverage to get up to speed on exactly what happened during the day, but we are coming to you live, and we are going to continue to do that as we are watching what's happening inside the courtroom as these victim impact statements are continuing. You know, we have no camera, no microphone, no audio recording, nothing inside the court. The judge made that decision several months ago. So we do have reporter Jobin Puniger, who is allowed to be inside, and he is giving us live dispatches, if you will, from inside the courtroom. And that has continued throughout this trial and continuing now. We have a couple of quotes that have just come in that I want to read to you. This is coming to us from Jobin. Metcalf's mother is saying, he didn't just die, he was taken from us. She also raised her voice and said with some anger, you should feel lucky you got 35 years because I've been given a life sentence without my son. Jobin says that Austin Metcalf's mother then snatched up her paper and walked right past Karmelo Anthony and went back to the gallery and sat down. So sounds as if deep emotion as well as some anger. And now we know that Jeff Metcalf, Austin's father, is giving his statement now. Jobin says there's a slideshow that is playing. The judge muted the music. And while the video is playing, Jeff is reading words off a paper. And he directly says to Karmelo Anthony, quote, "We were robbed. Don't look down." So I think we can take from that Jeff and Megan, Austin's mother and father, perhaps are finally feeling like they have a chance to have their day, to be able to say what they feel like they need to say directly to Karmelo Anthony. And again, the father saying there, don't look down. Clearly, he wants to lock eyes with Karmelo Anthony as he is saying these things about the son he lost. Okay, I believe we want to go to, where are we going now? I'm sorry, Misaki. Okay, let's go back to Rebecca as we continue to have this live picture from overhead. Clearly, a lot of emotion, you guys, but to hear the father say, don't look down, that's really something.
Yeah, this is the first time that he had to look him in the eye. Obviously, they've been sitting behind him in the courtroom, but this is the first time he gets to look. to now his son's murderer in the eye and tell him what he is feeling. And that is always very impactful. And I can only imagine what that family's thinking. I'm sure for the Metcalf family, they wanted 99 years because they'll never have their son. So based on what the mom was saying, she felt, you only got 35. I got a life sentence without my son. So they probably thought that this was somewhat of a lighter sentence.
Well, and you can see the emotion, right? And this is why these victim impact statements are done after the verdict's been given, because if this stuff comes out before and a jury considers all this stuff, then it's obviously prejudicial, very prejudicial. So, when you listen to what they say, they're now getting to express their anger, their frustration, the frustration of the defendant not looking at them. And that's kind of what the victim impact statements are for.
Well, and you can kind of feel the anger, like, lifting out of the words. And, the last thing that Jobin just sent was that the dad just said this was never about race. It is about right and wrong. And he's looking, straight at Karmelo Anthony, and Karmelo has his head down and he says, my boys weren't bullies. And that I guess he'd been swatted 6 times.
Yeah, they have. That's why the security has been so tight. And you've actually seen.
Can I interrupt that for a
Mr.
second?
Metcalf throughout this trial, they have been, swatted, and that has been a very big concern for the judge and also for the jury. The judge has been very clear about wanting to also protect this jury. But I go back to also thinking about Hunter, because you know that you're a twin. You know that there's a special bond between twin brothers or twins, and so talk about that, about what Hunter must be feeling to lose his twin brothers, being a twin yourself.
Kevin was on Saturday, and he kind of discussed that, thinking that Hunter might testify. And I do have a twin. He's my law partner. We're both lawyers. And
all right, go ahead.
White people are always quick, fast to say it's not about race. If it wasn't about race, why didn't they have no black jurors? This is what I'm talking about. If it wasn't about race, why was it an all-white jury for the most part, or non-black? And it was a white jury. It was a white guy that killed a young black man. They're always fast to say it, but when you really look at it, it is about race. Because I doubt they would have, if it would have been the other way around, and Karmelo was killed, they wouldn't have got an all-black jury and a black judge. So why are white people always quick, fast to say that it's not about race, but it is about race? And I challenge all of your, like I said, your whole audience. I personally don't think they want the kind of smoke that I'm bringing. And I'm not no tough guy like Mike Tyson, but on these principles, I think I'm right on, or dead on these principles. Why didn't you have even one black juror? And don't give me that of color, because like I said, some of those other races, and I'm not saying everybody, they're not for us. They're not for reparations. They're not for affirmative action. And some of them are law enforcement that feel that we're the N-words. I'm talking about them. That's who they seem to have had on the panel. So I'm challenging anybody to that statement. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong.
there is just a special bond between twins, especially. And it's just one of those being a twin, I could not fathom, one, losing a sibling, two, losing a twin in front of you. Under any circumstance, it's going to be rough. And, now being married, my wife probably knows more about me maybe than my brother does now, or something like that. But apart from that, there's just a truly special bond. I think in the testimony during the trial, they talk about they were always together. Me and my brother were like that. And you are. That's your life partner, that's your best friend inherent. You share a wound together. And so there is a special connection that you can't lose sight of as well, and how tough it is. I would not ever want to be in Hunter's shoes today and the next battle that they have.
And Teresa, the work isn't done because then the appellate process begins how quickly? I mean, pretty quickly, right after. And then they have a special appellate attorneys. These will not be the same attorneys that represent him possibly in the appellate.
Potentially, most likely, probably not. So I would assume that tonight that defense filed a notice of appeal to the court because they have 30 days to do that. And so usually the judge wants him to go on and do that to preserve his right of appeal. And then if he gets appointed an attorney, or if the family hires an appellate attorney, then they can pick up from that. But they don't want the attorneys to just leave and no one be thinking about putting in notice of appeal. And it doesn't mean that they have to push through it, but they at least want it on the records to preserve his right to appeal.
What points do you think they might appeal? I mean, obviously we talked about this earlier, the jurors. There were 3 black jurors that were excluded from the jury panel, not picked. You think that'll become a point of appeal? And maybe what else do you think will show up in an appeal?
I mean, I think from the appellate side, they're going to look and read the transcript and see what issues that they think that they could make a legal argument on. anytime that there's a Batson challenge where you're challenging the state or defense's strikes based on race, and the explanation that the state gave to the court found it to be race neutral. And so the defense still preserves that. And I would assume an appellate attorney might have that as one of their points, just to have an appellate court look at it.
The prosecutor said, the prosecutor said that they were all educators, and that is why they were, I believe, all worked in Frisco ISD, which is what they used to strike the last eligible Black jurors that were within the strike zone.
Right. So Batson is I believe 60s court opinion that basically said every person has a right to be on a jury, and you can't strike a juror based off of just their race or their sex. If for some reason that there's a challenge and all of the Black jurors in the panel were struck, the side that didn't do the striking could challenge and say, hey, I need some sort of reason why you struck these apart from them being Black. And so as long as there's a race neutral reason or a sex neutral reason, then the court can allow it to be permissible and say, yeah, those strikes are okay. And in this situation,
no, they said that they couldn't find themselves putting another brother in jail. So the Blacks said that they couldn't be impartial. They can't use that. They can't use the jury.
Yeah, but I don't believe that. They saying that, but that don't mean I agree with it. I think they just making that up.
They're not making it up. Like, what do you mean?
I'm talking about they're just saying that because they wanted to. When it comes to being a jury, like I said, I've been when they were selecting the jury. You'll be surprised at some of the reasons. You'll be surprised at some of the reasons they don't take jurors. You know why they wouldn't? When I went to
if the juror says I can't find myself putting another brother in jail.
Yeah, but I'm not disagreeing with you. We don't know that they said that. That's what they said.
We do know that he said that. I've been
How do we know? Tell me how do we know? I'm listening.
Because we have been listening to the whole review of the case since the beginning. Have you been watching my channel?
I've been watching it, but I didn't see.
Right.
I didn't
so
see,
that's that.
I know what they said. But how do you know that?
I have been covering this since the jury selection.
How do you know that they not showing you? I'm not saying that.
No, every person covering the jury selection said that, including Sarah Peters, who's anti-Black, said that okay. They said that I couldn't put another brother in jail, another person in jail, another whatever in jail.
Sarah Peters. First of all, who's Sarah Peters?
Sarah Peters is the person that's see, that's the thing, you don't even know what's going on. So so there's a whole thing. She's like the Proud Boy. She's she's a white supremacist that's been covering the trial.
Well, she's probably glad at what happened then.
No, what I'm trying to explain, you gotta go listen. I can't go back. I can't describe. Like I said, we just go back to the first thing, the jury coverage, selecting the jury. And if you go to the jury selection, you'll see that Nick at Night covered that whole thing along with Queen Sheba and Sarah Peters. They all said the same thing, that there was Black people that were in jury selection that said I can't bring myself. Then another Black one said the same thing. There was like about 3 of them that followed each other's lead on I can't bring myself. Then some white people said the same thing. Some people said, well, I'm looking at him. He looks like a child. I can't convict him of a crime. People were doing that left and right. The jury started off with 600 people, then it went down to 400, then it went down to,
I just don't believe everybody Black said that. I believe that's what they told you.
Honey, it doesn't matter what you believe. You got to go and watch the video and you'll hear
I just said they show you what they want you to see. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Listen, they don't
I don't know it's not what they show me. I think it's what they didn't show me. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, well, that's crazy because, why would they
That's how I look. Because I don't, unless it's proven, I don't trust nothing with the system.
Okay.
I don't trust nothing.
These are people that are covering the trial.
Yeah, they happen to all be Black. They have their own narrative.
And Teresa,
first of all, this is not the Fox 5 News that was covering. This was regular content creators.
Well, that lady just said that it wasn't about race. So what is her mindset? She already don't see it the way I see it. That's
what are you
she
talking
said.
about? Who said that?
That white, I think the one in the red dress.
Ma'am, sir, I'm trying to tell you is that Nick at Night, who went there, who came down, spent her own money to come down to this case, covered the jury selection. She was there. She one of the first content creators down there, and she took notes. Her and Queen Sheba, 2 Black women.
I know.
And they covered the trial, and they said, "Listen, this is what happened with jury selection. Please go back and watch that video." You're saying that you don't believe it, but I'm trying to tell you is that not only did those 2 people say it, the news said it, the fucking Sarah Peters said it, all these people said that what happened to like cut out some of the jurors. So you don't have to believe
I believe with some.
You can say, well, I don't believe what everybody's saying.
It's 100%.
I mean, but if everybody ain't lying.
No,
everybody's
I'm
not lying. If everybody's saying the same goddamn thing, whether they be content creators, Fox News, CBS, whatever, and they're all saying the same damn thing, and they're on different levels of news, then you have to say, you know what, there has to be something.
I'm not saying it's not truth to it. I just don't believe. I'm not saying it's not truthful. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I find it hard to believe that nobody in that community that was black. I don't mean Indian or Pakistani. Just didn't want to have nothing to do with the case. I just find that hard to believe.
Like I said, there was 3 people left after they cut a bunch of people out. I'm sure that there were more black people, but of the people left, about a few of them said, I don't, whatever. And then you had 3 ones left. They were all teachers. What they did was initially they made them fill out a form. And then based on that form, they cut out about half of those people.
That's what
they filled out on the form. Okay, so then after that, they had a interview, and then people answered it a certain way, and they got rid of those people.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How do we know?
I don't want to listen. I'm not going to.
No, I'm not disputing that.
This entire trial.
No.
You know what? They're actually doing it on Naked Night. Maybe we can go into it.
No, I'm not disputing that.
So you can actually hear, like, because they were there, so they'll be able to tell you exactly. Let's go into what they're saying. Let's go.
This has been like no other trial that I've covered. And I didn't even do like a mic check to see if the sound is good, but you guys have not complained about the sound. So I assume the sound has been good and it's picking up, or I don't know. Cause I'm like, should I bring the mic closer to us, or is the sound perfect? But anyways, anytime that I come to cover any case, normally, I'm used to maybe a peer, like maybe another social media reporter try to compete, and we have like this, like, not like this, like rivalry for real, but like it's like competition where they throwing shade, or you might not be on the same page. I'm used to stuff like that. I don't care about stuff like that because I'm not in competition with anybody. I know what's for me is for me. And so, but I understand those sentiments. Like people, they get mad at your coverage if your coverage is doing good, and you start getting little energies like that. But nothing of this magnitude have I ever experienced covering a case. I seen when It's On Site had reposted the video where I was crying, and it was so disappointing to see a lot of people in our community tell me that I don't need to be human in the moment, and I don't need to express my frustration because they're watching. I think that in situations like this, it is important to document and show what they're doing so that everybody can see what's happening. I am a California resident. I'm not from a red state. I'm from where it's kind of liberal. I know that racism happens, and I know that there are police officers that have killed Black people and gotten off, etc. But I know that, like, I don't really like trust police, but I've kind of been like, well, if I ever have an issue, I can count on the police. You get what I'm saying? You guys don't understand what message has been sent throughout this entire thing. And I'm gonna just briefly talk to y'all about how it's been for me, because in the moment when I broke down, it wasn't because, she's showing like she's weak, or no, it was just, I came out being disappointed in like the process, and I'm like, what is, like, in my mind, what is happening with this lawyer? What, like, I'm like, oh my God, like it's not going well. It's not like the things that should have been like happening as far as like discrediting witnesses or making certain points. None of those had happened at that point. So there's that. Then you have the sheriff of this court. Then you have the court. Then you have everything like that. I document it, right? Like normally if I have a problem, I go to the police like, hey, I got a problem. And they kind of are the neutral party, right? They make sure that peace is amongst the group. I bigged up the sheriffs in the beginning. And I talked to y'all about how nice they were. I was like, oh my God, everybody's so nice. Everybody's so sweet. And it was so many comments of y'all. They said, Neek, don't be fooled. Watch your back.
Yep.
They smile in your face, but they racist. I'm like, but they're nice. What do you mean?
Can't trust them.
You know, like, I'm like, what are you guys talking about? I was like, these people are so nice. Like, I was like, normally whenever I go to a trial, it's unnecessarily like flexing, like, you know, being authoritative, like, and being macho for no reason and mishandling people just because. But I was like, I don't feel that. Well, as the trial went on, that changed. So I'm going to just tell y'all something real quick. And I know y'all say I ramble, I don't get straight to the point, but I feel like every detail is important. So Friday, June 5th, I arrive at the courthouse. I am one of the people that get into the room. And Sarah, or whoever this bimbo is, she starts, you know, trying to get her audience to, you know, target anybody who has amazing coverage, as hers is dry. It's not like, the only reason they listen to her because they're racist and she has racist views, not because the commentary is good, the delivery is good, or that she's a good like person to tell like the facts. She can't even tell two Black people apart. So anyways, but outside of that, basically what happened was I go to the courthouse to cover the trial like I've covered any other trial that I've covered. And I come out, and as I'm walking to my car, I see one of her goons recording me get in my car. And I see him recording me. And a lot of her followers, because they hate Black people, they don't critically think. And because they don't use common sense, I'm coming out of a courthouse where phones are not allowed. Because a lot of them were like, well, if he was recording you when you got in your car, where's the video? The video is the courthouse surveillance. And hopefully you guys can petition the public information office for that. And hopefully a lot of you guys put in something in writing to the Texas public records office for that footage. I'm going to do my part. Hopefully you guys can do your part. June 5th around 11 to 11:30 a.m. I go outside. I see, the first break, it happened around 10. I go outside. I see that this guy's filming me get in my car. And so I'm like, this what we doing? Like, to myself, I'm thinking like, this is what we doing. And so I go check on my phone because my daughter is with my mom. I had to make sure that she's okay, you know, and et cetera. I call over Gerald from the NCB and I tell him, I said, hey, you know, telling him like, oh, watch him. And I have to go over Gerald's footage from that day. I have to like listen for it, but I tell him like, watch him. I go into the courthouse to listen to more testimony. And anytime we go into the courthouse, we can't bring any electronic devices. You can bring a phone into the courthouse halls, but you cannot bring a phone into the courthouse, the courtroom. So you can bring it into the courthouse. You can't bring it into the courtroom. I have been in the courtroom every single day. Why bring a phone that I can't bring in? Whatever. So I go in, I don't have my phone, I don't have my devices because I'm inside the courtroom. I come out and at this point, it's around maybe like 11:20, 11:25. I go to my car and this bimbo in her goon is parked next to me. And so I'm like, what is this? Like, the hell? Like, you know, so I called Gerald over there again and I'm telling him like, do you see this? You know, telling him that they done parked next to my car. So I said, you know what? Let me move my car and let me move from parked next to them or whatever. As I go to my car, they get out the car and they stand off to the side talking to their token Black girl, which anyways, so they're talking to their little token that they, you know, look, I have a Black friend, you know, that typical person or whatever. So they're talking to their token. And I'm like, dang, it sucks that she doesn't have Black friends because I would suggest like hair products or certain things that would, but anyways, let's not get off track. But so they're talking to their token and I move my car and I like, well, before I move, I like get my phone out and I record, right? And as I record, it's their the bimbo and then their token. And I move my car. And immediately when I move my car, I go straight inside the courthouse and I report it. So I'm talking to two officers, Fossil and Burry, and I'm talking to them. And I noticed their names on their badges. I'm talking to them and I point and I tell them like, hey, this girl has been trying to rage bait people online. They just like, he was filming me get to my car and now they're parked next to me. And I was like, that's weird. I said, I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but that's kind of suspicious. Like this open parking lot and you just see me get in my car and now you're parked next to me. And so one of the officers, he pulls out his phone and he pulls up her Facebook and shows me, he says, are you talking about such and such? And I'm like, yeah. So as he's showing me her Instagram, that let me know, they know that she's doing this bullshit. And he knew exactly who it was because he pulled her page right up.
So he pulls her page up and I was like, yeah, that's her or whatever. And then the other guy's like, yeah, that's kind of suspicious. Like, he was like, I'm going to report it. And so that people can, like, one of the officers can, like, have a conversation. So I do that. And as I'm doing that, Bimbo, the redhead Bimbo, she's walking in and she sees me talking to the officer and pointing that their behavior. And so I go into the courthouse, I come out, and one of the girls who was covering it, she said, hey, she went up to the sheriffs and she was telling them something. And she was telling them that you cutting her in line and like making up this whole story about you and doing all this stuff. And hit me up. I didn't get your socials, but hit me up because she overheard. Then another person comes up to me and tells me, hey, she was telling the sheriff stuff about you, all this stuff. So I'm like, they could look up the cameras. Anytime she walking around, I make sure I go the other way. Anytime she go to the bathroom, I make sure I'm not in any closed quarters with her. I don't be around her at all, nothing. So the next day after that was Saturday. We line up and we're in line before we go into the courtroom. I mean, not the courtroom, but we line up as the 27 that's going to get into the courtroom. One of the officers, he positions himself by me. Like, he's like adjacent to me. He positions himself by me. And then Bimbo, like the redhead pigeon-toed Bimbo that like walks and wears these pinstripe pants that the trial was only like 6 or 7 days and she's already wearing the same stuff more than once. It's weird. I don't know. She has all this money, but I was like, girl. Anyways, so she's like 4 people at the end where he could have like went up to her and talked to her, but he's like adjacent to me and he looks over to her when he could have just walked up and spoke to her. And he tells her, oh, I talked to your boy. He's good. This was the Sheriff Holcomb at this point in time. And this was around, they probably, maybe I'm going to estimate it to be between 6:30 and 7 a.m. because they open up the courthouse at 7. So he tells her, I talked to your boy. He's good. But he doesn't, like, he's closer to me saying it after I just reported her in them the day before. And I don't know what he meant by that, but I took that as him trying to let me know that they're good to continue their harassment and they know that she's doing it. That's how I took it. Okay. But my perception is my perception.
If I can add one part today, we got there at about 3:30 a.m. Just to get into the courthouse. And, I think the earliest people, which were some of Austin's friends, were there about 2:15. That's like to become number one, you had to be there at 2:15 if you wanted to get in. But Sarah just so happened to be in front of me.
The Bimbo. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. The Bimbo just so happened to be in front of me. And I didn't really know who she was. I didn't know much about her, but this specific individual had two people with her, two tall men. Behind me, there were people who seemed like they watched Nick at Night. There were 2 people, maybe 3 of your supporters, and the gentleman next to her, if we're gonna call him that, next to her started like taking photos and videos of them behind us. Immediately, they were like, "Why are you taking videos of us?" Started calling her the leprechaun. We were like, "Yo,
that's a good representation."
Yeah, they were like, "You need to go film your leprechaun." Like behind me, this is like 3 a.m. We all tired, but like they're like, like
they bring me up or something, and they
didn't say your name. Not that I heard, but that specific individual had a camera, was aiming it at them so much that they started, it actually started a beef. So, it was kind of a sticky situation that we kind of had to diffuse, So yeah,
but that's what they're doing though. But
so what they're talking about is all the racism surrounding the trial, the people trying to get in, the content creators trying to get in. That's what I'm saying is that the content creators like Nick at Night, right? They came there from LA. They're not part of CNN or whatever channel. They're coming in fresh with their own money to cover the trial. And they're trying to give an unbiased opinion about what's going on. But then you have this girl, Sarah Peters, that is using the might of the white nationalist groups to intimidate people like Nick at Night, Queen Sheba, and other Black journalists that are trying to get into the trial, almost trying to edge them out so they can't even get into the trial, trying to intimidate them. So these are not people that, are going to be having a biased opinion and trying to promote like something wrong about the jury selection. These are people that are regular content creators, just like I am, that just happened to be down there to report what was going on. So, and they were getting harassed the entire time. Nick at Night was crying because she felt intimidated and scared. people had to protect her and everything. So it's not just so that's why I wanted to show is that her in particular, she in particular was just going down there to report what was going on and not being trying to be partial. She was actually trying to be, just give the best information that she could and about what was going on in the trial. So let's go.
Into like dash into the parking lot. I'm thinking, fuck, it's 15 cars, like 10, 15 cars ahead of me. All of these cars got multiple people. I'm probably not going to make it in the courtroom. I'm thinking like, fuck, I'm not going to make it in. The first 2 cars go and people start dashing in the parking lot and boom, they have an accident.
What? I didn't know about that.
They had an accident.
They had an accident out there?
Yes.
Oh, man.
Boom, they had an accident.
Dang.
So where I was, I was backed up so far that there was another parking lot right here, but the sheriff had already told us, like, we can't get in right there. But then when the accident happened, he moved. One car behind me, they turned in and I flip it into reverse. I'm like into reverse, like boom, like punching it back. And I turn into Speed Racer real quick when it comes to driving. So like I book it back and I turn and I like dash into the parking lot. I park and I just book it like I'm running, like and I make it and I'm running and I'm all the way like almost not in the fucking 27, but then it just escalated even more. Like it was like more and more dangerous to try to get in, and no matter how they tried to like accommodate, it just became more and more like the way that they did it was dangerous. Like the process was dangerous. It was like so much, and then like you have to get there at 5, but in order to get there at 5, you got to be waking up at 3 or 4, and then you're at the courthouse until the court doesn't start until 9, and then he runs his court from 9 to 6 p.m. And then you leave, and then you try to do comments. It's like you're running off of 2 to 3 hours, if that, of sleep for like never end, and then you're like high stress. Like people don't even understand like I've never dealt with a case like this.
You had mentioned something before. I think when you and I were talking, can you speak to the idea that you tried to submit for media and over there, like they weren't allowing you to or something?
Right. Okay, so since about a year ago, I knew that I wanted to cover this case. Starting in April, I've started to figure out how can I get credentials to cover the case. And so I reached out to the public information office to see if I can, like, how do I go about, because the judge had just.
So what happened is they pretty much stonewalled content creators and made it about only big time media was able to get in, with a press pass. But she had been trying a whole year prior to. So like I said, you had regular content creators that had spent their own money to get in, and that would be fair in their assessment. See, when you get into Fox News, CBS, they all have their agendas. So that's why I was really supporting throughout this whole trial the independent content creators that were covering the trial, because they're going to give it straight up. They're going to take their notes. They're not going to it's not going to be skewed one way or the other and whatever. Well, they might get some things wrong or right. They're going to try to do the best that they can to give the correct information. So like I said, if you go back and go to the first thing, I covered this from the jury selection all the way until now. I've been on top of it. So if you want to know what happened during jury selection and how that bullshit went down, please go watch the first video, jury selection of a Karmelo Anthony trial. I definitely covered that. I think I'm gonna make this into a whole series so that if you want to watch it all the way through. I mean, some of these videos are, this video is almost like about 8 hours long.
It's a moot point now. I mean, what's the next thing?
So I just wanted to be clear is that, yeah. So I just wanted to just be clear about where I'm coming from. So let's go. Let's keep on moving.
Chat, and then I'm not going to keep him too long.
Somebody gets a coach, or you see people kind of gathering life the way that we experience life. I'm a football mom. My son was in football. Yes, if there's a tent, normally it's for everybody. And I live in Mobile, Alabama, so I live in the South. Football is huge. If it's a tent, and normally it's for just the team. But if there's a storm out, there's everybody under the tent trying to get away from the rain. There's no beef. And then when the rain is over, then everybody goes, to their places that are assigned for them. So I never understood why they were making a big deal about the tent. And I didn't understand why they were making such a big deal about him telling him to leave from under the tent. Normally there's parents, there's students, there's like a different array of people under the tent. If somebody's under a tent, and forget the valuable, that's a bunch of bull crap. Yes, there's stuff under there, but mostly it's helmets, it's their what do you call it, shoulder pads, it's their duffel bags. It's not valuable stuff. They ain't got watches and all that kind of stuff under the tent. So it's not about keeping the items under the tent protected. It's just like an isolated space for the team. So if somebody's under the tent that's not supposed to be there, normally somebody gets a parent or somebody gets a coach, or you see people kind of gathering, or you see the kids gathering and it doesn't look normal. So then somebody steps over and is like, hey, what's going on? But I just felt like he lost before it started.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because
I'm gonna say this. So you have the Associated Press, and if you're a part of a mainstream media outlet, you get Associated Press pass. If you are like a content creator, you're really considered, at least in this trial, general public. So that's pretty much what happened, is that content creators that like are on YouTube or whatever, they didn't, unlike in the P. Diddy trial where the content creators kind of like got like a little bit of a, were able to kind of come in as media. In this trial, they had to go in with the general public. So imagine there's only 27 seats that the general public can fill. So they had to get up at like 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning to be able to get in line. And only the first 27 people are going to get in there. Now the press had their own seating as press, where they would be able to like get in or whatever, where they fit in. If you're press, it's not as a dash to the line, So imagine like you have 200 people trying to get in as general public. So you have to pretty much show up at like about 2 o'clock in the morning to make sure you're even in line. So that's what's happening, is like the content creators in this situation were not considered to be media. That's pretty much what was happening. And then you had people getting favorites from the sheriff office, and it was all this type of weird shit going on. That's why she's saying it became very competitive and then some people tried to manipulate it so that certain Black people were unable to actually get in, and it was a whole thing. So let's go.
They were making a big deal about the things that really didn't matter. You know what I mean? So I hate that for him. The 35 years I thought was harsh. That's ridiculous. He was an honor roll student. He'd never been in trouble. He had a job. I have a son who just turned 20. And so it frightens me that whether my son is accused of stealing, but he really didn't steal, and people are chasing him and he runs out of the store, they can shoot him in the back and get away. It scares me that if he is in a situation where he feels like he needs to defend himself and he defends himself, somebody can take his story and take the reality of what really happened and twist it, and then my son is put away for defending himself or making an impulsive decision because he was in fear. And so I feel like our community needs to really have conversations with our sons and with our daughters that the law was not made for us. The law was not made for us. All that self-defense stuff I believe, was made for when a white person kills a Black person and they can say, oh, I was scared. And so, it was self-defense. That rule was never for us. And we need to have really serious conversations with our kids, with our community, and be honest with each other and have the hard conversations and just find a way that we can, in community, support our kids and make sure that they do not end up in the system. Because once they step foot into the system, then their lives are in the hands of people that don't look like us, that don't have our best interest at heart, and they already lost. Once they charge you, you already lost. So my heart goes out to him, his family.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I love you. Been following you for years.
Thank you.
Anyway, Mobile, Alabama. I've been with you for years. I love your coverage. I'm glad you're home. I was trying to check on you, but I know you were really busy. So I appreciate all the coverage you did. I appreciate it. I'm gonna go and let somebody else talk.
So let me just once again, because I think that we, like I said, people like, 35 years is nothing. And I want to bring about the fact that, the first, I would say at least 2 years, probably even further than that, depending on if this thing becomes a super duper national thing. I want to show what's going on with Eligio Bishop, aka Nature Boy. I didn't get to really get into this whole thing. So Nature Boy went to prison for life for revenge porn and some other things. And so he is filming what the conditions are. He's actually got stabbed 9 times and all type of things while he has been there. So let's go.
This kid doing trash the spot. I'm talking about straight up trash my shit. Like,
Now, I'm not saying that we need to feel sorry for Nature Boy. I'm not saying we need to feel sorry for anybody. But anyone saying that 35 years is easy and nothing and no big deal, when you have people every week uprooting your whole life like this, which the little bit of life you have left of a cell, it's not that easy. Okay, so if you've been to prison, you'd know that it's not just so simple. Oh, just a little 35 years, it ain't nothing. No, this is a lot of mental. It's not just gonna be a walk in a cake park, whatever. So let's continue.
Everything flipped over. Everything turned over. Can't pay me dirty.
Now he has people that are donating to him, getting him commissary. He has a following because he was a cult leader. So his cult people are sending him, stuff. I don't know if Karmelo is going to probably have the same things in prison because he's going to be in maximum security and he's probably going to be in PC just like Nature Boy is in this situation. Protective custody is a situation where you're put into a single cell, usually with a hard door at the front of it, because a lot of times you have to be put into that to where people will not attack you. Him being a very small framed little young boy, he probably will. And then the magnitude of this case, he will probably be put into a PC situation where you're gonna be put into a single cell like this, and it could last anywhere from like years. So let's go into it. All right, so this is how his cell looked before, and as you see, that's how it looked afterwards. Okay, so he's been in this for 2 years. So probably the first 2 or more years, he's gonna be in a cell that looks like this, probably even small. I'm not sure how the cells look like in Texas, but it'll be something similar. So let's go. All right, so that's the window. No, there ain't no light, no sunlight. I'm not sure if Texas is equally as up to date because some of these prisons, and then I think in Texas you have to go out and do crash rocks, or you work on a plantation, so you have people on horses where you have to go out every so often and pick cotton and all. So it's similar to Angola where you have a duty, you go out and you pick cotton and work the chain gang. So everybody's all tied to each other on the chain gang, and it's at the other. But this is just an Georgia version, so you can kind of see how this type of thing really is. So let's go. So yeah, so I believe that initially he's gonna be in a room like this, very small, very isolated, just that's it, And a lot of times what they'll do is flood the room out, all this different type of stuff. So
24/7. Facts. This is a light bulb.
Let me just go into it. He's gonna explain how it is.
Every day, I wake up in this room. This is my window. I can't even see the sunlight. This is where I get my air. Comes through here. This is a light bulb. If I didn't turn that light bulb on, this is where I would be all day. This is how it looks in this room. This is where they left me. Broad daylight. This is small. This is it. And I have a little light bulb right here that I hooked up through a wire. I'm stealing electricity
Hey, it sounds like it's a mouse up in that bitch. You hear that? Is there a mouse up in that bitch?
from the building. But the truth is, I've been like this for 2 years. Every day, 24/7. Facts. And it's not about feeling sorry for me, right? It's about knowing that someone's actually going through the shit. This is how I get my sunlight. I sun gaze through getting, it's funny that this is doing this during the video, but this is how I get my sunlight. Through my eyeballs. I don't complain. I just suffer every day with a smile. See that? This is my room. That's my little lamp. This is a light bulb. I'm stealing electricity from the building. I paid someone like $50 or $100 just to hook my electricity up. So I have a light in this room. If I didn't, this would be my life. You know the crazy thing about this? This is what happened. They threw me in here after I got stabbed 9 times and beat the shit out of. I had a hole in my lung. They threw me in this room with a collapsed lung. Then they took me out the room, they fixed my lung, and they threw me back in here. I just want the world to know what I'm going through. This is my life. Boom. This is it. Every day. In August, it'll make 2 years I've been in this room. Just getting my daily sunlight. And man, I make this look good. Hey, listen to how quiet it is.
So I had to like, so I'm not like showing you this to make you feel sorry for him. I'm just showing you this to like let you know that, okay, 35 years in that situation in complete darkness where you might be at least 5 years in that ain't nothing to be like, oh, listen, that ain't nothing. 35 years, honey. 2 years straight darkness until you figure out how to get some light up in that bitch. That ain't what's up. So those that are like, oh, the 35 years ain't shit. No, 35 years is a lot. Okay? People don't understand what prison really is.
Listen how quiet it is. It's like 8 o'clock in the a.m. This is what this shit look like out my flat. That's not including the 2 years they stole of my life in the county. You know what I'm saying? Like in this county, I was in there for 2 years. Now I've been in here 2 years. So like, this is my life every day. And God has been very good to me. I know God now. He threw me away, isolated me, left me here deserted. And a lie too. I actually didn't do it. That's crazy. And people just moved on with their life. Like it's nothing. Hey, but one thing about me, is that God made me a happy person, bro. Even though I'm in here, I'm still fucking happy. And my knowledge and my wisdom, I still be having my wisdom and my knowledge. This shit don't stop. I'm strong, bro. I still work out. I still pray 3 times a day. I'm still Lucia's son. I'm still your Messiah. This is what they did to the Messiah. That's crazy, right? So, just so y'all know the vibes. And if you complain about anything in life, there goes something to inspire you to make you smile. Because how can I smile going through this and I live like this? And look at you, doing better than me. And the craziest thing about being in here is that out of sight, out of mind. Aya left me. All these niggas left me, bro. So after a while, you just feel just you alone. And that shit is crazy for an extrovert, because I'm an extrovert. I'm not like an introvert. Like, I'm like somebody that's a social person. And so putting me in this situation has been crazy. Because I'm like social media, social person. You know what I'm saying? Now, nothing. Nobody. Working out helps. Working out, man, just makes me feel strong. So all them folks was in my face. Everybody wanted to be around me. Now I'm just like, nobody talking to me. They counting me out. I'm out the game.
Now this could easily become Karmelo Anthony's situation, to where, you know, when people forget all this and there's no more hoopla and no more, you know, people talking about the case, you know, because right now everybody's watching it. It's a big deal. But as time goes on, they're going to forget. He's just going to be another person inside of a cell.
I think that his family should try to get Benjamin Crump to appeal that case. You know who Benjamin Crump is, right?
I heard of him. I'm not sure who he is, though.
Yeah, he's the one that handled George Floyd. Especially with them.
That cost Benjamin Crump money, and so I don't know.
I know if not, then
they don't have the money that was in the that GoFundMe.
Who got the money?
Talking about that money, and I'm like, bro, they didn't get that money. They're still waiting, trying to get the money.
Not heard.
Benjamin Trump is an ambulance chaser. I don't know. So let's hear what they're talking about on.
Why don't you tell that lady to cam up? She been talking a lot.
Who?
I think it's Miss Jackie Gaines.
No, that's my moderator. She always talk.
Oh, that's your. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, that's my mom. She allowed to talk.
No, I'm not saying she talk. No, I'm saying that because I don't know if I agree with that. He does look for big cases if that's what she means. But I don't know about ambulance. But if that's your moderator, that's my bad. I thought that was somebody else's comment. She been commenting like off and on all night, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she was a regular on.
No, she's my my mod. That's my favorite mod. Well, listen, her and Millennial are like my favorite mods in the world. I got like two of the best, both of the best worlds. The female mod and the male mod that make sure that people ain't bullshitting and fucking around in my life. So shouts out to them.
Yeah, but a lot of people like moderators, not you, but a lot of these people like moderators that feed into their narrative, whether it's right or wrong. Would you agree with that?
So is that what you're trying to say that I'm doing?
No, I don't know the case, but I don't know her.
So why would you say that unless you know that?
I said in general that's what I seen moderators, not on your site, which is true, but I seen moderators like where they was dead wrong and they still sided up with them. Okay. Like I like moderators.
My moderator will, if she don't agree, she'll tell me she don't agree.
Yeah, I like moderators that'll call. Like you have some basically yes men or yes women that, oh, DJ Genesis said it, so I agree with it. Like they won't call you and say, like, for example, I'm using an example. You would say, yeah, he got he should have got convicted of murder, and then and then she feels it's manslaughter, and she going along with it. That I noticed that. Like me personally, like I'm independent. I don't care who don't like me, and I don't care who does or doesn't like me. I just look to be respected by everybody. Because like I said, everybody's not gonna like you, and if you pop in,
Jackie, it's not like that. She actually speaks her mind. I don't make it that you have to agree with me.
No,
actually, both of my mods, YS Millennial, they teach me something sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They be telling me things that I don't know. So shouts out to my mods, you know. But yeah, I don't speak in a wind tunnel over here, you know.
Yeah, but that's what the MAGA people, they seem to like. You show them something. Like I was going at it when I was going at it with the MAGAs when Trump ran the first time and when he ran the second time. Well, he ran 3 times, and I was showing them facts because I'm from New York that they didn't know, and then they always tried to justify it or try to, oh, it was an isolated incident. But I'm showing you the facts, and you're still not, giving me, like a lot of people don't give you your props and say, oh, I see what you mean when it don't go along with their narrative. I've seen people like that.
Right. So that's not what's happening over here. So
no, I understand.
Right. So we don't even have to worry about that. So let's go.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
Danny, Danae.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. How are you, Nick?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Good. So
you know what, Jackie, come on up. Jackie, come up. I'm about to drop the link. You already got the link.
Oh, okay.
So I was listening for the first few days.
No, he said that you should come up. He said, "Come on up and let's see." Come on, Jackie and YS. I've been waiting on you to come up.
Yeah, she said she
mods. Come on up, and she's independent. Yeah, I don't force my mods to agree with me, and they're more than welcome to come up and speak their mind just like anybody else. So if you want to come up, Jackie, come on up. He wants to have a dialogue with you, Jackie. Here's a link. He wants to dialogue with you. Let me finish what I was playing. Come on up whenever you get a chance.
Aftermath. But really, I'm curious because a lot I felt was I don't have a lot of information about what happened. It's just like I followed you, and then next thing I know, he's guilty. So I know you guys are saying that the defense sucked, this and that. They didn't do this. But can we get a little bit more detail? I'm just like the actual part that, of course, Karmelo, and being a black man, me being a black woman, I'm wanting him to get the due justice that he deserves, right? But also, just as me and my personality, I was really curious about the ins and outs. Like, even when the guy, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Emerald,
I'm sorry. Even when you went into detail, when you said something about the twisting the knife and the knife was this way, those are the things that I was really interested in. Like, is there any more detail that you can share or that you can share, Neek, in regards to what you missed? Because I'm really curious about how we got here. I understand that you guys are painting the picture, of course, and this is probably the truth of it, but I'm just curious to know what actually.
I think it's probably better if you ask a specific question because it's so much.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So, for instance, I don't remember hearing Eddie's full testimony, and I wanted to know if the actual weapon, if they had found that him having that backpack with all the camping gear in it, did they use that as his defense? Why did he have the knife? The testimony of, I didn't know. I pretty much assumed because I knew if he did, obviously Karmelo didn't go on the stand. Obviously not. But it's like a few things that I was curious about that happened in the actual courtroom. And even if you could just answer, why did the defense suck, by giving a few examples of what they did or could have done in the situations in the court.
Okay. Well, like I said, it was a lot. And I do apologize. I did go to the Saturday session. I was in the court when Eddie testified. And that's my bad because I still have not sat and read through everything that Eddie said. So maybe you probably, if you were just waiting on my word for it, then I appreciate that, that you were doing that. But Eddie's testimony was basically him downplaying his knowledge of Karmelo. He was downplaying their relationship. He was acting as though like he wasn't really speaking to him. He was just sitting there and Karmelo was just there when he shouldn't have been there. He egged on the situation. So and just to correct the camping gear comment, what she's talking about is when I covered the contents that were in his backpack. Sorry, and I'm gonna get back to Eddie. In his backpack, there was hand warmers. And so his attorney made sure to point out that the hand warmers are something that people use for camping. So it wasn't something that he had like a bunch of camping gear in his backpack, just so that we're correct. It was just a simple fact that he made a comment and said that those hand warmers are similar to people who go camping. And when he did his opening statement, he also mentioned that was something that Karmelo enjoyed, was camping. So I drew the conclusion that maybe that's why he had the knife. But back to what she was asking. So Eddie downplayed their relationship. He downplayed his knowledge of even why Karmelo was there in the first place. He acted like there wasn't a reason where they would sit together and like he should have just left. And when Karmelo started to get approached by Austin and Hunter, he didn't say nothing. He didn't tell them like, hey, this is my friend, like chill out, or hey, Karmelo, you came over here for me, but just,
Did Eddie explain why though? Like when he was sitting on the stand, because I knew all of that. But like in being in the courtroom, of course, you see his demeanor, you see the things that I can't chat GCP, like people are saying, like because obviously being in the courtroom is not the same as people saying what happened on the news, or you know what I mean? That's why I'm asking you specifically, like what his demeanor was. And somebody says I'm trolling. I'm not trolling. I literally only found Neek because of the case, so you have to understand my point of view. So again, she's also admitting that there were parts that she didn't share. So I'm not here to troll. I like Dominique, or your name is Dominique, obviously, right?
No, that's what a lot of people assume that it's Dominique or Monique or.
Oh, okay. So that's why I'm here. So it's not about that. I honestly did want her.
Welcome to the panel, my favorite mod. How you doing?
Hi, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get ready for a judo tournament, but I'm here. So I'm kind of moving around a little bit and trying to multitask a little bit, but I'm here.
Okay, so Barack Odrama had some questions. He was saying he wanted to dialogue with you about like, some things you were saying in the chat. So let's go.
No, I was just saying that if you basically just one thing. If you disagree, do you express it?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I was saying if you disagree with DJ Genesis or anybody else, do you express it or you just go along with it?
No, I'm independent. I have my own mind. No one can tell me what to think or what to say. No, I'm independent.
Have I ever made you like feel like you had to like change your mind?
No, you've never made me feel that way, and I've been lying for you over 2 or 3 years now. No.
Because what I seem to notice, because I go to different panels, and the reason I call myself Odrama is because when I got an issue, I'm not scared to confront nobody, or if I disagree or if I agree with you, in general, I can have a conversation. But what I notice on some of these panels, not this one, of course, but on some of the panels, they go along with the person because they don't really want to burn that bridge and go against the narrative of whoever they're signing up with.
Well, that's not me, because the way I feel is like this. That is what makes us all different people. No one should agree with any one person. We're all individual people. We all have our own minds.
There's times when I learn from Jackie.
So I totally disagree with that. I've never felt that she has forced me to have one way of thinking or any other thing than that. No, she's never done that to me before. She's never done nothing like that to me before. So no, that's incorrect, sir.
Because when I point something out, like I never get my props. Like I was telling early on the panel, I was telling them that the Black Panthers or one of the black sites hit me with a photo, basically stating that the Metcalf family was in cahoots with the district attorney and the judges and all that. And then when it came to light, nobody said, "Yeah, you was right about it," or "I think we need to look into it." People don't.
I said I didn't know. I hadn't seen that, and then when I found out that it was, you said, "See, that's what I was talking about." And I thought that at that time when I brought it up, when you said, "Yeah, see, that's what I was talking about." Okay, well, yeah, there we go. So
no, you said there we go, but you didn't say.
You want me to like be like, you.
No, I just don't. I don't.
You already took your own credit. Why do I have to like?
No, I didn't take credit. I said it was.
You took credit for what you said. You said that's what I would. Yes, you did. You said that's what I was
saying to you.
Do you want me to rewind the tape?
No. I was saying to you. Let me finish. I was saying
that's what I was talking about. You said that's the picture I was talking about when I showed that earlier. And I was like, okay, well there you go.
No. When I said it, I said it was from. Until I verify stuff, I don't like to run with stuff because sometimes it's misinformation, and people will label you a lot. Misinformation means misinformation means you think you're right about something and you put it out there. Lying, you knowing it's the wrong info and you still put it out there. So to me, it means two different things. But people will say, "Oh, you're spreading propaganda," when you put something out there and you find out it's not true. But I was saying that
What did you want me to do? Like say, oh my
no,
God.
not you. I'm saying in general.
Barack Obama was
I'm just saying people don't.
Who said it? Yay!
What I'm saying to you is people are quick to tear you down, but very slow to big you up. Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, that happens. That happens a lot with a lot of people. But what
Exactly.
I think for this particular situation right here is that I started following this case when it first happened, and when this case first happened, it did not get that much media attention at all. This happened last April. I remember when it first happened. It was maybe in Dallas at the time. It was basically in the news in Texas. It didn't make mainstream media.
And you was on my as a moderator then when I was covering it then too. Remember?
Yes, I remember that. But what I was going to say was this. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't get your name. What is your name again?
Barack Obama.
Barack Obama. Okay. What I was going to say was what you just specifically mentioned to Genesis. I did hear something kind of like that last year when this case first started. Is that the father was supposed to be in cahoots with the judges, but we don't know what to believe. We don't know what to believe.
If I see your family in a picture with them, what else is there to believe? That's an accurate picture. What else is there to believe?
But what I'm saying is this: if you let me get a chance to finish mine, I'll give you a chance to finish yours. Okay? That's how I have a dialogue. Okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What I was saying was we still don't know what to believe because they'll tell you one thing and they'll make it be something else. But what I can tell you is this: I worked in that field for over 40 years, and I can tell you that I don't care if he did murder this boy. Or I shouldn't say murder because we're not allowed to say that like that because of the YouTube rules and guidelines. But what I'm going to say is this. He did actually take that boy's life out, but I don't think he had the proper defense because I've never, very rarely seen an attorney that has not called anyone to the stand if it's not just one person. So there was something going on with that case in general. With this whole entire case, this case has been a fiasco since it first started. Even though this boy, even though he did not Metcalf. What's the boy's name? I'm sorry.
Carmelo?
Carmelo, yes. Even though it said that he did what he did, this has been a fiasco since day one. There's been so many things. Nobody's never actually seen the videos because they kept it hidden from the public. So there was going to be a lot of lies floating out there. No one knows what to believe except the ones that were there and the ones that have actual access to that video. That's how I'm going to say that. We don't know. All we know is one person lost. Actually, two people lost their lives that day. He's no longer here. He's gone away forever almost. There's two people that lost their lives.
Thank you. I agree too.
I agree 90%, not 100%. What I'm saying to you is the picture that they put up, it was like a family photo, and it supposedly wasn't AI of the DA, the judge, and the family of Metcalf.
That's what I'm talking about. That's the same one I'm talking about. I heard that circulated last year.
Right. But my thing is, if it's true, then that should carry some weight, and because that's a conflict of interest. If my kid is going to court against somebody else's kid, and then I find out you in cahoots with the same people I'm going at it, that's an issue for me. That's a big issue because how am I going to get a fair trial when you in cahoots with who I'm going to trial against? I would love to be at the Supreme Court or whatever court it is, and you explain that to me. Say I'm going to this is me, my family. I'm going at the Metcalf family or whatever it is, the Carmelo family, and here's a picture of all the people on the opposing of the ops. How am I supposed to get a fair trial? And would love to hear the answer to that. That's what I think he needs to do at this point. And then you charge me with murder, which means I meant to kill somebody, when it's manslaughter, when I get into an altercation with somebody and unfortunately somebody ends up dead. As far as I know, that's manslaughter. So how am I convicted of murder? Murder means I went out there and said I'm going to go kill somebody. So that's my issue. Because like I said, I feel like I could destroy, if I get a fair court, I feel like I could destroy somebody with what I just said. Because it's not making no sense to me. But to me, like I said, I don't believe in liberty and justice for all. I believe it's with liberty and justice for some, and that's some of the ones they feel like giving the justice to. They don't give it to everybody, and this is an example of what I'm talking about. Anybody want to elaborate on that? Hello?
We're listening.
Oh, no, I'm saying, does anybody want to? I mean, I don't want to be the only one talking, but That's how I feel about that. How am I, how are you supposed to get a fair trial if I'm going to the DA, the prosecutor, and all these other people is taking family photos together, and I'm on the other side accused of doing something to one of them? How am I supposed to get a fair trial? I would love for them to explain that.
We already covered that though.
Yeah, but what's being done about it is what I'm saying. I agree with you, covered it. You did a good job.
There's nothing listen, they can't do anything about that now. I mean, now that the case has been, considered, they couldn't do anything about it right there at the trial. Like they had to wait for the verdict. Now they can go back and say.
That's
they
what
have
I'm saying.
to first be able. They can't just jump right out. Like, listen. Like you can't just be jumping out with like conspiracy theories. You're gonna seem crazy.
No, but if I'm showing you,
like all the things you're talking about is not the facts. It's not law. It's not legal. People can have dinner together. I don't even know if for fact these are really the people that were really what they say they are. These are just a picture that someone said that this is the.
No, but let's say they are. Let's just play the devil's
advocate.
advocate.
No, but I'm trying to let you know is that that there's still some speculation on who the picture is really of. That there's actually people saying that that's not who people are saying it is. So a lot of times what this has been happening in the entire case, you see a picture, you think what it is, and now you make you create a judgment on that, and it's not always what you think it is.
No, I agree with that, but I'm saying.
So what you're saying, so you're going off of a picture that's online, and there's no telling that if this is really the picture and the people that they're saying it is that are in the picture. And I actually was seeing something that was saying when they did a fact check that it wasn't the DA, it was somebody else. I think I saw that. Let me go look it up. But I'm just letting you know that just because you see something does not mean it's real. What you think?
I agree with that. There's no debate.
Jackie,
with that,
you want to say something?
Say that it's true.
No, I'm sorry, I got dropped. I don't know, something's going on with the stream there. But what I was going to say was, there's a lot of things that had a lot of holes in it, even though Karmelo did what he did. This case had a lot of holes in it. It was open and blatant, but there was a lot of holes in this case. And that falls back on the prosecutor, that falls back on the defense. If that picture was actually true, that was circulating last year, it was in the best interest of the attorney and his client to have that trial moved to another location. I don't remember anybody specifically stating that trial was going to be held anywhere else.
So let me ask you a question. Did anybody, in your opinion, did anybody check to verify, fact check if that was them or not?
See, that part I haven't heard. I don't know if the picture was actually true, but I do remember that picture was circulating around last year. I do remember that. So I don't know if it was actually AI or not, but I know there was a picture out there last year of the Metcalf father and the judge and the prosecutor last year. But if it was true or not, I don't know.
Because I don't understand if that. I don't understand like his defense team. Because I'm like what you call a thoroughbred. I check everything, and I don't understand why because I didn't hear about. I heard about it recently. I didn't hear about it last year. So I'm saying when that was going around, I don't understand why they didn't investigate that.
Right, that picture came out last year. I remember specifically it came out last year after this had happened, because I think the boy, he spent, I don't know if it was like a couple of days. I don't want to tell a lie because, like I said, I kind of stopped watching it until after it started coming back on mainstream media when the trial was getting ready to go to court. But I do remember the picture was circulating last year. I don't remember if they specifically said it was AI or not. It was the father, the Metcalf father, it was the judge, and it was the prosecutor. So I don't know if the picture was ever said it was AI or if it was actually factual. But if it was factual, that still falls back on the defense attorney, because you are correct. That is a conflict of interest.
Okay, so let's get into it. Watch this.
Okay, hold on a second. But I do know for a fact, his attorney, regardless if he had a public defender, if he had a hired attorney, they were supposed, if he did not figure his client would get the best representation in that court, which was held, he should have asked for a change of venue, knowing the circumstances that boy was facing. Even though he did what he did. If an attorney's job is to protect the client, whether they know they're lying or not. I've seen backdoor deals been made a whole lot of times. Judges, they go out and play golf together, they sit and drink together and go to dinner together. And they make backdoor deals over dinner. I've seen it a dozen times. It happens all the time. So yes, it was a conflict of interest. If that is true, that was a conflict of interest. Yes, it is.
So that's my point is, if it's true, then I think that the charges should be reduced, or at least, or maybe even thrown out. That's just my opinion.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. So what's going to happen now? His attorney's going to have to work on that, and something's going to have to be brought up about that again. So what happens is, in order for this attorney to file this appeal, it's going to go into federal court. And I don't even know if that lawyer is licensed to practice in federal court, because sometimes you can be licensed to practice in both. Just because he's a defense attorney does not mean he has the right to go in federal court. They have to pay a fee to go in federal court if they're not licensed to practice in federal court.
Well, we hopefully they'll be able to do that with the alleged money they got from the GoFundMe.
Hopefully, but I just read that the money's gone, so I don't know how true that is either. I was told that they used all the money up, so I don't know.
Right, I agree. Yeah, but what are you going to show us, Genesis, DJ Genesis? I'm sorry.
All right, so what was I going to show? Let me see what I was talking about. Let me play this real quick. Millennial, come on up here.
So what kind of lawyer do you want? Do you want an aggressive junkyard dog who's going to fight for you hard, or do you want somebody who has a reputation as, easy to get along with? The answer might surprise you. While of course it's important to have somebody who fights for your rights and stands up for you, if they are that aggressive junkyard dog, the risk can be that they end up being obnoxious or offensive to judges, to prosecutors, and even to juries if your case goes to trial. And so having somebody who knows how to walk that balance, who knows how to stand up for your rights and fight for you, but knows how to do it at the right time and how to do it, that walk softly, carry a big stick mentality, that they have a good reputation. That makes all the difference in the world, in my opinion. I have cultivated a reputation at the courthouses in which I work as somebody who fights for their clients. And if you go to trial, I'm going to give you a hard fought trial, but who's easy to work with, easy to get along with, and reasonable. That ends up benefiting my clients. It's not something where I'm intentionally, being something I'm not in order to get prosecutors to open up and talk to me. But my reputation as easy to work with ends up benefiting my clients. Prosecutors end up.
Right. So they were saying that Karmelo Anthony's lawyer, Mike Howard, was one of those easy to work with type of people, but he might not have had that dog in him enough to really be aggressive enough to really run this case the way it should have been. And so with all that being said,
I'm sorry, my StreamYard is kind of acting up. Can you repeat what you just said? I didn't get that last part.
So Mike Howard has the reputation of being an easygoing lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Not necessarily that dog that will like really get in there and go get down and dirty with it, right? So what happened is that he needed to have both an easygoing one and a dog like attorney, like, so you needed to have like good cop and bad cop. But that's what, so he Mike Howard was too easygoing in this case, and that's why he got what he got. You know what I'm saying? Because he had too much of a soft, more like agreeable lawyer, and that's where it's really important to know what type of defense that you have or that you're working with.
So let me ask you a question. What did this lawyer, the attorney that he has currently now,
Mike Howard,
right, was he hired by Carmelo's parents? Where did this attorney come from?
He was hired, I guess. I thought that he was a court appointed, I don't know. I'm not
Well,
sure.
he did have a court appointed attorney before they got the GoFundMe. Before they started that, when the thing first started in April of 2025, he did have a public defender at the time, and then they end up setting up some GoFundMes, and then he ended up having a private attorney, but I don't know exactly where he came from.
But see, they never got the money from the GoFundMe, I don't think, from what I understood. They never got that money.
So the family didn't get the money, or the attorney
They
didn't get the
never
money?
got the money. So that everybody tomorrow he got that GoFundMe, they bought a house. That money was frozen at some point, so therefore they never got the money.
I remember when they froze the account. They froze the account last year. It was froze last year. I remember that.
Exactly. So I don't know if they unfroze it, but from what I understood, it's been frozen. So
okay. Because I was trying to figure out where this new attorney came from, because when he first went to jail last
It
year,
might be the same court.
he had a public defender
I
last
think
year.
it's the same public defender. That's
Yeah,
what
but wasn't some of that money wasn't some of that money would he use to get bail?
I don't know if his son used some of the money for bail or not, but I do know they had set up a GoFundMe.
No, they weren't able to like go on bail. They were not. That money was frozen. They were unable to tap into that. Whatever bail they got, it was not that GoFundMe money.
Mm-hmm. And can I answer this statement in the chat right here? I'm looking at, please, Genesis.
Sure.
I'm looking at this statement from Doc Whiskey 1776, and what he said is, it isn't the defense lawyer's fault. The facts of the case were bad. The best lawyer in the world could not get him off with the facts, and I disagree with that, because there are some badass attorneys out there.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Doc Whiskey.
Thank you. I said I've been in the field for over 40 years. That's why I was answering that question. I've seen some bad attorneys out there, and some of the bad attorneys, they make backroom deals every day. Every day. Look at O.J. Simpson's attorney that he had before he passed. There's some good attorneys out there. You just have to know where they are.
Exactly.
So I disagree with what he's saying. A good attorney couldn't get him off. I disagree with that totally. I don't care if you're black, white, pink. I don't care what color you are. There's some good attorneys out there that can get anybody off. And it's all called one word. It's called money. Money.
Yeah. I met a guy who had a self-defense case where he shot a guy and killed him.
Yes. Money talk.
And he had to pay $100,000 in bond, and then I think the total case was about the 100,000, but he had that 100,000, and he got off with self-defense. So it's all about money. That's really what it boils down to. Let's go.
Yep.
Let me play a little bit more of what they're saying with Neek, and then I'm gonna go into an older video I did with Calvin Johnson when this case first started, so that you can understand how far back and what we said earlier and how this whole thing came into fruition as we cover it now. Let's go.
Wow, that's so unfortunate. That's so sad. That's so sad. But thank you for your coverage, Neek, and I appreciate all that you do.
I wanted to be a part of him because they was worried about what the world said, and this system is still in the same fashion on going against what true self-defense is, what true just life being a black man, a black person in America. And we're looking for justice from a system that's not trying to help us at all, no matter what. Keep us docile. Mentally now, since we're not in chains no more, they want us mentally. But yeah, I just hope we can appeal it or something, because it's sad. And I don't want to say it happened to the right person, but I know if my nephew went through that or my niece went through that, y'all ain't got to worry about me no more. It's gonna be, Nat Turner, like Pac was saying back in the day. Like it's on, but this is what they want. They want us to rise up and go against it, because they're not going to change, and they're not going to show true justice. But I wish.
Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. I was just going to add, brother, that defending ourselves is not a right that we actually get in their eyes. I was watching something by the actor Lakeith Stanfield recently, and he had said, he said with black people, he said you got to kind of like first convince them that you're human. At first, like that's like the first level you got to reach, is like actually have to convince them and let them teach them that you're actually human, for them to start treating you like one. Getting it to that point is like a whole nother
thing,
a whole nother battle. So just kind of added to what
yeah, and that's psychological, because when they was calling us 3/5 of a human, or they was calling us animals back in those days. So they believe that mentally, they believe that. Yep. And if you think this something is an animal, why would you want to lay and sleep with that animal? Just to show you how inhumane their mental thinking is. So when we had Black Wall Street, everything was peaceful. We had our own businesses. We was governing over each other. You could leave your doors unlocked, but they didn't like that. And so I respect all races. And I feel that America needs to have, in every state, we segregate and watch over our own people and tend to our own people. You can be invited to go hang out with other people, but you need somebody watching you, because you can have friends of other races, but you need somebody watching you just in case, something gets out of hand. You need to have a voucher. And I'm sure Karmelo Anthony had a voucher, but his friend denied that voucher after everybody else started putting that peer pressure on him. But
thank you so much, phone. I don't know how long you got, because you like I gotta checking
go.
out. Yeah,
now I'm getting wild.
Okay, so I know that there's so many of y'all that still want to talk. I'm gonna just I'm gonna bring Dennis up. Dennis, you give some commentary while I excuse our guest, and I'm gonna keep the show going. I'm gonna take myself off, phone him, and
Yes.
y'all talk amongst each other, and then I'll be back.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to kind of work backwards. The verdict. The verdict came in, and it was a symbolism. I don't know if anyone caught the symbolism of the sentence. There was a symbolism behind the sentence. He got 35 years. Austin Metcalf was 17 and a half years, but when he died, so they times his sentence. So they basically went in there. They didn't really give it a lot of thought. They just said, well, we're going to give him something that he can remember. 17 and a half times 2 is 35. So he's eligible for a parole after 17 and a half years. Eligibility doesn't mean he's going to get it. He may have to go to the board multiple times before they, see fit to release him. And they're going to factor in, a lot of things that obviously we still have questions about. He didn't per se take this, speak in his sentencing hearing, nor did he speak in the actual give a testimony in the actual trial. And there are varying opinions why he didn't do that. And I'm going to leave that, that's for his appellate attorney and himself. And I just want to, like at some point he may talk, but this case was, I won't say it was rigged from the beginning. There was too many signals that was coming from the court, in my opinion, covering many trials. I've covered more trials than you can imagine, from criminal, federal, civil, just a family. And some of the things that I expected to be prevalent in this trial wasn't there. The transparency part, the non-sequestering of the jury during the trial, and the obviously sequestering, or at least the threat of sequestering during this penalty phase, was kind of interesting. The judge wanted to, according to his ruling and the order that us members of the press received, he wanted to make sure this trial integrity was intact. Well, I don't know so much about that. You had all these racists that were protesting outside the court, calling for the hanging of Karmelo Anthony, and these jurors were able to come in and out of the courtroom or courthouse, and they had the ability to, if they had questions of why those people were gathering outside the courthouse, they had the ability to look at social media. Forget the judge's admonishment, because the judge is not going to be looking at what they're doing on their phones or what they do once they leave the courthouse. So there was a lot of things that, if you really wanted to make sure this guy had a equitable trial, you would have did. And even for that judge per se, like, you would have made sure every mechanism was in place, and it just, in my opinion, wasn't just there. So you have any comment? You can speak. I'm sorry, I just want to put that out there.
Yeah. So he still got a chance to appeal it, because he has to speak for himself. If you just allow these unruly people to go ahead and, well, I'm gonna sentence you, you ain't gonna say nothing, and this is going to be your outcome. Like, so he still has a chance to appeal it.
Absolutely, this is America. You still have the opportunity to appeal, but he also has the opportunity to file for a motion for a new trial based on what he felt, his legal defense felt, that was not granted. Again, there's tears to this. I don't think his family is going to let him just rot in jail when they have ability to fight. Now, we don't know what the motions were filed prior to this case, because everything was under order to sell. It was a gag order. That hopefully the judge released the gag order. I don't know yet. Nick may know. Did the judge lift the gag order? Has that been done already? Because if it hasn't been done, there needs to be requests by FOIA to have all that stuff made available, because at this point he's now sentenced. We still need to, for open court in the respect of the First Amendment, there still should be open court in the Sixth Amendment to be open court, so we have the ability to see what others haven't seen. Because there's confusion that all the people have been saying online and everything, because they weren't able to get in the court and no cameras in the court. It was very problematic. Do you feel like, Nick, that no cameras in the court and right proper access, and then
no cameras in the court, only 27 public, and no overflow room, with every day there's like 300 people showing up trying to get in? I feel like if there was more people to be able to hear the information, it can easily debunk some of the misinformation that's happening. That's number one. And then number two, if he would have streamed it live, people would have seen the bullshit in real time, right, on how not one student had the same. So like they all had different versions. Like one person said Austin said something. Hunter said something. And then another person says Hunter, like most of them said Hunter wasn't involved, and he said nothing. He didn't make no comment. But Hunter has an interview saying that he said something. So clearly they're lying. And I had one person comment, and they were like, oh, you got to be ashamed of yourself. You're calling these kids liars. Well, if Hunter does an interview and he says, I start talking to him first, and Austin grabbed his bag, and then none of the kids are saying that, and most of them are saying that Hunter wasn't even involved, and he's sitting there silent, he's not saying nothing, then they're fucking lying. Just
Well,
because Austin is a victim does not mean that they're truth tellers. They're lying.
right. And
they never showed a video in court.
They
I'm
showed
sorry.
the video, but it was blurry. Now, even with the video, right? Like, there's a lot of people who said that there was an opportunity to go down to ISD and see the video for themselves. You had to put some paperwork or whatever, and you can go down and you can see it. Now, the people who are saying that they went to go see it, those people, they said that it was clear. You can see 4 guys approach him and all of these things. The video that we saw was blurry. It was grainy. Even when each person testified, they would blow up the thing and they would be like, is that you right here or whatever? And then they'd be like, I don't know. I can't tell that's me. I can't even see what, like, and they were like, well, would you take my word for it that that's you? And they didn't even know who they were in the screenshots or the video. Like, the prosecution was like, do you see yourself right here? And then he's like, well, what if I point out and let you know that this, like, they didn't even know that it was them. So how are we supposed to, you know, like, you can't really.
And again, to your point, to your point, Neek, I'm sorry, guys. Oh, no, to your point, Neek, the defense, we don't know if the defense wanted to challenge this expert witness that they put on the first witness, because there was a lot of talk about the quality of the video was in 4K, but you didn't have a player that would mimic what the 4K should have been. So talking about that, it was almost psychological. You had to assume this is 4K, but not see it with your eyes. What's the purpose of showing 4K video without having a 4K monitor to show?
Well, they did show them a video on a TV, but we couldn't see the 4K quality. Like, we never saw 4K quality, but they did show them what they said was enhanced video, but it was cut off from the gallery from seeing it.
Okay, why was that? If it was it because of the nature of what happened, and why would they show this? Because you're in a trial. I've covered trials where we see gunshots, we see all kind of grotesque type of evidence. So why wouldn't that be something that audience members could see? Because there's already no cameras in the courtroom. The people in the courtroom are not recording what's on the screen. So there was just a lot of things that, like, how do you then shield everyone in the courtroom? Why? And the jurors are seeing this. I just don't understand that, the logic behind that. You know, again, that's not transparency. You know, like, you're saying it's 4K, but we're not seeing 4K. And then you're expert spotlighting Karmelo fleeing, but you're not really spotlighting what happened leading up to that. Even how the brothers walked up. See, the other thing is missing is if one says he wasn't there or he happened to come in afterwards, but the video would show if he's lying. If even doesn't testify, the video would show if he walked up with his brother.
I was talking. Here's a question. Why do you think they showed the public a grainy video, but then showed the jury a 4K video? Why do you think that was? What is up with that?
Say that again, Dean. What did you say?
They showed the public, the people that were in the gallery of the courthouse, the grainy video, but then they turned the thing over and showed the jury the 4K version. Why do you think they would do that?
To get a better conviction. That's for the prosecutor.
But why wouldn't they show it to the regular audience too? Why would they have 2 different videos to show to 2 different groups of people?
You see, I didn't know they had 2 different videos. I thought they only had one, so they had 2.
Yeah, she just said that they had the regular video that they showed to the audience, and then they flipped the camera around and only let the jury see the 4K version of the same video.
Let me ask you a question, because when this first started, didn't they say they had to bring in, I thought I heard Nick at night say something to the effect that they had to bring in a 4K television set because they couldn't use the one that they had because the resolution wasn't great, right? Is that what I heard her say?
Yeah, and then they only let the jury see the 4K version.
The 4K. Huh,
what
that's
the fuck is that about?
That's interesting.
Weird. Like, there's a lot of weird things going on in this whole case that I'm like, what is going on?
Because I remember her saying that they couldn't see it because it wasn't that clear, and they had to shut court down, I think, because they had to bring in like a 4K
monitor. So everybody thought they were going to get to see the 4K. It never happened.
Never happened.
Before we got to see the 4K. So
wow.
Yeah, interesting, right?
Yeah, it is.
Welcome to the panel, Millennial. What are your thoughts about what's going on so far?
Genesis, this whole thing is to get us outside. That's all it is. So just nobody don't fall for it. Don't go out here protesting and go out here doing no riots and just leave it alone. Because it's just another bait like what they was doing in the wintertime. All them they was kept throwing bait. We wasn't falling for it. So now they pulled another off-brand George Floyd situation. Just don't fall for it. That's all.
Millennial, can you hold on for a second? Excuse me for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I want to address Doc Whiskey in the chat again because he seems to keep talking a lot. Doc Whiskey said there was no 4K video. So where did you get your sources from? Can you cite your source for me, please? Because I deal with facts. If there was no 4K video, what was there? Because I deal with facts. I heard it was a 4K video as well from the person that was in the courtroom. So you said there was no.
It was a 4K video, and what happened is that initially they played on a regular TV, and a regular TV can't capture 4K. So then they got a 4K actual TV,
right?
Clarity, and then they only showed the 4K version with the 4K TV to the jury.
Because the guy here is saying that it's the same video. That's why I'm trying to get an understanding. He's saying it's the same video. I'm just trying to get an understanding.
Right. So if I show TV of a 4K video, it's not the same as the 4K of the 4K video.
Right. I understand that.
Just like this Josh Holmes idiot guy. Nobody is talking about what George Floyd died from. That's irrelevant. We talk about the situation at hand. It's to get us outside. This guy talking about died from a drug overdose. Nobody's not even talking about what he died. Nobody's not even bringing that up. We talk about the situation at hand. Learn how to comprehend and listen.
Those are trolls.
Trolls. Right. Trolls in the audience. It's crazy. Let me play a little more.
We don't see that. The video would definitely show if both brothers are under that tent together, and that will refute anything the prosecution or the witnesses are saying. Because if they're not showing the video, how do we know that Hunter actually didn't walk up with his brother and was participating in whatever was happening?
It's the same video. One is blurry. The other one, you can see things clear. I mean, Doc, come on now. If I show you, like, you know how the aliens, every time they always show the aliens. If I show you an alien video, as they always do, and it's blurry, if someone got a 4K camera and said, no, it's a 4K, let me put it on a 4K screen where you can see it clearly, it's going to be a hell of a lot different than looking at the initial blurry video that they showed the public.
That is true.
Josh Holmes, you lucky I'm not in this chat right now. I'll sit your ass in kindergarten timeout.
I don't even let those kind of people get, like I said, some people, have common sense and some people have book sense and some people don't have either one of them. So I don't even let those people get close to me because they can't compare. So I just overlook it.
Right. See, now you see what
I'm
Yvette
going to play a little bit more of this, and then I want to go into how a lot of this stuff was already predicted. Go ahead.
You see what Yvette said? They are crashing out right. This is what I'm saying. We can't get involved with that. That's my whole point.
Why do you think the white people are crashing? So they're so hard trying to get on every panel and talk shit. It's like, okay, y'all won. Why you gotta come in the panel and keep talking shit? You won.
They haven't won because there's gonna be some more stuff happening. It's not just gonna be him.
Honey,
Nobody's won.
Listen,
Nobody's won.
Nah. Wait till they see what their man Trump got planned for them. Wait till they see that. Wait till they see that because it's coming. Wait, and it's gonna be next month. It's gonna be next month. So
get ready for
y'all.
Mostly violence. Right. So this case is gonna open up a bag of worms because there's too much bullshit behind all this. And when I think it's gonna be some stuff when these jurors get to finally talking to the media and they get to releasing videos of what really was going down, because we have to see, it's gonna be on public record and we're gonna see it. And then what?
Right. All right. So we're gonna go to.
Now, happy dog me. Yes, he's right because that's what I said. Nobody did win. Nobody won. Nobody won.
So I want to show how we actually predicted. I want to go into the predictions that actually happened prior. We talked with attorney Calvin Johnson about some of the things that were going on. Let's go. Seeing a lot of people getting hemmed up with the police, so I always try to bring on my brother Calvin Johnson on. Welcome, Calvin Johnson, to discuss some of the legal ramifications of things that are going on. If you can you turn your camera? Can you turn your camera sideways?
Like this?
There you go. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, that's better.
So I'm
sorry, y'all.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So it's a lot of things going on. When I first set up the show, you had Yellow Beezy going in jail. You had the situation with Breed. You had Big U come up and they got indicted. I mean, and then you have Karmelo Anthony just popped up. So it's like a lot of things going on in the legal field that I wanted to bring you to the table to like really kind of discuss some of these things and from a legal standpoint, how these things affect us and even how we should even be moving out here. And go ahead.
Hollows. Who is that?
Yeah, it's a lot going on, and then you got social media trying to tell you probably what you should be doing, and they're giving bad advice. So
they're giving bad advice.
Yeah.
Now, like this was a year ago, guys.
I remember that. I was there. I remember when you had him on there.
So this was me covering this trial a year ago, guys. Let's listen. Let me fast forward a little bit. He's about to break it down in field when he was actually doing that information. Were you aware of that?
His
name was Jake something.
What's his name?
His name was Jake or something like that. Where he was doing some recording of of the track that the whole thing happened on. I guess I don't think that they had it like taped off like a crime scene, but somehow he ended up on that track and field and was showing the blood of Austin Metcalf and videotaping that and like and they I think they arrested him for trespassing. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I thought that track and field tracks were you can't really trespass. I mean, people be like working out at the tracks all the time.
Yeah, it just kind of depends on what kind of track that is. If it's owned by a university or school, typically you're able to use them if it's public. But even if it's a public track and it's closed to the public at the time that you're doing that, you're not allowed to be there, which means, let's say it's a public track or school track and a lot of people use it. But if it's closed off or if it's shut down and you go past where you're supposed to be at the time it's shut down, you're not really allowed to be able to use that. So they can actually cite you for trespassing.
Okay. So another question that people had, I'm not sure that if anybody has really talked about this subject, but if say the brother Karmelo Anthony, if he actually goes in and has to serve time. Hey, how's it going? Do you think that he is going to have a hard time staying alive in prison? Because if you know about prison, and I've never been to prison, but I've heard like politically, right? You have like the Aryan Nation. Then you have.
I think you have a hard time. I do.
Yeah. You think he's gonna have a hard time?
Yes, I do, and I'm gonna tell you why. And this wasn't an act because he didn't think he was gonna go to prison today. They had to help that boy sit down. I think he's gonna have a hard time because you know about prison from what you see on TV, but it's different once you get inside there. And he's not cut off. He's not cut off of prison. No, I think he's gonna have a hell of a hard time in there.
145 pounds. It's gonna be through for him. He's gonna be. And they tell you, you know what I've heard? I heard when you get in there, they say you're either gonna fuck, or get fucked or some shit.
That is true. That is true. But I have people in my family that have went to prison.
You're gonna fight or you gonna get fucked or some kind of crazy.
And that is true. I've had people in my family. I'm not ashamed to say because nobody's perfect on this earth. I've had relatives that have went and done time in prison, and they have got out and changed their lives around. So he's not built for prison. No, he's gonna have a hell of a hard time in prison.
Yeah, 145, he's through. Unless he got some people that's gonna protect him when he gets there. They see this case as a railroad, and they're like, you know what, come up underneath our wing. But you can't even trust them either. Like they try to like do some shit to you too.
But a lot of times when these young cats come to prison, what is he? He was 17 when the crime was committed. Now he's like 19, right? They do have in prisons that, they have the different groups. They have the Aryan Nations, they have the Muslims, they have the skinheads, they have different groups. And sometimes some of those groups, like the Muslim brothers, they might gravitate towards him to try to give him some type of protection, even though they know what he did, because he's fresh meat to everybody that's in there. So you might get some older cats that have been in there that's doing life that might rally around him to try to show him the ropes to keep him out of trouble while he's there. But once he gets there, because he's going to have to go to processing first, and that can take 2 months sometimes. It just depends on how fast the system goes and where they're going to send him. hopefully they won't send him too far where his son will be able to drive to see him.
Well, he's gonna go to TDC, to Texas Department of Corrections, and on
Okay.
top of that, like I said, they have the chain gang. You know, he's gonna be like busting rocks on the.
They
on the
still have the chain gang. They have the chain gang in
Yeah,
Texas
they have
now?
a chain gang. They got people on the horse and stuff with whips and stuff.
I know about the horses, but I didn't know they still had the chain gang. Really?
They have the chain gang in Texas. It's a chain gang.
Oh,
They're gonna be
wow.
tied up to each other and busting actual rocks, like breaking rocks on the railroad. Some stupid shit. Like where you're like, wow, what the fuck am I doing? Why am I doing this?
He's definitely not prison material. I can tell you that. He's not. He's just going to be like a limp noodle in there. I can tell you that for sure.
Exactly. So that's where it gets great. But let's get into the conversation we had a year ago. Let's go. So the moment that he gets in there, I think it's going to be a hard time even for him to stay alive in that situation.
I don't think so. I think there'll be enough African American people in there to make sure nothing happens to him. But my concern is this, and I say this to people all the time, and this may not be a popular opinion. A lot of people have made this racial. I don't know if it was racial or not. I wasn't in that tent. But I think that as adults, watching two 17-year-olds have this kind of altercation isn't it. When I say it isn't it, that's not the flex. When I say not the flex, is that something that we as adults, whether you black, white, or brown, is that something that we want to happen involving our 17-year-olds? And in particular, these two 17-year-olds, both of them seem to be good students. Both of them seem to be headed to college. I think one had the Division I scholarship. The other one had a Division II scholarship that they were going to be able to get. We know that Karmelo actually had a high grade point average and was a really good student. So is it worth you and I getting into it over some beef or a seat to where one of us ends up dead and the other one ends up fighting for his life, having a bond out of jail, all of this chaos at 17 years old? Is that really, as a public and as parents, that we want our youth being engaged in and being in these situations? And that's not it for me. Whether you're black or white, this is not what we want out of two 17-year-olds.
Right, exactly. And from a legal standpoint, if you imagine the amount of money it takes to even stay free in that situation. I mean, you being a criminal lawyer, that the money it takes to stay out of prison, to hire a lawyer in that circumstance. Can you kind of get into what it really takes to fight a case like this? Like, just financially, how much do you think that is going to take to even try to keep him out of prison for the rest of his life?
The problem that we have is, number one, the bond alone initially was $250,000. Actually, it was $1 million. It got reduced to $250,000. So that's $25,000 to be able to get out of jail. Most people don't have $25,000 liquid that they can go pull. Now, granted, he was able to raise some money online, but let's think about this for a second. Do I want to be in a position where I got to spend $25,000 to $50,000 to get out of jail? And hiring a lawyer, because it's so high profile and it's going to take up so much of your time, and people are going to know who you are, and people are going to be calling you, one updates, and you got to make sure your client's okay. You got to manage this case on a daily basis. You're talking about a couple of $100,000, $200,000-$300,000 worth of legal fees on the low end, because every single day of your life you're dealing with this case.
Oh my God! So you think the lawyers probably can't even take another case at the time that they're doing this particular case?
It almost becomes that, and that's where the problem lies. I mean, people don't understand. Oh, these lawyers are greedy. No, listen. When I take a case like this, I got to worry about media. I got to worry about my client. I got to make sure that he doesn't say anything wrong, do anything. I'm getting calls on a daily to get interviewed. I got to make sure I file my motions. I got to make sure I go to court. I got to manage some of the stuff that happens in public. Then I got to worry about myself, because now everybody knows who I am and they know I have this case. And then this case is priority. I can't mess it up. So I need to make sure, number one, that I do everything and anything that I can do to be where I'm supposed to be.
And you have to have a team to do it, because lawyers don't just work by themselves. Any good lawyer is going to have a great paralegal team beside them, like kind of pulling some of the laws and everything like that, doing some of the research to even be able to find the precedents to win a case like this.
And see, this is the thing too, and a lot of people don't think about this. You got to have a good team of lawyers, but you got to have your lawyers, number one, are the first people and only people really that you should be talking to. I know in this case that they got some public person, Mr. Alexander, doing some public relations stuff. I don't know what he's doing, but you got to be careful with that, because if he's around when they're talking about the case, number one, it destroys privilege between the lawyer and the attorney. The lawyer and the client. And number two, he can actually be called as a witness, because there's no privilege between him and the attorney and him and the client. And so there's a lot of stuff going on here that I don't like. Like, don't get me wrong, it's okay to have a public relations person, but when it comes to speaking on a case, anybody that's doing public relations should not be talking about the case, should not be doing press conferences. They shouldn't be doing any of that. Because if you start to talk about things that happen when the client's talking to a lawyer. You can make yourself a witness, and you could destroy a privilege. So you don't want to do that.
He did. Was he on like Real Life Street Stars, like that guy, that public relationship guy?
I think he was. I think he was. And don't get me wrong, I don't have anything personal against anybody, but if my license is on the line and my client's life is on the line, nobody's going to be speaking out saying anything. That's not going to happen. You can kick rocks. You're going to be up out of there. I don't play that. So anybody trying to speak extra, trying to do all this extra talking, do all this extra stuff, if I'm handling that case, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to have it.
Yeah, I think that's a civil rights company, because I think they had something to do with George Floyd. Like those, they're like a civil, what is it called? Like a grassroots organization.
And I get it. Listen, we love our
grassroots
organizations. They do great work. That's fine. That's dandy. I have nothing against our grassroots organizations, but that comes with limitations. They're not going to mess up this case. Whatever I need to make sure that I do or don't do, it's going to go through me. And when I say goes, and because I have to take care of the client, and I can't allow things to get out of control in that area. So if I'm fighting a case like this, I'm not doing any press conferences. I'm not saying stuff that I'm talking about to the lawyer or to the particular client. If you have a press conference at all, it should be more of general of nature. Hey, don't believe the rumors. We just stay vigilant. It's going to be some very general statements. Hey, it's a tragic situation. We hate that it happened. We hate it for all the parties involved. But you don't get specific. You keep it very, very vanilla and very general.
And let me just tell you, I want to show you, anyone who is not aware of what happened with Dominique Alexander and how I believe that he helped to lose this case for this family, I want to show you right here. Let's go.
Humans and speak on this, right? Karmelo Anthony was doomed from the jump. You know what I'm saying? It's clear that his family was ignorant towards the law. They trusted in this evil grifter named Dominique Alexander, in which I knew that Karmelo would have been fucked from the jump as soon as Dominique got involved. Dominique is a known grifter. He's been grifting since the BLM movement and before then. He's an evil person. He only cares about money. He doesn't give a fuck about Karmelo or Austin. He only cares about his next generation action network, whatever he calls the shit. Notice how Dominique Alexander never fails to mention the next generation action network. He never fails to mention that, right?
But we know that the next generation action network put first $10,000 towards an appellate attorney.
Because he's a grifter. That's his business. That's where he gets most of his money. He's a terrible motherfucker. But it's sad because Karmelo Anthony's family probably actually believed in him and thought that he could do something to help change his situation. At the end of the day, let's be humans. A lot of parents are not going to want to see their son go down for murder, even if they know that they're guilty. Just human nature. You're going to want to take up for your children. I'm not saying all parents are like that, but a lot of parents are like that. It's clear that Karmelo's parents were like that. And I kind of feel bad for them because they got played. All right, so let's be humans and speak on.
So let's go into Dominique Alexander's entire grift that I believe that cost the case. I mean, look at this. Even a deeper hole. Just look at this. Just he's on Real Life Street Stars talking.
Meet Dominique Alexander. Well, you've met him before.
I'm trying to find how many of y'all have asked the superintendent or one single board of trustee, why do you cancel or postpone? With weather in that magnitude, you couldn't have a track meet in rain or thunderstorm or clouds.
If you watched my shows, he has decided to go on a podcast and explain himself. And if you really hated him before, wait until you hear him talk. Hello out there. I am trying to get through.
With cold, blunt analysis cradled in the warmth of reason, it's time for Johnny Walker to go straight.
Well,
so here's the thing. I believe in my heart of hearts that Dominique Alexander is one of the biggest reasons why this case went south. Because when the father tried to come to the press conference that they were holding, his team made it so that the father could not come inside there.
And that was last year. I saw that last year.
Aware of that whole situation? I mean,
I remember. That was last year because they were having that press conference. Is that what you're talking about?
You don't think that those jurors saw that and had a judgment already before they even got on the damn stand?
Oh, they saw that. They saw that.
Dallas is not that damn small. They already seen that. They saw that. It was terrible. It was embarrassing. Let me see if I can let's see if he goes into that. If this guy, no, it's not. So let me see the press conference. Dominique Alexander.
That's the guy that's working with the family, correct, DJ? Is that the guy we're speaking of?
Yeah, like preemptively. Like, so even when I talked to Calvin Johnson, it's like they should have never hired this guy to do any fucking thing, you know?
So the family hired this guy because I remember he started last year with the family at one point. Then he stepped away for a while. Remember, he stepped away.
Yeah, because he embarrassed the family, made it so that the father couldn't come in. Then now that's when that girl Sarah Peters gets involved, and so now it creates a whole racial situation. So really, Dominic was the one who created the racial divide that we're seeing right now. Because
I remember that. Yeah.
Let me see if I get a press conference. This is all right. So he held this press conference.
Somebody's asking a question, DJ, in the chat. I think it's Michael Taylor. He's asking a question in the chat for someone else.
All right, so I heard Charleston White said that they were on meth and on drugs. I don't know how true that is. I was just pretty much playing what he said, and that was one of the things he said. As far as that being true, I don't know if that's true or not. So I was just playing what he said.
Right.
So this is the part. This right here. I'm gonna play this right here. This is what said.
What we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press conference. These are my words. Don't quote anybody. Is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. That was disrespectful and just shows you all the character who is not invited. He knows that it's inappropriate to be near this family.
You see this? So that right there, that type of
what we seen at the beginning of this press conference, the father being at this press.
So the father was trying to make amends with the family, trying to be
trying to make amends. That was last year. The father wanted to make amends with the family after it happened. It was the mother. The mother was the one. I remember this. The mother was the one that was still gung ho. She didn't want to have anything to do with that young guy, Karmelo. It was It was Arthur's father that wanted to make amends because he was still hurt, but he did want to make amends. And then it was Karmelo's father that would not allow him to come to that press conference last year. That is correct.
Right. So that that was all over the news.
Mm-hmm.
That was all of, look, 126,000 views. You don't think any of the media?
I want to start.
You understand?
They saw it. Everybody saw that.
You don't think any of the jurors seen this? This was all over the internet, all over.
They saw it.
It was all over the news, all over. So the jurors already had like a preconceived notion before this trial already existed. Let me just play it.
These are my words.
These are his words.
Is a disrespect to the dignity of his son. Next Generation Action Network from the beginning.
Next Generation Action Network. See, he's promoting his company.
Mm-hmm. His company, yes.
Yeah,
so,
he's just
type
doing
of
a whole
shit that's going on with black folk is sometimes they jump in the front, and then they don't have no idea that this guy is just grifting off of like their pain, and that is going to be detrimental to their entire case. Then they get rid of him, and then they bring on Charleston White. When they got rid of people started getting pissed off at him and saying he had a record and he was a child molester and this, that, the other. got rid of him. Next thing you know, they have Charles White talking.
Right. I remember that too.
So there's
Yes.
so much bullshit going on before his case, before he even had a case. Thank God that they tried to move the case to another year where all this stuff went away. But the bottom line is that it still exists, though.
Mm-hmm.
And the judge did not, even though he said he sequestered, it's very easy to bring all this bullshit up.
Yeah. On the internet. Yep. It's
He
written
only
in there.
sequestered them for the verdict, and not like up until the reading of his actual like sentence. So they could have easily just jumped on a computer and seen all this bullshit going down and said, "No, hell no." So they had no chance because of niggas like that. I'm sorry.
Has respected the loss of life. No matter our opinion of it, we have kept our opinion close.
Who the fuck?
We have not attacked other than words. Okay?
So he's speaking for them. And you can see the father is uncomfortable the whole time he's talking.
What he has failed into is the political operatives that want to make this thing a political thing of hate, yet bigotry, and yet racism. We have conservative operatives that have been posting nonstop about this case. It is outright disrespectful. We haven't been doing it. The Next Generation Action Network has been here, popular and unpopular.
Honey, I need to like get a count. I think I'm gonna put it in ChatGPT to get the actual thing. How many times he mentioned the Next Generation Action Network in this video? So that I feel sorry for this poor family.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, the guy that's there that was representing the family last year, you know, he was found guilty of some troubles too, right?
Yeah, this guy, same guy.
Yes. Okay, I just want to make sure you understood that. Yeah.
No, I was trying to tell you that they found out all type of stuff about him.
Yeah.
His whole record is online on X. Trust me, I looked it up. You know what I'm saying? He got his whole rap sheet.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody that say anything, honey, they will bring your rap sheet up and put it all over the X.com. And so even the guy that said that he saw the video and this, that, the other, Sarah Peterson said, "Hey, look, this guy is a child predator."
Yep.
So, and I think that he was abused. He had beat up a child or some shit like that. So
that was allegedly said. Allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
And same allegedly for the other guy. But I'm just saying is that I think that when he did this was the nail in the coffin. Not even like the actual trial, but this guy talking for them and speaking for them that is what ruined, because everyone got to see this and then it became a whole racial issue. Then you had this Jake Paul, whatever his name is, get involved. And it became the white nationalists against the Action Network, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
And so this turned into a racial battle.
That's what they wanted.
This is the adults doing this, because when the whole thing happened, it wasn't racial. With the kids, it wasn't about race. It was about get out of my tent. It was about teams. I'm Centennial High, you're Millennial High, and you can't come to my tent. It wasn't about black and white. It was about we're on this team and you're on that team. People made it into race.
Yeah, but
and I have to admit that and the black folks that actually helped to contribute, this guy right here. I'm sorry.
No,
but he wasn't really a good fit for the family. That's for sure. He was not a good fit for the family, regardless of what happened.
Let's hear some more of the bullshit.
Because just like TMZ was able to call, give, send, go, everybody in the media in these news outlets that I've never heard before could have did the same thing. When I first called Give, Send, Go, they gave me every information that I needed.
Let me just say this. Nobody should be talking to them but their lawyer.
Exactly.
And that is what Calvin Johnson said in the video that I did about this thing. There should be no this press conference right here should have never
been had.
This should have never fucking happened.
Should have been there. They shouldn't. From what I understood, they should have. It was said they should have never had a press conference at all.
And that's what Calvin Johnson said here, right before we were doing a weekly legal review on Mel Channel. This is Calvin Johnson is my lawyer. He's my lawyer, and he has gotten me. He has worked with me on different things. Whatever I've been through, whatever I'm going through, he is the one I call. When I know a person's going through something, I recommend him to him. So whenever you see him on Weekly Legal, that's because of he was working on my channel talking about this case before the Diddy trial. Let's go.
Anything above that, and now you have.
Yeah, and even like the kind of emotional, like the whole emotionality of it all. Like, I guess the father was trying to be there, and he was being disrespectful, and I think that kind of got out of control with that. Because I'm like, at first he wasn't. I don't think he was there to challenge them anyway. I think he was there to support them and probably say, hey, whatever. I don't know, whatever the reason was.
And everybody has to understand a couple of things, right? Number one, you shouldn't be having a press conference. I don't care what I want to say. You say what you want to say. Like, it's my client.
It should have been a press conference to begin with.
No press conference.
Exactly.
In addition to that man did lose his child. For whatever reason, for whatever we know, we don't know, he did lose his child. And to be having a press conference like it's a circus, I don't think that's the flex. I don't think that's the move. I don't think that's what we should be doing. And so with that being said, and something, he's acting like a bully just like his son did and all this other stuff, man, look, let me tell you something.
That's crazy.
Let me break something down to you. If the kid that died was black, what would we be doing? We would be marching up the streets. Yes. Everything will be on fire. We'd be ready to roll. So everybody has to understand, we don't know if it's racial, but we do know, number one, that somebody lost their son at 17 years old that they expected to live a full life. We do know that another young man at 17 years old was arrested for it, and this young man had a bright future before either of them had this incident, or this altercation, or this them getting crosswired. So at the same time, everybody has to understand that everybody, you're a father, you're a mother, you're a brother or sister. When that happens to a sibling or a son or a grandson of yours, y'all know how we are as black folks. We're gonna want to crash out. So don't get mad at somebody for crashing out behind their kid, because that's exactly what you would want to do. So I don't look at it from a standpoint of race right now. Could it have been race? I don't know. Maybe not. But without that being said, as a lawyer, we have to be very careful about how we throw race around, because as much as they are doing out there in Collin County, all you're doing is angering that jury pool, and that's not something that I think you want to do.
Exactly. Speaking of Collin County, what is your idea? What do you think that the chances? Because I mean, to me, it sounds like, because first of all, he was being charged with first degree. What do you think of the chances of them at least being able to reduce the charges to a manslaughter or a lesser charge?
That's what you would hope to try to get as an attorney. But one thing I will tell you, one of the issues.
Hold on. Do you think they're going to offer him a plea deal?
Maybe not. It kind of depends on what the family wants. I'm not for sure that they might offer him a plea deal. But what I'm going to tell you is, the reason why you don't have all this press conference and start kicking up all this dust is because you're messing up the ability to get a plea deal. You're fanning the flames of a fire that's already about to burn the house down. So that's why the case has to be managed properly, number one. Number two, when you start doing all of this additional stuff, then you reduce the possibility of having a plea bargain, because you continue to fan the flames, and you're making people angry. Now the DA's office has to start thinking about, well, as a public, I want to make sure that justice is handled, but at the same time, I don't want to go too hard or too soft. So the more you fan those flames, the more problems you cause for your client. And so that's why I said, in this type of situation, I think people should be very, very calm. I think you should not be having press conferences. I think that if you do have a press conference, you keep it very vanilla, but you got to be very, very careful, because the Collin County jury pool is different from Dallas County. They're more conservative out there. The population is a little different than it would be in Dallas County. They're more white, as opposed to Dallas County, was maybe more white, black, and brown. They have a lot of conservative ways out there, so they're not going to be as accommodating when it comes to social justice issues. So we got to be aware of that. And then if you're in Dallas, and I think that the social justice organization is a Dallas organization, and you're going out to Collin County, you got to be aware that you're dealing with that particular issue. So you want to make sure that you do what you're supposed to do.
Right. For the people that are in the audience that are slow, this is a video we did a year ago about the same case. So Calvin was able to pretty much predict exactly what was going to happen.
Exactly. Yes,
a year ago. So shouts out to Calvin. He already knew. Like, nope. He said he was like, yeah, manslaughter. You know, he's going to get murdered, but he didn't say it. But in so many ways, he was like, yeah. So it sounds like to me like it probably would be in his case, based on the information and the people that he's kind of going to be going up against, to probably take a plea. You know what I'm saying, of some sort. And
well, if number one, if they offer a plea, number one. Number two, it depends on where his head is at. See, my concern is everybody's telling him he has a full-fledged self-defense argument. And don't get me wrong, you do have a self-defense argument. I just think that going into their tent, and I don't know if it was a knife or a spike, because everybody says it's different, but I don't know what it is. But if you're in their tent and you're going to claim self-defense, you're amongst their witnesses. Who's going to say something positive for you? You're in their tent. So and that's hard, because if you have anybody that saw anything, or they're more likely to testify for Austin, or they're more likely to testify for Karmelo Anthony. No, they're going to testify for Austin. It's their tent. He's the kid who died. So
exactly.
you got to be aware of those type of things before you just getting out here and start doing stuff. You got to think about everything.
Yeah, and so you know, and the whole objective is that and this is how we turn this into real life stuff, is the main thing that you do when you have a court case. Because it's one thing to talk about these things that are really like big high level things, but is even from a smaller level, is not to be on social media, not to be doing any kind of spectacle type of thing when you have a court case. Do not be out here on social media doing interviews or talking or any of that when you have this type of a case going, or any kind of a case going on. Is that what you would?
That's exactly what I'm saying, and that's where I got a problem. I mean, when you think about it, we got to keep it. You got to keep a cap on everything. You got to control everything. Your job as a lawyer is to put your client in the best position to win. And when I say put your client in the best position to win, you want to be out here doing all this extra stuff, doing all this extra talking, or putting yourself or people in positions to where maybe they'll say something wrong or do something wrong that may be perceived disrespectful, that may be perceived as arrogant, may be perceived as unsympathetic. We got to be extremely careful when you have these kind of cases, man. You need to have a tight ship. If you got a team of folks, you want to get a team of folks that's going to set you up to win. You got to be careful. You just can't run out there just doing whatever.
Here's the question, guys. How much of this thing with Dominic Alexander do you think affected this case? Would you say 30%, 20%, 50%, or 70%?
Can you repeat that again, DJ?
How much of Dominique's role in this initial situation with the case do you feel that possibly affected the outcome of the case? Would you say 20%, 30%, 50%, or 70%?
I'm not going to say 50. I'm going to go with maybe 40, because the rest falls on the guy that did the analyzing. I'm going to say 40 because he should have never been having a press conference from the very beginning. That should have been up to the public defender or the private attorney that was hired. He is in no position to speak for the family. But for some reason, they wanted him to be a spokesperson. I'm going to say 40%. The rest falls upon Karmelo.
So 40%, all the bullshit that happened prior to even the case even happening, and then later on, because I believe that whole situation catapulted the white nationalists to get involved. It catapulted Jake, whatever his name is, to get all up into it, try to start a race riot. It brought race into the situation. His Black Action Network that he wants to promote so damn bad is the thing that brought the racial aspect. And I didn't want to admit it, but I have to say that when you look at the whole situation, that hiring him and his whole thing is the thing that brought race into it. And I didn't want to admit it, but you know what?
I believe that. I do believe that, because
I didn't want to admit that, but I have to admit it.
I believe that. Yeah.
Yeah.
He should have never been a spokesperson for that family.
Never. And then he gets on Real Life Street Stars and see. Here's the thing: is that this is a white guy who has a channel and he's watching this show.
It's because in 2015, I led the walkout. Organized kids to lead the walkout. I brought about $400 million in a racial equity lens to Dallas ISD. As a formerly incarcerated person, I tell people all the time, you don't get appointed vice chair of the Dallas ISD board over $3.5 billion if you ain't doing the work.
Former incarcerated person, you mean criminal, because you are in fact a criminal a violent criminal, a really violent criminal. Don't sugarcoat it.
And our organization, if you've been here in the Dallas Fort Worth area, you saw any police brutality or Ocean John or you pretty much have solved the Next Generation Action Network.
So he's a race hustler, in other words. He's just another Al Sharpton, always on the lookout for injecting race into anything. Yes, Tatiana Jefferson was shot by a police officer, but I don't think that race was involved. He didn't shoot her because she was black. However, to him, it doesn't matter whether race was involved. It's racial.
I want to get your temperature of society right now in Dallas Fort Worth. Would you say racism still exists?
Oh, definitely.
For him, he hopes it does. That's how he makes his money. If racism disappeared, the man would shrivel up and die.
It's embedded into the core of North Texas, and a lot of times we play with it, but it's in our fabric. We're the only place in the country that our economics and our business is literally ran by yet a citizens council that used to be called the White Citizens Council.
Used to be, but no longer. They changed it. Perhaps they're trying to move forward, be progressive, but you can't stand that, can you? If they decided to go back and call it the White Council, he would love it.
For this situation to have taken place in Frisco at a track meet, in which, of course, we have two individuals that, of course, again, one person has tragically lost their life and the other person is battling for their life. When that first came across your newsfeed, what was your immediate thought when you seen that storyline, the headline, before you knew the details, or if the details came to you first?
Man, I saw it and I was like, I said, oh Lord, this black child, oh Lord, no.
So in other words, the very first time that he heard about it, before he knew anything about what had happened, he had already decided to turn this thing into a racial issue. He didn't care about the details. He didn't care whether the black kid was at fault or what. To him, he heard black, white, boom.
Because I saw the media narratives that were coming out. He died in his brother's arm, and just the what we know as black people in America, literally the media foundation of being able to assassinate the character or just like obliterate this child.
Child, listen. Huge mistake getting this guy involved.
Yes, it was. Most definitely.
This guy was the catalyst. I don't care. I don't care.
He's basically there for himself. He was really not.
He was there for the Black Action Network and not the Karmelo Anthony family. He pushed the race card, and I got to admit it. You know what? People were asking, okay, so who brought the race card in? At first, I was in denial, but I have to be honest and say this guy is the one who did it. And if he wouldn't have been involved, I think that at least Karmelo Anthony would have had a way better chance at winning this case. Well, not even winning, but at least getting manslaughter. But because people probably saw these videos, saw him up here pushing race, being a race hustler, like he said, race hustling. That's it. It just messed up the whole any chance that he would have had to actually get a fair, even down to like probably what lawyer would even be willing to take the case. Think about this. What lawyer is going to take a case like that when you have all this bullshit going on in the media?
It makes it harder for the attorney to try to represent the client, but it's exactly true.
So it reduces you down to certain like people that are willing to that are just trying to get ahead and try because the case was so national or whatever.
I agree.
Man,
I agree.
It's this man. And I even did an interview with Charleston White, and that turned out crazy too.
I
Before
remember.
this whole thing happened.
I remember.
And that turned out to be hell. You know what I'm saying? Hell on wheels.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Hell on wheels
character.
interview right there with this.
He's quite a character. He's quite a character.
Listen, people don't even realize how long ago I was even talking about this case. I was talking about this shit a year ago.
Oh, yeah, a year ago.
Discussing the Karmelo Anthony case pretty in depth, and I wasn't aware about this case about this lady until he told me about it, because we've been mainly covering like the press conference and certain things, and the Diddy trial has been really heavily on everybody's minds and everything like that. But Karmelo Anthony kind of got swept underneath the rug. Meanwhile, he's facing life in prison. And he just made me aware about this whole situation with the young lady who has kind of been going against Carmelo Anthony and Dominic Alexander. So he was the one who told me about Sarah Peters. And apparently there's like some lawsuit going on between those two. But let's see.
Hey, don't bring Dominic Alexander. Dominic Alexander is a fraud. Dominic Alexander told Carmelo Anthony's family to stay away from me. Dominic Alexander child abuse, so he's not the one, and he was looking stupid on that press conference.
You're very
Dominic
stupid.
Alexander, the family realized they should have never stood with Dominic Alexander. So don't bring Dominic, ain't got nothing to do with this.
Right.
He's already been discredited. Dominic, attorney Kim T. Cole betrayed that family.
Yeah, I think
So that family don't even want nothing to do with them anymore. That's what they not. The black people that tried to stand with that family was frauds and crooks. They were playing for the GoFundMe money. That's why the GoFundMe money got froze.
Wow. And so did they ever get access to the money at all?
When you create a GoFundMe account that generates that amount of cash, they don't let you have control of it. For one, the family didn't create the GoFundMe. The prior lawyers did. So all the lawyers are now coming playing on the GoFundMe money, who the family don't have access for. They don't even have access to it.
And they're still charging the family a fee, but also getting money from the GoFundMe.
Who charging them a fee?
The lawyers that are in, with the GoFundMe.
Of course, the lawyers ain't working for free. Nobody has got that GoFundMe money. Nobody.
Okay.
They froze the money because white people are complaining. White people are doing what y'all niggas do when y'all try to give people counsel for speaking on black women hair. Like y'all try to do Kevin Samuels. This what they doing to this family and their kid. Exactly how black women did Kevin Samuels.
I mean, I think that this is going to be like a really important trial. I mean, it's involving young kids. I mean, and they always try to nail young kids to the cross, especially at a young age.
They're not treating this as kids. They treat this as adults.
So he's going to be tried as an adult?
He went to jail. He didn't go to juvenile.
Wow. So So that's going to be a very
you don't
scary
really
thing.
know about this case. You don't really know much about this case.
You know, I know enough, just a small amount.
You don't know enough if you don't know he went to jail and not juvenile. You don't.
Well, I know he went. So then we got into an argument and he left. But I ain't going to go into that. But bottom line is that he was the one who even said that, hey, that guy is not even the one. The family turned against him, Dominic Alexander. But it got, you know, Charleston White, he gets into it and starts to.
Kid is being tried as an adult and not a kid.
Right. I know that he went to jail, but I'm saying is that as far as when he gets, like, if he gets sentenced to life, he's gonna go to TDC. Basically,
you don't go from jail to juvenile. You go from jail to prison. You don't go backwards.
Right. So what I thought that if he got, I think he was going to get sentenced at like 17, and then he would go to juvenile and then go to prison. Charleston was not being patient with me at all, but I'm gonna let y'all hear. Okay, so I've never been to prison, but I've been to jail before. I ain't never been to prison. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know all the details of that.
Well, me and you can't really have this conversation as passionate I am about it. If you don't understand the basics of it, that this kid, 17-year-old kid, is being treated as an adult, and from jail he goes to prison for life. They don't put you in juvenile. You just said he's facing life. You don't face life in juvenile.
Yes. And so at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, this Dominic has put this whole case in big jeopardy. I just got finished speaking to a lawyer, attorney Calvin Johnson, who talked about the fact that the way that this guy
Dominique did not put this case in jeopardy. That's the biggest lie told. Black people collectively put this case in jeopardy by making it about race. White people did not initially make this about race. Black people did.
So white people kind of did come out there with they were?
Because I was the first one that reported this to black people. Black people were still mad about the rapper and their baby getting killed and the things that I said about the baby. So I said, so y'all mad about the baby, what about the kid that got killed out there? When black people realized it was a white kid, then they got involved. But when they thought it was two black kids, they ignored it. I paid attention. I was the one said he did it. But y'all was mad at me for what I said about Lil Ronnie, the rapper, and the baby. So black people ran online and made this about race. The white father initially said this was 2 kids. Black people kept pounding a race card.
So has the father been in touch with the parents now that that guy's out the way? The
What father?
white
Why would the victim reach out to the killer's family? They don't do that in no crime.
That's what he
Nowhere
did.
do not even in our communities do we do that.
But didn't he go to the
why would I reach out to the family who killed my son? That don't make sense.
But he went to the press conference, right?
To start trouble with a gun.
So he did have a gun.
He was very well armed.
So he made it seem like he was trying to. Okay, so he was lying
we're
about
not
that.
making about what he made it seem like. He didn't make it seem like anything. He didn't say nothing.
Right, he did stand there like crossing his arms, not saying nothing. So
see what I'm saying? We're making this about race. They're being very strategic in what they're doing. They're making this about war.
Yeah. So
we playing a race card. Oh yeah, we playing a race card. I hate black people in America.
So I mean, do you think it's going to be a lot of people picketing outside, a lot of like uprisings in front of the courthouse?
I don't give a damn about no picking. I'm gonna go.
All right, you know, of course he always leaves. But anyways, so that's how it went with Charleston White. So what are y'all thoughts? Do you think that black people ultimately were the ones that made this about race?
You said, do you think what, Jay?
That black people were the ultimate race baiters in this whole situation?
I think it was both sides equally.
Say
Both sides equally. Because you had some on the blacks and you had some whites on the same thing. So both sides equally. Both sides, some of both sides equally.
Yep. I'm with Miss Jackie Gaines. That's right. Both sides equally. That's right.
Equally.
Yep.
Mm.
And the reason I said that because the guy that was supposed to be up there representing the family, he started that right there. And then you had the others on the other side that started there. The MAGA people on the side. So it was both sides equally.
Exactly. Because both of these idiots supposed to be grown adults up here cheerleading for political parties. That's what this whole thing is about.
Yes.
They turned this into a political, racial, like
that's because they idolize politicians and they want a babysitter. All of this linked back to who they be wanting in office, who they be voting for. That's where it all linked back to. A bunch of big ass kids. That's my problem with the people.
But it's, you know what's so funny is what's his name? Jake. What's his name? Jake something. The dude that Jake something and what's his name? Jake something. Jason Jake or what is the white guy? The dude that started all that, the white supremacist stuff. What's his name?
I don't know.
Man, I had his information on here, but Jake it's not Jake Paul, is it Jake Lang? Jake Lang.
Okay.
Do you know? You guys know who Jake Lang is?
I heard about him.
Nope.
And the reason why, because some of this stuff, it gets you really tired because it's so doggone redundant.
Right. These people don't understand, Genesis. They don't understand how stupid they make themselves look. They the reason why we losing rates day by day, slowly but surely. It's them. These people, what they do.
Yeah, so Jake Lang, I'm sorry, let me because he was really heavy at the whole thing. Jake Lang.
Was this the guy that was with the father? Is that the one?
He was the one who got mad.
Yeah.
The father was saying that he didn't want to make it about race. So
right.
I
remember that.
So we just got to hear about what Charleston White. Let's go.
They reached out to Josh.
They didn't.
They didn't reach out.
Have not spoken to him under no circumstances.
Wow. So when I do this interview, that's what I'm going to ask him here in a minute. Young black men across this country.
Yes, but I'm not a member of that community. I'm a member of my community. My community is being victimized by the community of violent black.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem.
Degenerates.
When you stand up in the name of God, there's one body. And if you're not a part of that body,
I could read statistics. I'm also a pragmatic human being. So I understand when there's a problem, it needs to be addressed head on. If you tiptoe around a problem, that's how you get to the end result.
So your biggest concern is the loss of white life by black people?
No, that's
not
not
your concern?
I have concern.
Call him.
All right. So what happened is that so at one point the father, I believe, even though that Charleston White says no, he was going to the press conference to start a bunch of mess. He had a gun. He wanted to go there to start some stuff. Now the father said, I just wanted to talk to the family and show solidarity or whatever the heck he said he was going to do. Charleston said no, it was a dangerous situation. He was there armed up. I'm going to show you this. This is the reason why I thought that like the father was really not trying to make this about race. So let's go on what Jake Paul was going on with how this happened.
This guy said
your message.
What he said was this. What he said was this. He said that you as a father should be on the bus with him delivering the message he's delivering. Unfortunately, he's not a father, and the gentleman with is not a father. Maybe they don't understand what loss is. But at the end of the day, I've given your message, and they thought that it wasn't your message.
Let me have 1 minute of my message
Call
to Jeff
him.
Metcalf.
Call him.
Okay, what's his number?
He's on the phone right now. So Jeff, do you? Huh?
This is not a good faith discussion.
Okay, hold on. Here's Jeff. Hold on. So Jeff, go ahead. Go ahead, Jake.
Hey, Jeff, it's Jake Lang here. Jeff, first of all, my entire heart rests in your hands. I would be in my position, not even as somebody even knew your son, but somebody that shares the same understanding. I grew up as a 17-year-old young white man too, and I grew up in fear of my life around black people because they were killing and robbing people around me all the time. And I don't understand as I was a father, you could sit idly by and not condemn the culture that killed your son. There is an epidemic problem in this country, and your voice could be one of the loudest voices in this country, but you've chosen to recoil out of fear and continue the suppression. Why will you not stand with me and with the rest of the people? We're not calling for racial divide. We're not calling for hatred. We're saying 350,000 attacks on white people by black people a year in this country is wrong. Why can't you stand that and say with that? Maybe you can. Would you be willing to stand by me in a press conference or in an individual interview and talk about this issue that is larger than Austin at this point? God rest the beautiful young man's soul that would have been one of our strongest voices if he was still alive today. Yes, I am, sir.
You're trying to create more race divide than bridging the gap. I do not condone anything you do. You do not have any fucking.
That's called white guilt.
No, let it talk.
My son, let me finish. I'm giving you time. You take my son's face off your website. I am not associated with you.
You're creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness, sir. You are creating more Austin Metcalfs with your weakness.
You are being weak. I gotta be honest with you about that, sir.
You're being weak.
So what happened is that Jason Lang got on the phone with Austin Metcalf's father. Austin Metcalf's father said, "Take my son's picture off of your website."
I
don't have anything to do with that.
Mm-hmm.
And they said he was being weak. So you had people on the black side inciting race. You had this guy inciting race. Between Jake Lang and Dominique, whatever, they need to hold hands and skip down the follow the yellow brick road.
I have a question. Was Charleston White there at that particular time last year? Was he there because he said the guy was? Because I was asking because he said the guy was armed. I'm trying to figure out how would you know if he's armed or not? Were you there when he came to the press conference? How do you know Austin's father was armed? Were you there?
I don't know. He probably heard the father. Somebody probably said something to him and said that he was armed. Who knows? Because just like he also said a lot of other things that are not 100% accurate. Like he's hearing things from different people and he's speaking on them. Like, there's different narratives. So, but in this case right here, you can see that the father was not for the racial divide.
No, he was not.
Using
Right,
his
right,
son
right,
as a
right,
pawn
right.
in white nationalist the white nationalist movement, you know?
Right. The father more of a man than the other nigga was.
The
Unbelievable.
father actually came on TV and said specifically he didn't want to make it about race. I heard that my own 2 ears on the news. He said that last year.
Right.
Right,
It
but
was
see,
it was his
that
mother.
gets crazy is how many of the jurors saw this.
Yeah, they saw it.
Come
It was
on,
it was Austin's
DFW
mother
is
that was
not
really
that
hard.
big. People
Wasn't
think
the
it's that
father.
big. It's
Austin's
big,
mother
but
didn't
it
have
ain't that
anything to
damn
do
big.
with
Everybody heard of this. Everybody
Exactly.
heard. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When something's going down, like this, almost like if you live in LA, you live in North Carolina, Charlotte, like you hear when something big like this happens in that metroplex, everybody's hearing it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
there was no jury pool that had never heard of this situation.
Exactly. Exactly.
And they already had their mind made up.
I said that last year.
They
Yeah.
already had their mind made up, you know?
They did.
So let's be real. Let's go. That's probably why you felt untouchable.
Of course, and then the other part of it is if you paid him off, you're not supposed to say anything. And then on top of that, I mean, you're part of that scene. If you start talking on Diddy, other people are start to you talking on them, and then you can make yourself one of those who's deal with it. So a lot of this stuff is people want to be a part of that club, that clique, and they don't want to talk about it. They don't want to say anything.
Man, I'm gonna tell you what, this music industry and this Hollywood industry seems so corrupt, and so it's just crazy how it's coming out. Like now you have this whole Big U come to find out he had a hand in Nipsey Hussle's passing, something like that. All right, so we got off of Austin and into Nipsey Hussle, but I wanted to like at least show those videos from prior that are like we were already talking about this stuff on my channel. And you know, this stuff was already planted to begin. Like, I don't know, this guy might be a plant because how is he getting around to all this stuff? He's not even, I don't think he's even from Texas, but he done went to New York, to New Jersey. He done been out to Chud the Builder's case, got arrested, went, you know, and he keeps getting out, gets arrested, gets out. So there's something to this guy keep getting out of jail every time he wiles out.
I was told he was an informant. Allegedly.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Yep.
So, but we have to use the word allegedly for YouTube purposes. Allegedly.
Right.
Because right before, when everybody was doing jury selection, I was telling Nick at night, I said, listen, watch out for Jake Lang. He's going to be there. And she didn't know who Jake Lang was. But turned out that he had got arrested in front of the city hall because he had a warrant. But honey, got the same day and everything. I remember I have the chats, like he got out and everything. And then he became like, he sat there the whole time inciting stuff, had on like some militia gear and everything. Let's go.
Condemn your son's killer and the culture that caused it.
Hey, Jeff.
That's the problem. You've been submitted.
Hold on, hey, Jeff.
You've been submitted.
I'll handle it from here.
You've been submitted, sir.
Yeah.
You're not going to make us back down. If we were all of your nature,
guys, listen.
you're not going to say what are we doing?
Do you know who you're talking to? You don't, do you?
I'm talking to a black man.
You don't. No, you're not.
Okay.
You sit here, you talk about Trump.
But I am. You're not
Google my name and Trump. No. When you do that, my name is Bruce.
I agree with black males winning,
Google that.
but they're not winning right now.
You're doing,
they're becoming degenerates.
What you're doing
and murdering white people.
You're not helping America. You're no more patriotic than I am. No way.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you on January 6th?
You've been silent. It's only gotten worse.
Where were you? Did you stand for your country when they stole our vote?
So you think that made you patriot because you showed up there? Does that make you a...
So I think, from what I understand, Jake Lang was one of the people that were arrested on January 6th when they had the they call it the insurrection. And they like jumped and did all that stuff at the White House. Or downtown Washington D.C.
Right,
when they,
I remember that. Yeah.
Attacked the Capitol building, whatever.
The Capitol. Yeah.
So he was one of those people. So Jake Lang was one of the folks involved with all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So that's where he gets his whole thing. So were you there? So that's where they're talking about right now.
Joe Biden,
Joe Biden is a
all you're doing is
pedophile.
condemning us. What's your solution? My solution is to help people where they're weak. So we have an issue in young black males' lives across the country.
It's not
It doesn't
say that
matter.
to Jeff Metcalf. Say that to Jeff Metcalf.
We talk about it, man.
Say it.
At the end of the day, the man is asking. So let me ask you this: you got a father who's grieving, and your response is he's weak.
My father is celebrating my strength right now.
You have no idea. You'll never win the Senate. And what I'll do, I'll come to Florida and run for Senate and run as a Republican, and I'll kick your butt.
No, you lose, bro. You need 2 years of presidency in Florida.
Because this behavior is why we get these. Is that what it is? Okay. Well, at the end of the day, he's asked you what to do and what not to do.
Listen,
you have a right to
he's
do it
no
or not
longer
do it.
Austin Metcalf. I love Metcalf, but we're gonna continue this movement. I love somebody.
Look, the thought of using Austin for T-shirts, for propaganda, and to get out here and talk about
you want to shut down a white man right now.
I'll shut you down.
You're not shutting me down.
I'm not raising money like
because I got family.
I'm not raising money like
put down anymore. No, bro, you stop. You came here to try to shut him down.
No, I came to give him a message from a father.
And listen,
but I realized that's not his.
Do you see this black guy up here? The loudest.
Yeah, he's being immature. He's making us look bad. He's an idiot. This guy is so he don't even know how to handle situations. He's a dummy, and he think he doing something. And everybody that's black, look. I don't care how anybody that's black that's following this black guy with this top hat. You an asshole just like him. He's stupid, dumb.
That's
right. But you see, it's two black folks now arguing with each other, and this guy, and it's crazy, man.
Yeah, let's be honest. You're a black man trying to shut him down.
I'm an American first.
No, man, you don't.
I'm an American. No,
I am.
I'm an American.
I am.
That's
You're
why
not.
I am.
That's why I'm here. You want to silence him.
No,
you want to
I'm
shame
an American
him.
that
I've seen
says
it happen
this
over and
foolishness
over.
here
It's not
doesn't work.
foolishness.
That's what
You've
it is.
done nothing. You have not worked on anything. Has not changed nothing. We're here to try something different to stop this.
So what's
bro.
the difference?
The difference is we're actually coming out here with courage.
Saying what?
And you just want to silence people.
No.
Saying that white people can't be put down anymore.
I listened to you. I listened to you for 2 hours.
Yeah.
It wasn't substance.
And you were raging.
You had more people.
You were raging. What substance is then? What's
one dead, the 17, another one who's in jail.
He's a murderer.
And you had
How often it happens all the time.
Who's been
He's
charged?
We tried your way. It happens again and again and again and again and again. It doesn't stop.
Man, what in the hell?
He sounds crazy.
Which one? They both sound crazy.
Both of them.
Which one?
He sounds crazy. They both sound crazy.
Listen. So he starts the argument, and then these people get to argue with each other, and he just get to sit back and watch. Look at this.
Hold on. At the other day is this. You probably bought that hat for me. Those flags, I probably sold you those flags.
You're not a trumper, brother.
You're
You're not a trumper. I understand what being a Make America Great Again patriot means, and it means addressing issues without being a pussyfoot around it. Don't tap dance around the issues. Address it. Black people are killing white people in this country, and it needs to stop. We are being predatorized in our own country. We are being predatorized in our own country, and it's a weakness from Jeff Metcalf and people like you that is continuing the culture. Condemn Karmelo Anthony. Condemn. Why are you confronting me? What if you call Jeff Metcalf and say there's a young black man with a Carmelo Anthony jersey on parading his son's death? When I'm standing strong against the murderer.
My name is Trump. Since you say I'm
standing strong against the murderer.
I want you to learn. I know.
President Trump pardoned
I got you. It doesn't matter, guys.
President Trump, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
No,
President Trump.
No, he probably shouldn't have got pardoned.
You're not President Trump.
No, I'm a man.
You're
not a man. You're not Trump supporter then. If you're not Trump supporter, you're not getting due process. You're not getting impartial.
Here's the problem right here. You all follow a man off the cliff. I'm a man. I will call anybody wrong.
Trump did not make that stance.
You won't call them wrong.
Who won't?
You just want
when Trump is wrong, I'll call Trump wrong.
I see right through this.
Like serious.
Oh my God.
For me to tell that woman to be quiet. No, it was wrong for her to spray you with that mace.
All right, so me standing up for what I believe
I'm good.
and getting sprayed for it.
And that she's wrong, so hopefully you press charges and she's prosecuted.
So is Donald Trump wrong for pardoning me in the January 6th?
I don't know your role, but if you're wrong,
I had the most violent charges of all the January 6th.
They were calling out black people for doing bad
So you don't agree with being a 1776 patriot and fighting for your country? Would you believe the founding fathers are right to
the founding fathers were right on some things and they were wrong on some things?
I'm talking about tyranny. Were they right against standing against tyranny? Are we right against standing against black violence? It is tyranny. We are living in tyranny. It is the same
if
tyranny.
Your concerns about
It
black
is the
violence,
same tyranny.
If your concerns about black violence
And
why are you not
racism
talking
against
about what's going
white
on in
people.
Atlanta? Why are you not talking about what's going on in Philadelphia? Why are you not talking about
Listen,
Memphis?
I'm talking about black violence against white Americans.
Yes, sir.
Want to talk about cities. Detroit is one of the most unlivable cities in America. Up until the 1950s, Detroit was called the Paris of the West. Why is that? And why is that no longer the case? Because
Let
it's
me tell you
unlivable
why.
due to the black.
Dude, I'm slow. I'm slow. I just now recognize it.
That's not an issue.
You are a big community that I
Saying white
represent.
people are
I
being
also
targeted.
represent other communities.
What are you being
Republicans.
disingenuous? You're trying to shut him
That's
down.
what I'm
You're trying to shut him down.
Hey,
Yes, you are. You're trying to shame him.
You are a black man.
I agree with
see
you.
it.
You are a black man.
No matter
He gets to do
You called him and let him to get him to say
you
that.
said
You're- His dad didn't see the event.
Let me ask you
You're
something.
mad.
man.
No, hold on. You're mad because he's calling out black people for doing wrong. Yes,
I
you
don't
are.
care, son.
You care. That's why you're here right now. That's why
I
you
call
came
out
here.
black people
We're not
every
stupid.
day.
We see what you're doing.
One question.
We see what you're doing.
Should Carmelo
I know you
Anthony?
have white family members like I do. But I'm tired of it.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, really?
Carmelo,
I'm thinking
should
here
Carmelo
today.
not have any injuries on my indictment? Why was I left?
$500,000 raised for Carmelo Anthony because he killed a white
So I
man.
have two problems.
What's your issue?
I have two problems.
Yeah.
So
So no, hold on.
if Carmelo Anthony was your neighbor,
hold on.
would you allow your
Hold on.
children to go play with him right now? Carmelo's answer, Jay, he's home on bond. Would you send your children over to go play Xbox with him right now?
I don't know the kid.
Exactly, because he doesn't
You don't know?
use it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Hold on.
I know you were here today.
Why?
You're just mad that he's calling out the problem of black people killing white people. Yes, that's exactly what I think.
You don't see
You're
That's why I
pro
think
black
you came
males
here to
winning.
start
How
some
about for
shit.
black males murdering? Are you against that?
100%.
I think that I
so
think
why
Austin
Carmelo
was
Anthony? Why
a
is he
black
given the
kid.
opportunity to kill the next person that says, "Hey, can you get maybe move over a couple inches"?
I'm
He's a
saying
threat to
he
the white
clearly
paper
murdered
boy
someone.
that's
He
going to
didn't say
jump
he
up
stabbed
the
him. He should
paper
not get
tomorrow
out on
morning.
bail. He's a danger to the community.
Guys,
If I killed your son, would you walk down the
guys,
streets
on
right
that
now?
part,
You kind of agree
I
with me?
kind of agree with you on
Let
the
me
bond.
say this.
The issue is no. Wait, hold on. I kind of agree with you on
So
the bond. But no, hold on.
Murderers
He don't
getting
want you to
done.
be a man.
Hold
He
on.
wants you to
That's
follow
not what
him.
I'm saying. That's not what I'm
Righteous.
saying.
Righteous.
What I'm
Silence
saying,
it.
what I'm
It's on
saying
truth.
is that you're being silent about the issue of black crime. You're
Exactly.
saying, oh, what about
Yes, you
Detroit? What
are.
about St. Louis? Those cities
You're
are
racist.
unlivable.
Tribalist.
Those cities are unlivable, not because of Indians.
So you just said
not
I'm
'cause of
being
Chinese.
silent.
I
I'll
think
tell you what
are.
I'm doing
I
since
think
you don't
you're
know
running
me.
cover for
Since
black
you don't
crime.
know me.
You're running cover for
So
black
since
crime.
you don't know me, Google my name,
I
Bruce
don't
Carter,
care.
black
I can-
on black crime.
I
Hold
can
on.
Google his
and
name.
I'm holding a meeting this Tuesday
Okay.
where I've called on the mayor, the city manager, Dallas County, and DISD.
Do something
because
real
you
and
have a
say,
problem.
get that man back in jail. If you're going to hold a
He
meeting.
doesn't need to be in jail, son.
Okay, so then put your kids over. Let's schedule a play date. Your father. Let's schedule a play date. He's not a danger to the
So
community.
here's the problem.
Let's schedule a play date.
My name is Bruce Carter.
Let's schedule a play date.
So here's the
Carmelo
problem.
Anthony and little baby Bruce.
Yeah, I gotta
Carmelo Anthony,
go.
little baby
I gotta
Bruce.
go.
Hey, listen. What are y'all thoughts on that whole thing?
No, because this is exactly why the youth do not respect the elders. Because look at the example. Look at this.
Thank you.
Look at the. If we was the youth and we saw how these idiots was acting, we wouldn't be involved in this either. This is stupid. This is crazy, son.
Man, I'm trying to tell you, it's the adults that started the bullshit.
Yes.
I haven't
Okay.
heard one
Yeah.
young person yet say it's about race.
Mhm.
I haven't heard one 17-year-old, 16-year-old out there picketing, campaigning about race. It is the adults that are doing it. People that are in their 30s and 40s and late 30s and whatever, you know what I'm saying, with cowboy hats on and button up blue shirts and jumping, you know, all that. Those are the ones that are starting this whole race aspect of this whole thing.
Right.
Because you know what? You know, when you're on the track and field team, when you go through to a school like Centennial High School, you're gonna have teammates of all races. Athletic is not a racial. People of all races come together and learn how to be a team, and they're a team. If you win, that helps the team get further. You know, if you play football and your team, y'all all make it to state, not just the black folks or the white folks.
Right.
Carmelo Anthony played football. He probably had white people on his team along with black folks. This was not a racial issue.
Exactly.
This was the issue of a person feeling like, okay, I am the boss, and you got to get up from underneath my tent. because the coach empowered him to have that authority, because whatever text message that had happened beforehand, and they were not there. They were too busy issuing out like batons for the relay race. That was one coach. The other coach was helping mama get the potluck, and there were no adults supervising the situation, and so it got out of hand real quick, 40 to 100 real quick. In 4 minutes, it got out of hand. Where normally there probably would be an adult like, hey, can you tell him to get up from him? And he probably, no, it's okay, it's cool. But because there was no adult supervision there, this guy felt like he had the authority to tell someone what to do. And I mean, come on, any teenager is going to be like, who are you? You don't get to tell me what to do.
It's quite
No,
as
half
it's
the time they
really
want to say it to their own parents. Like, well, you don't tell me what. And a teenager telling him get from underneath the tent.
Well, as quiet as it's kept, I really hate to say this, but looking at this and the things that are going on with our youth today, this country is going backwards with this generation. It's going totally. It's taking us right back to this era once again.
They're going backward with
Yeah.
No, it's not the generation. That new generation is not what's pushing us back. It's the adults.
It's the adults too, but the younger generation is not trying to learn from the older adults that are trying to talk to them.
Right, because
they're getting responsible
too.
Yeah, but what y'all?
No, because she's right.
What y'all
Miss
are not
Jackie Gaines
understanding
is right because the kids look up to the adult. It's 1966 again. It's the same shit again.
Same thing, yeah.
What y'all don't understand is that the kids probably didn't realize that race is an issue, and the parents did realize that, even though they didn't go about it in the right way. But I think that had a lot to do with it. The kids probably didn't. If they wasn't taught about it, they might not have known that.
Well, I believe that he knows now, Karmelo. If he never knew.
No, I'm talking about up until that point, they probably were unaware of how unfair and how racist society can be. And this is an example. The outcome of this is the example of that. I think if the roles were reversed, it would have been a different outcome. Honestly, because I honestly don't believe they would have got an all-black jury if Metcalf was on trial.
No, they would not have. No.
What?
No, I said no, they would not have.
Right, that's what I'm saying. That's where the racial thing comes in. Racism today is just more subtle than it was maybe 50, 60 years ago. That's the only difference.
It's right now. It's staring us in our face today. That's the big difference. Back then, it was hidden. It was kind of hidden back then. Now it's just bam in your face.
Exactly. No, it wasn't hidden back then. It wasn't hidden back then.
It's the ones that's wearing the doctor's robes, the judge's robes, the policemen. They've taken all those hoods off now.
Right, and Miss Jackie Gaines is right. What she's saying is, it's all over. It wasn't as much cameras and social media that it is now.
No.
It's all over everywhere now. Is what she's saying, and it's true. That's why everybody can
but
see
that's just more exposure. That's not my point. We agree with that, but that's my point.
That's what we're. No, I'm saying that's what we're saying. It's more exposure.
Yeah, everybody agrees with that, but that's not the point. The point is, as far as the children, remember, they're only living in this era, so they don't really know what a generation ago was dealing with, and what it is now is just everything is a little bit more subtle, and since Trump got in office, they feeling more bold with it.
Well, I'm gonna say something about that part too. It's not so much. Let's leave Trump out of it for a minute, okay? Let's go back a little further than that. Let me go back a little further than that. We have our generation now. Parents cannot say anything to their children without fear of going to jail. We cannot raise our voice to our children. They go to school, tell their teachers, the parents go to jail. That's another problem. They're not being taught. Family values have been lost. We need to start at home first. Our family values have been lost. We cannot say anything. You go to your teacher and say, well, my mother screamed at me. That's considered verbal abuse. And back in the day, we get screamed at all the time. Now it's considered verbal abuse because sometimes you have to raise your voice at your children to get their attention. And sometimes it's not intentional, but sometimes you have, because kids are not aware of their surroundings all the time. It's just not the way they operate. Right. Kids live in the moment, like right now. That tunnel vision. A lot of kids have it today. back in the day, my son was a latchkey kid. You can't leave these kids at home today by themselves. And you better not leave them at home by themselves. You're going to jail. Times have changed. We don't have families looking out for each other. We don't have neighbors looking out for each other. We don't have that support system that we had back in the day. Today, we're already back in the 60s all over again. I'm seeing it all over again.
Yes, we are.
I'm seeing it every day. And this is not a race thing. This is a us thing.
So I want to play a little bit of like the right around the time that the trial first started, when Jake Lang first got to, you know, on the ground. Let's go.
Whatever you talking about the motherfucking lie, and you motherfucking know it. I don't give a fuck. Whatever you talking about the motherfucking lie, and you know it. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Chimp it out, man. Low impulse control. This is the reason why Austin Metcalf is dead. Because this is a response that is told. This is the response they teach their young people to have. This is the response that the mothers, the black mothers in this community does not teach its people to respect personal boundaries. It does not teach people to talk with respect. And that's why Austin Metcalf said, because of your failure as black parents. Failures as black parents. Failures.
That's what making him a racist.
Failures as black parents. Teaching the youth to kill.
This is the type of stuff that was going on.
Yeah, but he doesn't make
If
any
y'all
sense.
didn't get to see it, if y'all wasn't aware of it, this is the type of environment, you know, that was happening during the trial.
Yeah, but what does he mean by black parents? Anybody could react that way as Hispanic, a white, he doesn't make any sense.
It don't matter what he's saying, whether it makes sense or not. This is what he's saying.
Yeah, but say things that make sense. When the people are emotional, sometimes they react like it got nothing to do with black or white. I don't understand.
Hey, well, all right. So tell me about this, because you know what, I'm fair in my assessment of things. All right, so let's go into this. Right?
It doesn't make any sense.
All right, so let's hear.
Even give him a chance, and like I said the other day, you know, and yesterday, that there should be an appeal immediately. There's an appeal should be put in place for the brother. You know what I'm saying? For them to ship him up the damn river, and people's, you know, and you got this Neanderthal goddamn lawyer. You know what I'm saying? You got to go in there because they're gonna treat him like he, you know, and you don't know what he up to. You know, you don't know what he up to. Oh, this, you know. I don't know what he is, a redneck, a Jew. I don't know what he is, you know. But, you know, I don't know where he lost it at because I didn't keep up with it as much as possible, you know. But, you know, obviously they had the fix in on Karmelo Anthony a long time ago. You see, they had the fix in on Karmelo Anthony a long time ago when the shit went down. You know, so you know, it is what it is, but it's a telling situation because yet and still 2026 is still the same old America. Now, just imagine now if this shit was on the other foot and it was Karmelo Anthony dead and it was Austin Metcalf being charged with the same charges, he'd be off. They've been through this shit out. It wouldn't even been no doubt about it. He was defending himself. You know, this was you know how they paint the picture. This is a wild nigga, you know, and they paint this picture of our violence, you know, us being violent prone, even though they walking around here killing people every goddamn day, mass shooting. And yes, we are a part of some of the violence that's going on. Yes, indeed. But at the same goddamn time, they doing as much or more than we're doing, but we're painted as this, you know, violent prone people that, you know, some of us, you know, are not in our right to defend ourselves, you know, and we're not in our right. Don't put your motherfucking hands on me. I could tell you. Shit. Don't put your motherfucking hands on me. I'll tell you up front. Point motherfucking blank. Because I'm going to do something to your ass. I'm just going to tell you. I don't give a fuck about nothing. If I, ain't no motherfucking hands gonna be put on no motherfucking body. But I tell you what, put your motherfucking hands on me. See what happened to you. You see what I'm saying? Don't even fucking touch me. You see? That's just how that go. Especially when if we already woofing, and it don't make no difference, but we already woofing, the motherfucking gauntlets already been thrown down. Like, man, get the fuck on. That's all I'm gonna say. Get the fuck on. That's it. After that, you in my motherfucking space. You see? And see, these people got to understand these are some nasty ass Neanderthals. The shit that they say. See, because they're gonna tap into the fact that they done did our people nasty. So when they say they little slick shit, they gonna tap into that and say shit that's gonna, try to, fuck with your humanity. You know what I'm saying? And some people can't take that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'll tell you straight up. And I don't give a fuck when I done spit in their motherfucking face. You know what I'm saying? Like, with the eyewitnesses right there, I done spit in their motherfucking face. Like straight up. Like, bitch, what? You're not, because my spirit wouldn't allow me to take how they was coming on me. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck about none of that, So, you just have to understand that we have been traumatized, and that's just like shooting around a motherfucker that been to a war. You get around certain niggas and they get to hearing firecrackers and shit going off, and they think motherfuckers shooting. I done seen motherfuckers, that man drop down with the heat, nigga, like they was in Vietnam, like just hearing firecrackers and shit. So when you say certain shit, especially to a race conscious person, or a person that been schooled by their peoples and shit on how these motherfuckers operate and shit that they say, man, I'm not buying that. But the fact that we've been sitting up here while they've been killing our young brothers, you know what I'm saying? How long? Since Emmett Till, you understand? Trayvon Martin, Mike Brown, they've been knocking our babies off and shit. You know what I'm saying? They luckily we ain't burnt this bitch down now. You know what I'm saying? And they've been getting away with it for years. How many young black men and black women that they didn't, we're just talking about the youth that they didn't murder down through. How many thousands and tens of thousands of our family members and bloodline, they ain't get no motherfucking justice. Ain't that a bitch? What is y'all talking about? They talking about like, how, we trying to get over on what happened to Austin Metcalf. Fuck Austin Metcalf. What about Emmett T? What about all the other young brother? Like the brother was jogging down the goddamn street and here come two nasty ass Neanderthal jump off the truck and talking about the man was looking at some shit at a house, I guess they were building the house and they talking about he stole. What the fuck? The man running in jogging. You act like the motherfucker picked up a roof and shit, or some running down the street with some damn 2x4s. What is you talking about? Shot the boy dead, beat the boy to death, shot him down. You see what I'm saying? So, how many times they didn't got away with it? And I ain't saying that he got away. He did what the fuck his spirit told him to do. What his spirit told him to do. I tell you what, I don't give a fuck about nothing. Roll the dice on me. I tell you that. Roll the motherfucking dice on me. I hope you motherfucking Neanderthals watch. Roll the dice on me. Bitch ass, your ass will be in the ground. I tell you just like that. You'll be right along with Metcalf. That's where you will be. Because we ain't taking no disrespect like that. We're not taking no more disrespect like that. You putting hands on. Don't put your hands on me. You see what I'm saying? You don't know. This man, they say the two boys knew jujitsu and shit. You a big ass bully and shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker terrorize you first. Psychologically, they talk shit around you. Be in school, they talking shit. You can't even go in and out your classroom. People, especially if your school all damn Neanderthal and they, talking shit around you and shit. And that's what you're gonna have to deal with until, and you have to hold that shit in until finally somebody fucking erupt. Like, man, don't put your mother. You don't know what the fuck been going on before that. and all them Neanderthal. And this is the crazy shit that I don't understand. How these people that supposedly was interviewed, black people interviewed to be on the jury, and they say they interviewed them and they said that they couldn't be impartial. What the fuck is you talking about? I know damn well they should interview whoever those jurors were. I want to hear what the fuck they had to say. Because this don't make no damn sense for somebody to go and knowing that this is a racially charged court case. And for you to believe, you got to be the dumbest nigga in the universe to believe that them 12 white jurors up there was racially partial. What is it? Impartial, racially impartial, or impartial. I ain't gonna say racially, but impartial, meaning that they don't have no bias whatsoever towards, either individual, so that they could look at the evidence and just, and make a decision on whether they're guilty or not guilty just based on the information, that they don't have no racial inclination to vote for Metcalf just because he white, or vote against Karmelo Anthony just because he's black. And now if you...
Man, listen, any thoughts so far? People are going crazy.
This nigga, he's bugging.
He sounds very uneducated. He's talking very uneducated right now. I can't put too much into him right now.
Thank you, Miss Jackie James. Thank you.
I don't do it like that. My level of intelligence doesn't match his, and I can't. With the way
I can't. He's getting
it's his speech.
Right. Right.
No, I can't remember that.
Very
The
emotional.
chat is going crazy. Like, what the hell?
Believe them 12
No, 'cause he becoming very
Neanderthals
annoying.
up
He just
there,
rambling. He
down
rambling.
there in MAGA country, ain't racially inclined. You got to be the dumbest nigga ever. You got to be the dumbest nigga ever. You see, but them three black people, they said, went up there and admitted that they could not be impartial. You got to be the dumbest. I hope you hear me. You got to be the dumbest nigga in the universe to go up there and say some shit like that, knowing that it's impossible to be impartial. Hold on.
I agree with him with that.
I agree too. Like, why did the black people say, "Well, I couldn't be impartial"?
Well, what else? I heard
nobody was being. I don't think nobody was really impartial in that.
A lot of those Republicans.
No, he behind that microphone and character. That's what he is.
That's true. I agree with you. That's
So
exactly
if you believe that them damn Neanderthal, but the Negroes that went up there, you get up there and shut your mouth and say, "Yeah, I'm impartial." I'm impartial. So the boy can have some representation. You see what I'm saying? You scary niggas. Get up there. The boy needed somebody in his corner, man. That's just what it is. And let me tell y'all something. I'm sick of you niggas. Because y'all is these niggas out here that's talking out here today don't know what the fuck they talking about. Number one, them 12 jurors are not Karmelo Anthony's peers. You see what I'm saying? You're supposed to be judged by your peers.
That is true.
Them is not his peers. Okay, they not from where he from. You see what I'm saying? They not, you talking about, listen, we talking about a class where you got the oppressed and you got the oppressors.
And that's why I was saying that his attorney should ask for a moving venue when he found out that's the way that trial was going to go. In order to protect his client. And I'm not talking about, even though, like I said, I don't care if the chat wants to try to attack me, but this is not about, I'm not making this about a race issue right now. I'm making this about an attorney-client privilege. If you don't feel that your client can get the best representation in a court of law with his peers, he should have put in for a venue of change, and he did not do that.
Right.
I don't know what this lawyer was the most wackest lawyer in the world. I don't know what the hell.
I've always been in a dynamic where we've been, struggling against these people from day fucking one. So they are not our peers. They've been our fucking oppressors. And you mean to tell me that you gonna look at this as this is fair, that this is justice? Ain't no motherfucking justice. You
Well,
supposed to
No,
have
but they
something just
love
like
the
they
oppressors,
always.
though. That's the whole thing.
Hold on, she's
It-
lying.
Right. And it's funny, the same people that, oh, the white man, but they love the oppressor though.
Here it is. It could be a damn city that's damn near 75% black, and the goddamn police force be damn near 60, 70, 75% fucking white. You understand what I'm saying? So how in the fuck is that possible that y'all Neanderthals can come out the goddamn suburbs, come down here to police niggas and inflict all the type of your anger, your racism out on us, but they'll never let that shit happen out there. And where they at, they ain't gonna let the goddamn, that type of percentage switch up against them. But long as they benefiting from, having those type of percentages down in communities that's not their own, so they can come down there and do whatever the fuck they want to, they would have never let Austin Metcalf be judged by 12 black people. If you believe that, you got to be the dumbest nigga in the universe.
That would have never happened.
They would not have never let that happen.
That would have
And
never
so
happened.
they must appeal this. They must appeal this and fight, because they trying to ship him up the fucking river. You see what I'm saying? They trying to ship him up the motherfucking river, and they need them a goddamn lawyer that's gonna go in there and fight and put this shit out here that he need a new trial. And that's it, man. They need a new motherfucking trial. There's no way that he was gonna get a fair trial in that fucking.
I'm gonna say something else about that. What I want to say, I want to add to what you're saying. What I'm saying to what you're saying is this: attorneys and judges and lawyers, they work together every day. Okay, so sometimes it would have been in the best benefit. I don't care who's representing who. Sometimes it might be in the best interest of the person or the one that's being defended to bring an attorney that's not close to the area as well. You understand what I'm saying? Because they all socialize in the same circle. So sometimes you're going to get that excuse me. Sometimes you're going to get that impartiality because they're all in the same circle.
Right. They all
Sometimes you have
colleagues.
to
Just
bring
like
in somebody outside of that circle to help with that case.
But that's what we said about the picture that they had earlier.
Yes.
I never seen it before. I got it. Somebody sent it to me today. I never seen it. I mean, I heard you or somebody say they seen it before. I just seen it, and then I heard that it was pretty accurate. That for the most part, it was them in cahoots with the prosecution.
Yes,
that
is true.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So, I was watching this happened. If I'm correct, this is in Texas, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, in Texas. Yes.
Well, if I was his family, I would reach out to. Y'all ever heard of Dr. Candace Matthews?
Oh yeah. Oh, I watch her all the time. I love her. Yes.
If it was me, I would reach out to her or Benjamin Crump and go.
Nah, Ben Crump, no.
Or her.
He's not what you think he is. He's not. No, he's not.
Yeah, Ben Crump.
For those that are not aware of what she's talking about, this is what he's talking about.
Earlier in one of my videos, I mentioned that Morris Dwayne Turner had informed me that Jeff Metcalf, the DA, and Judge Roach all knew each other. We're friendly together. And now we have that proof. Look at this photo. This is a photo of Jeff Metcalf, John Roach, the judge, and Greg Willis, who is the DA. Conflict of interest, anyone? I don't know. I am still working to verify this picture. I entered it in ChatGPT. It says it doesn't seem to be fake. If anybody out there can confirm this picture for me, I think that is also very important because we need to keep the truth at the head of all of this.
No, it's all right now. The next
Secret Service.
no, Genesis.
Let's say that's
then
true.
Next.
Let's play the devil's advocate. Let's say that's true. What should be done about it?
I mean, what can be done? I mean, he's already been sentenced. I mean, that should have been something been brought up, during the trial to do a change of venue.
Yeah.
But see, that's the thing. The defense was so weak, and whoever his lawyer was such a pussy that he didn't even do what he was supposed to do. Let's keep it moving. Let's go.
Yeah, nah, hold on, Genesis, real quick.
They had.
Go ahead.
Nah, the fly on the wall need to take a picture of Trump and Kamala Harris and all of them having fun and partying together. That's what they should do next.
I don't get the point.
The point is they voting for these people thinking they opposition and they all friends and colleagues, and the joke is on you. That's
They
the
all
point.
sleep at the same table and sleep in the same bed.
No, but they're all corporate, so everybody knows that. That's not
No, everybody doesn't know that, because if
they
everybody
don't.
knew that, they would
Well,
not
we
be
put it
voting.
out. We put it out there, but
everybody does. But everybody doesn't know that though. They don't. Everybody
No,
doesn't.
they
Well,
don't.
some people are saying that it's been debunked, so I don't know how true.
Yeah.
No, because if everybody knew that, they wouldn't be voting for
Someone
these
said it's
people.
been debunked. I'm not sure. The photo is fake. I don't know. I don't know how. Okay, they're saying it's fake, so I don't know.
I don't know who that is. Who's that? That's probably
People are
Metcalf's
saying it's a
cousin.
fake photo.
That was probably Metcalf's cousin. We don't know who that is.
Right. So let's keep it moving. Let's go.
To take that out of that county and get that boy a fair damn trial. That's a bunch of bull.
That's what he said. He said, take it out of the
Get a new
real-
motherfucking trial. There's no way that he was gonna get a fair trial in that fucking county where he was at. They had to take that out of that.